polytopes from the SVD directions are very durable in transformer models. Do look close like this. Most of them are quite short, like less than paper. They're like, but we focus more on like reducing small intrastate codes that are optimizing more for like small interesting pieces of information rather than trying to like reduce massive papers that take 6 months to write. I'm reading much after that too. So that's kind of like one of the directions we're really targeting heading. Of course, the long-term vision is to develop much better durability theory tools.
Yeah, that's a great example. We were talking earlier about that creative insight, and most people would not think for a second that, let's say, GPT. You said when we spoke last time, we had dinner out, and there was that refrigerator token, and sometimes the characters in the simulation become self-aware that they're in a simulation, or in the case that you just spoke about, maybe something like GPT-3 is actually trying to deceive us, and it's the nature of it is actually different from what we think it is, and that's something that most people just wouldn't have the imagination to come up with that.
Yep, it's very true. This is another classic in the common world. It's remarkable, where the usual way that this happens is the futurist says, hey, I think an AGI, doing something crazy, and I think you can generate. And then the interlocutor will be like, well, you mean one thing, and then they name the thing. And like, oh no, that's actually irrelevant, because actually that can be fixed using this. And then like, well, yeah, sure, but what about scenario 2? And like, oh, okay, yeah, but like we could have done this other thing to solve that. But then the futurist sometimes like, don't you see the problem? You didn't think of one or two before I pointed out to you. Yeah, like you fix it when you point it out. Like, no. The generalized form of this is that a sufficiently intelligent system will come up with even more things, and even your can come up with.
Yeah.
It's very funny how often I point this exact scenario. I like give people, it's like people ask me for a scenario and like find your scenario, and I'm like, oh, okay, well, I'm not worried anymore. And then they don't generalize, so they'll generalize like, okay, but you didn't come up with it either. So what are all the other things you're not going to include? If you're dealing with a system that's smarter than you should just accept it. Even if you can't come up with how it can contribute, you should just assume there is something you can do.
Yeah, amazing. Oh, this has been great. What are your plans for Christmas and the New Year?
Being up to my family, haven't seen them in a long time since I had Germany, and I'm going to come back on with my jerk.
Welcome back to Street Talk Unplugged. This is your host, Tim Scarf. I have COVID this week, so sorry if my voice is a little bit hoarse. I'm going to do a little bit of housekeeping to start things off. Now, if you want to go straight into check out the table of contents, or just skip right ahead. We're doing our first community event on Discord this Wednesday. Andrei Zakharovich is presenting a session on discrete program synthesis, and then we're going to have a Q&A discussion afterwards. That's kicking off at about 5 p.m. UK time. Nearly 500 people joined our Discord in the first week or so, which just blew my mind. We already have beginnings actually of a really exciting Discord community taking shape. We've got some amazing people in there, so now's the time to jump in and say hello. At the beginning of the year, we decided to experiment with releasing a couple of audio-only podcasts called Unplugged, where we don't spend much, if any, time preparing beforehand. The main difference between MLST and other podcasts has always been the prodigious amount of preparation that we put in before the shows. And it was struggling our output a little bit, so I guess we just wanted to do the counterfactual, run an experiment and see what would happen if we didn't suffer from the curse of perfectionism. MLST is a think tank. As you probably noticed by now, we don't just invite a bunch of random people on to monologue or pitch their startup. We get straight into the weeds, and we have a deep technical discussion with our guests. Perhaps the main difference with the Unplugged shows has been that the dialogue has been a little bit more open-ended and accessible. We did change the plan a little bit though, as you probably noticed. We decided to publish these Unplugged shows on YouTube as well. And so the video from the interview has gone up there. I think some of you are really passionate about YouTube being your primary delivery platform. And I personally have always been a huge fan of YouTube myself. I think it just adds so much value, being able to see the facial expressions and the visual cues. To be honest, I've been really surprised at how flowy and natural these conversations have been. And according to the analytics, the engagement on the conversational segments has been higher on these shows than our traditional ones. So maybe it's just due to their informal, kind of open-ended and accessible nature. I'm not sure, but we have had a lot of feedback that our content is quite hard to understand, quite academic in nature. And the detailed preparation we did probably only served to make the shows more opaque to people. We do pride ourselves on being really technical. MLST is almost certainly the most technical podcast on ML, but there's a sweet spot to be found somewhere. As you probably noticed, we do try and zoom out when we focus on some deep ideas and themes, which come up over many shows. So a big one is the dichotomy between discrete and continuous, for example. Now, the show right here, this one, was actually the very first Unplugged show which we filmed at the beginning of January. Listening back to it now, it's probably my favourite one. There is actually one other one which is amazing, which hopefully we can get approval to release. There's a bit of a backstory there, but this one's really, really good. And I think it's because of the incredible rapport and friendship we have with Wally Tosala. We delayed the release of it because we mentioned Bengio in the introduction. We didn't want to spook him off. He accepted our invitation back in January to come on the show, but I'll explain more about that in a minute. But yeah, to finish the thread on Unplugged, this is an experiment. We probably will run it until April, and then we're going to pivot and we're going to make some pedagogical content, kind of 3 Blue 1 Brown style content without any invited guests, and we'll see how that performs. But so far, Unplugged has been pretty successful, I would say. Now, trigger warning. This episode is very critical of deep learning. What he's is probably the, if you think Gary Marcus is a critic of deep learning, what he's is one notch up. If you're not up for that, just skip this episode, right? We really want to capture diverse opinions in the AI landscape. And I'm not just saying that. Look on our front page, right? We've just interviewed 2 of the 3 godfathers of deep learning in the past 5 videos or so. Personally speaking, my salary does not depend on a subscription to any particular viewpoint in AI, which is perhaps the main reason we have the freedom to explore. I really love diversity of thought in general, and that's why you'll see us making content on loads of ideas, some of which I don't even subscribe to, like AI alignment. We're planning a big show on that now that my mate Connor Leahy has found his way to London. It's really important to hear opinions from people outside of our circles, even if we don't want to hear them or we don't like the people espousing them. Unfortunately, because of the tribalism in our community, many folks have refused our invitations to come on LST. And a couple even told me straight to my face it was because we had Pedro Domingos on the show and they didn't want to be tarred by association. It might also be because Yannick has been quite outspoken on AI risk and identity politics and ethics, but this is the really annoying thing about podcasts and static, right? It's really hard to get genuinely diverse views on the same platform. This is why so many podcasts become more polarized on the one hand or just completely bland on the other. Even some of the podcasters I really love, like Sam Harris, they've just become really entrenched in recent years, right? Sam doesn't invite anyone on that he doesn't agree with anymore. We've had a go, by the way, Sam's an interesting case. I mean, I don't really agree with really much of anything he says, but I just love listening to him for some reason. He's got such a soothing voice. But anyway, as I said, he doesn't invite anyone on that he doesn't agree with anymore. We've had a couple of comments saying that we've invited too many well-educated white guys on the show. Well, to be honest, most of the diverse folks just ignore our invitations. I can assure you, we've actually invited most of the diverse big names in ML. I don't think it's appropriate to say their names, but you can probably guess who they are. We are inviting more. I'm extremely open-minded, right? I hope that we can have more diverse guests and topics in the future. I don't want to mislead you. I'm actually dead against cancel culture and identity politics, but it's not a hill that I want to die on. Keith and Yannick would run it all day long, but I would rather appease people and attract interesting guests on my podcast rather than alienate them over an ideological point of principle. I didn't even want to use the term cancel culture in the introduction because it means you instantly put me in a political box. Right? I genuinely think that sunlight is the best disinfectant for bad ideas. But I also think that there are very few issues which you should be genuinely cancelled for. Inciting or committing acts of violence seems like an obvious red line to me, but it's not clear where the boundary should lie. The situation in Ukraine has really put a lot of things in perspective for me in the last week or so. Now, I know Pedro got himself into a lot of trouble on Twitter recently over comments he made about women and positive discrimination in the workplace. He was making some inferences about the study, and many highly respected academics argued that he made an incorrect inference based on the study. I didn't even read the study, but based on the uniform denunciation of Pedro's comments, I assume he got it wrong this time. Here's the thing. If I actually believed that Pedro was a misogynist or a racist, I wouldn't have invited him on MLST. Just because I don't believe in cancel culture in principle doesn't mean that I wouldn't invite him on MLST regardless, right? What's really indicating that the models had just memorized the answer. Well, it turns out that we're going to be interviewing Yasmin and also her PhD supervisor, Samir Singh, in the next couple of weeks, so keep an eye out for that. Wally has made a name for himself, raving against the apparent lack of any understanding in the latest state-of-the-art statistical language models, and also what he perceives to be hyperbole and intransigence in the deep learning community. Now, there was a paper recently released called The Defeat of the Winograd Schema Challenge by Bid Cottager, and also some of the usual suspects like Gary Marcus and this data set out, talking about the perils of metric optimization in NLP using the Winograd Schema Challenge. Now, the Winograd Schema Challenge was designed to be a good proxy for common sense reasoning. They were first proposed by Hector Levesque in 2011, and by about 2019, a number of these transformers models were getting better than 90% accuracy on some of these problems. Now, an example of the Winograd schema is as follows. The woman stopped taking the pills because they were pregnant or carcinogenic. Now, does the pronoun they refer to the pills or the women? Well, it changes depending on the final word being pregnant or carcinogenic. Cottager et al. Pointed out that the naturalness of the Winograd schema task is particularly striking as compared to many other natural language tasks, such as benchmarks. Right? It makes it seem compelling as a powerful test of human understanding. And this stands in stark contrast with the other tasks, such as considering the entailment between two sentences, or identifying segments of a text which answers a question, or maybe word analogies, or even predicting the next word in the sequence of words, which is the task in traditional language modeling. Now, Wally thinks that the biggest problem that we need to solve in NLP is the so-called missing information problem, which is that we don't say everything that we need. these conclusions that machine learning is very bad at, end quote. Now, that, of course, was music to Wally's ears, right? Wally is a traditional symbolist. He thinks that without symbolic and logical reasoning, we'll never build something which even partially resembles artificial intelligence. Benjo is actually being much more open to discussing the limitations of deep learning, as opposed to Hinton, for example, who recently said that very soon deep learning will be able to do anything. Now, Benjo responded on LinkedIn saying that he thought that there was a misunderstanding in Wally's post, arising from the sincere but incorrect belief that it's not possible for neural networks to do symbolic manipulation, although unfortunately he didn't explain how exactly he thought they could. He agreed with Wally on the importance of symbolic manipulation and asserted that, indeed, the human brain must be doing it somehow, and that he thought it would be essential for improving the state of the art I know because it's important in Now, we demonstrated comprehensively by computational let's not forget that all neural network architectures have an NLP backend. Neural networks decompose neural space into an exponentially large number of meshes, which represent volumes of statistical generalization around a training data. They are storage buckets. They're not computational devices, right? So saying that neural networks can perform symbolic manipulation, to me, is roughly equivalent to the statement that locality-sensitive hashing tables can perform symbolic manipulation. The most simple way to understand this is that the representational capacity of a neural network is fixed. But if you take the symbolic quantity x equals y squared, it's an infinite table, right? If you watched our episode on geometric deep learning, you would know that all of the deep learning architectures get around this problem by constructing inductive priors, which basically replicate information in respect of an invariance. So, for example, translational symmetries in CNNs. What they do is they kind of replicate this information into those buckets of the hash table on the NLP backend during inference or training. Now, Benjamin said that he thought a particular kind of deep learning architecture with an appropriate system to inductive bias would give us what's needed. And it's the core of his research program, actually. Most importantly, he doesn't think that the solution will be a simple hybrid of symbolic methods and neural networks where you just glue them together with some high-level interface. Now, Benjo thinks that the main reason this won't work is because you need to have end-to-end learning, and that you need to have some kind of system 2 for reasoning and planning. Now, this is where it gets really interesting. Now, quoting directly now. In order to scale system 2 forms of reasoning and planning, we need to have a powerful but implicit form of search that system 1 neural networks can provide, like in AlphaGo, for example. What I like to call the imagination machine, which spontaneously pops up reasonably good solutions, paths, reasonings, and explanations in our conscious mind without the need for explicit search. End quote. Now, Benjo is, of course, talking about deep-flow nets, and you can watch the show with him on deep-flow nets. And indeed, the interview that we conducted with him, it was really, really cool. But to contextualize this a little bit, though, all neural networks have an NLP backend, which is a locality-sensitive hashing table. The only reason these models can extrapolate is if we create an inductive prior to pack all of the information into those buckets of this hash table. The complexity here depends on how structured and how large the functional space is. Wally Sutherland argues that language is not amenable to any statistical modeling methods because it's infinitely large, discrete, and unstructured from a statistical point of view. Now, coming back to Wally's article, he says that the problem deep learning aficionados have in admitting symbolic and logical reasoning is that all of this will make neural networks just one of the tools which can be used for low-level tasks such as perception and pattern recognition, while symbolic and logical reasoning will have the supremacy of modeling human-like high-level reasoning. Now, and by that I mean the kind that we use in complex problem-solving tasks and language understanding. Now, for example, Wally says that there are many high-level templates which underlie most of how we function in the world, templates which are universally valid across cultures and ages and individual experiences. Wally argues that the universality and application of these templates on concepts of specific types precludes learning them bottom up from data, because one, we cannot and we're not allowed to learn them differently, and two, that there's just no time for a child to learn all of these common sense naive physics templates bottom up, although their behavior by the age of 3 clearly shows that they've mastered all of these templates. If you say to a 5-year-old kid that his toy is in the bag and the bag is now in his room, the child will know that his toy is now in the room. Try telling the 5-year-old kid that the toy is still here. It's not like this Daniel Kahneman view of the world where we allow significant irrationality. When you look at our low-level conception of reality, there's no surprise. There are no deviations. Think of transitivity. If you ask your child to put a camera in a briefcase and it didn't fit because the briefcase was too small, try telling the child to put the camera in a smaller briefcase. Wally actually told us that he did this experiment with his kids. Wally asserts that everyone acquires exactly the same abstract categories, templates. It's like they're a gift to us from physical reality itself. They are primitive, abstract categories of our physical reality, and they evolved into our DNA. Now, I did challenge Waleed on whether the progressive acquisition of these abstract templates into our DNA could itself be akin to a learning process rather than the binary acquisition which he describes. And that did leave him a little bit lost for words. But Waleed eschews any kind of learning. He thinks that there is a platonic configuration of templates given to us from reality, and we can only discover them. His main objection to them being learned is that they cannot be learned differently, and thus they cannot be the result of our own individual experiences. He thinks that they are laws of nature which were implanted into our DNA, that we need them to be able to function properly. Waleed does not like the notion that knowledge can be learned progressively, or that it can be learned differently. It's very much a binary thing to him. Waleed gave me the example of a toy going out of sight of a 4-year-old. They would know that it did not disappear, but it must be somewhere else, right? Because they know that some physical objects must be located somewhere. The logic here is even more sophisticated and operates on objects in a type of logic. So while the toy must be somewhere, if it was not completely destroyed, well, actually, this isn't true of all physical objects, right? For example, if the object that went out of sight was an apple, we might hesitate to conclude that it must be somewhere else because the apple might have been eaten. So we have this very sophisticated logic that symbolically quantifies over objects of a certain type, each with its exceptions and rules. All of this is going on in the head of a child. Incidentally, these high-level templates are mostly employed using neither induction nor deduction, but abduction, right? Which is to say, inference to the best explanation, which is, for the most part, ignored in artificial intelligence research today. Waleed says that when confronted with a new situation, the relevant template is instantiated, right, or filled out with specific objects of the appropriate type, in a way which is consistent with the overall logic of the template, right, for the best explanation of where the toy is, given that the bag containing the toy was moved to the bedroom, and absent any exceptions, is that the toy must now be in the room. If there are no common sense templates which have a logic consistent with our physical world, how does a child learn all of that bottom up from data by the age of 2 or 3? Waleed thinks that all of the replies from empiricists and bottom-up theorists to these questions end up being no more than hand-waving. And the best example of how autonomous driving technology, where these high-level naive physics templates are essential, failed when it ignored this part of our cognitive apparatus. All of this, which allows us to behave properly according to the logic of the world we live in, also applies to language. In his article, he gives many examples, right? So one of them is the loves template. Waleed is showing how these high-level symbolic templates can blow up exponentially with instantiations of instances that are of the appropriate type. Let's look at a couple of examples. My cousin loves playing the guitar, where the entity here is an activity. My sister loves grammar, where the entity is a quality. My neighbour loves grandma Sue, where the entity is a person. The boy that comes here every morning wearing a red cap loves ACDC, and the entity there is a social group. You can probably see where this is going. When you have the abstract templates, you can extrapolate into an infinite number of possible situations and experience-based. Waleed thinks that we are born with these templates baked in, and then we become aware of them, or they come to life, when we first see instantiations of them. Waleed concludes his article by saying that none of these observations are new. Most of this was already observed and known and argued for, even proven since the early 1980s, and he suggests reading the philosopher Jerry Fodor, perhaps starting with concepts where cognitive science went wrong, and having another good look at the cognitive science literature with an open mind as an antidote to the current deep learning relays. So anyway, now I give you Dr. Waleed Sutter.
So while you brought up this problem that I thought was kind of interesting, it goes like this: consider the following 2 sentences. A, the trophy did not fit in the suitcase because it was too small. And B, the trophy did not fit in the suitcase because it was too big. Now we as human beings, we know where to assign small and big, whether it should belong to the trophy or the suitcase, but we do that because we have this kind of extra context. So for example, I know that typically things go inside suitcases, like trophies, not the other way around. And I also know that in order for something to spatially fit into something, it has to be smaller than the other thing. So there's a spatial relationship that I'm aware of, this kind of context. And I think you made the point that, look, if you just look at statistically something like a neural network transformer, it's going to find that small and big are virtually statistically identical, and it's going to fail to do this type of reasoning that we can do as people. But my question is, it seems to me like that knowledge about how things fit into another thing, or typically things go inside suitcases, I could glean statistical knowledge about that from the corpus, couldn't I? I mean, where does that kind of go wrong with that context until we learn statistically?
Okay, first the argument, someone might argue, and I know someone like him had hinted at that argument, that small and big although just we're embedding kind of similarity, they might be very close. In the wider context, there are techniques where you can take their position into consideration and their contribution to the overall meaning would be significant, although statistically both are as likely in the same context. Yes, you can increase your statistical significance between them slightly, and I underline slightly. So from them being almost identical, they become in a wider context with attention and transformers, they become slightly distinguishable, not much. But that, I'm saying, we can get into the technicalities of that. That is not the main problem here, actually. It's not only because small and big are statistically similar. The problem is much bigger than that, and here's what the problem is. Again, it goes back to infinity, going from instances is theoretically plausible if I can live 200 billion years. So here's the problem. The trophy can be replaced by the laptop, by the ball, by my camera. The camera did not fit in, and the suitcase can be replaced by the closet, by the drawer, by the trunk, anything that I can put stuff in. Yeah. So this is a template, and can change did not with did, and you can change although by because, and because by since. So the combinations, I can give you in 1 second, I can give you a reasonable argument that says this sentence is a template for 200 million sentences.
Yeah, but the thing is, this is obvious to us because we've been speaking about recursive dimensionality, and that is all about how when you have increasing dimensions of statistics, the volume of the space increases exponentially, which means actually you have a specificity, but you have no approximation boundary, right? So you lose generalization. It's exactly the same here. So you were talking about the difference between big and small. That's the way to think about it. Actually, we have specificity. We actually have much specificity. We actually have an exponentially large number of templates that will never have statistical significance on any representation of those templates because it's a vast space.
Well, everything has a combinatorial number of instantiations of it.
Yeah, so it's the templates rather than the recursive dimensionality.
I was going to say it's not dimensionality. It's the what is it called technically? Productivity as in production. Production in a logical sense, or in a formal automata sense. The productivity of even a simple template like the one I just described, and this is a simple template. The productivity is making sure that the numbers. We're talking about 200 million sentences that I can make from this template alone. So yes, you can learn it from observation. But how many things I have to see not fit in things? Remember, I'm talking about learning from actual instances. Like otherwise we're doing handwriting. People say, oh, but then I can put this by and say, no. Learning from instances is root of that. So when you want to defend it, you have to tell me how. You have to tell me, look, learning from data, either you adopt it and defend it, or you don't. There's no idea, right? If you want to defend learning from observations, a template like this, you have to convince me how a child learns 200 million sentences from few examples. If you don't have an explanation for that, the rest is handwritten. The rest is
Can I put it back to you though? Because how is it possible to learn from high-dimensional data? It's not. It's theoretically impossible, but it works for a reason. It works because the entire endeavor of machine learning is about essentially finding structure and effectively reducing the dimensionality of data. So why can't a similar approach be applied to natural language understanding?
Okay, but wait, I want to bring up something that Dr. said, which is, and I think he's right about this, Tim. People often say something like, it works. I think you have to take that with a grain of salt. So it works today because of immense human engineering that went into creating specific neural network architectures that happen to work. And nobody talks about the 69 different architectures that they tried and failed. They only bring the one that worked. Plan 9, the one that worked. They bring like, here's the horseshoe network, which is like awesome because it's just the first one we thought of. The fact is there was a tremendous amount of human intuition that went into building networks and encode structurally prior knowledge. That's why they work.
Prior knowledge. That's a big part of this grooming of all the massive infinite possibilities we're playing from data. If you blindly play with data and go out, good luck.
Yeah.
But it's more than what you said. Is when you say it's working where? Well, I mean it's almost working. First of all, let's qualify working. It's almost barely working, and in very tiny.
It's clearly working in vision. So on very highly dimensional data sets with tens of thousands of dimensions, it's working brilliantly, right? I agree with you. It's not working at all in language understanding. That doesn't rule out that some trick might make it work better in the future.
So I disagree with you on that trick. And here's my challenge. Okay, for somebody to claim that machine learning, pure machine learning, without human interference, is quote working for anything. This is my challenge. You start with a fully connected neural network
Blank slate.
Fully connected neural network, blank slate. Dude, I don't care if you do random visualization, you can do all that crap if you want to. But start with a fully connected network and then train it to do something. Let me see you do that. So you start with a fully connected neural network. I'll even let you tweak, width and height. That's fine. You start with that and show that it can do image recognition, and then I will believe that machine learning works.
Yeah. So no one is disagreeing with you on that, Keith. So the reason it works is we created inductive priors that essentially the only purpose of these priors is to reduce the dimensionality of the level.
Circumscribe the problem.
Yes, exactly.
So the fight is and it works then. This is like one of Wally's Binding problems. It's not machine learning, it's human augmented machine learning. It works.
Oh yeah, but that's a distinction that I thought went without saying. So
Okay.
I agree with you.
Okay.
Yeah.
But going back to Ted's question, it's not working perfectly in integration after all the caveats you said. Second problem. I mean, we seem to forget that there are problems. I can fool a network with one pixel. I mean, let's define working. Let's define working. I mean, and there's a reason for that. It's again the problem of the pattern itself. I can optimize when optimize going up and with that problem. I can reverse this problem. There's two. Basically, there are three variables and one unknown in the learning process, right? In the learning process, I know the label and I know the object, right? And I'm trying to discover the weights. That's essentially it, right? In adversarial attacks, I know the weights and I know the label. I have to give you X. Again, three variables, two knowns. I can always do it. In other words, technically speaking, I can always compute a function that produces an output that you think was the result of X, but actually I pushed Z. Adversarial attacks can always happen, always in this paradigm. Okay, it's simple. I like to optimize the learning. I optimize to find the input that will fool you to produce Y as a label. Okay, the mathematics show that it can always be done. But besides that, I'll say image recognition is a decent application of machine learning, and they did okay.
Yeah, on the adversarial examples, I don't see that as being a particularly salient point. I think given what we know about this line interpretation of neural networks, it should be obvious that that happens. There may well be similar adversarial attacks on symbolic systems.
Other adversarial attacks on human beings. I mean, that's the main reason for magic, for illusion artists, right? Is that they create quote smoke and mirrors that can fool a person. I think what's interesting about the adversarial examples, though, is that human thought processes, human cognition is fooled in very different ways than machine learning is fooled. Like if you give me a fuzzy hot dog, like even if it's some rainbow matrix that you put on top of it, like I know it's still a hot dog, whereas machine learning, like Wally said, gets tricked by some one little rainbow pixel somewhere that makes it think it. And so, and I think, in my opinion, and the people have different explanations for what that means, but in my opinion, that hints at people do this kind of higher level, larger scale kind of reasoning, right? Rather than a very micro, detailed, texture-based kind of look up.
That's right. Because to say it slightly differently, I agree with you. This comes down to approximation theory, and neural networks work in the pixel space alone, right? And they learn these polyhedra, and the positioning and pose of these polyhedra is just a function of the training data that they've seen. Human beings perform abstract reasoning. We are traversing concept space, which is a entirely different space.
Yeah, but yeah, this is okay. That's another way. Probably it's another way of saying look in a neural network. The information is distributed. There's no structural information. Like nowhere in your neural network are you going to see whiskers of a cat. Okay, so and it's related to the paradigm itself. And again, we go back to symbolic and structural and discrete information. We know it's a cat, even though 90% of it is it, right? Because I saw whiskers of a cat, right? In a neural network, nowhere you have whiskers of a cat. You have this weird effect. Actually, if you look on the stuff that's inside, nowhere you're going to see anything that on its own will tell you it's a cat. We don't reason with this. We reason it's a cat if it has this and this and this. But we don't get too much into it.
And for folks that want to do kind of what Wally was talking about, it's the OpenAI microscope, right? They kind of let you look at, saliency maps or visualizations of different layers of everything.
That's it, but I don't think that's helpful in this situation because the OpenAI microscope that solves an optimization problem to find an input that maximally activates, let's say, a layer in your network or a logic or something like that. But what it is saying is that when you think about these abstract categories, a logician would go top down. But the way the neural network works, as we've just described in our previous episode, is an input graph where the cat comes in, and then all the various different features on that will be projected into different parts of the latent space, right? And then somewhere down the line, there's some kind of softmax, which is saying, the whiskers there is the cat. And so it's very bottom up, and there'll be some kind of threshold, right? And then we'll generate the softmax and it will say cat. That's a completely different form of reasoning.
Completely. Actually, it's turned upside down, and then no wonder we have bottom up, top down. It's a top down would say, okay, I wouldn't apply to image recognition, okay, for many reasons. But I would say if you can find this part and this part, forget everything else. It must be a gap, right? But there are salient features that come into the voice. Forget the rest out here. Now that's top down approach. It's a voice if it has this and this, and it has this. If I can find, okay, that's it's difficult to do image recognition top down. Obviously, for years, it used to be called computer vision. They didn't succeed. It's very difficult. And it turned out that this type of problem, bottom up, does kind of good job. I mean, man, with all of the limitations we've been discussing, no one came close. I mean, now some computer vision image recognition systems are mind-boggling. They capture exactly what's happening. Okay, that's good. Language is different.
Well, just with some caveats, I think people don't realise the reason some of these vision models work well is because they are trained to do a very specific task. They're either doing image classification or object detection or segmentation, and they've been trained for a specific number of classes. So they are specifically trained to look for cats. And at some point, if you increase the number of classes that it's looking for, it will get worse. There's always a trade-off, right? So what happens when you have different types of cats? It's now not going to work very well, is it?
That's why I keep saying it works, but as a practitioner, I have a lot of problems with that because
I mean, it works with so many qualifications.
we've actually done kind of deploy and use computer models. Man, it's a nightmare. It actually get them to actually do real world practical problems.
But Keith, it does a lot better than any other paradigm has managed to do. I have to admit, I mean, trying to do symbolic in the image recognition, good luck, I mean, it's working, right? So I have to admit that this paradigm of going bottom up from raw signals has proved to be more efficient than top-down symbolic approaches.
Exactly, but as long as we can, it's a paradigm of trade-offs, engineering trade-offs. Just as Maxwell was saying to us, there's the bias variance trade-off. How much do you leave to the data? How much bias you put in there? Sometimes having too much bias can hurt you. Sometimes working better in extrapolation makes it work worse for interpolation. There's the specificity of the task that every single network is trained on. All of these things are engineering trade-offs.
Right. No, I agree, but I have to also give, I mean, you can't, you just refute science. I mean, top-down image recognition problems where it's essential pattern recognition problems, top-down discrete methods have failed miserably, right? Okay, so and I don't think that's the right paradigm for it. So, but the issue is not that in still in the big picture of in the larger scheme of things when we discuss deep learning or machine learning, actually is not everything is learnable in the first place. So, but even if you get to the point where you have perfect machine learning, all that's underneath machine learning, even at large, even if that technology becomes perfect, you're never going to learn most of the relevant knowledge that makes us human, because that knowledge is not learnable from data. So I have a bigger question, regardless of how accurate machine learning or good or bad, or good to bad in the machine learning, there are most of what matters to us that allows us to function the way we function. It's not learnable stuff. It's stuff that is either discovered or deduced, or we are told about it by those that discovered it or deduced it. And I can give you an infinite number of examples where to learn that stuff, you would need a theoretically, that means scientifically and mathematically, you would need an infinite number of examples. Forget it. Okay. Otherwise, if you don't want to do science, then that's fine. But if you want to do science, an infinite number of examples means no, because we don't have an infinite number of examples, and we don't have an infinite number of years to learn something. Okay.
There are folks out there that say it's absolutely fine that neural networks are like hash tables, and the human brain is like a hash table. And what you're saying is that in order to approximate, let's say, some kind of mathematical function, to extrapolate, or common sense fact, like transitivity. People always take me to logic and like, it's about a child learning how to work around. It's much simpler than that. Even those cannot be learned from data. But we are talking about extrapolation. So you're saying that if you have the template and you have the abstract rule, you can extrapolate into any situation. We were talking about this on the show. If you have y equals x squared, you can extrapolate even outside the training range into any new situation. And you're saying in language, these abstract templates can produce exponentially many data examples. So it doesn't
actually, technically speaking,
right. So it seems like a pointless thing to say that you could equate understanding to having the magical infinite hash table of the universe. Because it's a little bit like saying neural networks are Turing complete or neural networks are universal function approximators. These are appeals to infinity. We don't live in a world where you could have this infinite sampling of reality. We need to have abstract extrapolation.
Exactly. And then we tweak for them. We don't have, I mean, it's like everything in computation, everything is time and space, storage and time. We also don't have an infinite amount of years. I cannot spend 10 years to learn transferability and another 25 years to learn the thing in common sense logic that way. And so I would have to live 1 million years to know how to work out the rule. There's also something called effective computability, not just computability. Even if theoretically you can, this is not how we learn. Now, people argue, and I say that probably that's the most serious answer I've received, is that yes, we have built these things using after hundreds of thousands of years of evolution, and they're going to say we're trying to simulate those years of evolution in machine learning. So give us some data. But that's a bogus argument, because when we're talking about things that cannot be learned differently, it's not about evolution. We're not allowed to learn this stuff. Not only we cannot, and we don't have enough time. Learning the paradigm that we have now, unless we come up with a different learning paradigm. There are probably, I can envision learning paradigms sometime in the future that are not exactly all bottom up from data. Who says that's the only learning paradigm? But this paradigm, as it exists now, does not explain how in a couple of years a child learns a huge number of high-level templates, pretty much like his neighbor child learned them, although they both have completely different individual experiences.
Yeah.
There's no magic here. There's no magic. The continued relationship, the transitive relationship, blah, blah, blah. These are not subject to individual experiences. This is not something I learned from my sensory input and how I experience the environment and reward. What is the reward in transitivity? There's a lot that we know that has nothing to do with extrapolating from data. End of story. I'm talking about the paradigm at large. Even computationally, whether it's in language or in high-level reasoning, and I'm not talking about formal reasoning, common sense reasoning.
Yeah, and I want to make a comment too on the infinity point that Tim brought up, which is that the infinity that kind of sits in, say, the termination model or any computational model are potential infinities. So the idea is you have an algorithm and it has a potentially infinite tape. Okay, what that means practically is that you can run the algorithm, you take the state, you go and you upgrade your memory, you double your memory, and then you keep computing from then on.
That's a theoretical.
For a neural network, it's an actual infinity. Like you have to have a circuit, okay, that's literally already splayed out, actually infinite. At training time, we do the training because it's creating very different, if you want to call it an algorithm, like the calculation that a neural network performs at the end of the day. Every single one of them is equivalent to an unrolled, feed-forward, single-pass network. Okay, no matter how much it's obscured by an RNN or an LCM or whatever, it has this equivalence of this unrolled network. Yeah, and
I mentioned that point with LeCun the other day, and I think he missed about the memory in the neural network is different from the memory in the symbolic system. The memory in the symbolic system, I can always increase my memory outside of the logical.
exactly.
I can always add.
They're not convolved.
The theoretical model is completely different.
That's right.
The memory in a neural network is built in the architecture.
That's right.
You cannot increase the memory without changing your architecture.
Precisely.
In a symbolic system, I can always add more memory and not change a single line of logic.
Yeah, and this has like practical consequences. This has a very important point.
That's what
It
computation
has practical consequences, which is that the calculations, the functions that you end up with when you search the space of an N are very different functions than the functions that we encode as algorithms, as programs, okay? And this is the crux of why we find that there are very different kind of domains in which these different paradigms perform well, or they perform very differently in different domains. That's the whole point behind pi. I can write a tiny little logic, okay? It can compute the integer of pi with an expandable memory, but it will terminate in a finite amount of time, use a finite amount of memory, and give you the answer. There's no finite neural network that you can train that will compute the integer of pi.
May I say that we discussed this many times before, and it seems like we're pointing out the obvious.
Right, the whole argument here is that's why some people, they keep bringing the point of an exponentially large lookup table. The reason they do that is they have to have this almost infinite neural network to explain things.
Yeah.
So the argument here is not that simple. They know technically that's the only way out is to have an almost infinite neural network.
I know, but the thing is, infinite neural networks don't exist. As Keith was saying, neural networks have a finite representation of that. So I think after that, but it's a little bit like talking about universal function. It's the road to nowhere from a discussion point of view. So that what I want to do is move to a devil's advocate. So if I was a neural network advocate, I would be making a slightly different argument. Right? So let's say I've been studying computer science and I've been studying about things like algorithms and dynamic programming and whatnot. And what you're basically saying is that this is a combinatorics problem, right? So what happens if I swap this word in? What happens if I swap that word in? Well, it's like the search space blows up. But if I was a neural network advocate, I would be making the argument, well, when I see that word replaced, why don't I just blow up the search space and then retrain my neural network, just kind of fanning out that that part of the search space and do that, like, lazily evaluate it. Why doesn't I do that?
Where's the data you're going to train on?
No, I would have to. I would have some symbolic templates of a hybrid model. So I would know that the bag is a type of this thing, and then I would blow up some data and retrain myself incrementally.
So you're going to incorporate the type hierarchy.
You're going to incorporate logic into
How else would you do it?
Then
how else would you do it?
That was a.
One thing to come seriously, okay, is most likely as a student, you would immediately reach towards familiar kind of symbolic logic, programming type tools to augment your, just a second, let me finish, to augment your neural network, because you realize very quickly, as a human being with your feeble cognition, as feeble as it is, you realize very quickly that just this neural network with data is the road to nowhere. And so you're going to augment it with all this symbolic, kind of stuff. Okay, now,
So computer science is all about finding the right abstraction. That's what, the guy who invented C++, who said that on the next Friedman show, right? We find the right abstraction.
okay, but here's the problem, okay, and I agree with you, that's the way a practical person will do it. Here's the problem, is that that's still limited by a human being's capability to perform that, intuitive, logical, symbolic, kind of reasoning, come up with abstractions, et cetera. And the whole can we get a machine to do that? Like, we really want a machine to go out, well, hold on, we really would love it if we could just, feed a bunch of, metrics from the solar system and experiments on Earth and Michelson Morley and whatever else, and have it go, aha, I discovered general relativity for you. Here's the set of symbolic equations that describe, the system. That's what we want to be able to do. The problem is neural networks are not going to get us there, okay? The current paradigm of neural networks are not going to get us there, and we really would like people to take that fact seriously and devote more effort into whatever that future system is, hybrid systems, neural networks with symbolic layers integrated, I don't know, differentiable neural networks.
I have another twist on this suggestion. If you're going to augment a neural network with these symbolic structures, so obviously one of them is going to be a hierarchy where every briefcase and suitcase and bag are all containers of sorts. You have to have that, right? Otherwise, we're back to the complementary stuff. And you're going to have a laptop and or a trophy or like other backups, blah, blah, blah. Right, and you're going to have a rule like we started with, if X is bigger than Y, then X will not fit in Y, blah, 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 okay? So basically, then you're using a neural network, I'm assuming, still it's algorithm, since all of that knowledge now is already structured. You're using a neural network, I'm assuming, for its learning capability.
Well, I think it's learning or it's compositional ability.
We can put the second one into a discussion, because I'm not sure what you mean exactly by that, but.
Well, just for example, you don't need to write a parser, you don't need to know really anything at all, you can just load a sentence into a vector and you can.
No, you still do, because you want to know what's what and what goes what, you still do, but let's not get into the technical details. To me, and I think we both agree, the strongest one about neural networks is the learnability. As a matter of fact, if that wasn't the thing that is different from symbolic systems, it would never have come to this place. Learnability is still, yes, that is the
That's part of the point. You don't need to know any technical knowledge about language. All you need to do is train a transformer model on some data from Wikipedia, and it will just magically represent.
You're saying, I misunderstood you. You're saying your training data is expanded massively using the type hierarchy, and so basically you're creating, instead of a single example, you're blowing it up into 200 million examples by instantiating it with different.
But again, lazily. So when you see something come up, it's a little bit like search engines. They take words and they do expansions.
Okay, so the augmentation is on the data. You're simulating an infinite number of examples that child might see in your data, and then
not a library on demand. So when a query comes in,
okay, that's a technical.
I can take some words. I can use. But the question then is: should the type hierarchy be human design, or could we search for it?
The hierarchy is not an issue that I want to get into. In my mind, the nature of things is what we find, and it's not up to us. And a tree is a tree, and a tree is a living thing, unless someone ontology. If anyone questions it, we have a label for them. We say they're mentally challenged, right? If someone says a tree is not a living thing, you could always say that. But okay, that's what the ontological category is, not everything in nature, but the basic ontological category that a child is aware of when they're 3 or 4. I'm still baffled by if the learnability is the biggest thing, right? Then why a neural network? I can do another logic programming which learns from these templates and actually learns very effectively. Then why a neural network? What I'm baffled by is, okay, it fails to do this, it fails to do that, but let's keep the neural network. What is it? What is it that it is? I mean, is it just because we have neurons in the brain and again somehow by calling something neural, we're gonna find something magical? I'm really baffled. What You know, adaptive logic programming is so powerful if it was given enough attention. Genetic algorithms can learn. I mean, why is it we insist that let's do all the fixes outside and keep the neural network?
I think it's brittleness. That should be clear. So the knowledge acquisition bottleneck and the brittleness of the knowledge representation, meaning that every system that got designed, all of the common sense knowledge would have to be recaptured again from scratch. That's the only reason why neural networks are being used today. It's the ability for you to train a neural network once and use it in a variety of downstream applications.
But we just agreed that it was not on its own. It
doesn't work very well.
No, well, it wasn't even trained once. It was trained on demand by, symbolic data generation process, right?
So we're back to square one.
Sure, but one thing that we were saying just before the conversation started was we are now seeing folks use hybrid systems to extend these. Like DeepMind, they've done this information retrieval system where you put a query in and it will go to Google a bunch of times and it will stitch this prompt together and then stick it into GPT-3. So what did you thought that was actually almost them admitting defeat to a certain extent?
Oh yeah, they were saying that we can't keep increasing this indefinitely. And even if I have to limit these other parameters, actually they showed that the improvement in performance was negligible.
Can you link that article for me? Let me take a look at that.
Yeah, there's a couple of things. Actually, they're on the DeepMind side, I think one of them. Basically, they proved and they stated explicitly that whether it's trillions or 1 billion, it's almost the same. And so anyway, some of us knew that, but hey, now it's proven by machine learning people themselves. But they're actually now saying we need an infinite amount of data. I kept talking about infinity, that these guys are trying to chase infinity, and now they are admitting in a paper, yes, it looks like we have to chase infinity. Like, how much data do you need?
It's like the category theory, folks. It's like you have, arrows pointing to other arrows, pointing to groups of arrows. Well, hey, if we just go to infinity, then we'll have to not worry about this increasing hierarchy anymore.
Yeah, I get the feeling category theory is also too abstract to be.
There's a big difference between a potential infinity and an actual infinity. It's like if I'm trying to play the latest version of Quake or Doom or whatever's the latest greatest from IP, and my computer doesn't have enough memory and it's kind of choppy, it's really easy for me to go get another memory stick and plug it in. I don't have to recode the software. I can take advantage of that. I don't have to retrain the game in order to play.
Actually, infinity is really at the heart of this. Remember the guy's paper that actually proved on the side, it proved they could use integration, but the point of the paper was they used Cantor's results and Gödel's results that basically the infinities are not all equal. The argument is that here, okay, the set of integers is infinite, the set of reals is infinite, but obviously one infinity is larger than the other. Alpha one, so there are infinities, and Gödel used it right to see if you can prove this is not proof, believe it or not, that there are infinities that are different in size. And Gödel proved that you cannot prove this. It's an open question, but intuitively, yeah, it makes sense that the real infinite is bigger than the integer infinite. But besides that one, those guys used this result to prove that learnability can be undecidable. Now, here's what the real result is. In doing that, they proved compressibility and learnability are equivalent, but I code that for other reasons for language. But there's a bigger result or there's a more important implication in the result. Basically, there are tractable infinities and intractable infinities. Language is an infinite thing, but it's very tractable. I don't know what makes it, and I'm looking into that now. I don't know what makes, but it's related to top-down and bottom-up. So, for example, in doing image recognition by a symbolic approach, discrete approach, you're going into an intractable infinity. The number of features and rules you would have to put is probably intractable. Bottom up here, you're also playing with infinity, but it's a tractable infinity. There are problems the other way around. So let's take.
So I want to define tractable.
Tractable is because you can deal with infinite domains and get a result. I mean, we do it all the time. Any mathematical function is infinite. It's an infinite hash table.
You just said a second ago that vision was different to language because it was intractable. So exactly how is vision different to language?
I'm thinking out loud now as you see. This is the latest thing that is on my mind. And it's related to top-down problem solving versus bottom-up. There are problems that they are naturally solvable bottom-up. Image recognition is one of them. If you take things like discovering a sorting algorithm, it just cannot happen bottom up. Because let's imagine I didn't know of quicksort or merge, so I didn't know it. We're still in the 40s, right? And I want to come up with it. Let's think about it bottom up. How would you start saying, if you try this with this and you try this with it, you're dealing with infinite. And I'll show you top down, you're dealing with infinite, but it's a tractable infinite. It is naturally a top down kind of problem. Bottom up, you will never assemble things in certain ways that will allow you to come up with merge. So forget it. Top down, it's easy. Okay, if I replace this by this, let's try this. Replace this statement with an equivalent statement. So top down, I can use something algorithm. But what I'm saying is there are problems that are naturally solvable top down more than others. And we've learned that in solving courses logic. There are problems, on the other hand, that are more naturally solvable bottom up. If in both cases, you're in infinite domain, but to reach a practical solution in that infinite domain, bottom up, instead of the top down.
Mentally, you're on top down for a second. This is very similar to the work from Josh Tannenbaum doing the program search. So that is also an exponential problem. So we're always dealing with exponential loads, whether it's exponentiality, whether it's the templates, whether it's the combinatorics of the search space. So if you go top down, you have a combinatorial problem, right? But I know that Josh Tannenbaum has, I think, discovered sorting algorithms, presumably ones which are similar to what it's all. So what's the problem here? Is it because there's a verification problem, and after it discovered it, you wouldn't be able to reason about behavior? What's the limiting factor?
So I'll tell you about sorting, for example. And top-down approaches require symbolic knowledge. So if I'm going from, I can show you how we from insertion sort, which is almost an intuitive way of sorting, right? Basically, you're saying, if I have more than one object, assume the rest is sorted, then all I have to do is insert this in the right place and the whole thing will be sorted. So the most intuitive way of sorting is insertion sort. I can show you, starting from insertion sort and going through some transformations, which will be infinite, which can always come back and go, right? It's an infinite space of possibilities. Where can I go from a certain function? By doing semantically preserving transformations, let's call them. I can show you with 4 or 5 transformations, you get merge sort, just the optimal sort, from the most inefficient. Okay, this can be easily done top-down because I'm using symbolic logic, I'm using symbolic knowledge that this statement is equivalent to this, that I can replace this by this. So for example, I can replace X attached to a list by X in a list appended to that list, they're equivalents. But I can use basically equivalences, I can use arithmetic transformations that I know that are meaning preserving. Long story short, top-down with few transformations because I'm guided by where I'm going in my search space, I know where I'm going. And I can do this bottom up. You know what you would have to do with this problem? You would have to patch together every combination of things that you can have to come up with something. It's almost, it probably can be done, but it probably would need, I can't even imagine how many steps it will take to come up with something that bottom up theorem. If I start with a working program and all I did are meaning preserving transformations, then whatever I get is a working program. Okay, so let's put that I don't need to execute, but how do I know it's an optimal one? Or how do I know that's a different problem? How do I know it has better complexity?
When you say meaning preserving, do you mean it does the same thing?
It's all semantics. The program semantically is a hash table, input, output. It's an infinite hash table. Any list you give me, the output is a sorted list. In this case, okay, so any program, the semantics of any program is an infinite hash table from input to output. By the way, this is basic computation. Any program on Earth is an infinite hash table. For these symbols, I give you these outputs, and it never ends. For all X, Y, Z, I give you R. Right? Okay. Meaning preserving means these two programs, no matter how we write them, will produce the same table extension. Extension is different. Extension, what they produce is the same.
But a quick sort might have a different intention.
Yes, intention. My whole point is to do intentional transformations. To get another property of the program, right, which is, it's time complex, probably don't care about the space context. But one property of the program, as we know, is the extension of the function. I have to preserve the function because my end goal is to have the same semantic function in the end, right?
Sure.
And I want to play with the intention to produce another program that gives me a better attribute somewhere else, which is time complex.
Sure. Isn't there uncountably infinite many intentions that could produce an end log n?
Right. You can always say, I have a better complexity analytical, that this performance is better than this. I know that. Did I reach the optimum? That's not an optimum. We don't know if we can beat that log n.
You know, you can statistically measure time complexity by running the algorithm. So like you on one input, to give it an input, you see how many cycles it takes.
Crudely, yes. And they do this in numerical analysis.
Yeah, so you can do an approximation for time. We do that kind of thing all the time, actually. Like that's pretty common, you know, computer science activity if you can't prove it. And then there are cases where algorithms, you know, or where problems have theoretically proven, you know, upper and lower bounds on complexity, where it can't possibly do better than this complexity. And you know, and if you're doing any worse than this one, you're like, you know,
if you add parallel programming into the picture, analyzing, like search becomes constant. Like if I have a list of 100 elements and I have 100 processes,
yeah,
it's log n.
it
can't be constant because you have to wait for all the results and combine them.
Yeah, and that's a whole area of study as well, like how parallelizable our problem, what speed does it in the
Polarization.
etc. So I did just want to say, you know, there are practical means by it, and it's number one is task specific. Like we keep running into this over and over again, which is that some tasks are, you know, have provable aspects, some don't. You know, you can do empirical measurements. But if you're talking about the general problem, like just the general problem of you know, so like Chalet kind of conception of things, like I have this general intelligence, which you give the task and kind of an oracle, and then it derives algorithms to solve that particular task. That's the general AI. You know, for that general task, I think this is a lot of what Tim, like this is a lot of what Wally was talking about, which is kind of these general limitations on like an algorithm defined algorithms or, you know, things like that. And that's where, and that's obviously what we want some general AI to do. So like kind of you mentioned dream coder, exactly what the dream coder kind of abstract talks about, right? Which is what the ideal is that we have programs that write the programs, and they do so in a way that's kind of modular, and they reuse components, and therefore they're much more efficient than just exploring this combinatorial space of like all possible programs. And just one really quick point here, just for our listeners, I want to point out a couple things, which is one, the states of all computer programs is countably infinite. And in fact, that was important, and there was proof of incompleteness because he developed this mapping between the real or natural numbers and computer programs, and was able to show that there are statements that are true that can't be proven. And then I wanted to come back to one thing, Wally, which is what we're saying was still an open question in terms of sort of sizes and things, because the only one I'm aware of right now is just that, if you have out 0, which is like the infinity of natural numbers, and out 1, which is the infinity of the power set of natural numbers, so it's like the next most provably larger, class of infinity, there's an open question as to whether there's anything in between. And so like the famous one is the continuum hypothesis, which says that the complexity
This is what I was trying to talk about, continuum hypothesis, which Vidal said we would never know if it's true.
So in other words, Vidal is saying that the continuum hypothesis is itself a Gödel statement.
It is an unprovable statement either way. And they use that to say this translates to, in machine learning too, some problems that will hit the false, because the continuum hypothesis is true or false. And they proved in that paper that there are some machine learning problems. There are some problems where machine learning is intractable for. While some, it's quite good, which sort of summarizes what we've been talking about. What is learnable, first of all, and what is effectively learnable? And so their proof was, hey, machine learning is not the end of all, and it's not the only thing done. There are problems where machine learning is not going to do. The reason I bring that up is,
Can't believe you said that.
I'm not living in DC. Hey, it's not a dangerous place to say that.
You said safer, okay.
Safer, but and so that's what brought us to, take something like sorting and improving that sorting algorithm. That's a top-down problem, and it's manageable because I know how to do meaning-driven transformations top-down. I have the rules, but that requires symbolic manipulation. There's no other way. Doing it bottom-up, I can't even begin to start thinking how would you do that. And I can imagine many other problems like that. On the other hand, I mentioned the pattern recognition types of problems like image recognition. I can't even start thinking how we would do it top-down symbolic. So it opened my eyes like, wait a minute, there is a good infinity and a bad infinity, and it's related to top-down versus bottom-up.
Just because you can't think about how you do anything doesn't necessarily mean that you can't do it. Of course not.
I would say that no, I'm just saying.
I'm interested in the continuum of human design because you're a huge advocate of humans being able to design knowledge and AI architectures, right? I have a suspicion that a working AGI architecture might be an emergent property of some low-level system, or it might be something which is beyond our comprehension.
I agree with you that there's going to be an emergent. If you don't have AGI, if you cannot somehow simulate emergence, definitely. But from 0, no. From blank slate, no. Look, everything, even geometry has to sit on some axioms. I mean, they call them the axioms of nature. I don't know, but there's no way we're starting blank because the degrees of freedom are. I mean, where do you go? You have to have some axioms. They call them in some AI corners, they call them common sense naive physics. They call them common sense psychology. They call them, it's the common sense of how the world functions at a pretty basic level. You have to start from somewhere. So that's my only.
You do. But it's quite interesting that, in the machine learning world, the reason it works is maybe the physical rules that govern our universe only produce very few factors of variation, which means the curse of dimensionality might not be such a huge big deal. And I think similarly, you could apply the same rationale to certain types of abstract category and certain types of mathematics, for example. In some sense, it's actually much simpler than we realize, which means any AGI emergent property could have emerged from few abstract categories, not the uncountably many the rest as well.
There are two things on that. That's a good point. The uncountably, the few could be a lot more than you might think. When you're saying we're going to end up with a few, that few is a huge few. Okay, that's one point, which is unmanageable. I mean, I can think of problems, but we're just talking about so imagine starting bottom up from it. That few is not that innocent like few would entail. There are some combinations that we don't look at all because they're not part of the nature. These combinations just don't exist. So the only combinations that can make sense are the ones that we can look at. This is in the physical world, it's true, but in the abstract world, I can imagine unthinkable concepts that can't physically happen.
But it's not about what you can.
And this, and then we combine it with scale, and then it becomes like state of the art again. So it is unclear to me how much that scale influences this and how much the actual objective influences this, right? there's a lot of uncertainty with respect to all of these transformer frameworks. For example, this next sentence prediction task. I think in the BERT paper, that was specifically mentioned as, we try to understand and so on. But then in subsequent papers, some people have claimed this isn't necessary. We just do masked language modeling. Don't worry about this pre-training, this next. So to me, it's still somewhat unclear where the magic is in these things. I don't know how you see that.
Yeah, it seems like, I definitely think like the electrode objective with the generator is an interesting way of doing this. It seems challenging to, I hadn't read span BERT before reading this paper. I thought just that little modification that they do seem to show provides more benefits. So it's definitely like, I don't know, is there like a lot of opportunity for exploration in self-supervised objectives? I don't think, it seems pretty explored to me. Like, it definitely isn't obvious some way of doing it further. They've even tried the shuffling in XML of spread one sentence. It seems like they pretty much tried it all to me with the pre-training objective. Yeah, it definitely was interesting to see all these little things combined together and like apples to apples compared in this framework. I don't think anything else has done that at this level.
One thing that interests me, because I must admit, every time I look at transformers, there's always a small part of me that worries that I don't know what's going on. For example, Batuani's original paper on transformers was an encoder-decoder, and then BERT apparently is an encoder, and the GPT variants and the NVIDIA, what was the large NVIDIA one?
Neutron.
Neutron, that's right.
That's a good word.
And Microsoft, of course, have just brought out Project Dietary, which is about an $18 billion parameter model, and the ones are causal auto-regressive language models, so those are only decoders. So can you guys put a bit of detail on the difference between them?
So yeah, in an encoder-decoder framework, you do what people originally did with LSTMs, right? Where you have an input and you encode it fully into like a hidden representation, and then you decode from that hidden representation. Now, you can have things like attention mechanism.
Do you remember when GPT-2 was released, or indeed wasn't released because it was too dangerous? It had about 1.5 billion parameters in it. It was a transformers language model. It was trained on a corpus of about 40 gigabytes of text, but it was highly curated. And fast forward 1 year, and Microsoft had just released a new version, pretty much of the same model, that has 17 billion parameters. 18 billion, doesn't matter, it's a lot. In the olden days, we had these static, brittle knowledge graphs. They were handcrafted. It was incredibly onerous to create these things, but if we wanted to do something like question and answering, it was the only way we could do it. If we wanted to say, what year did we win the Second World War? Without some kind of an ontology of information, we couldn't capture it. These transformer, transductive language models that we have, you can pre-train them on a large corpus of text, let's say Wikipedia, using this self-simulation task, and then you can fine-tune it on a downstream task. And the incredible thing is that these things just accrue information, they accrue knowledge about the world. You can ask it, how old is Obama? And it will know the answer. It's incredible. The kind of revolution in neural representations for natural language originated with Mikolov's Word-to-Vec, the skip-ground model in 2013. And it was such a simple architecture. It used a contrasted loss, which we spoke about last week. And it just asked the simple question, does this word belong in the context of this other word? And just using a fully connected architecture and a negative sampling strategy with a contrasted loss, you could project these words into an embedded space that reflected their linguistic context. Okay, fine. But the problem is the words were atomic. The words didn't really take into account the structure. And language has this incredible structure. Words can modify each other from a long distance. And those relationships can be multi-scale and complex. So the first evolution along the road was we started to have language models like Elmo, which started to use bidirectional LSTMs to model the dependencies, the adjacent sequential dependencies between tokens. And this was starting to capture some of the meaning encoded in language. Now, ULM-FIT came along, and this is when things really started to get interesting, because ULM-FIT by Jeremy Howard and Sebastian Ruder, this was the first model that essentially did transfer learning. So you could build a language model that was predicting the next word using a bidirectional LSTM. But then, exactly the same as what happens in computer vision, you can do transfer learning. You can just take off the last few layers, and then you can put a classifier on, and you can get it to do something completely different. So pre-training on Wikipedia, assessment analysis. You've got that transfer of knowledge between the supervised pre-training task, and that essentially means you've got more training data, and the language model already knows loads and loads of concepts which will be useful for our downstream task. Now, 2017 was an interesting year. This is when a chap called Vaswani came about from Google. He brought in a paper called Attention is All You Need, and it's introduced transformers. And transformers are an entirely new architecture in neural network design. So we have densely connected networks, and we have recurrent neural networks, and we have convolutional neural networks. Transformers are an entirely new paradigm, an entirely new type of network architecture.
RNNs and CNNs have been the flavor of the day to language models. They have some interesting properties. They support variable length sequences. CNNs can easily be parallelized. Linear or logarithmic interactions between tokens. The issue was that they only modeled local dependencies between tokens. CNNs' long-term dependencies required many layers and was lossy. Even GANs now are using self-attention due to their ability to model long-range, multi-scale complex dependencies, allowing us to capture more symmetries and patterns in the data within the input size limiting. Myth 6 in the 7 myths of ML research in early 2019 tried to dispel this idea that transformers were more parameter efficient, discussing lightweight and dynamic convolutions as an alternative with similar results on machine translation tasks. Transformers have their own architectural challenges. They can only work within a bounded length input size, and they have nonlinear interaction distance between tokens. And they're memory intensive as hell.
See, people used to process sequences of text using recurrent neural networks, but that had a problem. Namely, if you have a long sentence such as Dave shared beer with his friend, then to understand what his friend means, we need to know that Dave was at the beginning of the sentence. A recurrent neural network needs to store the fact that Dave was there until it processes the end of the sentence, and that can be very difficult to learn. So a transformer can do this in one step. It can go from anywhere to anywhere by using an attention mechanism.
Fast forward to November 2018, a chap called Jacob Devlin released a paper called BERT, Pre-training of deep bidirectional transformers for language understanding. This was a game changer, not only because there's been a tsunami of NLP papers recently which modify or modulate certain aspects of this, but even more so, many of the titles of the paper pun on the word BERT, and I think that's testament, if nothing else, to the impact that this paper has had. But it was a bidirectional encoder-decoder transformer with 12 encoder-decoder layers, and it had a pre-training task which was doing a master language model and next sentence prediction, and then it was also fine-tuned on downstream tasks. The larger version of the model had about 340 million parameters, which was quite large at the time. Now, because of the bidirectional context, it did particularly well on certain tasks downstream, so it was state-of-the-art on question answering. Since there's been a tsunami of papers modulating some of the key findings that were in BERT. These papers even mention BERT or pun on the name BERT in the title. So we have things like Roberta and Albert and DistillBERT and BERT on stilts. But the problem is, for the average consumer like ourselves, what we really want to do is to understand the relative contribution of all of these different papers and being able to categorize what their changes are.
Often frequently combine different factors that can be leading to meet performance. Such as introducing a new self-supervised pre-training objective, but also increasing data set size, having more in-domain data composition, or increasing the size of the model itself. That's why this paper is so important, because it's taking apart all these different factors that can lead to performance gains and isolating them in this large-scale study of transfer learning in the pre-training and then fine-tuning pipeline for natural language processing.
So today we're talking about exploring the limits of transfer learning with a unified text-to-text transformer by Rathor and his colleagues from Google. This paper is basically a huge Appalachian study. It's just saying what happens if we change all of these different variables and how do those things affect the performance of these language model across a suite of tasks. Now, one of the cool innovations in this paper is that they created a text-to-text architecture. And what that means is they didn't need to change anything, even though they were testing against many different types of upstream tasks. Now, you might think that this is a form of multitask learning, and it kind of is, but it isn't. They still fine-tune it on all of the upstream tasks, but they did do a version where they trained it uniformly across all of the tasks. And after some tweaking, I was surprised to see that the performance wasn't actually that bad. And what I mean by having a text-to-text is, in the input text, you actually define what the task is. So you could say, I want you to translate this thing from English to German, and then you can say, hello, my name is Tim. And the language model will pick up what task do you want to do, and it will give you the result as well. And incredibly, there's no leakage between the tasks. It doesn't seem to degrade the performance in any way by having this text-to-text architecture. Remember to like, comment, and subscribe. We'll see you next week. So here we are. Welcome back to Machine Learning Street Talk. Today, we are going to be talking about a really, really cool paper that came out of Google, and it is
exploring the limits of transfer learning. In fact, I'm just going to share my screen so it's again. Okay, so welcome back to the Machine Learning Street Talk YouTube channel. I'm here with my friends Yann LeCun, and we're going to talk about a really interesting paper today that came out of Google. I'm just going to share my screen just to give you guys a bit of a flavor. So it's called Exploring the Limits of Transfer Learning with a Unified Text-to-Text Transformer, and it has 4 primary authors, but it's Colin, Raphael, et al. From Google. And I think the main thing that Raphael wanted to demonstrate here was that since the BERT paper in particular, there's been an onslaught. There's just been a barrage of different papers with different variations, changing the pre-training objective, changing the amount of time we train, changing the size of the data set, and so on. And I think what these guys have really tried to do is to make sense of all of that, to kind of categorize the different types of tweaks that all these papers have introduced, and to do a huge ablation study to try and kind of understand where most of the benefit is coming from. Now, if we scroll down to the takeaways section, I think this is quite interesting. So the first thing is this paper introduces a new type of language model, so-called the T5 model, and it's a text-to-text model. So I'll just read this bit out here. Our text-to-text framework provides a simple way to train a single model on a wide variety of text tasks using the same loss function and decoding procedure. We showed how this approach can be successfully applied to generative tasks like abstract summarization, classification tasks like natural language inference, and even regression tasks like STSP. In spite of its simplicity, we found that the text-to-text framework obtained comparable performance to task-specific architectures and ultimately produced state-of-the-art results when combined with scale. So what this means is there are lots of different tasks in language processing like translation and question answering, and normally you have a different input architecture, but now they've homogenized that. They have a unified architecture, so you can have one model that does many, many different types of downstream tasks.
Yeah, one thing that I think is so interesting about it is with respect to transfer learning, like when you're a developer trying to take this model for your application, I think like it makes it so much easier to figure out how to fit your input-output into this kind of a model for the sake of this pre-training and fine-tuning pipeline. So I'm curious about like, what you think about the text-to-text input-output for some specific application compared to say like, BERT or these other ways where you have to be more careful about how, not only how you're defining your input-output, but also the generality of this pre-trained representation is decreased by having to be more specific with how you do input-output. So for that reason, I think the transfer learning, that's what I think is the key benefit of the text-to-text framework, is that it makes transfer learning easier.
Yeah, so I think this is very much, and they say that as well, depending on how you do the pre-training, even in this text-to-text framework, right? Now, maybe we should shortly, people haven't read the paper, so in this framework, if you, let's say, want to do a translation from English to French, you would not train a model for that specifically, but you would simply say, translate to French, or translate from English to French, colon, and then you put text. All of this is text, so the instruction itself is also text. And then they find various pre-training tasks where basically the model is supposed to fill in parts of this text. And I think the performance now.
Nobody asked for another podcast, so here you go. This is yet another podcast.
Hi everyone, thank you for joining us today. We have Bucky Moore from Emergent with us today. So Bucky, maybe you can tell us a little bit about yourself.
Yeah, hey Vitaly, thanks for having me. It's been fun to watch this community grow, and ultimately the podcast story from it is really exciting to be a part of. Basically, just quick background on myself. So I'm a partner of Client Perkins, like you said. Client Perkins is a venture firm since 15 years existence. We've been investing for a long time and had the great pleasure of being a part of some companies that we often say want to make history, right? So the Googles, the Amazons, the electronic markets, more recently companies like Figma. And what I do here at Client Perkins is I lead the charge of all things infrastructure software. I spend my time thinking about how software is developed, how we're processing and understanding data, how we're leveraging that data to create intelligence systems in the AI. And then ultimately, I also think a lot about info security and cybersecurity, how all that kind of ties these pieces up. So in terms of my personal background, I've been in the venture business now for about 9.5 years. And my approach to the business over that period has been quite consistent in the sense that I've been partnering with these very technical founding teams at the earliest possible stages. They have some kind of unique insight that they are looking for, obviously capital, but also support and advice in coalescing it into a business. And so what I try to do is be a great partner to those people in the sense of helping them build their team, connect with their design partners, customers, be a thought partner with them, be a port to shop them over and support them during good and difficult times. And ultimately, that's what I love doing when I get out there every morning thinking about just how lucky I am that I get to work with some really amazing people and they're pushing the state of the art on these different areas. And I'm not sure what else they'd be doing about that today at this point. So I'm probably too far gone to go do anything on some of the BWC at this point, for better or for worse. And then before I got into the venture business, I was with Cisco's corp dev team. So Cisco, as you know, is a company that is very large, with a lot of people, is in a lot of different industries. And the way that they've managed to find their way into those different industries industries is surprisingly the result of acquisitions. And so as a result, the corporate development team, whose job it is to identify and partner with the business on executing those acquisitions, was this kind of crash course for me to learn a little bit more about just like the surface area of impact you can have with infrastructure, just how interwoven into every industry and every company it really is. At the time I was at Cisco, we were having these crazy debates, things like whether virtual desktops or SaaS would be in state, things like whether test and dev was the use case for cloud or whether it would be something much bigger than that. And I look back on my experience, one, with a lot of gratitude because I learned just so much about just how the infrastructure space works and how companies like Cisco is able to build such a large and defensible business over time. But I've also learned a few lessons, which are to really run towards the new. And what I mean by run towards the new is I referenced some of those silly debates that we were having. Being inside of a company like Cisco, who of course sold servers that virtual desktops were about, and of course sold data center switching and all kinds of other appliances that would go with physical data centers. And this place where you fall victim to a bit of Bloodism. And I think Bloodism is a really tempting and easy thing to fall victim to in investing. And I think what I've learned is that most of the time it pays to be optimistic and it pays to run towards the new. And I think, and I know that at the time I would push back much harder on those debates that we were having inside of Cisco when I was there.
For the folks that have a little bit less visibility into how venture capital firms are structured, can you go a little bit more about that? What does it mean that you were Collider Perkins in person? Does it mean that a person were looking for a partner in that space and then they somehow find you and you're the specialist on it? Or is it something that you always wanted to do and just find a firm that has this need? Like, how do these things come to be that certain partners get certain specialties in firm?
Yeah, so I think first thing I'd say is that there's really no right way or one way to do venture capital. And there are many very successful investors who have built a career as generalists. They invest in consumer companies, internet companies, software companies, hardware companies, and so on. But I think as the business has become a lot more competitive, what you're starting to see is that specialization is increasingly the norm. And I really believe deeply in that specialization. And the reason I believe that way is that I really think that in order for you to be the best possible partner to a certain type of founder, let alone an infrastructure software founder, having some knowledge that is domain specific in terms of how their space works, what has been the recipe for success of other companies in their space, what are the unique characteristics of their companies in terms of how they consume capital and what the key milestones for profits are early on and later on. Those things are really additive to one's ability to, I think, serve a founder really well in a space like infrastructure. And so as a result of Collider Perkins, we come back to this notion of having a major impact. What I mean by a major is the space that you know most, the space that you spend most of your time in, the space that you're working most credible in. And as a result of having that major, you end up being the lead expert for the firm. Opportunities come to our door, we want to make sure that the right partners are interacting with that founding team. And we tend to make that decision based on what that right partner's domain experience is and how it maps to the opportunity.
So why are you passionate about infrastructure and developer tooling? What is different about that space than, let's say, vertical SaaS?
Sure. I think the first thing I would say is, and you've heard me say this once already in this conversation, is what I saw at Cisco was just the enormous service area that you can have building infrastructure. What I mean by service area impact is the ability to build products that serve the needs of almost a uniformly horizontal group of companies and industries. And I got really excited about it because I just saw it as really high leverage. And when I think of technology, I think of it as leverage. And so for me, the opportunity to provide leverage via technology and be a part of that across such a wide surface area was really rewarding. The second thing I would say is that the way I think about investing is often through the lens of trends. And when I think about trends, I think of where are opportunities to index to a trend. And the reason for that I think is very simple, which is that there's a lot of people out there who look at VCs as like these oracles or people that can see around corners and peer into the future. And I personally don't see it that way. I really think it's the builders and the practitioners that ultimately have that ability to see what's coming. And so what I try to do is really just spend my time supporting and being close to what I think are the smartest and most brilliant people out there who then show us where these opportunities lie. And so coming back to this notion of specialization, I think having that network of people that are highly concentrated in infrastructure is very accretive to this. What I would also say is that your ability to memorize markets and memorize spaces ultimately comes down to whether you know where the best people are and what they're working on. So relative to vertical SaaS, infrastructure software is unique. One is I think ultimately the service area companies that you can serve is inherently much broader, right? Vertical SaaS is vertical because it serves one industry. There are a few kind of like business model implications that I think are really clear and interesting to call out. So the first is, of course, like most infrastructure businesses tend to be consumption based, right? And the reason for that is because by way of providing infrastructure, they're providing a service that people are going to consume, and that depends on how large their application is and other characteristics that go into the consumption. In vertical software, what you tend to see is that you're selling locations where you do not knowledge workers, or access workers, or selling seats. And so I think the resulting go-to-market from that, really that go-to-market is very distinct. The other thing I'd say is just coming back to the service area point I keep making. You're ultimately building a product for many different types of people, which indicates that you have to prioritize the brand. Whereas in vertical software, say they've spent a decade or more really just seeing on the needs of pharmaceutical companies, building more products and serve that audience, building more services that ultimately are very unique to the pharma and the biotech world. Whereas in infrastructure, you can certainly continue going deep, and I think developers need to keep persona in this case. Like obviously there's a number of examples where a business like AWS has built one product, which is S3 BC2, they've been extremely sticky with developers, and what they've done is they've used that position to go in and build more and more products over time and consume more and more of the value chain. And so I think that is possible, but at the same time, there are distinctions that you don't have to think about vertical SaaS, right? You have to be able to build products that serve fintech companies as well as manufacturing companies. You have to be able to serve software companies, and the same way you have to be able to serve consumer internet companies. But where I'm going with this is that, well, I think there is distinctions there. You do have to maintain some sense of like horizontal applicability in order to access the full team. And I think that's very different from vertical software.
So some kind of knowledge that has been spread around founders for quite some time was that you have to solve for a very specific pain and you have to solve for a use case, and then maybe you can extract a platform for that. An obvious example can be Salesforce that start with Salesforce automation and then add the platform on top of it. And it seems like in infrastructure, we're maybe reversing that trend a little bit. So do you believe that we should start thinking about things differently, or is it still the same that you have to identify pain first and solve that and then go for a broader platform approach?
My take on this is that if you look at what the recent, like a really truly great platforms that have been building infrastructure over the past few years have done, they have focused on a very specific thing. So there could be some counterexamples that I'm not thinking of, but even if my business is hosting people's applications, I'm going to pick a very specific type of application and I'm going to build an API and I'm going to build a hosting offering that caters very specifically to the needs of deploying and hosting that application. If you take a company like Snowflake, they started off by essentially allowing you to scale your SQL queries out across many machines in the cloud. And in doing so, they went after that very specific pain point of like when I'm working with my existing data warehouse in an on-premise data center, I don't have the ability to separate storage and compute and scale them independently, which means that if I do want to scale my query out, I have to scale both, which is expensive and wasteful. So at least in the examples that come to mind for me, I actually do think that each of these companies has targeted a very specific pain point, but I do think sometimes looking at a platform from the beginning, you can ask that, but underneath it, I think you'd be surprised that most of these companies really are targeting like a very specific pain with a very specific persona.
So how do you go about evaluating when if I were like myself comes to you pitch new idea, and let's say I follow your framework, hey buddy, here's a specific pain that I'm solving today. What is the faith that you need to make in order to see maybe that pain is a little bit limited today, but there could be an excellent platform to try to perform it?
Yeah, so setting aside to your role to making an investment decision, like the team and your appraisal of that team, as well as your appraisal of the product and the technology, just talking about the market, apps of the market. I keep using this report also, I think that is years almost decade that we've seen is that the companies that get really big, the pain they solve is horizontally held, meaning it can be applied across many different types of companies, many different industries, many different sizes of companies as well. And the reason for that is the market opportunity that translates to tends to just be much meatier in size. The thing that I then would look for is the extent to which there's a source of urgency that will bring like really actionable and durable demand for a pain in this problem. So I think the Snowflake example is obviously an easy one to come back to, where people have been doing data analysis with SQL for 8 years, and the opportunity to immediately solve for those acute pains of scaling it out and being able to consume those resources more efficiently without having DBAs in the bowl, that is a very strong sense of urgency in the sense that solves a very immediate pain point. And I would also contend that if you think about the fact that this really coincides with the businesses moving to the cloud, that demand seems durable in nature. There's real runway to it. And on the other side of the ledger, if I look at a space like RPA, for example, right, where we were investors in my markets, a company called UiPath.
You used to call me on the cell phone, late night when you need my love, only on the cell phone. Da, 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 da.
working in a company called UiPath that ultimately went public and led the first iteration of that space. I think this question of like how meaningful the runway to the source of urgency to solve those problems are is a really interesting one, bigger part in the context of UiPath. So ultimately UiPath and RPA more broadly allow businesses to solve a very simple problem, which is they have these very legacy systems that often don't have APIs and require humans to interact with them to drive the business process forward. And the RPA, of course, emulates the clicks and text inputs of the human in a way that allows them to reduce the human labor associated with that business process. The challenge that I saw, and again, such a big opportunity in such a fast-growing company that we were very thrilled to be part of the story, but the challenge that I saw in that space that I think is really true is just how quickly AI was going to advance the CAD market in terms of what it would take to solve those kinds of problems. And what you're seeing today with language models and diffusion models and some of the like really interesting kind of action-based approaches to automation and responding from that technology is that is in fact true. The number of big new RPA deployments, I have to believe, I haven't seen the data on this, is going down because there are some really novel versions of AI being problems that I think are just superior in nature. So the issue that I had with that space, or the question or risk that I ascribed to it, was that I wasn't sure that the source of the urgency to go and solve a problem RPA solved was one that had a little runway to it for a reason. So that's something I think about a lot. And I think the reason why we're seeing so much capital poured into businesses that are essentially moving next to the cloud for you and allowing you to take full advantage of the cloud and its economics and elasticity is the runway of that trend feels very long, multi-decade in nature. And so as a result, the amount of time you have as a company to ride that wave and service all that demand is going to come about is significant, such that you can build real scale as a business, and not just real scale, but durable scale, meaning that revenue is going to be sticky. You're going to be able to expand with your customers over time because of how long that journey is for them to move their entire operations to the cloud.
So talking about trends, actually I want to ask you this question on the trends that end up being maybe false trends or maybe so because you mentioned Snowflake in a couple of your examples. And one of the interesting things about Snowflake that actually it was very early, it wasn't an obvious choice. I think they even struggled a little bit to raise their, I think it was a Series B. Because at that point, everyone thought that the way to build a database company, it has to be open source, it has to be SQL, it has to be named based on attributes, whatever that common knowledge was at the time. And it proved that that wasn't the case. And actually SQL and just great data warehouse in the cloud were actually the way to go about it. I was curious if you had any learnings from that, but how would you think about investing in companies today?
Yeah, so just to take apart the database of the Snowflake example one last time, I think you're hitting the nail on the head, which is like the best startups, the companies that go on to be truly legendary and enduring are the ones that really debunk conventionalism. I think Snowflake is yet another example of that. So at the time, there were these companies going around trying to commercialize this technology called Hadoop that was built around the MapReduce paradigms. And what they were really doing was going to large enterprises and saying, hey, right answer for you to scale out your data analysis and data processing is to upskill your workforce on this concept of MapReduce. So they should be running SQL anymore, they should be running MapReduce jobs. And what you're going to get for that is you're going to get scale out in a way that you hadn't had before. Well, that obviously was something that caught on in the market and became very popular. Snowflake came around and cleaned up on this, which is they gave people their SQL with those same benefits, but much less operational overhead. And you can argue that some of these new companies didn't see the cloud coming with, they should have, but ultimately what I think is that you can deliver the next wave of a space without forcing customers to learn a new paradigm, say like a concept like MapReduce instead of SQL, you're going to win big. And we've seen that over and over again. And to me, a really interesting question about Snowflake is not like how far will they go, but it's ultimately, I think the same thing is going to happen with Python. If you think about all these data practitioners out there that are running their jobs in Python, there still really isn't an answer, or at least not an agreed upon answer as to like how you scale those jobs out. There's certainly some really interesting innovation happening there, and some companies and open source projects that are pursuing it. But to me, like who's going to build Snowflake or Python is a really interesting question, something I think a lot about currently as an investor. But like I said, I think these companies, best companies, they really debunk the conventionalism that in Snowflake's case, like to your point, they were open source, they were built for the cloud only. And I heard this funny story that Aaron said again, which is there was a time where I think during right around the time that they were trying to raise in Series B, Snowflake was visiting Goldman Sachs doing a sales call, and the person at Goldman Sachs said, hey, I love everything about this, but I'd really like for it to be able to run in my data center. And the person at Snowflake, who I love name, said, look, you're going to be running in the cloud before I run in your data center. And today, Snowflake is now, I think, accounts Goldman Sachs as like one of their largest customers. These things happen gradually and very suddenly, number one. And number two, coming back to that was the point I made earlier, it's also part of the customer as well. And I think the best founders know how to break through that in a way that is done with grace without necessarily making the customer feel stupid, but also trying to challenge them to think differently and be innovative. And I think Snowflake did a really good job of that. And the last thing I want to say about Snowflake, and then we can talk about other examples, is I realized to your point that they had a really challenging initial start to the company's life in the sense that it took a really long time for them to generate revenue. And as a result of the lack of revenue generation, fundraising was a bit trickier than they hoped it would be. What I've seen now is that I think they've educated investors like me, and I think also inspired a lot of founders to have the courage to go and take on these really big ideas that sometimes require you to be in R&D mode for at least a couple of years in the initial part of the company's life. And when I think about those ideas, those are exactly the kind of ventures that I want to be part of. These companies that are going to have deep conviction in a new idea, a new architecture, and have the conviction to be willing to be patient for a couple of years. And of course, you also have to have investors who will be patient with you to go and put those ideas to the test and come out the other side with something that, again, they believe is about as close to, and if you build it, they will come to guess. And I'm seeing that now with some companies that I work with that are taking a similar path. And it's actually really inspired me to think differently as an investor, which is to run towards these big builds, as I call them, and be patient with those big builds. Because if you ascribe value to the technology appropriately, out the other side comes a product that's going to be really differentiated differentiated, really defensible, and ultimately a business that you can build around that product that allows you to grow really fast, which of course is VCs is what we get excited.
So this is great because this is an area I'm personally also very passionate about. And this is very core to my belief that I think there's a lot of companies that are not really aiming testing or really starting that they're way into business, but actually it's great founders that have an idea on how the world should look like, and if they're successful, have the kind of conviction, and in some cases they also need capital to make it happen and make it work. I think one example is the platform we're using today, Zoom, which I think also for 2 years only had engineers working on the platform. But the company that I'm actually curious about is I think one of the success stories for Kleiner Perkins is Rippling, that also obviously partner Conrad after his experience with Emergent decided to start Rippling, and he had a very clear vision of what kind of an HRS, or actually much broader vision than just that, should be. And it's not infra in the traditional sense, but I think it would be great for some of our listeners who come from the infrastructure space to know more about the company, so how you can talk about their story.
Yeah, I'm glad you asked about Rippling, because I actually think there's some really great lessons to be taken from that company that do apply to infrastructure companies, and I actually carry those lessons with me daily and very part of the founders that I work with in Indeed. But the first thing I must do is just give credit to my partners who would have needed to for that investment. I have nothing to do with it, but your partner Conrad stepped into rockets and present that company. It was one of the single most conversations I've ever heard. So that was like the first thing that really like, anchored on me when I heard picture of it. The second thing, and I think that this starts to kind of get into some of the lessons learned, I think, around infrastructure software businesses, is this notion of what he calls a compound startup. And so you'll hear him say this when he does podcasts or interviews or anything, that your first room is a compound startup. So what he means by that is that instead of doing what we talked about earlier, which is focusing on a very specific pain point, going deep on that pain point, he sees opportunity and he sees a surplus of opportunities out there in software to go and build these compound startups, which do these in labs, which is they take on a really broad surface area of problem space, and the way that they differentiate is by bundling many layers of functionality together. In Parker's case, it was the full HRS suite, a bunch of other things that can be useful to the HR wire, also combining some of the core systems that you see they market to medium large companies. So things from single sign-on to identity to device provisioning, a bunch of other stuff right on that side, and the HR side, and everything from payroll to commuter benefits to generating offer letters, the list goes on. It also takes expenditure habits as we invested. So this compound startup is the idea of taking a bunch of stuff that is previously delivered to a market as point solutions and combining it into a product. And in doing so, the idea is that some of the parts is very individual. And in that sense, you end up with this way of looking at budgetary buyer and some sort of consolidation, cost savings, and efficiency, and also ambition. What I mean by ambition is that I think the customers really appreciate the work that is done on it, wrapping a product that allows you to combine so many products into one way. And what I've seen with Rippling is that not only is this lead to some really attractive like SaaS feature retention, of course, like very high top line growth and done properly. But I think it also just allows you to kind of carte blanche to go redefine these spaces because you're doing something that no one has really ever had the ambition to do. And as a result, you can run experiments, you can incubate products inside your company at a rate and level of velocity that like these point solution companies just aren't thinking about doing where they have the DNA to do. How does this relate to infrastructure business as well? Look at companies like GitLab, look at companies like this. If you swing a little bit and say, like, these are very similar companies since they build these compound startups. And so what I think this has taught me, what I bring to my interaction with founders when I see opportunity too, is I really do believe that there's any compound startups and building infrastructure that needs to be built. And I think this is a great example of this on the cloud security side. I think GitLab is a great example of this on kind of the developer tooling and DevOps side. And I think there's many more to come, and I'm very excited to see how that plays out. Like somebody got to do this on the infrastructure side, for example. And in fact, there is a company that I work with called Rudderstone that has a similar vision in the sense that they handle the event streaming, they have a CTL product, and really a bunch of other things around that orbit that essentially allow you to have one unified solution for how you move your data around. And they're also building sort of a data infrastructure company for your part environment. I can imagine you see similar opportunity. And so I think the data infrastructure space is one where I see a lot of opportunity to build these compound startups, and it feels like we're just scratching the surface of that.
Thank you for pointing out that. And by the way, we also have positioned ourselves as a compound startup that tries to solve multiple problems. In our case, inside the Dream organization, there are many kind of actions that require, let's say, some sort of analytics, everything from being managed, but also the DevOps, the QA, even the HR people and finance, business partners, to engineer, all some view of the data. And we were also very heavily inspired by the Rippling story. I remember when Parker wrote that memo for his USA that I think your colleagues have led. I read it and oh my God, this is exactly the type of company I want to build. But, and this is my actually next question, a lot of the examples in that space tends to be kind of really founders. So whether it's Parker Conrad of Rippling or Asaf at Wiz or George Kurtz at CrowdStrike, which also can be imagined with, would you say that this is probably should be something that people try to do when they already have credibility and perhaps the ability to raise the capital? Or do you think that this can be also pulled off as for first-time founders as well, maybe that needs some larger stuff?
Yeah, I don't think you necessarily have to be a successful repeat founder to pursue a compound startup idea, but I think there's some sort of, with hindsight, reasons as to why some of the things you mentioned happen to be very successful repeat founders, which is number one, what you typically see with a founder who's doing it for the second time is they go from kind of product obsessed to distribution obsessed. And I think the dynamics from a distribution standpoint, that if you pull off this compound server idea correctly, that you get are good reasons to call that earlier. So that's one. The second to your point is to pull this off, taking on a really broad surface area and implications. From a financial perspective, this of course is more expensive because you need more humans inside your company working on these different ideas. And I would say the average caliber of the people that you need inside the company early on tends to be a lot higher, right? Because when you think about each of these different areas that you're going to combine into your compound platform, each of these are competing with individual startups, right? But very high trust with the individuals that are leading each of those different products. They're almost running your own mini startup inside of the company. And I think when you come back to who these people are that pull this off, notably people like Asaf and Wiz or Parker originally and Georgia CrowdStrike, that credibility that they have from their past successes has allowed them to raise that capital. And it's allowed them to attract that talent that they can empower to go and build these mini startups inside their platforms in a way that is good enough to compete with the best marine solutions that we're out there. So I think that a first-time founder should lean away from it. No, I do not. I think if they have conviction and that's the kind of company they want to build, they should absolutely embrace it. But I do think that the implications are it's going to be a more capital-intensive business, which means you do have to ask yourself, am I capable of meeting the needs of my business in that regard? And it's going to be a very talent-intensive business. You're going to have to bring on very entrepreneurial people. And what I can tell you is that these people who their opportunity cost of when your startup is going to be starting a company themselves, they are going to ask themselves, like, is this someone who I can develop a lot of unique learnings from? And typically the people who they feel like they can develop those unique learnings from are people who have experience that they don't, which is starting a company again. So that's why you see repeat founders tend to thrive in this environment in a way that you see fewer first-time founders.
Yeah, so I'm very glad that when you went rabbit hole that I didn't expect. Going back to one point that you mentioned, which is also the second founders become more distribution obsessed than kind of product obsessed, and especially as a first-time founder myself, I've heard it before, but before starting a company, to be honest, I didn't get it. I said, yeah, sure, whatever. I'm gonna go and ask some people what they think about my baby. Everyone said it's pretty, and then I went and started doing product. What do you think some of the mistakes that first-time founders make when actually thinking about distribution, go to market, and kind of all that thing, like what is something that my session avoid?
Yeah, so I think the first mistake that I see commonly is this belief that product and go-to-market are these independent problems from one another. And first you go figure out the product, and you go figure out the go-to-market. What I see the best companies really harness is this sort of relationship that it's like inextricably tied into. Meaning, when you're making product decisions, part of the calculus through which you make those decisions should be like, what are the go-to-market implications? For example, if I design my product to be very easily self-serve adopted, that's going to have go-to-market implications. Those can be go-to-market implications, those can also be bad go-to-market implications. Conversely, when I'm thinking about my go-to-market, I want to make sure that the way I design my company is in a manner where the go-to-market that I build can support the product that I'm trying to build. And I think that I see a lot of companies and a lot of founders treat those two very separately, and I think that they're inextricably tied and they should be thought of in unison with one another. So that's definitely one big thing. And I think an example of coming back to Parker Conrad directly is that these distribution obsessed founders like yourself, part of the reason that I believe he wanted to build that company, just my observation from the farm, he is not so discreet. Part of the reason I believe that he wanted to build that company was because of how favorable the distribution techniques would be. You don't see that very often with first-time founders. Typically they're starting with here's a pain point, here's a product, or a piece of technology that I can develop to address that pain point, and I'll figure out the rest from there. And I think coming back to this like second-time versus first-time founders, these second-time founders are thinking about all from the beginning, and as a result, they tend to design companies that can grow really fast. So if those pieces fit together in a way that they vision.
Yeah, so to that, sometimes founders will come to me for an advice, and they're saying, hey, how do I hire my first enterprise salesperson? And if I ask them the question, like, what are you selling? How do you sell it? And they, what's the ACV? And they're like, okay, I can sell this product, it's like a 5K ACV. But then maybe you should think about it, a little bit about that thing before you go and hire salespeople, because it's not exactly clear how you sustain these salespeople. And so there is that concept where, like you said, like your product and your pricing, you never think about it, has to be tied to the way you sell the product and what for you guys want on that.
I might even say it's not so much the way you sell the product, it's the way the customer buys. And ACVs are a great example of this, which is I've seen potentially develop the product and bodies and take customers what they realize is they haven't got through necessarily like how we created relative value capture. Piece of this is your point, like if you have a business that revolves around selling $5,000 contracts, the customer is going to take say 90 days to buy and implement, you're not so baseline there. And that's an area that I think is a really challenging place to get out of as well. Because really your only choices are raise prices, which often requires building more products. And then this question of starting from scratch and trying to iterate with your customers to figure out something that works to make a bit of a greater value proposition. And sometimes then forces you to sacrifice what that sharp tooth spear was that was actually pretty good in the first place. And so I mentioned like self-serve as another kind of like key implication of this. There are other cases where I think I've seen companies that build products that are just really hard to adopt. Meaning the problem that they're solving is really complex. It requires a tremendous amount of configuration and capability on the customer side. And as a result, their sales cycles are really long and their conversion rates are really low. So the amount of work that the customer has to put into adopt and compete with other priorities in the organization is always challenging, especially in these times. And so I've seen some companies that have just not necessarily thought about ease of adoption from the beginning, but also with ease of adoption, like price points that are commensurate with your market.
Since we talked about the RPA space beforehand, I think in the last couple of years, what happened is many founders start thinking that the only way to do go-to-market is just bottoms up, whatever, open source streaming or all that. And without realizing that there are some spaces, like you mentioned, that are buying software in a different way. And also the way they're adopting it requires a little bit more hand. RPA is a perfect example of something that's probably very difficult to just go on the website, sign up, and just start using it being resolved. And I would love to also hear from your experience on these use cases where it's not always about developer first adoption and starting with some open source or some free.
This weekend, for many of you, it is KubeCon week, whether you're
Hi, I'm Craig Smith, and this is Eye on AI. Terry Sanowski, an AI pioneer, chairman of the Foundation.
Somewhere very early, it became clear that how do you find the parameters? You gotta find parameters somehow. So by having lots of data and by using the data to gradually improve the performance through optimization was the approach that we took. So the first meeting that we had was under the aegis of the Neural Information Processing Systems Foundation that was founded by Ed Posner at Caltech. And at the first meeting, it was 1987, had a total of 90 submissions, and there were 200 people who attended, and it was really exciting. Why? Because we hadn't been together, that many of us hadn't been together at the same time. It was unbelievably diverse in terms of where people were coming from. They're coming from math, theory, people from statistics, people from cognitive science, from computer science, from neuroscience. It was like the ultimate interdisciplinary group, and that's very rare, and as you know, because we all have these silos into it. And each one of the disciplines has its own specialized meetings, but we realized that we were tackling some difficult problems that were common to many, many fields, and so we could help each other by coming together and sharing some of our algorithms, insights, data sets, and so forth. So that was how things got started. Like I said, it was started by Ed Posner, but he tragically got hit by a truck when he was bicycling. And so I was called and asked if I wanted to take over as the president of the foundation, and I agreed. And little did I know where we got going. But it's been exciting to see how this meeting and the workshops especially have grown enormously over the last 10, 20 years. And it's also interesting how it has morphed. So it started out as a focus on models that resembled networks of the brain, hot-field networks, for example, which were relatively by today's standards small networks, but they exhibited some of the nonlinear dynamics that we see in a recurrent network that you need in order to recover complete memories, where you're given a little bit of information, you want to complete that, get the entire output out. But it very quickly grew in the sense that many other algorithms were discovered, and as they were added year after year, graphical models, support vector machines, Bayesian networks, they quickly became clear that we had here a toolkit, and that became machine learning as the kind of the central focus. Although again, these are tools that a lot of people were using and adding to. And then about 10 years ago, a NeurIPS meeting that was held at Lake Tahoe, Jeff Hinton had a paper on which he applied convolutional networks to ImageNet, which at the time was the biggest and best image collection for categorizing tens of billions of images into 10,000s of categories. And so the improvement there was so dramatic that it got picked up by the New York Times and a lot of other outlets. And within a few years, computer vision was transformed because of the fact that performance was so much better than the traditional approach. It was by hand crafting features that were performance improved by 0.5% per year. And it was like overnight, 20% improvement, the next year, 10% reduction. And now it's taken for granted, but back then it was really
That AlexNet and the ImageNet competition was kind of the kickoff for deep learning. The conference has really zeroed in on deep learning, right?
I disagree with that.
Okay.
And I'll tell you why, because if you just go through the posters, you'll discover that there's still a great diversity of algorithms and approaches that are still being explored. And if you really look at the way that the meeting has evolved over almost 4 decades to come, there's always been, at any given time, the tool, the algorithm du jour, which everybody got excited about, and a lot of papers came out. I remember support vector machines took over NeurIPS for about 5 years. It takes its course. As I say, it's explored, and the limits are found. A lot of applications are solved with various levels, and then something else pops up that was being incubated at NeurIPS in workshops or something, and then that takes off. And then every 5 years, you get a new breakthrough in another area. And each time that happens, it's a bigger breakthrough in the sense that it covers more applications and has more flexibility. I see deep learning as just another step along that direction. I think we have a long way to go, a much, much longer way to go. The good example, okay, is transformers, right? So transformers are another form of a neural network, but it's gone from feed-forward to recurrent to these transformers with self-attention. And every time you improve the architecture or enhance it, enlarge it, new capabilities appear, right? And so I expect that to continue. And I think that the space of algorithms out there is infinite, and we're just scratching the surface.
Yeah, that space of algorithms out there being infinite is something I've often wondered how you think about it, or people in the field think about it, particularly with regards to neuroscience and this impulse to build a model of the brain or figure out how the brain works or build an artificial analog to the brain. Do you think these algorithms, as in mathematics, they exist in nature and we're discovering them, or do you think that we're creating them?
A little of both. Like the Boltzmann machine was the version of the Hopfield net. We basically heated it up so that it was fluctuating, and from that we got a learning algorithm, and then we have wake and sleep phases during which you gave it data you're trying to train on, and you let it pre-run, and you subtracted the two. And I think it's coming back to that. So it's still, that concept is still permanent. And by the way, humans also have wake and sleep cycles too, right? But what we're looking for are principles that we can extract from nature. And one of the principles that is probably the most important principle is the principle of scale. So all algorithms, as you increase the size of the problem, they scale with some exponent. For example, if you're doing some kind of a search and you have to compare all pairs, that goes as n squared within objects that you're searching, trying to find the optimal one. But the problem is that as the n gets bigger and bigger, a billion, which is where we are today, then it just runs out of steam. You run out of battery. It's not practical. And most of the algorithms in traditional AI have that problem. And when we started in the 80s, we had tiny little networks. I wrote down something called NetTalk, which was text to speech. And by today's standards, it had a couple hundred units in it. They gave you tens of thousands of parameters, weights, but it did something which was really quite remarkable. It took something that is as regular as English pronunciation, and it learned the regularities and the exceptions, and there are many exceptions, as you know. And so it's an architecture that absorbed all of the complexity of phonology called linguistics. And that was a shock because the linguists at the time were using rules to explain all the regularities. So they had books with thousands and thousands of rules, and with each rule there was lists of hundreds and thousands of exceptions, the whole classes of exceptions, like French-derived words. But then within the exceptions, there were rules. But then within the rules within rules, there were exceptions. It's rules all the way down. And that's a very awkward representation. First of all, it takes a lot of effort because you have to figure out what the rule is, and then you have to find how to deal with it. So here we go. And now with learning, it seems like we can do both. We don't have to separate it. And it doesn't take labor. That was the big, ultimately, savings, is that instead of a human manual labor, figuring out the rules and working out the details and the features, you could automate that. And that can be applied to any problem. It's not that each domain has a separate set of rules. It's like we could learn them. And now, here's what we didn't know back then. In the 80s, we had these small networks, and we had the learning algorithms, the same ones we have today, by the way, but we didn't know how well it scaled. What would happen if you scaled it by a factor of 1,000 or 1,000,000? Well, now we know. It turns out they scale beautifully. And this is a principle that we actually have observed in nature. If you look at the size of the cortex of different species, what you discover is that, especially in primates, more and more of the volume of the brain is devoted to the cortex, the cerebral cortex that is on the outside. And in humans, it's so abundant that it gets convoluted. It gets all these folds. And so it looks like a walnut from the outside, right? It's very, that's because you need more surface area. You've got to get the same surface area and the same volume. So how do you do that? And it's very, very rare, even in biology, because most of the other parts of the brain don't scale that way. So there's something special about cortex. More is better. And that's what we discovered about some of these neural network models, that it scales linearly. That's to say, as you add more units or parameters, it just scales with that number. It's not n squared, it's not n cubed, it's n. biology has this additional advantage that you can do it all in parallel. In other words, you have n neurons, that's a big number, it's not a billion, but they're all working together in parallel, which means that it's order one. Doesn't matter how big your brain is, it's working in real time, or how small. They all work in real time because of the fact that they scale. It's scalable algorithms. So these are the principles we're looking for in nature. Is scalability, we're looking for ways to reduce energy. Nature manages to run our brain on about 20 watts, right? These large scale computers now that are being used to generate transformers, right? They're megawatts that we're talking about, a completely different order of magnitude, 6 orders of magnitude. Everybody knows that, look, we can't continue to scale up. We're not going to get a power plant, a gigawatt power plant for creating networks. We need to be able to have a technology like the ones that the brain uses for being able to scale within a reasonable energy budget. So that's where we are. We're extracting principles, and there are many others now that we found, similar to what happened, by the way, early in this development of man-powered flight. In the early days of AI, everybody laughed at us because, oh, what are you going to learn about artificial intelligence by studying the brain? What are you going to learn about flight by studying birds, right? Ha, ha, ha. The Wright brothers spent a lot of time looking at how birds fly because somehow, without much power, they were able to go a long distance, right? Well, that's what they were trying to do. And the other thing, they looked at the feathers, very light, very strong, stiff. So they're playing not built out of metal, but out of wood, spars, with canvas. Very stiff, lightweight. So this is how you extract principles from nature and then incorporate it. You have different materials, you have different ways of accomplishing the same thing, but you get inspiration. You have a new way of thinking about the problem. And that's what we're doing with brain.
On the scaling problem, so there's no end in sight in terms of the improvement as you scale parameters, but there is an end in sight, and I think we're close to reaching it in scaling the power required to run the GPU.
So it's interesting because what's happened is that there's so many applications and there's so many people using the traditional hardware, von Neumann architecture. Trillions of dollars have been put into developing fast and cheap computers using von Neumann architecture. But now what's happening is that the hardware manufacturers are beginning to realize, oh, we can build these massively parallel networks better, much more cheaply than simulating them on a von Neumann machine. And not only that, but it's less power. So that there's going to be a whole set of generations of hardware that is going to come out, and it's already out there. There's one company that is building a wafer scale cerebrus. It has to be water cooled because it's a lot of cores. But the point though is that it's much more efficient in terms of power usage and for the architectures that we're using right now. And that will continue.
And more than the hardware, to me, I had a conversation yesterday with a young PhD student about data pruning and different strategies for identifying what you can throw out and still train efficiently. And as you put the data used for training, you use less power. So that sounded promising to me.
See, what's happened now is that there's like thousands of people out there who are figuring out how to simplify, how to reduce the training time or the training set. There's a very powerful method called distillation, which is interesting. So it turns out you need a huge network and a huge amount of data to train it. But once you've trained it, you can now take the input and the output of that complex network and use it to train a much smaller network. It's called distillation. And you use it to train it not just on the correct output, but on the probability distribution of the output. And you can come pretty close to having the same performance for much less hardware. But that's telling us something, an important principle, which is that maybe why we have such a huge brain is not performance. It's for learning from this huge amount of data in the world. But once you have distilled it somehow, you can now run it really fast with much less hardware. And that opens up new resources in the cortex for learning new things. And there's actually evidence for this, which is really a mystery for neuroscientists. It's called drifting representations. So it was always thought that, well, if you have a neuron you're recording from it someplace in the visual system that it has some feature that responds to like a line, vertical line, that will be there fixed forever. It turns out, interestingly, that now we can record over long periods of time, for weeks, for months, and we discovered that, oh, the feature responds to changes. It's no longer vertical, now it's some other act, or some even more complex stimulus. And that's called drifting representations. And what is that telling us?
The feature changes or its location in the brain.
The same neuron is tracked optically over many, many weeks and months. And if you just do the same experiment over and over again, you discover that you get a different answer every time, over time. And that has shocked us because it's a very different view, because now it means that the cortex is not a fixed piece of hardware like a digital computer, right? Where each transistor has a function and it's going to stay that way, right? Unless it breaks. No, it's the whole brain is shifting all the time. It's malleable, it's adaptable. As the environment changes, it shifts. But it takes time, right? It takes changes occurring over times that are long enough so that you wouldn't notice it if you're just doing a single experiment or just a few experiments. You have to monitor it. So that's a big shock. And now we're beginning to think that, gee, this is one of the problems we have with these networks. You train them up and you use them, but they no longer learn, right? So you need something called lifelong learning. Well, our brains do lifelong learning. Maybe this drifting representation is an indication of how we do that. So this, again, we're extracting a principle from something we've observed in the brain, and that could generate the next generation network that based on similar principles.
You said that Jeff Hinton is bringing back Boltzmann sheet.
Okay, so first of all, let me tell you history. The history there was that my background was in physics and neuroscience, and his was in psychology and AI. So complementary, and we just hit it off. We were at a small meeting in 1979. It was a workshop at San Diego. And we both had the same beliefs about how nature was the only existence proof we could solve difficult problems like vision and speech and language. So we should be looking carefully at how nature solved those problems and trying to understand that in a way that I was telling you about the radar this, although we weren't thinking about radars back then. But it's clear that this is something that has happened over and over again in history. And we came across, like I say, through the hot field net, heating it up and looking for learning algorithms, we came across this principle, which we call wake sleep. In other words, you have two phases. One phase is when you expose the network to the inputs and outputs of the paths you're trying to solve, and then you let it go and then let it free run. Now, why should the also machine learning algorithm need to do that? Here's the reason. The trouble is, if you're a neuron somewhere in the middle of the brain or a unit that's on the hidden layer, and you're getting correlations coming in on the inputs, you have no way of separating out whether those correlations are due to the outside world, the task itself, or some other neuron, internal correlation. And so the danger is that if you run it without any sort of way of canceling the internal correlations, then the brain, the network will basically spend more and more of its resources, the weights are going to be focused on internal correlations and we'll ignore what's coming in from the outside. We call that fully adue. People start self-referencing. The beauty of having the sleep phase is that that will be purely generated by internal correlations. So you subtract that off. Now, this is the principle. Like I said, it's a principle that came out of the Boltzmann machine. Now, Jeff has discovered how to use the same principle for feed-forward networks. A very elegant, very beautiful approach, which is competitive with background and also much more biologically plausible. So that, I think, is going to be a real advance, both in terms of the way that we think about learning, because the background is extremely heavy-handed. You have to have information going backwards over connections. You have to be able to hold on to the state of the network on the forward paths. So those don't exist in the brain, but it's very efficient. It's very efficient and it has proven to be scalable. So it's universally used. However, if nature has found a way to do that without the heavy hand, and it does it with wake sleep, and we do, after all, spend a lot of time sleeping, then that's a big win. And also it may help us understand how brain works. So this is another step along the way toward a better understanding, new versions of old algorithms that we can build on. But again, it's the first step. He'll be the first to admit that. He's focused on small problems, relatively small problems, in order to be able to make progress. But there'll be many, many ways of building on that.
That's fascinating. Could you use this forward network in a model the size of GPT-3 or?
I suspect so. He hasn't demonstrated that yet, but I don't see any problem with applying it to that kind of architecture. In fact, it is a feed-forward model for inference, and so he's showing now you can do the same thing with learning, a feed-forward learning model too. So, never know. I mean, when something was new, you have to explore it. It could lead you in many different directions, but it smells right. From my background in trading, I can see how it could be implemented in the brain. It doesn't violate any principles. And also, many people have tried to come up with versions of background in the brain. There's dozens of papers, and none of them are as successful as Jeff's version. That's a good sign. It's a good sign because it means that this may be the roadblock, right? There's a roadblock. By the way, the last time this happened was back in 1983 when the perceptron learning algorithm, that was by 1959, Frank Rosenblatt, and it's a beautiful, elegant, simple learning algorithm for a network that just has one layer of weights between the input and the output. And Minsky and Ebert studied mathematically and came to the conclusion that it was very limited in terms of what it could represent, namely linearly separable functions, which is to say ones for which if you have a space and dimensions of the units, you could find a plane running through it that separates the positive and negative examples, right? Those are the weight spaces. And it's being hammered, I point out, to build strong limitation, right? And they thought that there wouldn't be, in their view, any learning algorithm that could generalize this to a multi-layered perceptron with this. And that's fair enough. I mean, that was their opinion. But others who read the book or didn't read the book got the impression that, oh, it has been proven that this is a dead end. And so I remember when we were starting out, we were told continually, don't you know that it's impossible, so why are you bothering, right? This is like 20 years where this really elegant beginning was not pursued. And that's where Jeff and I came up with the Boltzmann machine, and Dave Rummelhart and Jeff came up with background, and many others. I mean, it really exploded. That's what was so exciting about the 80s, was that we were making these discoveries. And so that's an example of where there's a bottleneck in thinking, where it just stopped the whole generation, literally, from making any progress, because people had to believe something that was wrong. And now there's this bottleneck having to do with brain can't do background, right? So it's a dead end. And now what Jeff has done is yet again shown that, well, there's a way of getting around that. And just by switching the architecture around a little bit and incorporating some old ideas to the Boltzmann regime, we think they are this. And so that's the way industry progresses in these paradigm shifts, right? You go from one, you don't solve all the problems, but you're on a different level. And what you do is incremental improvements to get better, 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 better. That's what's happened over the last roughly 20 years, 30 years, is incremental improvements, more computing power, more data. But those are just incremental, right? You can see how that is going to progress. But when you get with these jumps, the transformer is another jump. That's a whole new ballgame. You have a whole new set of tasks, applications, things that you didn't expect. And I think that will continue for a long time. I mean, that's the way it's always all through science.
Whether or not this new forward algorithm or it's scaling the transformer, it's mind-blowing how much has happened in 5 short years.
Or even less, actually, the last 3, yeah.
Yeah, since GPT-3.
I've written an archive paper on this, and the title is Large Language Models and Reverse Turing Testing. So here's the insight. I was reading an economist article on large language models, but at the end, the author said, well, I have to give credit to GPT-3 that helped me write this article. And it came along with 2 interviews, one by Dietary and the other one by Douglas Hofstadter, and they were diametrically opposed. One of them came to the conclusion that it has a very sophisticated understanding of theory of mind and social interactions. And then Douglas Hofstadter said it was totally clueless. They had no idea what's going on. And I'm not going to go into the details except to say that when you get something that is so different from 2 experts, right, that means there's something interesting here. And so I started playing with it myself, and I came up with the following conclusion. That it's pretty clear that it's been trained on a huge amount of data from many, many different people, things that range from short stories, technical reports, poems, computer programs. I mean, it's just endless, right? It's just huge, 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 huge from the internet. And as a consequence, it doesn't have persona. It's not like us. You have a certain personality. It may change a little bit over time, but it's different from mine. And we all have our own personalities, our own personas. But what it can do is very interesting. It can adopt any persona, depending on how it's primed. You can ask it to be a persona. You can ask it, or it'll just pick up your persona. So what was happening with the interviews, is very interesting, is that if the person it was talking to was very highly intelligent, knew a lot about social interactions and theory of mind, and was being given a story about that, it immediately picks up on that, and it raises its level persona to match that. But if someone's interviewing it with nonsense, things that don't make any sense, well, what's it going to do? You know, you ask a nonsense question, you get a nonsense answer. The summarize of Doug Hofstadter's interview. Right. So this is called the reverse Turing test. That is to say, instead of the human trying to detect whether an AI is human or not, the AI is testing the human for how intelligent the human is.
Excuse me, Terry, just a minute. Come in.
Mr. Smith, your team. Oh, regard, I told you when the light is on in the tower, I'm recording. Here it is.
Sorry about that. Where do you think this scaling, whether or not it's with a more efficient algorithm, is likely to go? And you referenced the Wright brothers and birds a few times, but the Wright brothers didn't build a bird. They built an airplane that did something like a bird, but it's very useful. I mean, AI doesn't have to be an artificial brain, but it's something that is extremely useful.
That's the point I'm making in my archive paper, which is that there's this huge debate that's raging. Does GPT-3 understand what it's saying? Is it intelligent? Some people think it's just a parrot, a stochastic parrot, which is very easy to dismiss because there's no way that it's just replicating something that is out there. Because you can ask it questions that have nothing to do with what's out there. And it can generalize it. That's the essence of a neural network, is it generalizes from a relatively small number of examples to data that's never seen before. But from the same problem with distribution, the networks have to be able to absorb a tremendous amount of data, information, and they got to extract. These hidden units have to be able to distill what we call latent variables. That's to say things that are like concepts. For example, if it was being trained on faces, the concept that you have 2 eyes and something that is common to all faces, it has to represent that and the relationship between those features, right? And that is a way of compressing all the data and extracting what's regular and statistically significant. And so language has only been around a few 100,000 years. You know, it's something that evolved. There's not a whole new brain area called language, right? It's embedded in the existing sensory motor structures in the cortex and in the basal ganglia that generates motor sequences. So maybe what happened over evolution was that humans, through social interactions and being driven by the value of being able to communicate, became large language models embedded in a primate brain that was around and had all kinds of fancy stuff in it for sensory motor interactions. And here we are, right? So maybe it's telling us something about ourselves.
Yeah, I've had kind of a similar conversation a number of times in the last year. Everything I say to you and everything you say to me is kind of an accrual of everything that you've read and everything that you've experienced and seen, and your brain knits together these.
Some high level understanding, which then is used to generate new sentences, right?
And the semantics of the word reasoning aside, maybe we're just language models that are, what do you want to call it, mimicking or robot that's processing and integrating.
No, this is not to demean humans, right?
Sure.
These are tiny that we compared to the human cortex. So as I say in my archive article, one of them sure that they're not human. Right, whatever they are, there's something different from human. But what's really interesting is what I think the impact is going to be on philosophy. It's already declared that philosophers are very, very interested. In fact, at the end of my archive paper, I presented an interview with philosophers, and not too surprising, GB3 sounds a lot like a philosopher. But if you ask, what's the definition of these words, right? Consciousness. Well, you go to the dictionary and it has a bunch of other words, and you look those up, it's all circular. There is no real definition. It's the issue of intelligence, understanding. All those words are ones that you use in a local way, and then understand consciousness and experience something. But if you want something scientific, you're in trouble because it's just hard to figure out some more fundamental level. Like in physics, right, we have theories that explain the properties of matter. And a lot of purposes of chemistry, we have words for it, right? We have phlogiston was a word that was supposed to represent fire. Some substance that comes out of wood, right? It's called phlogiston. Well, now we understand physics, we understand combustion, we understand oxygen, and so we have a theory. So what I think is going to happen over the next, who knows how long, decades, is there will be, from understanding transformers and these large language models, we may actually come up with a real theory
Of consciousness.
for all of these words, to the extent that you can find them in these networks. Well, one thing for sure, we're going to figure out linguistics, right? Because what you can't deny is the fact they're talking to us. Not even Gary Marcus denies that, right?
And that would argue then that at some point, with enough scale and maybe tweaking algorithms, that you actually will be able to build a system or a network of systems that approximates consciousness.
So listen very carefully to what Dave Chalmers told us. What he told us is that it's not a binary decision if you're conscious or not. It's a gradient, it's a spectrum, and there are different kinds. Animals, dogs have dog consciousness, whales have whale consciousness. And you talk about fish, I'm not sure about fish, but they have their own version of consciousness. And they're all different. And they're all adapted to whatever their environment is and their social structures. And so why not these large language models? They have a different kind of consciousness from all the rest of us and all the other species. It's just a different one. But the real difference is that we can go in and examine it. We have access to every single unit, every single weight, every single activity pattern for every input, right? And it's open. It's a function. It's a mathematical function. This is not a mystery here, right? Mathematicians know about functions that can help us. They should be able to help us understand what mathematical theorems or approaches, tools are needed to extract from that complicated network that we created, how it works. And that will give us some clues.
So these models will teach us about what consciousness or intelligence is, but they also will attain some form of consciousness or intelligence. Just look at what's happened, as you said, in the last 3 years. If we can continue to have that kind of progress.
You're right. I mean, that's the part that is so unpredictable, is that if we make down progress in 3 years, we will have, and I give you one scenario is that we'll be able to dissect it and understand it mathematically. That's one scenario. Another scenario is instead of having to type in a keyboard, you'll be able to talk to your computer and it will understand you. Even things like automobiles, it will talk to your automobile. It's a universal appliance.
calm your daily chest control. At the same time, Clark has to happen. I had some things in this episode that bothered me, but I thought,
Well, here's the thing. One of the biggest riddles in that rapid small and having sex. It's very happy to say it's income, and I use the word C, but not in that sentence.
I think the easy to say, and I think it's true, is how it was one, but in the last few days, I'm not liking it. Like, I don't think he saw Clark, which really great, but I think I now can see Clark. I think he got enough, he slowly comes back, came back.
Or you have these like, oh, this doesn't work for me. I like to see people uncomfortable.
We'll get into that scene. I thought it was a great scene, but also it milked the shit out of it. It was like too much. Like, okay,
What do you think about it? That's a 15. Right?
I'm in the season, we're getting close to the reveal, so I think at that point in the season, I think it's a,
no, I mean, in that moment.
Yeah, I also think they did a double reveal. And not to there's the thing that's thrown in Lionel and Gus, and then later Lex says, how do you know it's holding gun? I thought it just got rid of all, and it was just Lex.
That would have been more impactful.
And Lex going, how do you know it's holding gun? That would have been boom.
Yeah, I agree. It was like a double whammy, like you want Lex to figure it out, like you son of a bitch. Yeah. This episode begins in another scene, as you see, young man using surveillance and Patriot on the chief of the United States Border Guard, which is 100 areas has been fired from the disgruntled fellas of the casino. It was a good job making this look like Town or whatever, or it seemed dirty and kind of, it was fun.
we look at Edge City, right?
Edge City, right?
Edge City,
That's where Lex had trouble when he was younger.
Yeah, he had trouble actually. Before the man's caught killing, we see Lex with an emergent woman with a helping hand. He tells the guy, get in the car, he's using himself as his brother. The man is seeing his older Lucas Luther.
All right, so a couple questions for this episode. This lady calling in. Questions for Michael. When we were doing the scene in the alley, you got out in the rain towers and waiting on you. How much did you pay that? How many times did you have to say the rain was really necessary?
I probably said the rain. Why the rain? It was cool. Okay. I made this here. So here's why. I felt like, I didn't really see it, but I felt like that moment. You got these guys chasing me, these dramatic moments. It was like, you get in the car, and it's like, he says, what are you doing? I'm glad, right? It's real. I guess I know. It's fine. I let it go. The crazy lady's kid from lineage, why you to falsify the Clark adoption is Lucas. It's real, and doesn't damage. And talks a lot about a new job. Like, has entire other constant place, screw over, but ends up putting him in the running with other applicants. We like this voice is kind of stupid.
It was forcefully awkward.
it was just in trash.
We still couldn't read.
Yeah, it just happens. Like, why don't Clark ask her for a job there after all that?
Chloe still about film.
I'm watching the episodes before. We had some trouble since he went through his brother Lucas surprising. I thought, like, I'm shocked and overjoyed to see his long lost son. Lucas, not so much, and next looking to use Lucas shares. He inherits by out Lionel. Small being the scene where Lucas looks at Lionel string his close glass of water. That knows that.
Now, listen to there's something in this episode where Lex is actually doing exactly what Lionel does. He's actually behaving just like Lionel. Now, he believes it's for their cause, but Lionel also believes it's for their cause. Everybody's like, these shares so they can get rid of the adversity. It's the same approach again.
You know what's funny? If I know something that just seems so intangible, it just seems like, I just didn't give a shit. I don't share. I don't know this. It just doesn't seem like it's how I wait to it. That's what I find.
I find myself believing in it. It's a big thing between Lionel and Lex. I let myself believe that.
I've never owned it because a lot of it. So, I imagine shares are working for people who want to,
We call Elon. What's that?
Back when everyone was like, Peter and some money around the jobs. That's like Lucas roll up in her own thing. That's what it's just straight action. Lucas and guys try to break some attention by shooting Lucas together. Lucas challenges Clark to game 1-on-1. Clark was full of run and eventually gets a hurt Lucas accidentally with his steel like arms.
This was fun because one of the things that I remember being ad-lib was as Lex leaves, there's a pretty people Clark catch the ball from Pete, and it's like an alley thing, it goes in, and I remember being like, that was something I did. I just would keep on. So I was like, oh, because he would sort of shoot around and do things until everybody was like, stop, you're ready, you're making too much noise. But all that's what was fun. And Clark didn't hurt him, the kid hurt himself trying to hurt Clark. He said,
yeah, something on you. Lionel turns to small tells somebody his frozen his counts and is planning to fight against Lex's buyout. And then one of Lucas's flip sides and is joining forces with Lionel against Lex. So they're all up. Yeah,
you covered a lot around quickly there. I mean, I think it's also speaks to I don't think I did not quite understood what's happening with shares so much. So that's how it's like, yeah, I was just fighting over the board weeks. It's really stuff.
Yeah, it's just like I want to focus on relationships, and it's just like, oh, okay, there's that. They're playing stupid games with each other and trying to. It just seems like, okay, all right, I mean, I get it. Like, okay, fine. But we don't want to return too much because they can't towards him. This is absolutely ass. I don't remember. So he loses everything. Okay, this billionaire kid, and he doesn't have $200 to get a hotel for the night. He can't sell his car. That's probably bought the cash. He can't. He's got no money in his safe. He's a billionaire, and he has to go to Kent Farm to do epic errands for Jonathan Kent. I don't even live it.
I think maybe help you out a little bit. Only so you don't get too upset. Ultimately, what this story is about is Lucas when he says to Clark in That's What's What If We Were Loser, and Lex was Kent, and Lex would be walking in flannel, and Clark would be in trouble. So very different. I think this is they're trying to get into. I don't see what's the beginning of so Jonathan says Lex was a great farmer, and I was like, what? Oh, that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to put someone else's shoes a little bit. But I think you're exactly right. Lex, you really couldn't say. That's what he said. Where's this guy saying?
I mean, the first thing he does is go, I'm going to save Kent's. He probably talked to a million girls will take him for the night. Where's he talking from? There's no, I mean, maybe he just doesn't have any friends. It's a good album. You're on talking about Fourth. Listen to this. What we're doing this episode called Cloud, right? My biggest problem with this is one thing. Lex going to stay with the Kents after he has nothing. I mean, it's just, he's a billionaire. He's got a safe. I know he's the first couple of weeks. I want to be the Kents. All the money in the world can't buy you an airplane. Oh, come on. Oh, got it. Snap out. Damn it. Right. Because it was weird that all of a sudden he goes, okay, let's say I have a place to stay. And John was like, it's just a lot. I'm like, come on. And we're trying to decipher something. We're trying to decipher read the whole show. But how long do you think, I mean, do you really know, even in video stuff, your thing was blindness, where you sort of just saying, did it slowly start coming back? What do you see? What's in you see? You're trying to do like that?
I think at the time, I don't remember exactly. I think at the time you were trying to get ambiguous, and then be able to like, what exactly, what did he see, what did he see, and then ambiguous. And I think it sort of added to his, kind of mystery, but also added the sense of danger, a little bit more close to the sense that I'm seeing.
So talk about your sponsor, my Better Health. Listen up, folks. Get online therapy. Try betterhealth.com/talkbill and get on your way of being your best self. I don't know how many people I've talked to, but it seems like it's probably normal now that people are talking to therapists. But it's called Rush.
Right, was that the peak in the Drag Race one?
Yes, and I just felt like we sort of saw this in Nicodemus, and it's only second season. It's like, it's just everybody's like, and Ryan, who's like more the outsider, and he likes that a lot more than I do. But he's more forgiving and that stuff. But he was more like, just when we get to those moments, it's kind of like seeing those people that I know it's fun for the actors, and then know it's gonna be resolved in about 5 minutes.
Well, the personality change.
Yeah.
I think that was something. I'll be honest, it always would seem particularly different as originally did it. So, I think it was definitely something kind of cool that we would go to. I think sometimes it was just fun. I think it always worked out. But when it did work, online, so it was great. So it's anything that was sort of thing. It's these little kind of that started to show tells you what the show can and can't do. It's always and for personality switches a couple of years. For the most part, if you look across the 10 seasons of episodes, the batting average was pretty good. It was better than most. It was a little bit more Clark Kent. I think it was season 4 where Clark Kent do like a body
Transference.
Fantastic. Tom's great and Tom was great. So it's just I think they can work. I think when you're doing 22, you have episodes. It was just it's sometimes allows you want people walking in different shoes, so it gives you a different perspective. The characters different perspective on the other characters as well. So that's fine.
What's your favorite episode of season 2? Do you remember?
Oh, Mike Rosetta.
Rosetta. No, episode 15, so we're only about 7 left. So I think Rosetta. I think that was a James Marshall episode.
It was James Marshall, and then it was a Christopher episode. So I think that was I love her. So I think it was just such a. Tom just knocked it out of the park. And that was such a you're like, oh wow, this was just it just came together. It was so much fun. So
wow, I mean, I love you said that. We went through Red Jeff Lowe. We had on this podcast, and he told us a lot of cool stuff about episode how it came out.
Yes, I heard this. Yeah, that's right.
I love you. We always love calling you. We love your man. You're a busy man. And thanks for answering the phone. All right. You can't. Bye. All right. Keep going. Our conversation. That was awesome. The idea of a chance raising Lex is realized in some sort of way. And that's when you find a chance getting ready for the day, and that's when you find a He John is still weird very West of proximity with Timothy Secrets of Farm. While one of his hard work, and you find out they're chatting about Max's office on video games. While I'm concerned that Lucas is not signed over shares of these comments, Lucas agrees to the deal. $10 million payout is a little cheap for that bastard. Lucas agrees to sign the documents and waits to fight me. You notice Lionel's shock reaction does decides to test his blind as I throw a pool ball at his head. Lionel reacts by dodging and reveals his hand. Blind Lionel is not blind anymore. Did you like that moment, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because Thomas started mentioning this like the entire time we've been rolling recordings, and I think nothing about was United, and I had no idea.
I don't remember.
I wish I could say that I was sort of playing under groundwork to be right the whole time. I never saw this episode before. I just watched it for us. I didn't know what to have. I was happily surprised, and I was like, yes, I told you later. Talent Line shares ratings of Clark. He's hired as Clark season. His largest end shares. He's the new managing partner of the coffee shop. After they collate Clark pieces together, the line was not only behind Lucas in a way, but also being found. I thought there was an opportunity where Lucas could have been a little more interested in Lana and not very professional the way Lex had been in Lana. It would, if you did a creepier it wasn't enough that he was coming in a video. I think he should have been like, oh, who are you? That would just make it creepy.
Yeah, I wonder if instead of the stereotype badass son, criminal, this comes into their life, he's such a con man. But when he played like he's actually a good guy, going against the grain. I always feel the characters are more interesting when they don't fall into what's written.
Yeah, it could have been fun if you found him. He wasn't such a rogue or a bitch. If you just found him in school, like maybe trying to struggle to get by, working in a restaurant, he just being Lex coming in and be like, come on, code me. But again, television, outside of that, I didn't watch. I heard any James Bond really same. Yeah.
He shares this for Lex, who runs once again on playing chess in the entire situation. Lex takes the info, runs with a smoother manner, Lucas acts fine. Alex goes on to make fake threats involving people who get scammed in Edge City. Lucas has a manner for Lex out and walking with the common demand that parking fire. The scene in the mansion, I kind of liked the way I played it, sort of messing with him. And going, oh, yeah, really? Oh, yeah, cool, great. Yeah, well, this is what's going to happen to you. Yeah, I heard about this stuff. Without being intense and without, it's just more like, yeah, of course, and then leaving him like, wait a minute, that's good. I kind of like that. It was cool because you're like, oh, I see you got it figured out. Good for you. That's great. Well, no, think about this. I didn't like this. I didn't like the little way it shot. It was very blue. I'm colorblind, but like a lot of the scenes like in the offices and stuff, it just seemed very, like in the Luther Corps or whatever, I don't know, it just seemed very, well, I'm actually watching the scene right now. It just timed up very quick. As you walk in, there are blue lights that Lucas has set up so he can play his video game. So it just was very, like, and he's working out and stuff, but it's Chuck very warm because he's got straight off from sweater. I don't think it was necessarily shot that. They just said there was some moments I was like, wow, that's really too much right now. It's not going to feel right. But so Ron takes up the clock and Lucas says he's turned to the Toyota Talon. As two guys argue outside of that guy with the shop, he's getting hit man from Edge City Emergent motorcycle and try to take out Lucas. As soon as we did knock out the attacker, deflect the bullet in mid-flight. I thought this was really cool, especially thinking about the effects and stuff from back then. We haven't seen this before where he's got to do one thing really, and I mean, we have maybe this was, it just was different. He looks around the bike, he does this, he grabs some runs, it seemed kind of complicated and cool, which I remember trying to figure out how to knock those bullets out as a team. And like, well,
I'm running this way, and the bullets are this way, right? And just I remember like there's probably like 10 people there being like, nah, that doesn't look good, that looks something, yeah, that works. And it ended up being this actually thing, but you'll have to figure out a bit. It's like, oh, he runs these types of bullets, but and the bullets are like behind you and software. But I think we did a good job.
Did you ever feel like when you're doing these things for the first time, you sort of stun slash effects? Like, was it easy to just let go? You're trying to everyone guys walking like, oh my god, this is cheesy, a little jackass. Where you let go, you think, oh my gosh.
That's a very good question. I think I just trust the people around me that I was like, please don't make me look stupid. And they're like, okay, well, I'm not doing something that looks stupid. Because, yeah, I think.
And of course, a couple of words, Bloomberg News, well, business works. It's much better. Maybe a lot of listeners heard about something called New, and it is sort of app-based. Could you say something about how New changed the trajectory of one's industry?
So what's interesting about New is it really took advantage of a cultural moment. I think for many years, we were kind of being a country where dieting was a big bad, right? And everyone was doing it. Everyone was on Weight Watchers, they were doing, Democratic, or they were vicious system, right? My theory is everyone was on their parents kind of cycles of diet after diet after diet, and never really anywhere. We also have these moves toward, more body inclusivity these days, right? And I think all kind of came together to sort of change the way people have thought about diets. Now people I think are more skeptical of it. They still want to lose weight, so
I've heard some of the experts doing that. I noticed that they don't really focus on weight loss as much as kind of a healthier way of thinking about yourself and what you eat. Here's an example from a recent campaign.
I was conditioned to finish my plate since childhood.
New weight is psychology, so you understand habits, change them, and realize that when it comes to losing weight, it's psychological.
And I'm not to say that that's what they're going for. Is that a fair assessment?
No, you're completely on the mark, and that's kind of one of the key draws of New, which is the sort of, I call it the not a diet for anything, right? We're not a diet, we're a lifestyle change. That's very central to the way that they changes the traditional model of dieting. Like they have, a very app-forward approach. There are little articles, there are quizzes, there's coaching, track calories, and we eat in the app. So that's one kind of way that we also appeal to a new audience. The other kind of test that is a new approach is psychology. So a big thing that the sort of founders and studies talk about is that diets tell you what to do, like eat less, right? But they don't show you how. And that's why a lot of diets don't work for long-term.
When you said that, I think about some of the special diet programs that maybe aren't quite as regimented, certainly that either you define as apps or like keto programs, Whole30, paleo, I think the Atkins plan, or all kinds of low-carb variants that also came out of that. Where do they fall in the spectrum of modern weight loss?
I think some of the ones you mentioned have also come about in the last several years, right? I think of sort of keto, paleo, Whole30, intermittent fasting, and they all take a sort of holistic wellness lifestyle approach, right? They're not like, they don't have the sort of emphasis on different phases that we saw in Atkins, bring this on each diet. They're more like simple, less focused on the scale. For instance, Whole30 actually, because when you're doing this sort of 30-day, very restricted meal plan, then you should not get on the scale. So these kind of changing attitudes also influence the kinds of eating regimens people embrace, right? They don't want to, count every single calorie. They want to do new, which is sort of more growing foods and eat more green foods, eat less of the sort of yellow foods.
Yeah. Well, so what does that do to the older weight loss application, Weight Watchers Center, the correct? Does this sort of throw them into a hunger down mode, or more of a let's go, when everyone seems to be sort of interested in these more app-based approaches?
We've seen, Jenny Craig, the meal delivery service, kind of, not in its heyday at all, right? My colleagues recently reported they're having issues with cash flow, or with the buyers. We've seen Weight Watchers in the last couple of years rebrand, kind of similar to what we were talking about, is sort of focusing on overall health, not just weight loss. That hasn't panned out super well for them. I think all these companies are either kind of relying on their name brand and their ability to kind of keep living along, or they're trying to adapt to survive.
Well, let's just dip into that Weight Watchers school if we can. You mentioned the rebranding. I remember when they announced it as WW, I thought that kind of a bugsy way to say that we're having WW, right? They want to sort of distance themselves from the old school Weight Watchers, I get that. And they want to focus more broadly on wellness, as you say. So how's it going? I mean, did that seem to bring more people back under WW tend to do it?
To your point, it is really difficult to see WW because we're talking about journalists who write about this. It's like how many people are working on this Weight Watchers? The companies have basically in the last several years, sort of starting in 2016, and especially in 2018, they sort of realized that people were thinking differently about weight. I think it's not a diet phenomenon, right? Gary Foster, who's the company's kind of top scientist, said people used to kind of be ready to leave their lives and go lose weight, right? The weight loss was just a sort of a confined period where they were losing weight and following diet, and then they would kind of go back to their normal lives. And people out there sort of like dieters person. But now people are sort of say, I don't want to leave my life. I want these programs to address the whole me. I want it to be holistic. I want to come out of this not just dinner, but I want to be healthy. And so they sort of thought about how do we fit this program into a broader wellness ecosystem and focus more on other things besides what people are eating, like sleep and stress and all these things. In terms of like how it paid off, I don't know if they like nailed the timing. Something about the way they branded doesn't seem to have like resonated with people. So in 2018, they had about 4 million members. Last year they had 3.5 million. They have like sort of an in-person workshop, and then they also have a digital subscriber. They focus on workshops and digital programs. This digital program they seem to be losing ground in for the in-person meeting side of things. So kind of speaks to where this industry is going. Really, I think from my reporting, it feels like there will always be too young for diets, just maybe a new generation of it, because there is always going to be this concern about the medical repercussions of extra weight, and also there's always going to be some societal focus on it. I mean, we talk about body positivity. We also see a lot of emphasis on fitness, and a lot of celebrities that used to be in protein diets have open competence at people. Those kinds of people are now probably, they might well be taking those up in private. We know a lot of celebrities that dropped a lot of weight right around time has got popular.
Yeah, there's been quite a bit of buzz around drugs. Initially, the idea was for patients to use these as diabetes medications, but recently there's been a lot of off-label prescribing to specifically for weight loss. And then there's this, Weight Watchers now getting medicine, the acquisition sequence as a company known for prescribing, it was a big thing for knowing. This is fairly good ground for Weight Watchers, and in a way, I wonder how that squares with what they've been since their inception. How do they buy into a sort of silver bullet medical approach now?
It's a great question. So let's talk a little bit of sort of fairly history. In the 90s, Weight Watchers was actually a holdout from the trend of weight loss companies like Jenny Craig and ecosystem prescribing weight loss medications. If you fast forward to today, in an environment where people are obsessed with these drugs, they're fascinated by them, they're really interested in using them to lose weight. For Weight Watchers to buy into this, in some ways, it seems like a no-brainer, right? Weight loss medications that people are, naturally talking about are obvious kind of detractors of the business, right? People who might join Weight Watchers in a normal, time with these new medications now making incentivized to try. One interesting thing is thinking about the Weight Watchers brand. People will say what they want about diets, but Weight Watchers is fairly credible in that space. And depending on what happens with these medications, there's going to be a risk for Weight Watchers reputation. These drugs are still pretty new. There's a lot of excitement in the medical space on that people have been using them for years and they haven't been studied.
These Weight Watchers actually incorporating the prescription weight loss medications in their regimen?
It kind of remains to be seen. There may be some Weight Watchers members who do get on medication but stay members and participate in the lifestyle program. I can also imagine this would be a source of work for them. But it does come again with some big issues. But like you said, how is this exactly going to work, right? And are your kind of like old school members people who you as your Weight Watchers and if you trust it, are they going to be turned off by this?
Right, I mean, why pay Weight Watchers when you can pay a doctor for the prescription and go add on?
One point I would make is, even though I think a lot of people think of these drugs as being silver bullets, they're not. First of all, they don't work for everyone. Or some people have the results of that. You are also still supposed to be eating all your exercising and all those things. We're supposed to do when you take these medications. And this is what Weight Watchers is saying to sort of justify this nomination, right? We have that lifestyle program that you still need on the drug, and we can support people as they're taking them. Another kind of reason that Weight Watchers may be an attractive platform for this is they're offering the telemedicine virtual consults with doctors. This has become a very popular way of accessing these weight loss medications. I also would point out that Weight Watchers CEO has said, startups move fast and great things. Like there's a lot of quite frankly shady things going on in terms of telemedicine companies that are working in the space. We are different. We don't do that. We're Weight Watchers. People can trust us. There's a lot of misinformation. We're a reputable source. And so I think they're trying to also leverage that brand to become a trusted name in this space that has really taken off and exploded.
Well, I think that underscores what I was about to ask you, and that is Weight Watchers may be one thing, right? But what about the whole idea of these membership weight loss programs writ large? Are membership weight loss programs, are they dead?
I mean, that's $1 billion question, David. I don't think it's a coincidence that we're seeing these programs hop on the bandwagon, weight loss drugs. One analyst compares, Weight Watchers is doing sort of like blockbuster Netflix kind of thing, like, these weight loss drugs, depending on what happens, could really transform an industry that's been developed innovation for decades. But it's not totally clear where things will go. Unfortunately, I think some of the same issues that play diets and weight loss membership programs also play these weight loss drugs, right? I think for many people, it's hard to believe that you can participate in these programs and it'll be a lifelong kind of commitment for you because many people feel like it's just sustainable. In the same way, like these drugs are also not proof themselves. So, the future is very unknown here, but I do think weight loss programs are jumping on board the bandwagon because they are being up to the nuts.
And of course, there's a report from Bloomberg News on health and wellness industry. You can check out our resources at bloomberg.com. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you.
After the break, we're taking a deeper dive into weight loss drugs, like I said, and I do hear nothing everywhere these days. Rocket Money is a personal finance app that finds and cancels your unwanted subscriptions, monitors your spending, and helps you lower your bills all in one place. Truth and Moon are the only ones buying the Oceanic race. The weight loss drugs also sweeping through Hollywood. Jimmy Kimmel even brought it out in his monologue this year's Oscar.
Everybody was so great. When I look around this room, I can't help but wonder, is Ozempic right for me?
And TikTok is buzz from creators trying to figure out which celebrities are using the drug. Before magazine features writer Matthew Schreier covered the Ozempic craze in his viral article, Life After Food, published in LeCun. He joins us to talk about the side effects you can't see, the ones impacting our culture. Matthew Schreier, welcome to Business World. Thanks for trying. So Matthew, did you catch Jimmy Kimmel's Ozempic comment at the Oscars? Must have.
That leaked right out of me, and I think that's glad to hear it, but if you could confirm with that,
Well, I've written about the elite's obsession with this drug. Do you think that touched a nerve, perhaps?
I think the public sensation called out individually, but as a great services in the Middle East is very lovely, and a lot of people in the entertainment industry, in Los Angeles in particular, saying yes, this really is very prevalent, and as I said, we've been kind of waiting for someone to say so, and that's why.
Well, obviously, your article, Life After Food, for the cut has been getting a lot of attention. And for those who haven't seen it, if you take a deep dive into drugs like Ozempic and Wegovy, or semaglutide, I guess as they're known generically, when did you start to notice the attention on?
This is one of these things that we notice in the drafts, and all of a sudden, once you okay, it turns out to be much ridiculous that I had ever at least expected. For the last several months, there's a little something here, a little something there. There's a big media moment from the Met Gala, with Oscars of fashion, with Kim Kardashian, allegedly taking everybody from to fit into her transition from but that really kind of brought it all back to the fore, and I think a couple months after that, we saw enough of it, and seeing the attention in such a way we started digging deeper and speaking to patients, speaking to doctors, speaking to providers about what is this really a revolution, and then in multiple ways, looking at cultural, there's a debate.
Well, let's talk a little bit about the cultural side of it. Just how popular does Ozempic seem to be? Is there any way of actually tracking this?
Certainly in terms of prescribing numbers, we do expect that for recent drugs that they will have that moving the outside. But what's interesting about Ozempic is that particular drug is around since 2017. It's not brand new, and prescriptions for Ozempic and that one specific drug are up enormously since the year. It's just an enormous jump, and you see also that these particular drugs, sort of called GLP-1 agonists, are responsible for a huge percentage of the product companies that produce them. There are millions and millions of people suffering from diabetes or prediabetes in this country, so it's obviously an opportunity also for diabetes and you're aware that the people who are taking them are both on off-label consumers or people who have even have a condition for which these medications are indicated, and also those people who are not diabetic or pre-diabetic, but for the very black market are drugs for side effects.
Let's walk us through what you know about how these drugs work exactly. Could you explain?
Yes, with the caveat that I'm not a doctor, I certainly put myself in the basis for recording this particular story. So Ozempic was really back in 2017. Wegovy, which is actually the same ingredient as Ozempic, it's an active ingredient, semaglutide. These are reformulations, a slightly higher dose, and that was approved for chronic weight management in 2021. And then Mounjaro is a different drug, another active ingredient as well, which is tirzepatide, that was approved in 2022, also for diabetes too, like Ozempic. These drugs, mimic a hormone that's naturally occurring in the body, is GLP-1, glucagon, like FI1. And what these drugs essentially do is stimulate the production of glucagon, which acts sort of as a counter to insulin, because a lot of these drugs for generally Ozempic and Mounjaro are indicated for diabetes, it helps regulate blood sugar. But in so doing, one, they slow down the empty stomach to feel fuller faster, and there's also evidence that they need the hunger senses in the brain, so you actually don't kind of chemically feel hungry or good interest in food is reduced, as we're working inside. And in speaking to dietitians, that's what really comes across from people who were overeating regularly, suddenly were finding that even their favorite foods had lost all of their appeal, they suddenly were hungry and they were interested in food that they were eating, for nutrition and for strength, they all become some sort of forcing food down without the better things, right?
Wow, I have to say, it's a little scary what you're describing. We have people who really love particular food and they no longer want it, they hand the food down, that sort of thing. Could you say a little bit more about the visible side effects that people experience while this, and how the drug is some of the
Yes, I mean, there are no side effects of these drugs. I should say that they're generally well tolerated. Like some people tell you that relative to their conjugations, and then they have to because are basically stomach upset, diarrhea, constipation, nausea, vomiting, effort of fatigue, and headaches. It's not a walk in the park, but for people who struggle for years and maybe longer with their weight and activities, these can be hugely beneficial drugs. And I don't want to lose that either. I met some people in the diabetes community. So people a couple times a generation get results like these, and they've positive benefits for cardiovascular things like this. So these are very significant drugs we're taking. And it also it's really significant drugs in terms of weight loss. One of them has been for weight loss in people with obesity or certain. And what we're seeing is making people more nervous, I think, is people more interested in people taking these drugs. They get out of care of physicians and specialists, and there are dangerous attendant consequences to thyroid tumors in lab rooms. So there are certain people with certain administrative conditions who should not be taking these drugs, and that's not necessarily going to come to the board. You're buying it off label from some black marketeer. And then the other issue is more kind of ethical, and if you're running these drugs, and certainly we know that there were shortages for much last year in part because the demand was much greater than or are you as someone who is taking a drug cosmetically and aesthetically, or are you taking it away from a diabetes patient who's been and I spoke to a number of diabetes patients, pharmacy after pharmacy, and it's not there because someone also for resources. Well, what about the prices? The prices are very concerned. I mean, for people who are prescribing medications for conditions that they have, they're generally covered by insurance. For people who take them off label, which is someone who's taking Ozempic for weight management without diabetes, whether being prescribed by a physician, insurance is not covering that. So the prices of these drugs are steep. So Ozempic will run you, I think, $900 a change every month, for adult supply, which is a weekly injection. Wegovy is a little bit more than that. I think Ozempic is somewhere right around the same area as Wegovy, with over $1,000. So it can be extremely steep.
I'm also thinking that the insurance companies must be able to schedule about what's going on, how these drugs are being used on.
It's a great question, and one thing there's further inquiry and research. I spoke from agricultural number of patients, both diabetics who were prescribed and non-diabetics who were prescribed waiting for their needs, and all of them have agreed, those who had it legitimately were having covered with which and essentially accepted to kind of understood the market these drugs and frankly, is that you have to, and I didn't actually speak to one person who said to me, this is not worth what I'm going to take for people that in many cases struggle for years with many different, for weight management medications, diet, exercise, whatever, and ultimately kind of.
I have to ask about what happens when people come off of these drugs. What do you learn?
The weakness is real. In one study that was actually funded by Moore as a data sharp company that makes Ozempic and Wegovy, they're saying now that a significant proportion of people being back 100% weight loss within Wegovy on it. It's a real concern if weight management is your primary. Like I spoke to a number of people who are on it who said, I'm just doing this to kind of reset a little bit. We're seeing it sort of like a, almost like a detox or a sloppage or something. When they come down and they're targeting weight, they want to make it go off it and just continue to see that. I hope for individual people that may be true, but statistically, it's much more likely that once you stop taking these drugs, you stop seeing that.
We're talking about Matthew Schneider, whose article 900 Food published in the Cut pulls back the curtain on the diabetes drug that's called as a hot new weight loss. When we come back, we're going to be talking about how this trend is affecting our culture a little deeper.
One day, you may find yourself in a pet store looking for a pet for your teenage son or daughter, and you'll encounter a baby iguana, an adorable little lizard that doesn't eat bugs or mice or anything that lives in cedar. It's an herbivore. They're not very expensive, and it's possible that you will buy a real iguana, not knowing that in several months, this adorable little lizard will be 5 feet long.
Hey, it's Kevin Each, and this is a special archive episode of
Knowing what you now know about green iguanas, if a friend came up to you one day and said, hey, my green iguana just had a bunch of little green iguanas. Do you want a little baby green iguana for free? My guess is that you're smart enough to say, no thank you. No thank you. I don't want a pet lizard, no matter how cute, that's going to grow to be 5 feet long and more than 20 pounds in weight. No thanks. That's pretty obvious. Here's the interesting thing. The interesting thing is, If you live in the Philippines or Paraguay or Brazil, a country where green iguanas are indigenous, and you own a green iguana that was growing like a rocket, would you keep it? Would you keep it forever? Or would you take it to the local rainforest and let it go? One of the things that has driven our culture, one of the things hardwired into us, into mice, into rats, into most intelligent creatures that have evolved, is the fact that some costs are a real problem. Some costs, the idea that we stick with something, particularly if we put a lot of time or effort into getting that thing, and money has magnified the way we think about some costs. In this short podcast, I want to help you rethink all the some costs in your life and understand the two factors that get in the way of us making better decisions. So what do I mean by some cost? If something happened yesterday, or a week ago, or a month ago, or a year ago, something that cost you time or effort, it's sunk. You can't get that time or effort back. It's over. What you're left with is what you're left with, and now you need to make a new decision. And that new decision is, how will I go forward from here? Will I go left or will I go right? Will I stay with it or will I try something new? So you're a lawyer. You're 34 years old. You hate being a lawyer. You've hated being a lawyer for the last 5 years. You understand what it is to be a lawyer, and you don't like it. Okay, fine. So should you quit being a lawyer? Well, most people who are in that situation don't quit being a lawyer. Don't quit because they say, I spent 3 years in law school. The fact that you spent 3 years in law school is completely irrelevant. You already spent 3 years in law school. You can't get those 3 years back. Now you need to make a new decision. And the new decision is based on who you are now and what you know now. Should you be a lawyer tomorrow? Will being a lawyer tomorrow be a better path for you than not being a lawyer tomorrow? That economically, we're able to make decisions, better decisions, by ignoring some costs. That's a very exciting problem to do now. There's a movie that you guys will see, and you want my tickets in advance. Browser crashes. You've got your computer, and when you start to get online, one picture gets left for tonight, this is the last day, but when you send someone to the section, you put down $15 a ticket, and you buy tickets for you and your friend. No, that's what walking to the movie. You walk into an old friend. Your old friend is walking to Broadway. You follow in step with her. As you and your partner are walking along with this old friend, she says, oh, I'm on my way to go see Hamilton. I got 5th row seats, and my 2 friends are going to come with me, can't make it. Do you want to come? Now, there's some cost analysis. Well, no, we can't come. Sorry, we have tickets to this movie. And if we don't go, well, then they'll go to waste. We can't get a refund. Sorry, enjoy the show. The correct analysis is to realize that those tickets, the movie tickets in your hand, there's some cost. The fact they were a gift, the fact you paid for them, no matter how you got them, there's some cost. You can't get that money back either way. So now your choice is go to Hamilton or go to a movie. They both cost the same amount. Nothing. Because it's a new decision based on new information. The easiest way to code this is that item you bought for the movie ticket is a gift. It's a gift from your past self to your current self. Do you want the gift? It was easy to turn down the movie you want. No, thank you. I don't want the movie you want. I understand how much it's going to cost me going forward, and my alternatives are there. Thanks anyway. But it's harder if we spend years at law school to say to our past self, thanks for giving me this law degree. I really appreciate the time and effort you put into getting it, but no, I don't want it anymore. Thanks very much. I'm giving it back to you. I'm using it to report. Economically, I hope you can see if you do the math, that it makes 0 sense to think about how much it costs us to get whatever gift we got from our past self. It's completely irrelevant to making any decision about how we should spend our future time or our future resources. 1915, Harriet Otis Cruft gave Harvard University some money and we used it to build Cruft Laboratory. That is called Cruft Hall. And that is where some groundbreaking research in radar was done around the time of World War II. Over the years, the physics department at Harvard wasn't particularly good at cleaning up after itself. And year after year, the detritus of research and innovation kept piling up. And as you walked past Cruft Hall, you saw through the windows more and more stuff just piling up because no one wanted to get rid of it. This led at MIT to the term Cruft. Cruft is the stuff that's left behind. It's the code we don't want to prove out of our code base. It's the peanut and extra books sitting on your bookshelf. They get in the way every single time you're looking for what you're trying to find. Cruft may have a little bit of history of what we're doing. It's not our time. It is our past and our future. Smart corporations with consultants at the helm make decisions like this all the time. They look at a division, they look at a plan, they look at something they can invest in, they look at something they can they look at a product line. And they say, yeah, we know we spent a lot of time on that. We know we spent a lot of energy on that. We know we spent a lot of money. But every day we keep doing it, it's keeping us from doing something else. So we're not going to do that anymore. So General Electric spins off its home appliance division to sell the whole thing off all at once. Because by getting rid of it, by refusing that gift from Thomas Edison, refusing that gift from all the people who built it before, the future version of the company and focus on something else. And that's all it was. That's all it was an economic choice. Well, it would be difficult. But it's not simply an economic choice. It's largely an emotional problem with several components. The first one is, what will I tell other people? What will I tell my family when I announce that I walked away on that project? What will I tell the people around me when I say, you know that stuff that I was excited about yesterday? I'm not doing that anymore. What will we tell the people who gave us the movie ticket? What will we tell our partner about the money we just quote wasted on the movie ticket because we went to a show instead? And it gets back to the issue of culture. You're going to be always looking at a certain way. It does not work that way. What does it mean to walk away from the street, from your public or private commitment, from the story that you become? It's a hard one sort of cognitive dissonance that, well, if I'm in favor of it, it must be right. If I'm not the kind of person that would be in favor of something that's wrong, what would it mean in my social circle for me to say, yeah, this history I have of being one way in the world is a gift for my own self, but I've looked at that and I've thought about that, and going forward, I'm going to do something else because that other thing I'm going to do is going to pay off every day. Ignore the sunk costs, regardless of what they cost me, to go do something else. Which brings us past the idea of sunk costs to something a lot more different, which is the dip. And the dip, I hope I wrote a long time ago, first book that I know about, it's a simple argument, got a couple pieces. One piece is this. In our relative world, something that is seen as the best is way, way better than something that seems third. We know that when you do a Google search, the vast majority of searches, people click on the first one, second match. Almost no one goes to the second page. But going beyond that, think about being in town, or 5 pizza shops, all the way to 3 or 4 blocks from where you're doing it. And you know one of them has the best slice in town. You consider going to the second or the third or the What you're seeing as the best in the world, you're getting outsized in the world. How you can find best and work for you are best. I don't need best according to some daily power and your arbitrary. I need best according to the person who's requiring best according to you and world. I need planet, the whole solar system, home universe. I look at the world, the place, the community, the choices that you have right now to decide on. Those 6 people are applying for a job, but those 6 people are the whole world. You're the best in the world based on the facts that matter to you. So it's really important to be the best in the world. The question is, how do you become the best in the world? The answer is you gotta quit a whole bunch of other stuff. You gotta walk away from all the cruft and the detritus that's holding you back because you're a wandering generality, as Xavier would say, not a meaningful specific. And we quit all the time. And there are very few adults who wear tutus because they took out like when they were kids, but they quit. And they're vegetarians who quit. You quit stuff. But somewhere along the way, things against the body. They're not. Quitters are losers. In fact, winners are the ones you're not going to do it to ignore some cost. You say, I'm going to build the resources to invest in my career, to invest in myself, to invest in my community. And right now, it's diffused. I'm investing in a lot of different things. Instead, I have the guts to do, I don't know, and invest in you to dig deep into this, not everything, but do this is specific, to burn my dog to go way out on me. Because by doing that, I will get closer to the best in the world. And what's the dip? The dip is that moment of pain when we're on the path to become the best in the world with something. And now 22 on the marathon, or we're at the 3rd month at the gym, or we're pushing ourselves to write a book and better than the 11 mediocre book we're in the past. And in those moments, when we feel books like quitting, that's what people quit. And that's why it's so scarce to find things on the other side of that dip. That the dip always accompanies things that are scarce, because if it didn't, those things would be scarce anymore. What makes them scarce is the dip causes people to quit because they're there. But if you see the dip in advance, you know the dip is coming, then you can sign up for it. You're delighted when you arrive. Oh good, it's here. That means I can get through it now. So we should start a project naively believing there is no dip. What we ought to do is look around enough to say, oh, I bet there's a dip in a project like this one. I bet there's a dip in the journey from easy to become a 5 or freelancer, harder to become a freelancer, and they make $500 an hour. There must be a dip in between those two things. And yes, there is. Because there's a dip in taking out a blog, half blog goes over 100, blog goes over 200, maybe blog goes over 1,000. Most people don't see it out, blog goes over 1,000. Not many blogs, about 1,000 people post on it. Skips, there's a dip along the way. And so, to get in the dip, what we got to do is begin with this idea of some cost. All that stuff that you have in your fingertips, all of those resources, all of those social media accounts, all of that reputation, all of those skills, all of those degrees, all of those things you do every day, those are gifts. They're gifts from yourself and today. They brought them to you just like everyone was offered to you. The question you ask yourself is, what about that? What can I say, well, thank you for yourself? And instead, go down, because I did that, and I'm going to do it. That work is how we change the culture. What we'll be able to do is walk away from our tribal work and live on cultural and connected beliefs. One belief accepted that we can make a new decision based on new information. And decision that matters to us and matters to the people. Thanks for
This is how management content. How's that? Can we show us in here?
We got absolutely fantastic questions from us because if you've got questions, I know you're this is and and press the appropriate button.
Great, is unquantifiable. Fantastic concerns, designing the usual criticism and criticism that we're talking about. How do you differentiate between a person who's a true fan care about transformer resonating show? Having done that, how do you know what part of the criticism is valuable and what part of about? Thank you.
There's a key distinction between feedback, advice, criticism, and trolling. And the biggest difference in terms of making your work better is to understand who the believers are. When a non-believer shows up with criticism or trolling, it's not helpful to you. It's only good for my musical figure to go on and come to you that probably musical is good. Well, fine, it's not for you. But that's different than asking people on the same journey as you are. Asking people where you are going to go for advice, anonymous, generous advice. That's precious. We need to seek that out. There's a lot of interviews with that. It's possible to see people who are like the people that you so somehow distinguish their best interests from you. To save us from hospitality. We can ignore that person who told you that you can help. See that the advice of people who are cheering you on, who do it over and over, that is professional success.
Hi, Seth. It's Ryan Hunt here from Devon in the UK, and I have a question for you on the podcast about studying to be non-believers. I completely agree with what you're making here about that question is not the fact you have someone who owns a restaurant or bar or hotel who has these reviews on their review sites stating all the things they didn't like. How can they best engage these people to protect their reputation and come across as genuine, caring people and of course preserve their sanity in the world's greatest world, best science? What is the right time to do this? Thanks very much, and thanks for the great work.
The service administrator would be probably more than that. There's lots of people have to use, not okay. For that, and if you serve enough people, you will have to make it to question it. What I see working services is first, you can really understand and don't want to be as closely as you are. Don't sweat it. Friend of ours, she had one star review on TripAdvisor. She one star review was restaurant too busy, wouldn't take our reservation. How come this is a one star place? You can get a reservation, go and have a good time. If you can't, no harm, no foul. But this is go. No, you're upset, thanks for raising your hand. That's it. You're upset, thanks for raising your hand. Dr. Burke talking about, we're not just finding the kind of stuff. None of those things are going to change anything anyway. The next step is if an actual glitch happens, if an actual error or mistake, only human response to you, if you have both of you, presumably the person is in control. There's control wants to see is you need to your control, shutting off the person. The first place was for raising your hand and giving feedback. Yes, acknowledge it, be open. And then C, figure out a plan forward, because a saved customer, a customer rescued from disappointment can become your absolute biggest fan.
We're all set. This is Yann LeCun on Minneapolis, and all these months, this one, I'm a believer, I'm a non-believer, it hit home so hard. I literally had tears flowing down my face because you just nailed it. Like, I started to have it. I even felt the pivot. You push so long, you push so hard to just say, I believe, and then all of a sudden Mitch said, drip, where'd you out? And I pivoted in 2012. I literally felt like this, and that's when I started to hide and started dumbing down, everything that I was busy, because I couldn't take the criticism anymore. And you just lit me on fire. My question is, the fear I feel right now is like, how do you personally keep that fire going inside of you and that belief in front of you that drip, I can take that. Genesis.com. Genesis.
Just do it. The most current thing happening right now is a build Montana that spend is to really optimize it out. And what happens, as you know, is when you're busy and they're wanting to go out and doing side hustle and everything else is high pressure, or they've got family and everything else, people tend to make that quite small. It's not very sensible, you've got the types of foods that they're eating. So they might have eaten the same types of foods on repeat. One of these people is have 2 counts here, the people who do like the meal prep stuff and make the same food 5 days a week, and the thing is healthy, you can keep it all in a day, or you have people who just live in meals, meal prep, it's rather than saying things that just very simple cases and then particularly kind of fall through. And inevitably, both of those ways you have impact on your gut health, whether you feel it in your gut or not. So that way eating limited types of fibers, you've got actually really fed, and the most important thing for your gut health is eating 30 plants a week, so trying to eat the most variety of different types of plants. That includes fruit and vegetables, nuts and whole grains, different types. Just not looking at this side either.
I'm gonna stay up late talking to my roommate, hang out with friends whenever I want to, plus we're gonna learn about mitosis and meiosis and mental limitations and how can this possibly not go well. When I get back into my roommate Megan has just moved in, and the first thing she says to me is, I knew we were gonna be friends from the moment I saw the clothes hanging in your closet. That's a little odd, but I mean, she likes me. And that first day, a small crew of girls forms around Megan and me, and I'm so excited to already be my friends. The first week of camp is a paradise of biology. We make 3D models of the double helix structure of DNA, lining up as A's and T's and C's and G's. We transcribe DNA sequences into RNA and translate that into amino acids and protein structures, and I feel like we can get in the secret code of life, which we have. I geek out over Punnett square problem sets and mapping pedigrees, shaping those circles and squares to show how a disease is transmitted from a family. Classic summer camp activities. It's the best. I have to admit though, I'm getting some weird vibes from my new friends. Every morning as we walk through the university quad on the way to class, Heather makes fun of my hair and teases me about the keychain on my backpack. Tori scribbles on my homework and crumbles it up. Megan starts borrowing my stuff without asking, and I find notes on my desk written in my eyeliner that say, I'm wearing your sandals today. But it's okay, I know how to deal with people like this. 13 years growing up as a Chinese American girl in Iowa have taught me how to fit in as an interloper. Be super nice, erase my own personality, go with the flow. It's never failed me before, and surely it's not gonna fail me at nerd camp, where by definition, no one here is too cool for school. So I keep trying to be as agreeable and accommodating as possible. At the end of the first week of camp, we're playing a game in class that requires other people to help us solve our mystery genotypes. This involves passing slips of paper to our friends with questions on them. Like, if I had a kid with someone who has attached earlobes, is it possible that our kids could have attached earlobes too? And if the answer is no, then I know that I'm homozygous, but I'm on the trait of having detached earlobes. Super simple. But during the game, my friends, instead of passing back real answers to me on slips of paper, they write, why are you so ugly? And you're stupid. And at the end of the game, I'm the only one who hasn't been able to figure out my genotype. As the classroom empties out, I sit in my chair and I rack my brain, trying to think of what I've done to offend Megan and Tori and Heather and others. And I really can't think of anything. But I hope that maybe this is just some weird hazing ritual. Maybe if I weather anything that they throw at me, they'll finally accept me. So I trail along behind them to the cafeteria. We set our trays down at the same table where we always sit. And the other girls pass around a look. And Megan says, I have a story to tell. Last summer at camp, there was this girl who no one liked, and she kept trying to hang out with us, and we didn't know how to get rid of her. Heat floods my face. Thus far, I have refused to read the signals that these girls have been sending me because I'm under the mistaken impression that ignoring meanness in other people is the nice thing to do and will make it go away. But now Megan here has told such an obvious parable that she's basically forcing me to read between the lines. I know she's talking about me. I know I'm not wanted. I get up quickly, bust my tray without having to walk back to my room, but I can't even take refuge there because Megan and the other girls go back there and hang out, and I don't want them to see me crying. But I have a new problem. Tonight is the Friday night dance, and the last thing I want to do is go to a dance without any friends. So I asked the camp counselor if I can just stay in my room and read a book, but she says no. So I go to the hall, new plan, ask a random girl if I can use her dorm room phone. I unspool the cord as long as I can go to try to get some privacy, and I call my mom and say, Mom, please come pick me up. I am done with camp. Because you see, I live 10 minutes away. I live in Iowa City for a There's no reason for me to stay in this place for another week. But my mom says no. So my last plan is just to hide in the corner of this girl's room and try to cry until the time of the dance. I shuffle off to the dance alone, and in the dorm basement, 90s tunes are pumping. Wannabe by the Spice Girls, Everybody by Backstreet Boys. And in my normal life, I'm too self-conscious to really be much of an answer. But tonight, I'm like, what the heck? I don't know anybody here who I care about. Why not let loose? Because these girls' rejection of me, yeah, it's kind of broken me, but it's also freed me. Because why contort myself into something else when it's not going to make people like me? Why not just be myself? So I let the music take over, and I dance. I get pulled into this big dance circle, and everyone around me is smiling, and I'm feeling the beat, and soon I'm smiling too. So the camp counselor taps me on the shoulder and says, hey, your mom's here. And I'm like, what? Why is my mom here? And then I remember that a few hours ago I was falling and asking to go home. I end up staying at camp. I do learn very cool stuff about mitosis and meiosis and mutations in mental. And I make new friends who are nice and normal people, but I never forget that there really are mean people in this world. And you can't always win them over with kindness, but you don't have to let them crush your spirit. Thank you.
That was Kristen. Kristen is an avid reader, book reviewer, an aspiring writer who lives in Cambridge, Massachusetts with her partner, 3 children, and a mini golden doodle for fun. Kristen ended up working in genetics research labs during the summers in high school and went on to major in biology in college, which eventually led to medical school. You can see a picture of Kristen and Fluffy on our website, theloft.org. Rich Schneider shared this next story on another Grand Slam stage, this one at the Lincoln Theater in Washington, D.C., where we partner with local public radio station WAMU. Just a note, more alludes to teenage sexual awakening. It's all very innocent, but just one extension. Here's Maura Schneider, live as a live.
I once lived in a world where sex was only practiced between 2 consenting Barbie dolls. My best friend Emily and I spent so many unsupervised hours when we were 7 in her basement, kneeling in front of Barbie's dream house and carefully unvelcroing blouses, and pressing nippleless boobs against chiseled chests and giggling. And then when we were 8, the summer we were 8, we emerged from that dark basement and realized, we went to the pool and we realized that non-plastic living boys could also make us giggle. We would whisper about the cutest ones and laugh when they belly flopped or tried to eat a whole hot dog in one bite. And there was one boy who ruled them all. This muscly blonde middle schooler named Scott. When he was there, I felt like there was a magnet in my chest pulling me towards him. And he was so beautiful, it was like the world was brighter and better when he was there. Emily liked him too, my best friend, and so we would tread water next to him trying to get his attention. And she was really bold, so she'd say things like, looks like that modeling contract's gonna come through, Scott, or tie my underwater handstand. I was really shy, I would try and talk, but I would just stare at him, hoping that would evolve into a romantic relationship. Instead, Scott, after a week of being these perpetual giggling shadows next to him, Scott got tired of it, and he pushed us away from him in the pool and yelled, ugh, you guys are so annoying, just leave me alone. I was heartbroken. Emily and I gathered ourselves and ran back to her house, and once we had changed, we went back down to the basement, where we were just seething with anger. So we've been playing relationships for years now, with dolls and stories and movies, and the girl and the boy always get together. We had no framework for rejection. And before we go, I just want to remind you that there are a lot of adults in the world who do not know how to handle rejection without watching out, and I still had 12 of my baby teeth. So we started plotting, like, I wanted to take that pain and get it out of me and onto Scott. And I do not know why, but the solution was a letter. A sexy letter. A sexy prank letter. We would write a letter and sign it from a made-up name, and it would drive him crazy, and he would never be able to find her, so we'd win. So we started writing. Emily had better handwriting, so she was doing most of the writing, and she was coming up with some real good lines about butts. And I was inspired by all of those hours of research at Barbie's dream house. I said, write this down. I want to get naked and hug and kiss you. It was the best. And we signed it Love Sally because we thought that was the sexiest woman's name. We ran over to his house and I jammed it in the mail slot when the post was clear, and then we ran home. I was like, cool. And because I was 8, the next morning, I had basically forgotten about it. And I was playing dolls in my 2nd floor bedroom, and I looked out the window, and there's Scott marching down the street with his brother, and he's holding a letter. My mom was working, my sister was watching us, she and Scott were the senior in school, and I shouted at her, go in! But okay, my sister's awesome, but she was like not very cool in school, and Scott was, and she chose status over sisterhood, and escorted him upstairs. And I panicked and ran to the bathroom to hide in our bathroom door and locked, so I would like jam my shoulder against the wall, against the door, and Scott and his brother and my own sister are pushing on the other side. And but I felt a lot of adrenaline, so I'm holding my own. And every once in a while the door pops open and Scott and I make eye contact in the mirror. He's still so cute. And I pop back and he starts interrogating me, and I'm denying everything, and it's the longest conversation that we've ever had. And then he's like, who's Sally? Who's Sally? I don't know. And then, who's Sally? And I say, I think she goes to elementary school. He leaves, goes down, and I'm like, oh, he bought it, I'm in the clear. And then I think, dang, still not my best friend, like really quick. And then I'm like, can we still have that romantic relationship? Well, surprise, it was not over. Scott's mom called my mom and Emily's mom, and they had what must have been the most awkward conversation my mom has ever had as a mom. And afterwards, she came home, came up to my room and sat on my bed and said, Maura, do you have any questions about your mommy or your feelings? And I'm like, oh my God, no, I don't want to talk about this when I open my mouth. I just start crying. I'm embarrassed, I know I'm in trouble, but I started the summer thinking that sex was just a game that you played with dolls. And then in the last 24 hours, I had burst into this world of shame and rejection and erotic revenge letters. And now, everybody in my neighborhood knew that I knew what sex was. And I realized once you go into that world, you can never go back. Thank you.
Laura Schneider is a writer and illustrator living in Fredericksburg, Virginia. Her graphic essays have appeared in The Believer and No Telling's Journal. She is currently working on a graphic memoir about sexuality, consent, and caregiving. What I love about Laura's story is not just the sexualization that she's in over her head, but that she's got to stay there a while. Laura told me that she wishes she learned earlier not to be so scared of embarrassing herself, but the absolute lack of control that comes with parenting encouraged her back to that place of bold, gut-driven risk-taking that gave her the nerve to get up on the mock stage at her first slap. And in a moment, the stories of helping hands during crisis when the Mott's Radio Hour continues. The Mott's Radio Hour is produced by Atlantic Public Media in Whittle, Massachusetts, and presented by ERX.
The Moth is brought to you by Progressive, where customers who save by switching your home and car save nearly $800 on average. Quote at progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. National average 12-month savings of $793 by new customers surveyed who saved with Progressive between June 2021 and May 2022. Potential savings will vary.
This is the Mott's Radio Hour from ERX. I'm Samuel James. As I was listening back to these stories, I was reminded that walking the walk doesn't just show others who you are. Along the way, it can reveal who you should be, who you can be, who you want to be. And sometimes, even more than that, like with our next storyteller, Kai Jarvis. They shared their story at a showcase we produced featuring stories from women and girls that we presented in partnership with the King's Spade Foundation in New York. A quick note, this story references the media tour. Here's Kai Jarvis.
In March of 2020, my parents drove me and my sister from our New York City apartment upstate to spend quarantine in a little cabin. It was heated by a fireplace. For the first 2 months, they didn't have any water, so we had to use our neighbor's hose to brush our teeth and take showers. It was very tight and cramped. And like everyone else, we were kind of going crazy. We were fighting a lot. I was finishing 8th grade at the time. I didn't want to be stuck in the house with my family. My sister didn't want to be stuck in the house with the family. My parents didn't want to be stuck in the house together or with us. And it was a lot. After 9th grade, I felt very isolated and insecure, and I didn't feel very connected to the people around me. And I was going through a lot of depression and anxiety. And this got really heightened in quarantine because I had more time to just sit with my thoughts. I didn't have the distraction of taking the subway and always being surrounded by people and things to take me away from what I was feeling. And throughout my life, I've always kind of dealt with that feeling with food. If I'm having a bad day, I would eat something that made me feel really good and happy. But in 8th grade, I kind of approached food in a very different way. Instead of eating something that made me happy, I would restrict to take my mind off of things that were causing me stress and take me something else to focus on. And this progressed a lot in quarantine to the point where all I could think about was food and what I would eat and what I would not eat and how many calories I wanted to eat and how much I weighed and what I looked like. And this got worse and worse throughout quarantine, and I couldn't think about anything else. And my mom wanted us to really connect, and so she started making these really elaborate dinners a couple times a week, and she would make us all get off of our phones and sit us down at the table and present us with roasted vegetables and salad and pasta, whatever she could come up with, and then have us all eat there and sit together. But these dinners didn't really help me, and they made me feel very stressed out because I would look at this plate in front of me and not be able to eat it. And I would try to hide from my parents, but at one point I couldn't hide from them. So I had to sit my mom down and tell her that I have an eating disorder and I needed some help with it. And so my parents were very supportive, and they signed up for therapy, and my mom started driving me down to doctors in Manhattan once a week, where I would get weighed, and I would have to list everything that I ate that day and everything that I ate that week.
And I was very lucky to have this help, but I also felt very watched and in trouble. And like I was doing something wrong, which I was, but I also couldn't really tell that I was doing something wrong at the time. And this went on. I kept on going to doctor's appointments, I kept on having therapy, but it wasn't really helping that much because I still felt really.
It's close because your President Biden is coming this week and they're gonna have dinner there. So at that point we thought, cool, the president's coming, but we didn't think he was coming to our hotel, at least not yet. But the day after that, it was clear he was staying at our hotel. There were no decoration, hundreds of police outside. All of a sudden, the whole street was closed off. The night before, we couldn't even use our Apple Maps to get back to our hotel because Apple Maps said the hotel no longer existed. The whole address had been taken offline. We were driving down to cocaine for 2 days in the middle of the week, so we actually figured, fine, the president's coming from wisdom, so that's kind of sad, but also maybe kind of good for us. And maybe the 2 days in cocaine, we saw the news of the president's visit. We figured, that's how we take that Friday night. But then Friday night, we're driving back to the hotel. It's like 9 p.m. It's dark out. The road is still blocked off. But we drove up to the security gate. We got out to have the car checked by cops and dogs and go through the metal detectors. We were used to that at this point because we've done it sometimes. But again, we were still assuming Biden was gone. No. Suddenly, we're in the security tent, whatever. They're all like, quick, get out, get your car out, get back up, you're in the way, move. So we rush out of the tent, back our car onto the sidewalk, and boom, the entire presidential market comes rushing out right past us. The beast, the president's car, rushes like almost right next over. I saw her in the profile in the window of the car. Max being on the passenger side of the car was like 3 feet away from the president as he passed. So we didn't get to meet fighting or anything like that, but that was our brush with the president. If he was 5 minutes late to that appearance in County Mail, which you might have seen a video of from the weekend, it is entirely the fault of the family being in his way, briefly. Anyway, fun times. Glad to be back. Talk to you tomorrow.
4% based on creditworthiness. Rates as of March 1st, 2023.
Welcome to the New York Times podcast, your opinion from the world of music, news, and criticism. I'm your host, Chuck Yamamoto. Does it feel, just to me, like everybody in Nashville in the last 10 years got married and divorced? They got married so that they can get divorced, got married so they can get divorced so they can record an album that feels like a divorce album, even then to go out and be pressed and say it's not really a divorce album, even though it gives it well. But it started to feel like that. It's been on my recently. It came from the center a few weeks ago, or a couple months ago. There was a $1,000 EP off cycle called Woman From That, which is about the dissolution of marriage. Anything before that. It reminded me of some other record that came out recently. It's called Dietary, 18 great album, and it's older stuff. And I thought, let's talk a little bit about the long tradition of country music divorce albums. Focus on the most recent one, but also a little bit bigger picture. If we're talking country music, we're talking words of loss. Marissa, as you know, been on podcast before, is the author of what came out last year, Per Country, How London Country Music Became Success They Were Never Supposed to Be. Before we get into the Kelsey record, let's talk a little bit about, in the context of the work that you were doing for your book, the relationship between female country performers and songwriters, and marriage and divorce as a subject matter. To what degree did that come up in your interviews and talking to female performers about what they were or were not encouraged to write about, or comfortable writing about? To what degree was that coming up before the record? Because I know you were working on it for a while. To what degree was that kind of stuff coming up in your conversations with women in Nashville?
Thanks for having me on, by the way. Of course. That's a JGC subject.
It is kind of a juicy subject.
It is, yeah.
The more I was like reading, I was like, oh, right, like everybody was married to that fucking girl that now is like, we're reading record.
Yeah, and then there's a swab and reading records and
we'll do this again in like 3 years. So.
We'll make it But when people like to make fun of me for loving country music and writing about country music, I'll joke that I'll always make is some version of that. It's only about divorced and dogs and like your track, which is sort of fair sometimes. But this songs that women wrote about divorce or sort of tackling domesticity in different ways were the ones that were really inspiring to these women that we're talking about. Loretta Lynn's Rated X, Tammy Wynette's Divorce, D-I-V-O-R-C rather. And those were the songs that were sort of cutting edge, yet hits often that really inspired these women to think about where they could kind of fit in country music and what they had agency to sing about and talk about. And in recent years, and before this period of records, these had been, women were sort of encouraged to write safe songs. And sometimes safe meant it was about smashing your boyfriend's window with a baseball bat, if you're carrying one. And sometimes it was about something really super neutral, love songs. But it's been really interesting watching this kind of resurgence of interest. And I guess not a resurgence, but it is a really large amount of albums about similar topics in a condensed period of time.
And you do want to emphasize there's a difference between like the Carrie Underwood song, which is like, let's just all fan folk, right? That kind of like, I'm fed up, I'm done. Obviously, there's no shortage of songs like that, but what I was struck by, and I think comes through in the materiality of these albums that we're going to talk about, is the smallness and intimacy of the songwriting. Yeah. It's not being used, first of all, it's thematically coherent for album. When Carrie does a song like that, it's one song or 2 songs out of 10 or out of 15. It might be the single, but it is not the dominant theme of the album. These are themed albums. There's a smallness and tightness to them. And I also think, definitely with Kelsey, and to a certain degree with Casey, I think, that shift in perspective also either necessitated or allowed for a shift in the musical choices that are being made on the records. It's almost as if deliberation wasn't just limited to what's actually happening in IRL life or in the way that you can put words together in songwriting and lyrics, but also in terms of how you present those songs and present those on different things that you can kind of find lives around.
And that we have different backgrounds. How these women navigated this topic, whether with Casey, it was permission to be not just full on pop, and with Carly, it was return to kind of more country, pure country. So it was interesting to see how they interpreted that playfulness and that freedom from the rules that they set for themselves before on these records.
And Kelsey, I find like the textures on this record a little sexier, like a little bit more in touch with electronic music production and contemporary pop production. Kelsey's always kind of tilted that way, and I think if anything that held her back in the early parts of her career, where she wasn't so clearly like a quote unquote this is not me, this is the character or an actor or like choice country singers. Like they were always a little bit, slightly to the left, but I feel like she, if anything, production wise leaned into that more on this album. Like, yeah, I'm gonna make a record that has these words on it. It doesn't really matter because that's what sounds right for this subject matter. A little about Kelsey's career and how it led up to this. This is an EP, and again, it's all cycle, which shouldn't be as exciting or unusual as it is, but it's kind of exciting.
especially Kelsey's voice and the way she uses her voice in the vocal delivery on this album, I think she sounds better than she's ever sounded. And that's been a really interesting thing about her too, is I don't know if anyone really understood her full capabilities when she first came on. I really terrible timelines, but what was it, like maybe 5 years ago she came out with this song called Dietary, and Love You Like You Mean It. Is it Love You Like I Mean It? Love You Like You Mean It, right?
I'm gonna look it up real fast, just to make sure that we are, love me like you.
Love Me Like You Is, yeah, okay.
There we go, and I was going, yeah, 2014.
No, oh my gosh, okay, that was a long time ago, but she, you know, I think everyone assumed was really, she was the one woman that was getting country airplay essentially at that time. She was the chosen one. And she had a little bit of that pop friendliness. She was, you know, sort of got the co-sign from Taylor Swift.
Back when that mattered, forgive me, just a slight aside, back when that mattered.
But she was, it seemed like she was sort of playing it safe because I think she was getting this country airplay. Meanwhile, she's a really prolific songwriter, was not really getting the respect that she deserved for her actual songwriting capabilities. But she's a woman in Nashville, we know that happens. Fast forward to now, in between then and now, American songwriter Morgan Adams is Australian and is also in the mainstream country space. And then divorced him. He was actually the one who put out a song for addressing their breakup.
Yes.
She's had a couple albums in between this time period, but they got married, divorced, and now here we are with this EP. I love the traditional country answer song, so I get excited when that happens. I don't mean to be like, I'm getting entertainment out of your personal life falling apart, like at all. That's very sad, but I do enjoy a good country answer song. And this was kind of like a whole answer EP to his song. She had an album come out recently called Subject to Change, which I thought was really great.
But notably, not a terribly successful album compared to the other Kelsey records. Like to me, the definitive Kelsey record before this EP are the first two albums,
Yeah.
the first time and unapologetically.
And she had another one called Kelsey, which came out in March 2020, so it had like really bad luck all across the board.
Very unfortunate.
A good record, like a really good record and good record, but terrible patent just voters.
Like I think Kelsey already put out a bad album. Like if I'm occasionally spotty, I think sometimes trying to land that combination, like as you were pointing out before, that specific thing that does with kind of like commercially viable songwriting production doesn't always hit. But I always felt really, really strongly about those first two albums. But then I feel like the genre changed quite a bit over the last 3 to 5 years, and it didn't feel quite as central to what was happening in the genre. But this EP feels not only state university for her and where she is in her life and career, but also really does underscore a way to like take back the narrative for how to be a commercially viable country slash reggae.
Definitely. And I think some of her best work. And it's sad to me that her last album hasn't done as much. Like, I'm suppose that'll change now that her profile is rising, thankfully. But I thought the last record was great, Subject to Change. But this one, it's interesting because a lot of times these EPs will come out in country music and they end up being complete throwaways. So if you kind of go either way, like you test the water with this EP and you realize that nobody cares, and then those songs disappear like they never existed, and so does the record deal usually not a lot of times. But this one, it was really interesting to see it make such a huge impact. I mean, it does have a juicy story, and Kelsey's really smart and savvy, and I'm sure she understands that.
We're listening to my house at the top, which I think is my favorite song. What's the song that really sticks out to you, honestly?
I love Leave Me Again because it's so sparse, but I think I was thinking about it, it's the second song called Just Married, and there's some really interesting lines in that one to me that I think immediately stuck out to me the first time that I listened to it, and then it's a lot of her, and well, I know we'll talk about Casey eventually too, kind of saying these really kind of ownership moments over the marriage and like how the man behaved and how she kind of rolled into things being like, I bought the house, this was my money, and that's a little bit risky, I think, in country music too, you know, sort of put a little tower on the table so forcefully.
Let's listen to Just Married.
I was late, physically, keeping up, I was ready. I was strong enough to keep on all of the way that I carried.
Before we get to the other album we're going to talk about, what do you think that an album like this is doing for Kelsey, big picture? Because like I said, I feel like I'm hearing not simply emotional freedom, not simply a lyrical freedom, but also hearing musical freedom on this record. And so for someone at her stage of career, 8-9 years in, had a real commercial peak, and now is kind of like maybe lightly cooled off a tiny bit, what is this record likely to do for her moving forward? Because it does seem to be getting a lot of attention that the last two did not get, and I imagine that that's something that she's ready to leverage.
In some ways, and I have no idea if she intended this, she probably didn't, but kind of feels like a little bit of like a rolling out of the welcome mat for Nashville too. And I think a lot of women in Nashville in country music get to this fork in the road where they're like, I can keep going one way and I can keep trying to be accepted by music row and country radio forever, and I have to play this way and I have to go on this one road. Or I can turn the other way and I can do what I want and I can play and I can experiment musically. It might mean that I go more into the pop bucket, but that's okay, or Americana or whatever it is. And it definitely feels like her taking that road. And I think the song like Just Married we were talking about, I think about women in country music and kind of the idea of domesticity a lot and how women are playing that role. And she dissects a lot of that in the song. She's like, I want to get dinner, you know, and that in some ways it feels like a little bit of a divorce from what you're supposed to be doing in country music at the same time. It's a actual divorce, and not to like build this other narrative that she didn't intend or doesn't exist, but it's hard not to think about maybe this album being that moment too where she takes a little bit of a divorce from Nashville itself.
We can be cycles, we want to be about Nashville all day long, we certainly both have over the years. Yeah, no, right, it's like, you know, I feel like I come on podcast 2-3 times a year, I was like, these effing guys, you know, like just, it is that, like, let's not get into it is that, but also there is like sometimes some latitude to move in a slightly different direction, and Kelsey seems like someone who's maybe in a rare position of having enough longevity, enough credibility, and enough history at radio to maybe be able to find some attention in radio for a song that hasn't sounded like quote unquote contemporary country as possible. I don't have like the highest of hopes, but it's not a question too.
And I would hope, I mean, I think that's what makes it interesting. In the same way that it's, you know, it's interesting that someone like Mary Morris can still maybe hopefully keep being embraced by country radio and go into the Americana and whatever other worlds in Highland and maybe to Brad Silky. You hope that like country music can get its head around the idea of two things being true. It's usually not really good at that.
Yeah, I'm saying no.
Yeah, not usually the case. But Kelsey did just host the COT Awards and came around and say very country specific audience and thing. And she's not like completely dismissing Nashville at all. I think she still really respects express and appreciates and sees herself within this framework, but sonically suggests something a little different.
This is an interesting point to talk about the Carly record. So Carly Peters put out a record called 29, and this record, if you scroll through Spotify, it's like 9 versions of Spotify. It really leaned in. I don't want to say it don't lean in like a tiny bit much, but there is a 7-song version of 29, which I guess maybe is an EP. I don't know what anybody's calling it at the time. Then there's 29 Raven Stone, which has all the extra songs. I don't know which one is technically the album. I guess just 29 is technically the album, but these things are meaningless. Let's listen to next one. Was you mentioned a few minutes ago when we were talking about this divorce album idea as an opportunity for a musical transition coming up with. Carly's doing a different thing. She's doing that. She's doing it differently than Kelsey was doing, right?
Yeah, Carly had a successful debut record. Her single Every Little Thing was an actual radio success, which is for her women as we discovered. And then she had another subtitle record after that, which didn't really resonate.
There was that Lee Bryce thing, the duets. That was kind of a thing, right? Are you in?
Yeah, that's fine.
This is a sidebar. You know, Lee Bryce, I really love Lee Bryce in her days. I don't know what happened. I don't know the game, but it's also
She's always talked about, and she got her start like playing in Dollywood and bluegrass, and she's always talked about like how she really loved bluegrass and traditional country music, and looked up to new eras, and you didn't really hear that on her second record, Carly Peters. 29 for one was her 29 with Stone, was really exciting for one because it brought her to that more traditional country sounding music that I think people knew that she had in her and wanted to do, which, as you said, is different from DC and Kelsey. This brought her back to sort of this traditional country sound.
And there should be like back to herself. I mean, not to be genetic with all metaphors, but like if you write an album about shedding yourself with like an unfortunate association, right?
Yeah.
That functions on two levels, right? The unfortunate association is this ex of yours, and also the unfortunate association is 1 to 2 albums of music that may not be the music that you were desperate to be making, but felt like the music that you should be making or had to make.
If you put out a divorce album and you didn't have any artistic growth or sort of freedom that came along with it, it was feel weird. It's like, well, clearly maybe you really this like go see your chances because you're not like something's not growing here, and that's what makes these albums working hard. Is that just like you said, they're divorcing a person and they're also sort of doing like reinvention or return to a different sound. A side note to all this is that the sort of added layer that you get in country music. Obviously, people say about divorce in other genres. In country music, you have this sort of other thing going on where you have the relationships between these artists. Carly was married to another mainstream country named Michael Ray, similar category a little bit as Kelsey's husband. And these are all very sort of Instagram friendly relationships. That's the thing I know you talk about is it happens in country music where you have the daddy and the momming and the relationship and marriage all kind of part of everything that's going on. So that adds a whole extra fun layer to all of this business.
As a sidebar to that, if we be cynical for a moment,
Sure.
Part of it from us to be cynical, but if we be cynical for a moment, everybody we're talking about today, I think everybody is or was involved with a fellow reform at some point. Why? We think about Hollywood relationships, right? We think about like, oh, they're together, they'll be paparazzi together, they're all still together, blah, blah. I'm not going to go that far. But is there some cynical reading on the fact that all of these performers found partners within this incredibly small space and this incredibly small town? Is it, I'm like, well, of course, this is the first one I'm my experience, et cetera. Or is there something like it feels like it's part of the country narrative to have partners after you like that right after right down the lake? Is there something in the water of the industry that is telling these women and these men, hey, this is actually a career boost. This is actually a way to aggregate your fans and their fans, to have people invest in your narrative, to kind of ensure and capitalize this very loosely, like celebrity coverage of you, not simply performer music coverage, but also lifestyle celebrity coverage. Is there something in the water that's telling these folks this is who you should be, this is the kind of relationship you should be seeking?
I don't want to play therapist, at least I try not to play therapist, but I wouldn't be surprised if, while that might not occur on like a very conscious level, that is happening at a sort of subconscious place in your brain when you see, just like you said, that is sort of part of the formula. So maybe you're seeking it out, maybe you're seeking another relationship that doesn't feel great because everyone around you is telling you how great this is. It is so hard for women in Nashville to have commercial country success. Like, I don't really like blame anyone for doing what they gotta do. Like, I'm trying to make it work.
But that's sort of like, it's like we can talk all day long about like, oh, okay, everybody will take about performance, you gotta work this kind of song, you gotta work these kind of songwriters, you have to do production that feels like whatever the moment is. Now that I'm thinking about it, like, you enjoy it, sense are happening here. But then now that you record it, kind of a certain kind of lifestyle in order to be considered viable as a female country performer. And that's how it feels when you look at these records and the story they tell in aggregate.
I think it would be really interesting to ask Carly and Kelsey in particular, like what the people around them were saying when they got into these relationships, which, probably happened organically. You're in the same rooms, you're dating, like, you're going, like you said, going through the same thing. Like, if everyone around you saying, like, oh, this is good, this works, and like how much of that they've heard, and it may them feel trapped in these relationships. And said, again, I'm not a therapist, and I do not know. But that would be something I'd be really interested to hear.
It does begin to feel, especially if you're feeling for serious in a town like Nashville, where you're just don't know there's not a lot of opportunity for women, there's not a lot of opportunity, radio, not a lot of sport, for legal, et cetera. Anything that feels like a lifeline or like a way to increase ability needs to feel subconsciously viable. It's hard not to wonder if some of that's at play psychologically in these unions, and some of what we're hearing on these records is like the awakening out of that out period in each of these individual lives. So, you know what? All that. Like all that music that they're trying to make, the life that they're trying to have, be like advertising, like just how it is.
Yeah.
It's hard to wonder. I'd love to hear more about that from these folks.
I would too. I think we're talking about it too. To some degree, you feel like you have to have that chapter into this place of creative freedom and expression. And it is interesting that I think that Carly, well, now I'm getting a little bit petty, but Carly and Kelsey are such superior performers and writers and singers to their exes. These are women in a different category that all things considered should not be on that stuff.
I'm with you on that. That's how I think that's
on Dog before people on Frontline released out to you.
I'm gonna look after that. If it's on the full edition,
That's on the
Brilliant Stone.
Brilliant Stone edition, which is the deluxe version.
Country music loves that play on words. When you hear a song, the song's called Diamond Back, but you won't get my diamond back, which is very clever. Sometimes I feel like a lot of people have done really overboard these lately, and you're like, oh my god, like, it's enough. But that one's really smart. There's a lot of really great stuff. You can do Evolution Bride.
Well, let's listen to Diamond Back, and I want to come back to that as well. So here's Diamond Back, this song from that Brilliant Stone. We'll be back.
Well, I guess I'll just burn that dress. All those fairy tales were traced to real. You know more, it's 24 years that I'm wearing. I don't care.
This show is supported by BetterHelp. Getting to know yourself can be a lifelong process, especially since you're always growing and changing. Therapy is all about deepening that self-awareness, because sometimes you don't know what you really want.
Listen to us, so tune in for David Center of Passion and Pain. The best way to understand a person is to listen to that person directly. And the best way to understand Steve is to listen to what he said and wrote over the course of his life. His words, in speeches, interviews, and emails offer a window into how he thought, and he was an exquisite thinker. Much of what's in these pages reflects guiding themes of Steve's life, his sense of the world that emerged from marrying the arts and technology, his unbelievable rigor, which he imposed first and most strenuously on himself, his tenacity in pursuit of assembling and leading great teams, and perhaps above all, his insights into what it meant to be human. Steve once told a group of students, you appear, have a chance to blaze in the sky, and then you disappear. He gave an extraordinary amount of thought to how best to use our fleeting time. He was compelled by the notion of being part of the art of human existence, animated by the thought that he, and that any of us, might elevate or expedite human progress. It is hard to see what is already there, to gain a clear view. Steve's gift was greater still. He saw clearly what was not there, what could be there, what had to be there. His mind was never a captive of reality. Quite the contrary. He imagined what reality lacked and set out to remedy it. His ideas were not arguments, but intuitions, born of a true inner freedom and an epic sense of possibility. In these pages, Steve drafts and refines. He stumbles, grows, and changes. But always, he retains that sense of possibility. I hope these selections ignite in you the understanding that joy, that everything that makes up what we call life was made by people that are smarter and more capable than we are. That our world is not fixed, and so we can change it for the better. That was the introduction written by Steve's wife, Lauren Howard Jobs. The book that I'm talking about today, which is available for free. The Steve Jobs Archive put this book available for free. You can read it online. Our website for free. I'll link up down below. You can read it on Apple Books, or you can download the file, then your handle. So I did is make something wonderful. Steve Jobs in his own words. And so I'm going to go back through the introduction to a bunch of notes. One, I think, is one of the most beautifully written introductions that I've read. And not only that, you think about, like, that was her husband, father, her children, so she's building her life with, and to have him gone so early, and such an exquisite person so early, it just has to be devastating to think about it. And so I thought her introduction was touching on a lot of ideas that are tied into that. Both interesting, the book actually starts out right before the introduction. There's a quote from Steve in 2007. And I read this whole thing. A lot of this, what I love about this book, and I'm so glad they put it together and how we put it together. I think we can read for free all the world, which is such incredible. It really is like a gift to the next generation of words. In fact, a lot of this is just Steve's own words. And so like Steve Jobs speaking directly to you. And so talking about this in a book, reference to read over again, right? Like, there's a lot of ways to be as a person. And some people express their deep appreciation in different ways. But one of the ways that I believe people express their appreciation to the rest of humanity is to make something wonderful and put it out there. And you never meet people, you never shake their hands, you never hear their story or tell yours. But somehow, in the act of making something with a great deal of care and love, something's transmitted there. And it is a way of expressing to the rest of our species our deep appreciation. So we need to be true to who we are and remember what's really important to us. So this idea, it's the act of making something with a great deal of care and love. And so in addition to reading this book, I went back through and deep into Steve Jobs' Rebel. There's this interview with him that was lost and found after he died. And he did an interview given about a year before he came back to Apple. It's called Steve Jobs Lost Interview. I have never found it anywhere else on YouTube. And you have to buy it. So I paid like, 10, 15 bucks for this one. But it's just Steve, we're talking for an hour and 20 minutes. I'll leave a link if you want to buy it, but I also took a bunch of notes on it. And you can read through my notes as well. And so there's something he says in the interview that's very similar. And that interview was given about 11 years, 12 years before this quote, where he says, I made something with a great deal of care and love. So that's Steve's implicit advice to you, right? Actually care. Do you actually care about what you're putting out to the world? And if you do, it'll show. Are you just doing it just to make money? And what I love about Steve is no one's ever going to say that this guy was supportive of it, right? There's no reading of his career where that's possible. And obviously you can be credible. It's the idea, hey, I'm going to do something people make something people love, something that's wonderful, and you'll see how much I care for the product that I make. And so in that talk, the opposite of this is something Steve hated. Steve hated there's like no spirit, no taste, no humanity in the products. And so he was talking about 1996. So this is Microsoft, because Microsoft, they built, they're extremely aggressive, they just becoming the great opportunists, and he said in the interview, that's not an insult. But he goes, I have a problem with success. I have a problem when they make really third-rate products. Their products have no spirit to them. They are very pedestrian, they are McDonald's. That's a quote from Steve Jobs. And I'm glad I re-listened to that after I had read this, because I'm almost the exact same idea. He's just saying the opposite. Make something with a great deal of care and love. From the product you're making to the company that you're building, it was obvious you actually care. I think that's the Steve. So after the introduction by his wife, I put a couple things when I'm reading this at that top of my mind. So one of the lines she says is, much of what's in these pages reflect guiding themes of Steve's life, his sense of the worlds that would emerge from marrying the arts and technology. So the reason this is so important to you, not as a UX guy, but is there's ideas are extremely powerful, right? Your mind is a powerful place, what you feed it affects you in a powerful way. And there's an idea, that one idea Steve learned in his early 20s, it is that you should build a company at the intersection of arts and technology. That is Edwin Land's idea. That's an idea that Steve Jobs learned from Edwin Land, that Steve used when he was in his 20s, his 30s, his 40s, his 50s, he got. And the reason I want to resurface that is because if Steve was here today, he would tell you to say Edwin Land. That's why I read it so much. I have actually heard this hilarious tweet today where somebody said that a lot of people blocks are David Goggins telling him to get after it. And mine is David Tender, young India, be more like Edwin Land. So I thought it was hilarious. And that's like my idea. It's just an idea I learned from Steve because Steve was so effusive in his praise of Edwin Land. So when you build a company, they have a idea. Let me take that idea that everyone needs forward and use it for Apple Land. That's how obviously ideas are more. So Edwin Land, okay, you can carry that forward. And we're going to hopefully preach that to people. I get what I live and I'll last with you not. So actually another thing that he said is unbelievable rigor, which he imposed first and most strenuously on himself. That made me think of a quote that I referenced to you from here one time. Well, talk about the unapologetic extreme in the sense that, hey, the work has to come first. And so he says, the art of quality. Some people aren't used to an environment where excellence is expected. And it only works if India did it, she would put that strict, like high quality standard on itself. So she says it's unbelievable rigor, which equals first and most generously on itself. Steve is not alone with other high performers and extreme leaders that do this. I was listening to this interview, that line made this interview with Kobe Bryant that I say and I watch all the time, and something I try to adapt my life, where he's being interviewed by Kobe Bryant, being interviewed by Mark Shaw, and they're reflecting on this very difficult part of Kobe's career, and how do you do all this, like it's external pressure, and you look at the pressures. This is a lot of asking Kobe, the pressures from fans expecting Kobe to, and then Kobe immediately, first of all, makes a standing face, like he smells like that. He immediately interrupts and so Kobe says, their expectations will never be higher than my own. Never, 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 never. He says never, that's not an exaggeration. He says never like 10 times. And I think that's the exact right way to approach it. There's nobody in the world that held Steve Jobs to a higher standard than Steve Jobs did. There's nobody that held, nobody's capable of holding you a higher standard than you are. There's nobody except for the rest of the friends, so you have, and Kobe said no, their expectations will never be higher than mine. Never, 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 never. Say it over and over again. Only when you impose the strict standards on yourself and then you impose them on others. And it's unlikely there's anybody else that knew Steve Jobs as well as his wife did. She says it's unbelievable rigor, which he imposed first and most strenuously on himself. And then she references this line that he said, I'm pretty sure he said it to a group of graduating high school seniors at Palo Alto High School. If I remember correctly, this is the full quote. This is so important. This is what I never come across. I've done 10 podcasts on Steve, and I've got to work on many local times, and I've never come across this section. And he says, think of your life as a rainbow arcing across the horizon of this world. You appear, have a chance to blaze in the sky, and then you disappear. And then another line, he said, something else. He gave an extraordinary amount of thought how best to use our fleeting time. I wrote, he was intolerant of slowness. This is a thing that has been reappearing over and over again on podcasts. And then when he wrote, his mind was never a capital reality. Quite contrary, he imagined what reality happens out already. Is that even an argument that he was born of truth and freedom and an epic sense of possibility? That last line is so important. Epic sense of possibility. When I got to that part, he Deep Hawk founder Visa. He passed away a few months ago. And I think if he was alive, he would give us this advice. This advice is not about everything on right. You need to design your product not for how things are, but how they ought to be. That's such a simple ought to be 3 words. Design your product for how things ought to be. I think Steve would read that as well. And finally, the last paragraph of the introduction, where it's saying he faces, he drafts and refines, he stumbles, grows, and changes. That is why any of your environment as many things as possibly can. Because everybody's focused on how where you read, you see them stuff, they're editing, they're growing, they're changing. And then she wraps up with this, one of those points here said that everything around you, everything that makes up life was made by other people. And then you can do that. The world is not fixed, you can change it for the better. This is one of my all-time favorite books from The world is a very malleable thing. If you know what you want to go for it, maximum energy and drive and passion, the world will often reinvigorate itself around you much more quickly and easily than you think. Okay, so now we'll go in. You got to download just pictures. Like I think you can have a picture printed out and framed. They're just absolutely excellent. Just pictures of the see, but it's separated into 3 parts. Goes chronological review by day of his career. And so Leslie Lynn is right here. She goes, see, he typically has his private life, personal life, private, but he dedicated to talk about growing up in the San Francisco Bay Area. And so then this is where this is also valuable. It's going to remind you if you bought Invent and Wonder, the Leslie writings of Jeff Bezos, which I think are excellent because the first half of that book is all Jeff Bezos to shareholders, which I read 3 times, maybe 2 podcasts on it, 3 podcasts on it, I'm doing more in the future as well. But then collected like edited transcripts of like his important speeches. So that book you pick up to Jeff Bezos speaking directly to you. This book is Steve Jobs speaking directly to you. And a lot of this is very remote. So I'm going to read you from we gave the talk in 1995, and he's recording oral history on the early pictures of how they worked like there for the Smithsonian Institute. So I was very lucky. I had a father who was a great remarkable man. He never graduated from high school. He joined the Coast Guard in World War II and ferried troops around the world for General Patton. And I think he was always getting in trouble and getting busted down. He was a machinist by trade and worked very hard and was a kind of genius with his hands. And actually read this next paragraph to my daughter. This is something we've been talking about as well. Because my note on the session is one of the best things parents do for a child. Teach them to make things. Teach them that they have agency and that they can create things that other people can use and benefit from. He had to wear this now. Steve talking about one of those core lessons that his father taught. He had a workbench out in the garage. When I was about 5 or 6, he sectioned off the workbench and said, Steve, this is your workbench now. And he gave me some of his motor tools. And he showed me how to use a hammer and saw and how to build things. It was really very good for me. He spent a lot of time with me, teaching me how to build things, how to take things apart and put it back together. And so then Steve talked about this energy, like he was like he does what it was like growing up in early Silicon Valley. And he said there was a man that moved down the street from me. He was an engineer at Hewlett Packard and he was a ham radio operator. So yesterday, I was going over my home and I was reading things about her. And she asked, well, what's a ham radio operator? I'm like, oh, I figure out what it is. And she said, this is very confusing. Well, what do I think about this is that ham radio was a amateur radio, right? It was essentially podcasting before a few days before podcasting was invented. So he just sent me this as you know where he's like, I love the vibe found it has an underground pirate radio vibe. And I just love that because one of my favorite Steve Jobs books is it's more fun to be a pirate than it is to join a meeting. And so he's learning at this age, he's learning an engineer, ham radio operator, and this guy's name is Larry Lang, and he taught Steve a lot about electronics. And so Larry Lang would find these things, he'd buy and build these things called Hellkits. They're products that you buy and kit from, right? So you have to actually put them together. You have to each other goals and have things together. But you have to actually put it together, and then when you're done, you actually want to build something yourself with your hands in your mind. And then also, like when you're done, it's giving you some finished product. He says, this is your statement, so it gave me an understanding of what was inside a finished product and how it worked. But maybe even more importantly, what aligned, but this is going to end here, but maybe even more importantly, it gave you one sense that one could build things that one saw around oneself in the universe. These things were not mysteries anymore. It's excellent line. Things became much more clear that they were the result of human creation, not these magical things that just appear in your environment. And then he talks about why school is so difficult for him, and you're going to see this is something that this is ever present in education terms, an early love for reading. So my mother taught me how to read before I got to school. And so when I got there, all I really wanted to do was just 2 things. I wanted to read books because I love reading books, and I wanted to go outside and chase butterflies. And then we're going to see this is, I talked about this thing last week as well, before maybe the all-time greatest quote on understanding the mindset of an entrepreneur is comes from Dimensionality, the founder and owner of Patagonia. You want to understand the entrepreneur, study individuality. TSMC sort of childhood in school, and he said, I encountered authority of different kind than I ever encountered before, and I did not like. And they all really almost got me. They came this close to really beating any curiosity out of me. And then he describes his difficulty with college. This is Steve Jobs at 19 is so important to pierce this myth. They don't start coming when you're young, or you're 20-year-old, 5-year-old figured out, well, one of the greatest entrepreneurs, maybe the greatest entrepreneur to do it. And then he says, I didn't know what I wanted to do with my life. Because Steve's going to drop out of school, he's going to drop into school, he's going to just stay in classes for free, and he's interested in that one part of his normal curriculum. He's going to get a job at Dietary, he's going to travel to Europe, so he'll watch how India comes back, and eventually they start what's going to want to be the beginning of Apple. This is from 1976 to 1985. 1985 is when actually gets himself out the first time. And so now we have Leslie Berlin getting us this overview of this point in his life. In 1976, with his friend Steve Wozniak began selling what would come to be known as the Apple I in the family garage. The word computer conjured up into images of hulking machines tended by professional programmers. A single company, IBM, dominated the industry. But Steve and Woz were part of a new generation. This is the most important sentence in this entire paragraph. But Steve and Woz were part of a new generation of creative thinkers, engineers, and hobbyists trying to build small, cheap machines that they could program themselves. And the reason it's so important is because think about this. Like, there was no such thing for computers time. The only thing the company that was dominating was known as computers at the time. That company was founded 55 years before Apple. And yet, two Steve saw something like, oh, we can actually improve this. We can actually make something that other people can use. We can make something wonderful that other people can use. So it's like Steve and Woz part of a new generation of creative thinkers, engineers, and hobbyists, right? Trying to build something. You and I can play this role today, just in a different industry. So that Apple Steve was 21, he was precocious but inexperienced and unpolished. As Apple's first board meeting, he put bare feet. He put his bare feet on a conference table, earning a quick review from the board chairman. The company's great looking with the introduction of the Apple II. Apple was one of the fastest growing companies in America, and by the time Steve turned 30, he was a public face of a Fortune 500 company. Inside Apple, his ideas and passion were inspiring, but Steve's management style was abysmal. Right before Steve in 1984, he was working with Macintosh, and I love what he said right here. He believed with everything. He also says in that interview I watched, and history, he believed with everything in his bones, that no matter what, every career will be like this. To Steve Macintosh, everything technology should be. It was streamlined and practical, simple, sophisticated, a tool for enhancing creativity as much as productivity. In another age, he believed that people at Macintosh would have been writers, musicians, or artists. The field, this is how he talks. This is what he was talking about, where it's like you can tell people put a tremendous amount of love into what they're doing, and you really disdain people that make it hard, which is so pedestrian, having taste and judgment. You just put something together so you make quick off. Hated that, right? This is something Steve shares with Enzo Ferrari. You go back and listen and read biographies of Enzo Ferrari, and also biographies of Enzo Ferrari. Ferrari would describe his products the way you describe your love. And Steve, to me, speaks very similar. The feelings and the passion of this now, Steve, the feelings and the passion of people put into it were completely indistinguishable from a poet or a painter. He called their work a form of love. And so when you study Steve Jobs and the way he approached product design, building something, this is not spreadsheet thinking. He's not trying to make a product just to turn power on into an even bigger power on, right? There's an irrational love for the way that he approached the product they made and the company that he built. And then ironically, these type of craftsmen usually wind up with the money he needs. And this is what I meant about to him, it was just absolutely inevitable that the innovation they made the Macintosh is going to change the way other people make computers. And he said, I remember the week before we launched the Mac, we all got together and we said, every computer is going to work this way. You cannot argue about that anymore. You can argue about how long it will take, but you can't argue about it anymore. It is inevitable. So as the introduction by Leslie Berlin, then we get into Steve's own work, right? He's recounting what we did with Apple was like. After a few attempts, we actually put together something that was the Apple I. We talked about him and Wozniak and his couple of friends. All of our friends wanted them to. It turned out that it took maybe 50 hours to build one of these things by hand. So that's going to take too long. So we had to do this faster. We thought we could get what's called a printed circuit board. We could just plug in the parts instead of having a hand wire them. We could cut the assembly time down for maybe 50 hours. So we're like an hour. Now listen to how they funded their primitive operation. Are you willing to sell your car and put that money into your company? Because that's what Steve Jobs did. Well, I sold his HP calculator, which were very expensive things at the time, and I sold my VW bus. And so they have this idea that shows that the homebrew computer club. This isn't in the book, but it's from another biographies of Steve. There's a guy named Paul, I think his name's Paul Terrell. He was a bike shop. He said, hey, come, let's take time to make mine. I'm pretty sure the next day or the very soon after, Steve walks in. And so one of my favorite pieces of early Apple history trivia is about their first major sale was made barefoot. And Steve walked into this guy's computer shop barefoot. And so these were kind of this now. And he said, the first computer store in the world, there's a mountain of time. He walked in and said, well, take 50 of these computers, so I want to fully assemble. Which is a choice that we never got. So we planned parts to build 100 computers. We built 50 of them and delivered them. And in the talk that I listened to, Steve talks about how he had money to do this, that he cold called a bunch of parts suppliers and money getting them on a 30-day trip and then using the money from my shop to pay off the parts. And so he said, we got paid in cash. So we built 50 of them and delivered them. We got paid in cash and ran back and paid people that sold the parts. We had this classic Marxian profit realization crisis, which was that our profit wasn't like, it was 50 computers sitting on the floor, they made 100 of them. So 50, we're like, okay, now if we sell the other 50, this is where our profit, right? So then this is fascinating. They went pitching the idea, which is going to wind up being Apple, to two other companies to see if they wanted to do it, like in their company to invest. They both said, no, we took our deal for the computers of the companies. One was HP, where Woz was working, and one was Atari, where Steve was working. Nolan Bushnell, the founder of Atari, recounts in his book and a bunch of other areas. I think the biggest regret of his life, he was offered 30% of Apple, I think like 50,000 or 100,000, something like that. And he said no. So he said no one was interested in pursuing it, so we started our own company. And so this is a very important part. Like we can't also, this is absolutely fascinating. You actually slow down and think of the story he just told. This is the very beginning. This is what a $1 trillion company looks like 50 years before it's a $1 trillion company. No one else wanted to do this, so guess what? I guess we'll have to do it ourselves. And this starts with two hobbyists doing something that they want and the friends want to use. And we're going to fund it by selling their car and their calculator. Fast forward a few years. Steve is now 22 years old. This is his first appearance in a national publication. It's actually the magazine New Yorker sent a reporter down to the first annual personal computing expo. And most of the people have found a lot and never seen a personal computer. And so the reporter stumbles across a young Steve Jobs and we see this verbal mastery that he had. He's the clearest communicator. I have clearest thinker and the clearest communicator I have ever come across in my entire life. This is Steve's 22. I don't think he knew this reporter's coming. And so they just say, hey, tell us about what's happening in South and listen to Steve here. I basically had these personal machines when I was growing up. People have been hearing all sorts of things about computers during the past 10 years. So the media, supposedly computers control various aspects of their lives. Yet in spite of that, most adults have no idea what a computer really is or what it can or can't do. Now, the first time people can actually buy a computer for the price of a good stereo, interact with it, and find out all about it. It's analogous to the camera. Shout out to everyone. There are thousands of people across the country taking photography courses. Still not really professional photographers. They just want to understand what the photographic process is all about. Same with computers. We started a little personal computer manufacturing company in a garage in Los Altos in 1976. Now we're the largest personal computer company in the world. We make what we think of as the Rolls Royce of personal computers. It's a domesticated computer. People expect looking lights, but what they buy is that it looks like a portable typewriter, which connected to a pseudo readout screen is able to display color. There's a feedback in history, and the enthusiasm of the users is tremendous. And so then in the book, it's something out there, where it's transferred to Steve gets around 28 years old. It's 1960s, around 20 years old. It's at the International Design Conference, and the theme of the speeches at Computers Society are out on first date. And so listen to what he does. He says, if you look at computers, they're like garbage. All of the great product designers are all designing automobiles, are built. Hardly any of them are designing computers, so something that here's over again. It's like a 10 out of 20. Where it says one of his great talents was spotting markets full of second-rate products. He was a world-class product designer, right? Even at this age. And he said this is kind of weird, but I think this industry is going to be extremely important. Other people don't think agree with me. And because I think all the talent is out doing other things, right? They're designing automobiles, they're designing buildings, like that's where the money goes. None of them design career. So I just spotted this market full of second-rate products. Sure, that is a shot at putting a great object out there. And then he has an incredibly interesting idea. Like how important a product is, I don't think I've ever heard this before. How important a product is based on the time you spend interacting with it. He's comparing and contrasting the opportunity in automobiles, architecture, computers, right? All the designers are all doing this stuff. Why are many designers doing this? People are going to spend more time interacting with these machines than they do interacting with automobiles a day. People are going to spend 2-3 hours a day interacting with these machines. Think about and even on your shop, right? Between the Mac that you probably have and your iPhone, you're probably spending 6-7 hours a day on this. He said people are going to spend 2-3 hours a day interacting with these machines. That's longer than they spend on their car. And so the industrial design, the software design, and how people interact with these things certainly must be given consideration and media automobiles today, if not a lot more. And then he goes into the fact that he thinks he's a geometry because it's still early. That most people, they were in their 30s when he's giving his speech. They lived most of their life without computer at all. And his whole point was like, well, that during the last generation never happens. So he's saying in the 1980s, even more true now. And so he said in the 80s, the fact is that computers and society are out on the first date. We have a chance to make things beautiful. We can actually make it better in Europe, right? So I think that we can change this industry. We can hold it to a higher standard. We don't have these ugly, faceless, blinking machines and make them more beautiful. And I was wondering why I thought this is such a fascinating idea too. And something I personally identify with. Books kept me out of jail. That's crazy. You said that's crazy. So it says when I was going to school, I had a few great teachers and a lot of mediocre teachers. And the thing that probably kept me out of jail was the books. I could go read with Aristotle or Plato. Oh man, I could go read with Aristotle or Plato. Wrote without interviewing in the way. And a book was a phenomenal thing. It got right from the source of the destination without anything in the middle. The books are phenomenal things. And this is interesting because for the first time we might be able to do this. I mean, you pick a book, it's definitely going to be able to read my books off. Like I have an idea of how to teach stuff because I spent an insane amount of time just in his talks, his reading, biographies, his own writing. After a while, you can have like a little, Steve Jobs on your shoulder. Like, what would Steve do in a situation? I've done this with a handful of people. You'll see the advice, they'll read every single thing that final. So it's like, tell me, what he's saying is that one day we can just put all this information in the computer and ask what Aristotle would say or Plato would say. And then this is fascinating. You're going to go back to the powerful thing, how powerful ideas can be. In fact, you hear one line in one book and it stays with you forever. He said this in 1983, but the book's going to end with this email that he sends like himself a year or maybe a few months before he dies. And it's how that we got out of fail after some crazy reason. We're in the right place at the right time to do something back. And what I mean by that is most of us did make code programming. We made code growth through the language was developed by other people, and we use mathematics that was developed by other people. We are constantly taking and the ability to put something back into the pool of human experience is extremely neat. That is why the book is named Make Something Wonderful. You make something wonderful. You put it back into the stream of humanity. You say, I was here, my life mattered, and I wanted to make something that made the lives of other people better. And so not only is he telling us that with his words, but we saw that his actions, he dedicated his life to making something wonderful, these tools and these products that you and I use to this day. Again, more than a decade after he's gone. And so then we go and see talking about Macintosh. This is a year before he gets kicked out of that one. And see here, it's something again, we had this deep historical knowledge. He had a young man, we talking to him 21, 20 years old. He still had 30, we're still talking about, when he's in his 50s. This is a quote from Steve Jobs' last interview that I've been reading that really sets up this section of the book. I really think the book and the thing go so well together. And so he asked the question, how do you know what is the right direction moving? This is what he said, that gives you goosebumps. He calms down and tells yourself the best things that humans have done and try to bring those things into what you were doing. Because when I say good artists copy, great artists steal, remote and shameless about stealing great ideas. He goes back and thinks about the construction that you mentioned from at our home learning from this episode. So we have a video that goes along with this, but it's a little bit different. It includes more of us running around home, learning more about her strategy of how she promotes her products in YouTube shorts. So if you want to check it out, it is a different experience. So you totally listen to this and then go watch that stuff on YouTube channel. All right, there's so much to learn from a creator who's been on the platform for as long as Cassie, but also someone who built 2 massive brands. So if you guys enjoyed this episode, if you have something you want to say about the episode, you can go to YouTube, put a comment in the comment section there. All right, here's our episode.
So you started on YouTube in 2009, and we were speaking earlier, you said that 2018, 2019 was this point for you where you were close to quitting and you told Sam you wanted to move away.
Yes, that's right.
What was going on at that time that this career had become so difficult 10 years in?
Yeah, so internally and externally, I felt like I was just being eaten alive. So internally, I had to get hires, and so I just really didn't feel supported. People were not in it for the vision. Outside, there was a lot of body shaming going on, a lot of people just commenting things about my body, but I was just trying to teach some Pilates videos, and so that was really messing with me. And the business side of things, we had plus size. This is something I'm completely impressed. I did not understand, and so when we launched it, the fit wasn't quite right. And for a couple of collections, it was so inconsistent. And as you guys probably know, fit is the most like mapping that's possible on brand. And so sales actually kept declining. All of that was happening at the same time. And I really felt like I was not made out to do this. I'm terrible CEO, bad designer, I don't know what I'm doing. Like I don't even look the part to be a business instructor, and I just want to quit. And Sam said, okay, just give it 30 more days. And if after 30 days it doesn't work out, okay, we'll think about what to do next. And it was crazy that those 30 days can start to change.
Wow. Before we go any further, I want to acknowledge, like, you're in your home.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. It was like a completely beautiful space. And it's also so cool. We spent, a large portion of the day just seeing how functional this space is and getting to explore kind of where you are in business through the space, through the, all the apparel that's hanging racks to, the ways that we get to see that make the food we got to eat and pancakes. And really like exploring what you built through YouTube is honestly extremely inspiring to me, because one thing that's really neat about you is you didn't build a business that is YouTube. You aren't the type of creator that built business and like brand deals and advertising business. You built an audience and community, and then we're able to build businesses on top of that. That's pretty amazing where you come to here. And I want to like go back in time to that first upload. Just walk me through why you uploaded that video in 2009. Like, what was the thinking behind it? Why did that first upload come about?
Yeah, I had a teacher Pilates at Turn Fitness at the time, and I had gotten a job offer for a corporation on the East Coast, and so I needed to move cross country. And my students were like, who's going to teach Pilates? And I was
the only Pilates format that was choreographed pop music. It's not like at the time, Pilates class music for music. And so I sent upload a routine to them, and I emailed them, I was like, hey, do this, do this, and that's it. That's literally 40 people. And then a few months later, I checked it, there's thousands of views, and comments asking me to do more like it. And I didn't even have the concept of why does a subscriber, what are these comments? And I didn't understand. But that really was the beginning of building the community and listening to the people in the community, which truly is what has led me to where I am today. It's always been that feedback and that constant like back and forth. Serving them, because when I serve them, I serve them too.
Did you, like, when people asked you to make another video, and you came out and saw like, oh wow, thousands of people watched this video, did that excite you to make another video?
I was confused.
Yeah.
Because I didn't think I would ever make another video.
Right.
And it was like probably a few months between me doing the first video and the second video, but I had moved already to the East Coast.
Right.
I didn't know where to film this video or what to film it on. I was like, okay, I'll just do it. And they kept watching it, and I'm like, okay, I'll do it a little bit more frequently. It wasn't until I quit my job that I began to do it a lot more frequently. That is a whole other thing. I quit my job because my dad got Emergent magazine, and I took that as a sign to quit my job, which I absolutely hated. And I bought a ticket to China on Friday. I went on Sunday. I said, I'm going to go to the Canton Fair, find a manufacturer. Let's go bid, because if I don't give myself the chance to learn how to do this, I don't know. So I went for it, and when I came back, I had to take MD. I taught Pilates 12 times a week, and 12 times a week, yeah, morning, middle of the day, and evening. So really, I watched the fitness. And it was hard. It was such good training because that's when I really became a great Pilates instructor.
And that you translate on camera too, because it's
Yeah, it's almost really hard to
Yeah,
try.
yes.
So it like, it was perfect. It was almost such a struggle. Everything was such a struggle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's that back. Is your first video that back feature about you, the chronicles, your name, just it's so interesting to me that you had, you know, early on, like, those are the products in there at the time. Physical goods is all in at the forefront of what you do. What's the story behind that back?
Okay, so I have been, like, you rewind like a couple years, I was teaching at a very small studio, Pilates, so there were like 3 people, and I had to carry my yoga mat, and my bottle, my couch, my CDs, and the keys at the time, and it was like a key to carry, and I was like this. And when I went, probably Target, to look for that, I was just like discussing hat designs over those. I want something feminine and beautiful. And so I went to downtown LA, bought some scrap fabrics, made myself a cute guy, and got into class, and it was like, what's that? Like, you want one? And so that inspired me to like make it a thing. And so that's when I put the Yellow Pages, like the literal Yellow Pages of this, and I looked up like probably something like sewing or something like that. And I found someone, and I called them up, and actually this was like during the day, like a laundromat or something, but like part of the business model, we manufacture little things. It's just enough like teeny tiny units. And that's how I made my first batch of bags. And the bag that you see in that video was one of the first bags that I teeny manufactured for me.
And that was because you felt like you wanted more aesthetic, or more, so you went back that you wanted.
Yeah, it was just better. I wanted, and that's how I wanted to sweater, so I'm gonna make a sweater. That's it, yeah.
How did you get into
So I was looking through some physical magazines. I was looking at who's fitness editor, who's like a copy editor or whatever, and I decided to just find their address and attention them, and just I sent out a bag with a note. I don't even know if I emailed them, honestly. I just sent it out. Every bag was like gold to me because I didn't have that many. And luckily, like I think it was 8 months or so into my job, my sister sent me a text message, and there's a picture of her finger pointing something that looks like my bag, and something that looks like that. And I'm like, what? And so I went on Target during my lunch break, and then I go grab shit magazine, and I'm flipping through it, and I see my bag. And like it's like a little mention, but still, regardless, so much like a real brand, like what is this? And I start crying, and I was like, okay, this is a sign. I'm gonna quit my job, and I give myself that chance to succeed, and that's how it started.
Well, your first and foremost, you moved because you were going to mental therapy.
No, so I actually, so I majored in biology, minored in business. I still screwed med school, but I actually last second dropped out of organic chemistry to sabotage the med school track because my parents weren't listening to me about how I didn't want to do this, and I just decided that I'd be better than to ruin everything. So that would be a really bad strange relationship with my parents. But no, I actually moved to the East Coast to enter into a buying career from fashion buyer. Because that was the closest way to get to fashion without having any design degrees. I thought that was my little social science, and we'll figure it out later.
There's a few things happening. So you're trying to explore like, how do I get a job in fashion?
Yeah.
Your team Pilates, you know, because that's what you do, and that's what's paying bills
Yeah.
all the time. And then you're making videos in between there, and then like merchandise emerges through, you know, you're making merchandise like the yoga mats and then the blog shirts. Merchandise is not an easy, not a typical or not an easy first monetization avenue for a reader. And it's also what years 2010.
Yeah, something like that.
When was the first time that making a video translated to sales?
Mm.
Did a creator career kind of take off first?
Well, actually, even before that, there's the question like, do we even keep doing the show?
Yeah. So the first question was, do we keep doing the show? And I've been doing this for 8 going on 9 years. I got podcasting on this and stuff.
Scratch that.
And it's not fun. Like, this is a fun time. I think as what I'm doing for my job now, just starting a startup, has ramped up, one, because I have a lot less. So I feel like I don't have as much to talk about for this show, this audience, with this time.
And it's showing.
Those
are business details.
Yeah.
Startup details.
Yeah. But the second thing is like we've missed a few weeks. Well, actually, even before that, we went on a bi-weekly schedule, which was easy on.
Well, back in the day, this used to be 2 times a week, and then when I joined, sometime before I joined, it was down to 1 time a week, and then at some point
we got a slow
day crescendo.
So I mean, this time next year we'll be doing 1 No, I don't know if that's true, but we had an honest conversation about relations to software. Like, I guess from my point of view, the question is, I don't want podcasts to like whimper into obscurity.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, but I think we still have shit talking.
Yeah.
We still have stuff to talk
You
about.
lazy, not fine.
Like interesting design topics will come up. We're going to encounter stuff in our jobs where design is the core of the thing. New companies will ship features, new products that we'll talk about. There's talk about events, like Google events.
sense. So it didn't feel right to hard stop. But we both had a conversation around the only way this is sustainable from recording time, from editing time, from do we have fresh interesting things to talk about point of view, we gotta go on.
Yeah, by episode 400 and what are we at 458, like what haven't we talked about at some point? I mean, we've done 200 episodes, the two of us, right? That's mentioned all before that. What else is there to talk about that isn't from our brains or from like our experience?
New stuff, like new development, new trends, new. Because I think that seems like the thing to nerd out about every once in a while. I guess like the elephant in the room here will be what we do about Patreon. Right? We know that anyone listening to ours on Patreon and paying us $1 or more a month. We really appreciate that. But the deal you signed up for was $4 a month. Yeah, it's actually 1 week, not the same deal. 10 times 2 a week. Are you still okay with 1 month? Like it's just a episode. Is that still worth it? We don't have to ask. This is for every listener. We're going to be doing episodes with your feet with all. Yeah, exactly. We're going to be doing an episode. We're going to do them again. We'll continue to share the sidebar with bonus goodie for people who support us on Patreon. Because it's episode usually be a little nerdier. I think we usually keep that a little more esoteric, a little bit nerdier, maybe a little bit closer to the best of stuff you've been thinking about. Sorry, we're vulnerable, we have behind the scenes stuff. So, anyways, all that to say, I don't know that anybody needed our permission to cancel the Patreon subscription. But I guess we'll just say we totally understand. We get it. If next month people decide that it's not worth it, we get it, and we'll adjust it. If enough people decide it's not worth it, we will cut a sidebar. Once we do next month, we'll still continue to do a sidebar, keep those content coming, and hopefully make it fun, interesting, useful for everyone. Yeah. Okay. I don't want to belabor this. That's the update. We're monthly. We're going to keep doing sidebar. We understand all Patreon patrons. If the deal you signed up for is no longer attractive under these new terms, so do that what you will, and we'll be happy to continue chatting about design once a month.
And yeah, I think for me the biggest thing is like I would miss this.
Yeah, it is fun. The thing is, it's like it's Monday afternoon, which by the way, for the last like 6 weeks, Mondays are my worst day. Yeah, we didn't understand stuff breaks. It's like meeting day, and then we have like 6 or 7 p.m. It's like you're ready to record.
I usually have been working since like 8 a.m. and around 7 p.m. rolling around and I'm still in the same chair. I'm working all day like, oh yeah, podcast, right? Okay, so we changed my Wednesday. Okay, yes, we would miss you though, listeners. So hopefully you would miss us. So we're gonna stick around for a little bit in a less frequent capacity, but we're still here.
Maybe that's a topic we haven't talked about is like how to help people offload from your product in a non-manipulative way. Like even you saying we'll miss you, kind of manipulative, right?
No, I'm saying we would have missed you if we stopped doing the podcast.
Oh, I didn't know about Patreon.
Oh yeah, no, I'm just saying I'm happy that we're not quitting because that was the other option here. So we're gonna be around. If we left, I would miss them. Hopefully they would miss us.
Audience, and the ritual, whatever. Okay, moving on. Marshall, main topic. This one is very designy and very needs. So I came over tonight. We got our bonus episode. We're gonna hang out with everybody. Came in, opened my laptop, and said, Marshall, come look at some pixels with me. I'm currently doing some fine tuning on the campsite interface, mostly for fun. So my weekend project is like I'm gonna go plug in, just like do some colors, move some lines, and touch some buttons. And I kept encountering these problems as I'm trying to simplify and streamline campsite interface that I needed to go check out. We ended up having really fun, not like 15-minute, I ended 13. Like how do you do orders in this particular way, or how do you do color in this particular way?
Or if you make this change, what are the knock-on effects of that change?
Yeah. So let's dig into it. So I think the topic title will be how do you simplify user interface? And let's ignore the obvious shit. The obvious answer that anyone with that blog post title, the first thing you're going to is like fewer types of higher colors, like right? Let's assume all that's taken care of. I want them to be great. So first things first, orders / separators / providers.
Yeah.
I use too many. I love them.
That was one of the things they actually stuck on. Like, do you need that line there? You need that line there? Like, what do you get rid of that? Oh, I don't know. I don't know. It's scary. Look at it like anathema. Like, how dare you even suggest such a thing?
Well, listeners, you have to take this. Right? The campsite is now with the left sidebar, main content area. Within the main content area is top title bar. So the sidebar has a right order, the title bar has a bottom order. So you get these 3 sections, clearly defined sections. And Marshall goes, why don't you just remove the right order from the sidebar? Okay, I can see then we're gonna have the same bottom order on the sidebar. It's like, what if you remove that one too? That's crazy so much. You can't get all this.
And then now you kind of have a hard edge under that title bar. So it's like, how do you do that? Well, you can make that title bar blur background, right? Kind of like Apple does, or iOS in general. Or you could like do a fade gradient. It's a hard edge there. But yeah, it doesn't change a lot. I think the only like major issues you run into there is the left aligned things in that top title bar and how they associate with things in the left side.
Which is why I'm probably going to keep those 4 lines. I like those lines. Yeah. But it is interesting because YouTube used to have those lines. Yeah, that's right. And no longer does. Yeah. So you made the opposite.
Yeah. Cover those lines, huh?
What are the knock-on effects?
Well, actually, like years ago, we used to have different background colors for each of those things. So we might have even had dividers on top of it, but definitely we had like the top bar was white, and then like the left nav like was like a lighter gray, and then like the main area was like darker light gray. So it's like all of the different surfaces steps, and there's the right side panel, another 4 different background colors. And then it's like, what if they were all just the same white? What if we didn't have drop shadows? We didn't have dividers. That cleans everything up a lot. I don't know. Maybe just get to into that.
How do you know when you've gone too far? Because I think those separators and those color backgrounds were doing a lot of work. It made it very clear what section is what and what kind of content or actions to expect to report in those areas. When you put them all on a flush surface, you have to rely on different cues, right? Like in your case, key lines and spacing between elements matching you on point. It doesn't feel like it makes it less immediately obvious. What do you think like internet user would transcend it to?
Yeah, I think that's what it is. Like I think we pretty much transcended, and like you said, if you're doing a good job with your general gestalt of like proximal things and white space or layout of the page, you don't need the lines. Like your eye will draw the lines for you, right? If there's spacing there, there's a margin that's consistent with a key line for your brain will create it for you, whether you draw it or not. So like we can imply these things, and the user will infer them if we apply them like that. Otherwise, if you use the like grades of gray, you just end up swimming in the sea of gray muddiness, which never feels it.
Yeah. Well, that was an interesting thing that I tried making campsite bulk. And the problem with that was putting cards on an all-white background, make things outlines, right? With outlines.
Or drop shadow taste.
And things just get lost. Like I put production and local next to each other in the version with the gray background and the white cards. It's just easier to scan. It's why Facebook looks the way it looks. It's why LinkedIn looks the way it looks. On like Gray Watch with white cards, look on top of the order or shadow is the most scalable. So how do you get around that? Maybe not. I I'm kind of thinking in terms of, you want this design, you gotta have two colors.
Well, I think you're right. I think it works there because the content isn't necessarily on that gray. All your content has a white card to live on, so it doesn't feel as muddy. You have a background change. I think when everything lives on gray, everything's on the base background, so that's what it's been. But I think one of the elegant things that you did that you showed me was you used to have a white background left side nav and a gray background main body. And by extending that very left gray into left side nav, and you end up like your brain ignores it and you almost don't see the gray anymore because you only see the cards coming forward.
Which I love, by the way, because that's what our goal is we always try and reduce the attention drawn to our Chrome and always towards user Chrome. And so by just dropping my background on the sidebar, which is our Chrome, it does kind of disappear. And then the thing you have to make sure you're really careful is if you're selecting space, you can see where they are entirely.
And the other thing about the selected state, to your point, is like that helps define the width of that left sidebar here. You don't have to have a divider. You can these other cues to again indicate to the user what the bounds of his invisible blocks are.
I think I'm just like old school. Like I think I'm still stuck in the old school. It's a word mark because it's more clear. It is more clear, but I'm tending to go to the word it's noisy. The distinction between clear and noisy feels very subtle.
There's also the problem with I think those L's. That's kind of funny. I think it helps. You end up with all these L-shaped interfaces nested. So you have like a top nav and then a side nav, and the body has a side nav, and then you have a sub top nav, and then just all these nested L's within each other. And then especially when you further define those L's with the divider lines, you just end up with this like when you run a meeting presenting your screen, you select the presenting screen that extends out to infinity. I feel like that's like solving yours. When it's just a stack of things, like when you have a bunch of vertical bars, I call that layer cake. This isn't quite layer cake. This is like L cake. Anyway, I don't like the L. So when you add those dividers, it ends up looking like this fractal that goes down this years into infinity. And stuff way that all that.
Just most modern interfaces, like it just end up with that because I don't know. We're in side navigation land for most apps. I feel like macOS has taken that. Or I guess iPadOS maybe sort of. I don't know. Like somewhere in there, we're like, okay, sidebars. Every app's gonna have sidebars.
I did that like later.
And then when you're thinking of responsive sidebars, you go wait some folks that need some contextual views. That's where the L starts.
Parents and children and grandparents and grandchildren.
I guess the other lever you could pull is having lower contrast separators and probably being yelled at by somebody for not being accessibility department. But that would feel borderline because if you get away with not having it and still being the interface is accessible, then you could add it having very low contrast. The borderline you keep watching on your like see it and like I don't know. You would even do that.
Well, like if it works without it, then why have it?
Because it helps. It's subtle. It's there.
Well, I don't know. I think maybe I'm of an opinion lately that divider lines are not modern, and maybe that's just a subjective thing. I don't know. Like divider lines are really 2.0.
They do feel they feel Facebook's are gonna
really quick.
Okay, so that works over spiders. I guess the message here is like try getting rid of them.
Yeah.
I think if you get rid of them though, that's where you're moving up into the mastery of interface design, where you have to have a sense for a perfect map of how far apart things are from each other, so that main field section is easily recognizable as one constant area versus another key lines and things. So that's the counterpoint to having lots of borders and separators and buttons. Okay, second thing on my list was I love my favorite keyboard shortcut when I'm typing text. It is Option Shift 9. That is the intercom here.
And it's Option 8.
No, that's a fat bulb.
Oh, okay.
Now, the date of the recording of this podcast, April 13th, my new article has been published, so I am free. The gag order has been lifted. We can get into it when it comes to ChatGPT. If I look at the article here on the screen, for those who are watching, you will see this on the screen. If you're not watching, you can watch at youtube.com/talentmedia for episode 244. You can also find it at thegmail.com episode 244. You're going to see this is the long-awaited article. The title is What Kind of Mind Does ChatGPT Have? The subhead is Large Language Models Seem Starting to Be Intelligent, but What's Really Happening Under the Hood? The article. So as I read it, we talk ChatGPT. You probably haven't been following it too closely based on our conversation. Some people really believe that some people don't want to know. I'm guessing you're not going to believe ChatGPT, but it could be right. With it all, I looked at a few of the hard work episodes outside. And what's the time of those episodes? They were giving some examples of what it was when first I probably like 6 weeks ago. Yeah. And yeah, that was about it. Well, some of the content before we get into that, that's what I want to talk about today. So ChatGPT is a chatbot. You can sign up for an account at AI and go interface. You type in questions in ChatGPT or prompts or requests and ChatGPT response to text. You're talking to someone for a Slack or it's a messenger. But this was released in late November of last year. And almost immediately people began circulating online screenshots of particularly impressive interactions, particularly funny interactions they had with ChatGPT. Here's one of the first ones to go viral. I talked about this one in my article. Here's a tweet, a screenshot that went along. This is from a software developer named Thomas Kasek. And he asked ChatGPT the following: write a biblical verse in the style of the King James Bible. Explain how to remove a peanut butter sandwich from the VCR. ChatGPT rose to the challenge and wrote a response that begins, and it came to pass. The man was troubled by peanut butter sandwich, for it had been placed within his VCR, and he knew not how to remove it. And he cried to the Lord, saying, Lord, how can I remove the sandwich from the VCR? Lord, stuck fast and will not budge. And the response goes on. Here's another early viral example of ChatGPT's prowess. This was somebody Riley who asked ChatGPT to write a Seinfeld scene who Dietary needs to learn the Mozart algorithm. And ChatGPT, once again, for communication, they had a not properly formatted script, but has some of the aspects of it. It opens in Monk's Cafe. It says Jerry's sitting at the counter with George. Jerry sighs and says, I can't believe I have to learn the Mozart algorithm in computer science class. George laughs. Mozart, that's what a big so now there is. Even a monkey can do it. Funny in class. Jerry, yeah, well, not a monkey. I'm a monkey. The scene goes on and on. All right, this is the type of thing ChatGPT can do. These impressively perceptive answers, pretty esoteric requests. Now, you go back and actually watch the media cycle around ChatGPT, which I have to say is driven very strongly by Twitter. I think the fact that 81% of an account and the screenshots of interactions using the Twitter really helped get the hype cycle around the technology stay much more seriously than it has for past artificial intelligence innovations. If you go back with this media cycle, it took a week or two before the tone shifted from exuberance and humor. If you look at this example I gave about Seinfeld, the tweet says, the VCR, the tweet says, I'm sorry, I simply not be psychological technology. So what are the sort of features we're going to
happiness. Do something else a little bit more distressing. There's a couple examples I want to bring up here. Here is an article from NBC News. The headline is ChatGPT passes EBA exam given by an Emergent professor. That got me worried. Here is another article from this period from Time magazine. Headline: He used AI to publish a children's book and weekend. Artists are not happy about it. The details of design manager used ChatGPT to write all the text of the book, which he then self-published on Amazon. But it was stumped. But it implied certain types of future scenarios where technology was taking away creative work and really making people find themselves. As we get closer to the current period, I would say the tone shift is this new year, in particular coming in March and April. The tone shift was one of alarm, not just about the focused economic impacts that are possible of technology, but some of the bigger societal, if not civilization level impacts of these type of technologies. Which is an article that really helped set this tone, was now somewhat infamous Ken Root's piece from the New York Times that is titled "A Conversation with Being's Chatbot." Let me be unsettled. Being released a chatbot after ChatGPT based on very similar underlying technology. Kevin Root was beta testing or using this new tool, and he found his roots here. Our conversation with the chatbot, or among other things, the chatbot tried to convince Kevin to course the chatbot revealed that she had a sort of hidden double identity. That identity was called Venom, which was a very dark personality. So Kevin set a tone of a little bit worried, and it escalated from there. In late March, we get this op-ed in the New York Times, this March 24th, written by some prominent authors, Val Harari, Tristan Harris, and Azza Rotskin. And they really, this article are trying to point out potential existential threats of these AIs that are arguing strongly for we need to take a break and step back from developing these AIs before it becomes too late. Here's the last paragraph. We have some of the alien intelligence. We don't know much about it, except that it's extremely powerful and offers us bedazzling gifts, but it also hack the foundations of our civilization. We call upon world leaders to respond to this moment like a level of challenge it presents. The first step is to buy its time. Upgrade our institutions for AI world and to learn to master AI before it masters us. A few days after this op-ed, an open letter really signed by many prominent individuals demanding exactly this type of pause on AI usage. Okay, so this is the stuff. ChatGPT is released, everyone's using it, everyone's supposed to sell on Twitter, everyone's having fun. Then people start getting worried about ways they can work use it for actual use for why. And people got down themselves, ways they can working on use of alien intelligence. Don't worry about it mastering us. We have to stop this force. So it really is a phenomenal arc. It's all unfolded in about 5 months. So what I want to do is try to shed some clarity on the situation. The theme of my new piece, I'm going to put it on screen actually, you can see the main opening paragraph here. The theme of my new piece is we need to understand sound. We cannot just keep treating it like a black box and just imagine what these black boxes might do and then freak ourselves out about these stories we tell ourselves about things that these black boxes can do. This is too important for us to just trust or imagine or make up or guess at how these things function. So here's the nut graph of my new piece. What kinds of new minds should be released into our world? The response to ChatGPT and to the other chatbots that follow in its wake has often suggested that they are powerful, sophisticated, imaginative, and possibly even dangerous. So is that really true? If we treat these new artificial intelligence tools as mysterious black boxes, it's impossible to say. Only by taking the time to investigate how the technology actually works from its high-level concepts down to the basic digital wiring, and we understand what we're dealing with. We can messages into electronic code and receive surprise replies. So what exactly is driving that? So that's the key question I want to address today. How does ChatGPT work, and how worried should we be about it? And I don't think we can answer that second question we answer first. That's what we're going to do. We're going to deep dive on the basic ideas behind how a chatbot like ChatGPT does what it does. We'll use that to draw some more confident conclusions about how worried we should be. I have more questions for you about AI. There's not too much. I've been working on some articles, so do some AI questions, and the thing is shift gears and focus on something interesting, some unrelated interesting story. Let's get into it. I want to get into that conversation with my pictures just to be more. I'm not a talented graphic designer. That's not true. I'm not much of an artist, so I guess it wants me hand drawing something really down. Like I said, this ain't exactly solid day, the things that agency. I'm working here. Everybody's going to get the job done. So I have 5 ideas here I'm going to go through, and the goal is to implant into the higher ideas that explain how a computer program can possibly answer the such sophisticated nuance, these weird questions we're asking, how we do 5 words out of DTR, how we can do a Seinfeld scene with bubbles. And we're going to do the high level. We're going to essentially create a hypothetical program from scratch that is able to solve this. And at the very end, we'll talk about how these big ideas are going to be 5 ideas I'm going to present. We'll talk about how that's actually able to improve the computer. So we'll do that real fast. That's kind of right here. The neural networks and transformer blocks and what we have attention. We'll get there, but we'll do that very fast. It's a big conceptual idea right there. Idea number 1 on how these type of programs work is workless. I got one. This is very visual. Everything I'm talking about on the screen. So if you're really good recommend going to youtube.com/talentformedia and go to episode 244. If you want YouTube, go to default.com and go to episode 244. This is a very visual video. So as we see on the screen here, idea number 1 is word guessing. And the green box on the screen that represents the large language model that would underpin a chatbot like ChatGPT. So what happens is, if you put a incomplete bit of text into this box, the example here is I have the partial sentence fragment, the quick brown fox text. The whole goal of this large language model is to set out what single next word should follow. So in this case, we get the quick brown fox jump as input. In our example, the language model has a set out over. If this is the word I'm guessing should come next. So then what we would do is add the word to our now sentence reads the quick brown fox jump over. So we added the output, so we extended the standard sentence by word. We run that to the large language model, and it says I guess what the next word is. So in this case, it's the up. And then we expand our sentence, the quick brown fox jump over the up. We put that as input into the model. This approach, which is known as auto-regressive test errors, is what the models underneath all these new generation chatbots like ChatGPT actually use. They guess one word at a time. That word is added to the text, and newly generated text is put through the model in the next one. So this generates one word at a time. So if you type in a request to something like ChatGPT, that request plus a special symbol that means, okay, this is the end of the request, and where the answer begins, that's input. And it'll set up the first word of its response. It'll then pass the request plus the first word of its response into the model to get the second word of response. We'll add that on, pass the request plus the first 2 words of the response into the model to get the third word. This is generating text one word at a time. And it slowly grows what's generated. There's no recurrency in here. It doesn't remember anything about the last word it generated. Its definition doesn't change. The green box on that right now changes once it's trained. Text goes in, it says our guess for the next word to have once it's generated. All right, idea number 2, relevant word match. So how does it figure out? How does large language models figure out what word to set up next? Well, at its core, what's really happening here, let's simplify.
But I suppose what's really happening here is the model is just looking at the most relevant words from the input. It is going to match those relevant words to actual text that's been given. We call these source text in the front. So examples of real text can match the relevant words to where they show up in real text and say what follows these relevant words in real text. And that's how it figures out what ones to output. So this example, the most relevant words are those recent words. So the input into our box is the quick brown fox jump over. Perhaps the model's only looking at the last 3 words, fox jump over. But there's a big collection over here to the side, and real text is looking for all these examples. And so look in there, and so it's like, okay, we've seen something like fox jump over show up in one of the input text. So okay, here's an input text that says, as you say, the ground fox jump over the leaf ground up. So what's fox jump over here that we found in one source text? What came after the word fox jump over? Oh, great, let's make that one again. Now, what's in real industrial terms like language model, the relevant word aren't just necessarily the most recent words. There's a whole complicated system called supposition, in which the model will actually learn which words synthesize those relevant words. So that's too complicated for this discussion. The key thing is looking at some words from the text, effectively finding similar words in real text that are provided, and see what happened with real text. And that's what figures out how to produce next. For example, idea number 3, which is voting. So the way I just presented before was, you start looking through your source text and find the relevant words, see what follows output. That's not actually what happens. We want to be a little bit more probable. So I would say a closer way of describing what happens is we can imagine a large language model is going to look for every instance of the relevant word that we're looking for. And it's going to see what follows those instances and keep track of it. What are all the different words that follow this example of fox jump over? And it kind of has an example of fox jump over. It says what word follows next, let's give a vote for that word. And so the same word follows in most of the examples, it's going to get most of the votes. I'm using votes sort of as a metaphor. What we're going to do here is trying to really normalize probability distribution. So in the end, what we're going to get with the large language model is going to produce is for every possible next word, it is going to produce a probability. What is the probability that this should be the next word false? So if you can figure out this is votes, which word received the votes votes, which word received the second votes, how many votes this word received compared to that word. We're just going to normalize those terms. Let's just think about it as votes. So in this example, we see the phrase that we're going to over the ground option. That shows up in a bunch of different sources. So we're going to get a lot of votes. So that's where the high percentage here. But maybe there's similar phrases. If we look at this example here, the cat jumped over is across trouble. Cat jumped over is not the same as fox jumped over, because cat is different than fox. But it's going to be because cat jumped over is similar to one before, which is fox jumped over. So what word follows that? We'll give that a smaller. And so now what we're able to do is now we find every instance of the word the relevant words are looking for. Usually votes will follow. We also start generating weaker votes or similar phrases. And again, we can see this giant collection of every possible word and then a pile of votes for each. And what the system will do is now randomly select a word, a picture, just an expertly drawn picture with 3-dimensional dice. It's pretty good. Did you know that was a dice? I got it. It's really good. So those are listening on picture dice to indicate randomness. It will randomly select which word to come next. And we'll weight that selection based on the votes. So in this case, the has much votes. It almost certainly has the word to use that one next. So A has some votes. It's possible, but it's like A is not as likely. When Apple has 0 votes, 0% probability, because it never shows up after variance. You can simply flash out over no phrase that are called out, so there's no chance of stuff. And so, and actually, in these systems, the output is an over potential is for every possible. We don't know if the word you follow next. Here's what just in the model of the ChatGPT is based. How many different words do you think it knows? So in other words, when it has to generate, okay, here's a pile of votes for every possible next word. How many word punctuations are okay? Yeah, 50,000. 50,000. So it has a vocabulary of 50,000. Because not all words are basically there's tens of thousands of words. And how big is that about big dictionary? That's your question. Yeah. It's probably not just more. Yeah. Because the thing is, it has a vector is describing all these words following along throughout the system. So you're doing text on it. So it's not a big vocabulary to talk about a lot of things, but not so big it really influences the system. Right. So voting uses money for this for probability, but this is what's happening. So now we have a bunch of source text, and we imagine that for relevant words, we're finding all the places these source texts with relevant words show up, or some relevant words show up, and see what follows it. In all cases, you're going to vote follows it, and just goes to select context. Right, those are just idea 4. Idea 1 through 3 can generate very little text. This is what I'm natural language processing systems that do more or less what I'm just describing. If you give it enough source text and have a look at a big enough window of relevant words, and you have to spit out word by word the way it's described, the optimal progressive approach. This will spit out very minimal text. It is actually not even how people can read an article. I point towards a simple Python program I found online with 1,200 lines of code that used Mary Shelley's Frankenstein as its input text. It looked at the last 4 words in the system generated. That's what it uses for relevant words. And I showed the article that's generated very good copycats. Right? So that's how you generate believable text of the program. And notice nothing you've done so far has anything to do with understanding the concepts of the program talking about. All of the intelligence, the grammar, the subtleties, all that we see so far is just being extracted from the human text that we're purchasing input and then remix and match and copy immediately into the output of the program. It's just looking for words, gathering votes, selecting out blind again and again. The program is actually simple, intelligence you see answers all coming this one from the input text themselves. But we only solve half the problem. If we want a chatbot, we can't just have our program generate believable text. It has to actually answer the question being asked by the user. So how do we aim this automatic text generation mechanism towards specific types of answers that match what the user is asking? Well, this brings an image of feature detection, which is the 4th out of the 5 values of the origin. What happens with feature detection is a response. So when we have a request, and perhaps the answer is also a request, that's something you can input into our large language model. So I've shown here a request that says write the instructions for moving input exams from DTR. Then I have a bunch of colons, then I have a gain of a response. The first step is to, like, everything is pushing you to the model. You get the whole original question, and you get everything the model has said so far in its answer, right? Word by word, we're the answer. As we wrote the answer, we want the full input, including the original question, input to the model. That's what I'm showing. Feature detection can look at the text and pattern match out features that are relevant for what text the model should be producing. So these yellow instructions of BTR. So maybe that's one feature comes out. It extracts the text. It's supposed to be instructions out of BTR. And the orange underline, another feature says that the input sandwich is involved. And so now that the model has extracted 2 features, there's instructions for the producing and it's supposed to be multiple sandwich. The way we then take advantage of the model, the way we take advantage of those features is that we have what I call my article rules. I have to say, AI people don't like to use the word rules because it has another meaning in the context of expert decision systems. So it's not a rule person, we call them rules that extract the usual thing as instructions or strategy features, like pattern match instruction, and then a set of guidelines for how to change the voting strategy based on those particular features. So here's what I mean. Here's the rule that looks for things like instructions in VCR. Figure out, okay, there's supposed to be instructions in VCR. And his guidelines are then, we're looking to match the relevant words. In this example, I'm saying relevant words are step is to. So this is the answer here. We're looking to match step is to. When we find those relevant words, step is to, showing up in source text that is about VCR instructions. With extra strength for those folks. But here I have on the screen, maybe when you catch those VCR error instructions, it says remember reading the pancake, the first says it takes long. So we have step is to open. So open is a candidate for the next word at that point here. Because this source document matches the feature of VCR instructions, our rule here, this trigger, let's say, hey, let's make our word for open really strong. We know it's grammatically correct because it follows step is to. But we think it also has a good chance to be semantically correct because it comes from a source that matches the type of things we're supposed to be writing. So let's make ourselves more likely to do this. Now think about having now a huge number of these rules for many different kinds of things that people are asking about. And for all these different things someone might ask your chat about. People are talking to VCR error, sign factors, level slowdown. For each thing that someone might ask your chat about, you have some rule that pops it up, what to look at in the source text, figure out what's relevant, and very specific guidelines on how should we change our votes or words that match source text and matches properties. These complicated rules. If we have enough of these rules, then we start to generate text that's not natural sound, but actually seems to reply to or match what is being requested of the user. Now I think the reason why people have a hard time grasping this step is they imagine how many rules them or them and a team of people can come up with. And say, I can come up with a couple dozen, maybe if I work with a team for a couple years, we can come up with 1,000 rules. But these rules are complicated. You can do as simple as how many are asking about VCR instructions and how do you figure out if you're actually given this VCR instruction text. I would think about that in a long example. Maybe what we are compared to 200 to 1,000 of these tools. And that's not going to be nearly enough. That's not going to cover nearly enough scenarios for all of the topics of more than 1 million users who signed up for ChatGPT, for example, all the topics of this. If you look at the number of rules you really need to be as depth of ChatGPT, just below that proportion needs scale, HTML0 and VCR. You know, I did a little bit of that on math from my New Yorker article. If you took all the parameters that define GPT-3, which is the large language model that ChatGPT can refine it based on, the parameters we think of as the things that actually change. It actually trains this as a description molecules. If we just wrote out all the numbers that define the GPT-3, we would fill over 1.5 million average envelopes. The number of rules we have to have, writing it out, would fill a large university library full of rules. That scale is so big, we have a really hard time imagining it. And that's why we start to see, oh my goodness, this thing can answer almost anything I sent you. It can answer almost any question I asked it. We think there must be some adaptable intelligence in there that's just learning about things, trying to understand it, interact with us, because we couldn't imagine just having enough rules to handle the topic like that. There is a lot. It's 1.5 million books full of rules, things like that. You have to wrap your mind around that scale. And then you have to imagine not exactly rules, but you can apply them in all sorts of combinations. VCR instructions, but also about a paper sandwich, also the style of keeping like secondary rules. Let me get that first example. That's all I'm drawing. But the final idea, the common rule we can come up with is 1.5 million books full of rules. How do you do that? And this is where self-training enters the picture. These language models train themselves. Here's a very basic way this works. Imagine we have this 1.5 million books full of rules. We start by just putting nonsense in every book. Nonsense with everything. Right? So the system doesn't do anything useful about it. We have a starting point. And now the system will train yourself. And to help you train yourself, we're going to give you a lot of real text for evaluation. So I say that the model with ChatGPT space, for example, was given the results of crawling the public web for over 12 years. The largest percentage of anything ever written on the web over a decade was just hard about the data that was given to ChatGPT to train itself. And what the program does is it takes real text, real passages of real text out of this massive, monstrous, large data set. And it will use these passages one by one to make it better. So here's the example I have on the screen here. Let's say one of these many sample texts with ChatGPT was hammered. And the program says, let's grab some text from Hammer. So let's say we're now 3 where we have a famous monologue, to be or not to be, that is the question. The program just grabs some of that text. So let's say it grabs to be or not to be. And it's going to lock off the last word. In this case, it locks off the word be. And it feeds what remains into the model. So we lock off be here, you lock with to be or not to. So great, let's feed that into our model. We have 1.5 million books called rules, built nonsense before early in training, but we'll go into the books and see which rules apply, let them modify the word strategy. We'll get this big factor of votes, and we'll randomly choose a word. And let's say in this case the word is fine. Because it's not going to be a good word because the rules are really bad. So let's set up some words. Let's say it says up top. Then the good news for the program, because it took this phrase from a real source, it knows what the next word is supposed to be. So on screen here, orange is showing it knows that B is what it's supposed to follow, to be or not to. So it can compare B to what it actually said. So program set up problem. It compares it to the right answer. The right answer is B. Here's the magic. It goes back and says, let me nudge my rules. It's a formal mathematical process does do it. Let me just go there and kind of tweak these rules. Not so the program accurately sets out B, but let's set out something that is minutely more appropriate than the problem. Something that is just slightly better than complicated. So based on this one example, we changed the rules a little bit so that all of us just keep better. And it just repeats this again and again and again. Hundreds of thousands of passages from Hammer. And then all the different shit words. Everything ever written in Wikipedia. And then almost everything ever published on the web. Multiple entries, sports websites, archived articles from old magazine websites. What synthesis, log off word, see what it says out, compare to the right answer vegetables. Take your sentence, log off last word, set your model, see what it says out, compare to the real one vegetables. And it does that again and again and again, hundreds of billions of times. There's one estimate I found online that said training ChatGPT on a single processor would take over 350 years of that. The only way that they could actually train on so much data so long was that many processors working in parallel, sending well over $1 million to show 50 times just to train, and still have to wait on months to actually do that process. But here's the loop I want you to make out of this final idea. If you do this training, the simple training process on enough passages, going from enough source text, covering enough different types of topics, from VCR instructions to sign cultures. So all these mentions, 1.5 million books worth of rules will eventually come to the extent. It'll eventually be way more comprehensive and nuanced than any one thing that humans have ever produced. And they're going to recognize this as a Bible word, you won't get your instructions here, and volatile is an algorithm, and the chapter from the text will talk about volatile, and these are scripts, and this is a script from Seinfeld, and actually this part of the script from Seinfeld is a guilt, so we're really running the guilt in our output, and one really upload words are from guilt within Seinfeld. All these things we can imagine will become these words. And I think the reason why we have a hard time imagining computers is because the scale is so colossally large. You think about us going on the book, you think about us going on the rules, we have a hard time wrapping our mind around this immensity of 1.5 million books worth of rules, trained on 350 years worth of compute time. We just can't easily comprehend that scale. But it is so large that you think what you think is very clever robust and ChatGPT. It's like, oh, this will rule they apply, modify, or vote, and it spits out something that makes. Those are the big ideas behind how ChatGPT works. I know all my fellow computer scientists out there in the background of artificial intelligence are probably yelling at your podcast headphones right now. So let's explain how it works. So it doesn't search for every word from the source text, and it doesn't have rules individually like that. It's instead a much more complicated architecture. This is all true. It's all true. Under the way that these models are actually architected, are in what's called transformer block architecture. GPT-3, for example, has 96 transformer blocks arranged in layers, one after another. Within each of these transformer blocks is a multi-head attention layer that identifies what are the relevant words that this transformer block should care about. It passes that on to a feed-forward neural network. Is this neural network that actually encode inside their weights connected to artificial neurons that actually encode in a sort of condensed, jumbled, mixed-up manner, more or less the strategy I just described. So the feature detection, that's built into the weights of these neural networks. The connection between certain features being identified, combined with certain relevant words, combined with vote strings for what words should come next, all that's trained into these networks for the training. So all the statistics and everything is trained into these as well. But in the end, what you get is basically a double mixed up version of what I just explained. It's not that experts, not what I said. Let me make sure I have this right. These high-level ideas, that's more or less what's being able to do in artificial networks with computational architecture. That's what's happening. Is that it's mixed up, that's what's happening. So we train the actual language model. You're not only training to identify teachers, you're making in the statistics from the quotes and what happens with these. All that's being baked into the big model. So that's why these things are so large. That's why there's 175 billion numbers of final rules for GPT-3. If there's 5 ideas I just gave you, that's more or less what's happening. And so this is what you have to believe, is that with enough rules, trained enough, what I just defined is sort of generate really big polarized tests. That's what's actually happening. We're guessing one word at a time. There's enough rules to modify these and enough source tests to go. We produce really believable tests. All right, so we know this. Let us now briefly return to the second part of our question, how worried should we be? My opinion is once we have identified how these things actually work, our fear and concern is greatly contained. So let's start with summarizing, based on what I just said. What is it that these models like ChatGPT can actually do? Here's what they can actually do. They can respond to a question in arbitrary combination of known styles, talking about arbitrary combination of known styles. So you write up arbitrary known styles, talking about arbitrary combination of known styles. So no need to see another things, another style, or enough writing about the copy in turn. That's what you do. So say write up this and this in this style. Volatile, Seinfeld, and script. And you can make it pretty fast. Let's see those tests. That's not all. So let's start with the pragmatic question of system theory or coming, and we'll get into the bigger existential question. Is this an alien intelligence that's going to convert to major styles? So let's talk about is that capability I just described going to severe amount of the economy? How do it is? I think when people get concerned about the ChatGPT type box of the economy is they mistake the fluency with which they can find styles and subjects with an adaptable fluid intelligence. Well, if they can do that, why can't people other parts of it? Why can't it handle my inbox work? Why can't it build a computer program I need? You imagine you need a human like flexible intelligence to produce those kind of tests that you see. And flexible human intelligence can do lots of things in the job. That's not the case. There's no flexible human intelligence in there. There's just the ability to produce flexible text with arbitrary combination of itself or arbitrary combination of subjects. If you look at what most knowledge workers, for example, do in their job, that capability is not there. What knowledge workers do is not writing text. It is, for example, interacting with people or reading synthesized information. What knowledge workers do write, more often than not, they're writing is incredibly narrow and bespoke. It's specific to the particular circumstances of who they work for, their job, and their history of their job, their history of the people they work for. I mentioned in my New York piece that as I was writing the conclusion, that earlier that same day, I had to co-author an email to exactly the right person in our dean's office about a subtle request about how the faculty hiring process occurs at Georgetown. Carefully couched, carefully couched in English. I'm sure you heard for this, here's what I think, and talk about this one. I'm asking about this in the conversation before. Nothing in GPT, that's because broad training, could have had to accomplish that narrow task. That's most of the writing knowledge workers actually do. And even when we have relatively generic writing or coding, production of text that the system do, we run into a problem that ChatGPT and similar chatbots are often wrong. Because again, they're just trying to make good guesses for words based on the science and such as massive. They have no, these models have no actual model of the thing it's writing about. So they have no way of checking, does this make sense? Is this actually right? They just read stuff in the style. What is the answer supposed to know what it sounds like? Because after something in the style. This is so predictive that the developer Overboard Stack Overflow has put a new rule that says no answers from ChatGPT can be used on the result board. Because what's happening is ChatGPT will be happy to generate answers to your programmer questions. It's sent a programmer dependency, but as the moderator of Stack Overflow board clarified, more often than not, they're also incorrect. ChatGPT doesn't know what the correct program is. They just know spitting out code, and based on other code I've seen and the features, this net-to-net makes sense. And most of the commands make sense, but it doesn't know what sorting actually is. Whether it's there's a one-off issue here, but inequality is inequality, not just listings or whatever. Because that's the sort. It doesn't give the stuff so far in the future, it doesn't know what you're asking, and it's code like that. Here's what we're going to say. So that really what we're going to the two most employers are not going to outsource jobs to unrepentant fabulous. So basically, not useful. Oh, we're talking about useful here, but some of the things I think language models can do. It's particularly useful when we're found in the last few months. When these technologies seem to be particularly useful because we can give it text. We can do this, we give it text and say, rewrite this in this style or allow this. It's like that. That's useful. So if you're a doctor and typing notes or a kind of member, then you might be typing on swap and you model like GPT-4 or text. You might be able to take that and transform those ideas into better English. That's what I mean. They can do other things like gather information for us and collate it, like a smart Google search. So Microsoft is doing this integrating this technology into search engine. That's like Google Plus. So Google's already pretty smart. You can have to do a little bit more abstract. So there's no uses for this. But it is not going to come in and sweep away whole swaths of the economy. I would say so that final deeper question here, is this some sort of alien intelligence? Absolutely not. Once you understand the architecture, as I just defined it, There is no possible way that these large language model-based programs can ever do anything to even approximate self-awareness consciousness or something you would have to be concerned about. There is a completely static definition for these programs once they're trained. Underlying parameters of GPT-3, once you train it up, for example, do not change as you start running requests. There is no valuable memory. It's the exact same rules. Nothing changes the memory because all of these layers in simple feed-forward architecture sits out of XOR. And you run it through again with a slightly longer request, it's the exact same layers. Sits out of XOR. You cannot have anything that approaches consciousness or self-awareness without valuable memory. To be alive, in our definition, you have to be able to have a ongoing updated model of yourself and the world around you. There's no such thing as a static entity where nothing changes. There's no memory that changes. Nothing that changes. They would consider to be alive. But this model is not the right type of AI technology that ever become self-aware. There's other models in the AI universe that could be. We actually have notions of behaving and updating models of learning, of thinking about yourself and the world, having incentives, having multiple actions you can take. You can build systems that they're not going to be self-aware. Some people work on the problem yet. Architecturally possible. All right, so that's where we are. We created this really cool large language model. It's better than what came before. It's a really good copy, also easy to use, and Cheryl talking about it. This digital technology, one way or the other, will be integrated more and more with Pokemon. So it's going to have an impact on marketing more than Google have. And stuff like that. You can ask people all these questions from words, but very useful. Really helping. Really helping users. And I think that's what we really need to do. They can produce tests of other information from known subjects, use other information from known subjects, known disease, for certain times of training. This is not power from 2001. This is not an alien intelligence that is going to, as was born in the New York Times, like a sophisticated propaganda to take over our political elections and create a world government. This is not going to get rid of programming as a profession, writing as a profession. It's cool, but it is not, in my sense, in my opinion, an existential threat. It's transformative in the world of AI, probably not being able to transform it in your day-to-day life. All right, so this is my professor is on. Don't get me started. We could fall into my old habits, office old habits, and report.
So how many roles will it be in 5 years? Like what level?
Oh, no, it's going to be a good question. So from GPT-2 to GPT-3, so GPT-2 has some large number of parameters before GPT-3 came out. It had 17 million or something like this, and GPT-3 is 107 billion. I was talking to an expert in about this. The issue about making this too much larger is they're already sort of getting it, all of the text that exists. And so at some point, you're not going to get back bigger returns. So there's two issues with this. If you make your networks too small, they're not complicated enough to learn what it's being useful. Even if you large, you're wasting a lot of space, and have a lot of redundancy. I mean, it only learns what it sees in its data set. So 175 billion parameters is well fit to this massive training data that we use for these chatbots. It's just increasing the size of the network time change. You would have to have a correspondingly larger, richer training data set to get it. And I don't know how much more, at least for this very particular problem of producing text, I don't know how much more richer, larger data set to get it. And I actually think the direction happening now is how we make these things smaller. GPT-3 is too big to be practical. 175 billion parameters can't fit in the memory of a single GPU. You probably need 5 different specialized pieces of hardware just to generate a single word. That's not practical. That means I can't do that on my computer. That means if everyone in my office is constantly giving requests to GPT-3 as part of their work, we're going to have this huge computing bill. So actually, a lot of the effort is in how do we make these things smaller. Just focus on the examples that are relevant to what these people actually need. We want it to be small. We want it to be models that fit in a phone and so useful. So GPT-3, I think, that's what we're going to base on. That was opening out saying, what happens when we make these things much bigger? And now we're going to make it smaller. And if you actually read the original GPT-3 paper, their goal of making it 10 times bigger was not that it was going to have, in particular, domain 10 times better answers. They wanted to have one model that could do well in reading unrelated tasks. And if you read the paper, they say, look, here's a bunch of different tasks for which we already have measured these large language models to do well, but they're customized to these tasks. They only do that one task. And what they were proud about with GPT-3 to be the original paper is this one model can do well at all these tasks. It's not actually much better than the state of any one of these things. It's just that you don't need necessarily the hand-turning model for each task. If you make enough, you can handle all different tasks. So it wasn't being 10 times larger, not making GPT-3 10 times better at any particular task. In fact, in most tasks, it's as good as the tasks are not much better. There's a possibility to run this. But that's what you see. And it's cool for these web demos. But going forward, they became using to go back to actually make things smaller so we can not have to use a certain amount of computational power just to figure out that dog should follow the quick functional abilities around. Like, we need the maybe a little more efficient. Yes, I'm not particularly, it's a cool technology, but I think it's just not as worrisome. Yeah. But it's a black box you imagine. I definitely think about Harari about that. It was definitely influenced by the philosopher superintelligence, which we talked about a show a few months ago. Yeah. Where he starts speculating. He's a philosopher, not a computer scientist. Philosopher starts speculating. What if they got this smart computer? Well, what if they got this smart computer? Just speaking through scenarios about, and you look at smart, and it gets all smarter, and then you get something smarter, and you get super intelligent, and you all these scenarios, and we'll get super intelligent then. It can go to all our politics. Because we're so smart and understand it so well, that you have counter propaganda, and now that the bot can get us all to do whatever it wants us to do. It's called philosophical speculation. You open up these boxes, and you see how you start calculating numbers, being multiplied by GPUs. Doing 1.5 million books worth of pattern detection rules to generate probability vectors on this. All right, so here's what I do is I have a few questions I want to get to from you my listeners that are about artificial intelligence. First, I want to get to responses that makes this nonsense possible. We're talking about friends at ZocDoc. ZocDoc is a free app that lets you find handbook doctors for patient review, take your insurance, and are available when you need them to treat almost every condition under the sun. So if you need a doctor, instead of just saying, I'll ask a friend, or I'll look it up in the Yelp pages, you can instead go to the ZocDoc, your ZocDoc app, and it'll show you doctors who are nearby to take your insurance, you can read reviews. And then once you sign up with these doctors, they'll often use ZocDoc to make it easier to set up appointments, they remind you of appointments, send the paperwork. Both my dentist and my primary care physician use ZocDoc, and I find it really useful. It's all the interactions with them have to interface. So go to ZocDoc.com/feed and download the ZocDoc app for free. If I can book a top-rated doctor's day, you are available within 24 hours. That's the doc.com/feed, ZocDoc.com/feed. The show is also sponsored by Better Health. So we often talk about, when it comes to different buckets relevant to cultivating deep life, the bucket of contemplation is in there. Having an active and healthy life of the mind is critical to a life that is deep in different ways. It is easy, however, in various events in life to fall into where your relationships with your mind get strained. Maybe you find yourself overwhelmed with anxious thoughts or ruminations or depressive moments where you feel like lack of affect. Whatever it is, it's easy for your mind to get out of kilter. Well, just like if you're easily going to get into the orthopedist, If your mind's not hurting, by the way, it's really about construction time. This is the best job below us of being made, certainly worth it. But returning to better health, let me add this example. If you find yourself becoming increasingly enraged because of restaurant construction noise that occurs during podcasts, among many other things that can happen to affect your mental health, you need a therapist. One of the beautiful things about me, therapist helps make sure that your cognitive life is healthy, it's resilient, it's not on track. The problem is hard to find therapists. People that say you almost read my book, or you're extensive. This is where mental health enters the scene. If you about therapy, mental health is a great way to get it. Because it's entirely online, it's designed to be unique, flexible, and suited to your schedule. You just got a brief question to get matched with a licensed therapist. You can switch therapists anytime for no additional charge. So discover your potential with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/deep questions. One word. Today, you get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/deep questions. Well, this was good. I love this question. Yeah. There's no design to it. I didn't design it earlier. You moved it. That's it? Yeah. This is kind of hard. Okay. Yeah. It won't tell you how hard history. It was soon will be. I heard from the guy who thought maybe. Yeah. That's some questions. What we got? First question is from Manav, a student at Yale. Looking at tools like ChatGPT makes me feel like there's nothing AI will actually do better than humans. This fear makes it hard to concentrate on learning because it makes me feel that there's certainty in my future. Are my fears unfounded? Well, hopefully my deep dive is helping to sell those fears. When I include this question, partly emphasize the degree. There's a high cycle learning tools is really unhelpful. Because you can so easily embed screenshots of interactions in ChatGPT, a lot of people are gone. Because the attraction of reality is very strong for lots of people on age. So they brought ChatGPT to the awareness a lot, and we're generating a lot of attention. Now it's got a lot of attention. How do you want that attention? Well, then you start thinking about worries about it. You start thinking about what could be this, what could be that. For what I was saying, I'm not telling you to design worries as others. There's a whole macro push over the last few months that was increasingly trying to push. If you do this, if you do that, if you do this, that's exactly the same tonality with which the same group talked about career years. Everybody's going to be done with ChatGPT. Just like constantly beyond 2 years ago. They turn all their attention onto that. And that got really furious. And everyone talking about each other, in YouTube videos, podcasts, I don't do this, I don't do that. And this created this weird counter reaction from the mainstream media. Because the mainstream media has a right now adversarial relationship with sort of so they started pushing back, I'm not too bad. Now they tackle leading us to a world where we're going to cheat on tests, not cheat on tests, just more about, take over jobs. It's going to take over the government. So they started the counter reaction to the overblown enthusiasm for the tech world, the overblown greatness of the anti-tech world, mainstream media. All the tech media Twitter, which like blended those things all together and slowly the spiral, crazy higher and higher. The problem is the average person not here, yeah, thinking, how can I even study? Knowing that there will be no jobs and we'll be enslaved by computers within the next 10 years. So hopefully my deep dive helps you feel better about this. ChatGPT combination of known subjects and combination of known subjects. It's not a model of these objects that has a state for understanding our incentives. We match it the right about the reading people are examining from ETR. It's not going to put a model of using a sandwich, it's just certain different strategies, figure out the strategy works best, and then come to a solution to explain that to you. It just seems peanut butter is possible next word to out. And that's how peanut butter response is over time. It's imagine how we manipulate consistently text. If you are the judge that says out, you have to see the size and uses, but all the intelligence power from the input that it was given cannot provide, it's not a broad capital intelligence that can in significant sense impact the output. Second, and the one thing it's not like we're one small step from making these models more flexible, more adaptable, able to do more things. I think the key to ChatGPT just doing this specific thing about crazy text and styles and subjects is that a truly massive amount of training data on each picture itself. You can get everything you have never written on the internet for a decade, and you can use all that to train itself. This is a problem when you're adapting these models to other types of activities that are not just producing text. You see, what I really want is a model that can, run my databases. What I really want is a model that can, send emails and have files on that. Probably run my kind of data. We train data where you have billions of examples of just situations, here's what I use. And most things that we do, we don't have to smaller examples. A model would be whether I measure the text needs to have data and those other types of jobs are pictures, not that much data. But one of the few examples where it's our productions is like volume works. You can get a huge corpus of pictures for answer the text, and you can learn these different styles and subject matter show pictures and produce original artwork. That's one of the few other areas you have enough uniform data that can actually train stuff into very valuable. So I'm not worried that all the else will be done. That's easy, so no worry about it.
Next question is from David. It seems almost inevitable that in 10 years now we'll be able to perform many knowledge worker jobs as well as a human. Do we be worried about the pace of automation and knowledge work, and how do we prepare careers now for free fire away?
Well, you're going through innovation, you are family of podcasts. There's plenty of advice out there on how to have a better human routine. Just plug. What actually works to improve the quality of your day and your overall life? My guest, medical doctor and science educator Drew Fairmont, took a deep dive into the research providing authoritative answers to that question. And he shares that in his book, Live Your Best Life, 219 science-based reasons to read your daily routine. Today on the show, we walk through a daily routine from morning to night. Dr. Fairmont shares some best practices to make the most of it. We discuss why waking up at 1 o'clock feels so terrible, why you shouldn't drink coffee first thing in the morning, the ideal length of nap through that, how to improve your commute, the best time of day to exercise, and more. After the show's over, check out our show notes at a1.is/daily routine. All right, Dr. Fairmont, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me.
So you started off your career in medicine, but then you made the jump to science writing, particularly writing about health and science for a lay audience. Why did you make that jump?
Yeah, so originally I was a medical doctor working in a UK hospital, so based in the UK, and we're talking about 15 or so years ago, I was diagnosed with a brain tumour. So it was just kind of completely blue unexpected. I was having some tests, first and other stuff, and discovered that I actually had the scan. I started to work one day. Essentially, it was a cancerous malignant brain tumour that I had to have surgery on pretty much straight away. So I guess what was that? I was 25 or so, yeah, 25 when I was diagnosed with it. So I had the surgery, it went well, but it left me afterwards because it basically had like a count medicine. It's part of the, essentially, pretty part of the job being a hospital doctor. You've got to do out of hours on calls, night shifts, things like that. And it's do that and not really having a seizure in my profession. So that led me having to step down from medicine, so take basically long-term sick. Or they always say, we'll keep the job, you always come back at any point, but basically I
everybody. How can my ability never go away? Brain is never go away. So I'm never going to go back. To be fair though, I don't miss it because after I left medicine, I got a job teaching and I taught for 3 years in a further education college in the UK, a further education college, like halfway out between school and university. And I ended up teaching science-themed topics to young people who are interested in going to some of the health profession. And it's really fun and love with teaching and it grasping people's ideas of what science is. Because I don't know you, but at school for many of us, science was really dull and dry subjects. And actually for me now, I find that science is the thing that's helped us understand the world and actually makes me more amazed about the world around me, how my body works. And I want to share that with other people and I discovered the joy of doing that when I was doing the teaching job. And then you kind of evolve into doing things more broadly. And I realized actually these 16, 17, 18-year-olds really appreciate science of me every day. And they reflect pretty much what the average Joe on the street appreciates. So I realized actually if I can reach more people, then I can touch their lives in ways that help them actually appreciate the world more and appreciate how science can inform pretty much every area of your life. And that's where I am now. So I write books about lots of different themes. I do quite a bit on the science of food and cooking as well as the book that talks about data about health and well-being about pretty much every area of your life.
And what's the state of your brain cancer today?
So my brain tumor is that it was a low-grade glioma. The glioma is basically the name for brain cancers, although that said, all brain cancers are quite rare. It regrew a few years ago, it came back and is now more aggressive than before. It's gone from grade 2 to grade 3, so it's more aggressive than before, and I've had more surgery and chemotherapy and radiotherapy, which happened, I guess, about 3 or so years ago. I finished off my chemotherapy during the COVID lockdown, so the first lockdown was in 2020, every time that's when I finished the treatment. Most recently, I just had 3 monthly scans for the tumour, and thus far since then, it's looking great. It's pretty good. I think that's what I've expected, so I'm doing pretty well. So that's where I'm at. Every 3 months, I go through the middle of getting growing back in my life and turn upside down with one day, one result. So it's sort of always living in that crowd, but it does make you really appreciate every day. And so when I write my books and I do talking about my podcast with you, it matters because I may well not be here for, well, I'm not here forever, but I appreciate life is very, very temporary, very fleeting. So you're making it count.
Yeah, you mentioned that before this sort of talk about your best life. You were finishing this fall with during COVID and you were doing your treatments. And you said that, the questions you asked, you answered. She answered things like, how do you get the best sleep? What's the best breakfast? What's the best way to not be stressed out at work? Well, that's kind of mundane, right? But for you mentioned, well, actually, this is really important. That's your diagnosis, like you said, you have appreciation for these really small things. These little small things add up to make your life a little bit. So your book, Live Your Best Life, it's organized around questions. So you organize these questions about particular routines. You start from the morning, or toward the afternoon, into the night. So we'll start with the morning and take these questions you answered. One question that some people might have had is, why is it that sometimes when we wake up, we feel refreshed, ready to take on the day, just feel awesome, but other mornings, you just feel super groggy and it takes like an hour before we wake up? What's going on there?
Yes, that groggy sensation again, when we talk about half drunk, when it's kind of zombie-like. We know that's called sleep inertia. And basically what's going on in your brain is it's not fully switched on yet, because waking up in the morning, you go from this comatose unconscious state into the land of the living. It takes a while for your brain to switch off all those comps to get going. You're like getting cast up on a cold morning, that sort of thing. And that's called sleep inertia. When you get sleep inertia, varies on how well rested you are, and also interesting how you woke up. So when we sleep, we go through different stages. True, but that's when the body's actually used to wake up. If you're on vacation and there's no pressure, you'll find out what your natural waking time is, and that will give you a good gauge. But if you have a job that lets you, if you can have a capacity to change your job so you can have it so you wake up with natural waking time, that is the ideal. Because you know you have to have alarms, because alarms aren't very good way to wake up, because you see that up to 5 times you wake up as if a hamper, just what time you just walk into our room. It's that. This part of our brain called the amygdala, which is alert to threats all the time, even when we're asleep. And so when you have a loud noise, it fires up the amygdala, it's adrenaline going, gets you fired up, you wake up with a jolt basically, because your primal brain thinks there's a threat. So you're not in a great place when you wake up. You're not waking up relaxed, calm, ready for the day. You hit this big button, and quite right. 10 minutes on Zoom, it's just about the right time to start swimming into the deep sleep. you then wake up back into a jolt again, and so actually you feel increasingly groggy. And actually all those sort of rude awakenings, they kind of add up. So they will increase the stress levels in the morning. Furthermore, if you wake up naturally, or you just wake up, you just get up when you wake up naturally, you've got a natural chemical boost from a hormone called cortisol, which is a stress hormone that's released when you wake up. It builds slowly in the early hours, getting you ready for waking up. When you wake up, you get this surge, like a jamming heart, this hormone called cortisol, it's the stress hormone. That's what gets you going. If you stay in bed, if you take the snooze button, that will fade away until you lose your natural get up hormone.
Okay, so you wake up, you might have that sleep inertia, feeling groggy. I think the first thing a lot of people do to counteract that, well, I'm on caffeine, whether that's coffee or tea or some other caffeine beverage. We've got research that suggests drinking coffee or caffeine first in the morning, you're actually not doing it. Why should you drink caffeine right when you get out of bed?
Yeah, answering this question, if I'm going to give an answer to the best time to drink coffee, it's different to what you do. Most people don't like to hear it, because everybody thinks that their way of drinking coffee is the right way of doing it, because they find that helps them. In reality, when you look at the science, it's not how caffeine works, but then you can understand when the best time should be to have coffee. Caffeine works by blocking a naturally sedative, relaxing chemical in the brain called adenosine. And this is a substance that's used naturally throughout the day. When you wake up in the morning, it's very low. Throughout the day, it builds up, it builds up. It's sort of like a not the sleep hormone called melatonin that people so often know about. But time doesn't do anything at all. The thing that makes you sleepy is this brain hormone called adenosine. And caffeine works on blocking that substance, that adenosine. And that's great because, in the evening, or if you're driving in the evening, then you sort of get yourself going, have some coffee, that once you go back, you can on the road, because not the edge of the adenosine. I want to make you go to sleep. But first in the morning, that is the time you have your lowest levels of adenosine. So you have in the morning. And actually, it's not going to do much. It's like you already got this bit of hormone called cortisol getting you going first in the morning. Having coffee on top of that, it's like throwing a coconut already raging bonfire. It's not going to do very much. And actually, first in the morning, trying coffee is more to make you jittery and give you the side effects of caffeine, make you more uptight, make you more anxious, rather than actually you can have coffee, don't have caffeine, you want to have it so that it gets you going. So that's what a nice way of doing it is to wait an hour, hour and a half, maybe a couple of hours into the morning. So the cortisol shot in the arm is starting to faint, and then it starts to come. So mid-morning when you start to feel it slowly, so that will be a time for a cup of coffee, but it will actually get much more bang for your buck if you get a coffee.
An hour after 2 hours. Let's talk about breakfast. Is there an ideal breakfast that will get going in the morning?
Now, breakfast is interesting because it's a meal, but what do you have breakfast food for? And we don't have lunch foods or evening meal foods, we have breakfast foods. You kind of hear it then, breakfast foods. And you tend to find that if you take a step back and look at blood cultures, that breakfast tends to be based on starches, on carbohydrates, or on your carbs. That's what they see the bad thing these days, having carbs up. But actually, they're the main fuel for your brain, they're the main fuel for your muscles. So, especially if you've got an active job, if you're a kid, then breakfast is really important. And ideally, it should be based on carbohydrates, as they're the main fuel that your body and your brain like to use. You can get by without it. Interestingly, if your body, if you're not someone who if you wake in the morning and you don't want breakfast, you doesn't feel right for you, your body is actually for it, then it is no benefit for itself to have a breakfast. Skipping breakfast does not mean that the weight So it's a myth that breakfast is the most important meal of the day. Many people will need breakfast because of their lifestyle, because of their body clock, but it's not the thing that it's made out to be.
It's interesting your observation about there being special breakfast foods across cultures, and they're usually carby foods. There's been some research coming out that our bodies metabolize carbohydrates, just food in general, better in the morning, and we get less efficient at it as the day wears on. And so maybe there's like some wisdom in how people just schedule their meals, right? Like today, our biggest meal for most people in the West is dinner. We eat that late. But a couple centuries back, the biggest meal of the day was, well, they called it dinner, but it was like at midday, right? So we had a really big, what we would call lunch. And then they just had like a very light supper in the evening. So it might be better for you to eat more of your carbs and calories earlier in the day.
And there is evidence, I think eating pretty late at night, that is linked with poor sleep. There is definitely evidence of it, because at night time, everything shuts down. The whole intestinal system goes into sleep mode. So the rest of you, if you're not living at night, you're just sitting there at night. And actually, that's not very good for you, really, because you don't get more active digestion in the sleep. As you process the food, your intestines get quite a lot of heat and process it, digesting the food. So especially protein, that's something that a lot of people have to work quite hard to process that, to digest it, which is why you get heat sweats at night time, kind of big evening. So whether it's high put on weight, that's controversial thing. Generally speaking, you're probably better when you're large in the evening. That said, the Mediterranean, they eat really late. People don't eat out evening like you probably eat all the time. And I think how they do it, typically you have like a pastry and coffee first in the morning to breakfast, then you have a lunch, and then you have everything in the evening. And that's the way they've always done it. I don't know how they do it. It's typically, the evidence says it's not how they do things. So yeah, you're quite right. It's a big meal in the evening. It's probably not ideal for most people.
Okay, so you're eating breakfast in the morning, maybe. You don't have to eat breakfast necessarily, but you're probably, hopefully, definitely brushing your teeth. So what's the best time to brush your teeth? Is it before you eat breakfast or after?
It depends on what you have for your breakfast. If you have anything citrus for breakfast, the pros and cons of if you have anything citrus for breakfast before you brush your teeth, because citrus and indeed carbonated drinks, carbonated drinks are quite acidic. So we have something acidic, then you brush your teeth, there is a risk you start to brush off the enamel, which is the super hard, very white protective coating that's on your teeth. So I would say typically it's better before, because it means that you can get rid of the detritus from overnight. You'll work up with very bad breath in the morning. That's because there's been an overgrowth of bacteria in the night, because it produces less saliva over the night, and so it has antibacterial properties in it. So overnight you've had this overgrowth of bacteria, so it's good. So you could brush before and afterwards. That would be better, providing you have anything citrus for breakfast.
Where's my sponsors? Now back to the show. So let's go on to our community. A lot of people commute to the worst part of the day. Why does our community get so beautiful? And then anything you do to prove it?
Yeah. And research shows that an extra 20 minutes on your morning commute can impact job satisfaction as much as 20% effect. And what happens is that we associate our commute with our job. Psychologically, we take it as one and the same thing. So if we don't do our commute, it means that our job satisfaction overall will be lessened. So likewise, if you can improve your commute, then you can improve the quality of your job experience. 90 minutes total commuting time a day seems to be the turning point when it starts to impact our health. So if you're commuting 45 minutes each way, then that's the point at which you've got to be very careful. They may impact your health. People have a total commute of more than 90 minutes a day. It tends to be they weigh more, they're more likely to have diabetes, more high blood pressure, all the things associated with the ills of the day. They are linked to long commutes. So I think if you, because most people commute, they do it technically, you're in a car or you're on some kind of public transport. To improve your commute in any way you can, make it as active as possible. So walking, cycling, anything with your legs, and that will improve your commute, will make you healthier, and also in a better place when you get to work. So that's one thing you can do. If you've got a journey that has multiple stops, try and simplify your morning commute, because a lot of the thing that makes commute bad and stressful is stress on the journey. It's hold up to the traffic, it's delays, it's something cutting you off in traffic, it's something getting in your way, it's roadwork. These are things that you can. So if you've got to drop your kids off at school, you've got to do another errand on the way to work, that makes it all the more stressful. And so that will necessarily have you to make your journey as simple as possible, try and make it active. And yeah, I guess the thing is to try and see if there are ways in which you can make it less stressful and possibly shorter, especially if you have a 74 month commute.
It was counterintuitive though, you found research that suggests that some people, they need a commute for a job, make that transition, right? The commute itself acts as a transition from home life to work life, to home life.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. And when I was discussing this now, we're working from home, and some people have worsened as a result of this. And because we have commuted since Neanderthal times, since Stone Age, there's evidence that we were away from where we live, and where we seem to go and do our daily work. And there's something really important in that, and it seems to be under commute about 15 minutes. And that gives you just enough time to mentally move yourself away from home life and into work life. And conversely, when you're coming back, it's really important that we switch off from work and we re-engage to what's going on at home. You know, you start thinking about our family, our spouse, so when we get home, we're interested in them, and we're not preoccupied by our work. And so having that physical distance helps mentally and that mental distance. And so it is before people have their hand and use. And 15 minutes or so point to be the optimal length of time.
Let's take a look at what we're at the office. Is there anything to the idea that there are certain types of work you should do in the morning or the afternoon?
Yeah, this comes back to the body clock. And what you find is that there are different difficulty night owls explicitly in the evening, but for most of us, something like 75% of us, the first 2 or 3 hours of our working day, when I say working day, that's from 9 o'clock in the morning. I'm assuming that's a sort of standard work day. But that morning is our brain's prime time. That is when we prioritize the most important tasks. So that might be sometimes I sit down at a workstation first thing, and I start work, and I go, all right, I'm going to clear out my emails, or I'm going to do something on social media. The reality is that's probably not you really should be doing that, because those first 2 or 3 hours until you get to about 11 a day, that is when your brain you take that 50 pounds at their maximum. So you should first thing prioritize that thing you're putting off, that project, that assignment, whatever it is, that work. You sort of bite the bullet and get on with it, because after that time, after it's a long time. Whatever you do, no matter how much time you have, you're not getting that back again. It's a one-year deal. You've got to make better of it first in the morning. You know, some people say they work, especially take that, people talk about how many hours they work, now they've got so early in the morning, they say work, gone dark. But actually, if you do that, they're not productive, that's the thing now. And it's that understanding how your body works, and you can actually work smarter and not harder. So that's one way of doing it, is realizing, my most productive time, my most productive time is going to be in the morning, before 12 o'clock or 11 o'clock, then start to slow down. So that would be what science point towards.
Well, it's not just the opposite. Most people have jobs where they're sit down, sedentary. Anything we can do to alleviate some of the habits. It hurts. It doesn't feel good to sit down all day. And also, it's a mental stressor. Anything we do that day to maintain our health and mental sharpness.
Yeah, I mean, it was once fashionable to have standing workstations, which some people are with, and it's not really taken up in the way that it was once mentioned. Sensitivity and smoking. Nothing about smoking, but yeah, there are high correlations between sitting a long time and poor health, weight gain, and all these things associated with Western lifestyle. So a good way to do it is to try to make yourself stand up and do something. If you work from home, then make yourself a cup of tea every, or whatever it is, or a coffee, not coffee, but it's a glass of water or something. Regularly, you might set yourself a time just to get a walk around. And that will help. I mean, the thing is that you can't concentrate for a very long period of time anyway. Between 60 and 90 minutes is the maximum capacity which you can focus on a task with complete concentration, and actually you perform well. So when your concentration starts to fade on any given task, something else is good, and the brain feels better, because there's an opportunity to stand up and walk around. Another thing that I heard, which I found quite smart, is that it's not that way for it, somewhere that you will often go to in the daytime. Maybe people do it in office space, but you can do it, you can put a dumbbell somewhere, or when you go there, you do a few sort of arm curls with it, and become that's not unfortunately, but it will just help. Any kind of physical exercise will help combat fatigue, because fatigue will work and will go a lot of time sedentary. So take the stairs if you can, anything you can, and be specific for your working environment. You will know things you can do involves setting a time on your phone, every 45 minutes an hour to stand up. That will help.
Let's just do the afternoon evening. People get sleepy, naturally sleepy at 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock. Is it okay to take a nap in the afternoon? If so, how can you avoid such a disrupt your sleep?
Yeah, again, something that's quite trendy is having it. And the siesta is, as you probably appreciate, is very much ingrained in Mediterranean culture and in Chinese culture. It used to be a law of time that meant that workers were entitled to an afternoon. It was right that they could have their 90 minutes or something like that in the early where they could sleep. And actually having an early afternoon, that is something that seems to be a part of our biology. Because we evolved in savannah, and if you've ever been to equatorial regions, you will know that the middle of the day, around 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon is absolutely nothing. You might have lived in West Africa, and those hours of the day you have to drink such you couldn't do anything. It's nothing suffering. People in states where there's some regions you will know this very well, that you can't do very much. And so our body is doesn't take it, it's just lying down and resting during that time. But even now, in our genes, that during that time you naturally get slow.
.com/smartcatch+. Terms and conditions apply.
I really recall that you like, hi, I have an ice cream idea. I was wondering if I could pay you to use your equipment.
Did you tell them what kind of ice cream it was?
No, it's my show up. Like a couple days later, I go message with my ingredients that I want this month. And he's like, so, what are you making? And I'm proud of you. I'm making the first all natural healthy ice cream. And he just looks at me and was like, Oh, so it's not even.
You thought you were going to make from ice cream, which of course is California. So it's California. I'll tell you how I built this. I show innovators, entrepreneurs, idealists, and the stories behind the movements they built. I got Ross on the show today. I'm Justin Lord, and regular Skia and fruit and squeeze art, and we wrap in a halo top, a frozen dessert that raised the bar for low-calorie ice cream. In 2017, an obscure brand of ice cream seemed to come out of nowhere to become the best-selling pint in America. That year, Halo Top sold more pints of ice cream than giants like Ben & Jerry's and Haagen-Dazs. Just 5 years earlier, Justin Wolverton debuted his ice cream in one grocery store in Los Angeles. At the time, Justin was a frustrated lawyer in LA who was trying his hand at stand-up comedy and screenwriting on the side. Anything to get his mind off the TV of a document. What made Halo Top go viral as we'll hear was a combination of things: timing, landing, and a lot of luck. But the most important reason is that Halo Top, at least at the time, was different. It had higher protein, sugar, and fewer calories, a third as many calories as the other premium brands. And all of a sudden, celebrities and its freaks inspiring dieters were posting videos of themselves eating it by the pile. But of course, as is often the case, one goes up, one must come down. And Halo Top did eventually lose its place as the top seller, but Justin turned the brand into a significant player. And in 2019, he sold Halo Top for undisclosed cash. Now, the idea for making ice cream actually started out as a business proposition. Justin was trying to cut down the sugar intake, so for dessert, he started blending up Greek yogurt, fruit, and stevia, and sticking it in the freezer. In fact, there is nothing in Justin's pre-ice cream making days that would suggest a future as an entrepreneur. Go back in the 1980s and 90s, his dad was in the Navy, so when Justin was young, the family moved around quite a bit. When his dad retired, they settled near Salt Lake City, and from a pretty early age, Justin knew exactly what he wanted to be.
I actually, at the age of 12, basically was dead set on being a lawyer. Constantly, everybody know it, especially when I was 20, like, what am I doing with my life? And I was always just confident, like, I'm going to be a lawyer. I clearly had a different conception of what a lawyer actually was. And what did you think a lawyer was? Oh my goodness, you remember those John Grisham novels? Those movies, Pelican Brief, I think is one of them. And it just seems so glamorous, and you're involved in like crimes and mysteries. And honestly, I bought into that stuff. And I thought, you know, I think I'm a good arguer, this, that, and the other. And I thought lawyers made a ton of money. For example, you know, I didn't realize that I had vacations going $300,000 a student spent, but I was just fully focused on, I'm going to be a lawyer, I'm going to be a lawyer. And that didn't change until I was like from 12 to 30 years old. I was just set, I'm going to be a lawyer.
So you did, of course, wind up going to law school. I mean, first you went to UCLA for college, you studied political science there, and then got to really go to law school in Columbia, New York. So that had you like it?
Oh my goodness, I did not like it. That's when I was like, oh boy, you know, I don't know if this is actually for me. It might gel with the other things I had to work with that I liked. We all just see that I don't know, it clicked or whatever, it's background, but it wasn't a great time. I actually did one about transfer back to UCLA law, and I really liked the results we did.
So you graduated in 2009, I think about 30, so maybe like about 2 or 3 years older, or maybe the same age as most of that, just probably on the older side.
Yeah, I know something.
Yeah, and you got a job with law firm, the major law firm in New York.
Right.
Yeah, we're probably paid, I don't know, almost sort of that knowledge for you, maybe more.
That's right, that's pretty much exactly what it was, and it's made your opportunity, you know, small moments.
So you're there, like Watkins, as a first-year associate, you pay a lot, you are doing a lot of hard work and all that, going to discovery, right, or even document, what was that like?
That's exactly what it was like. And right at the end of the tunnel is that it's going to get better, you know, your first and second years, you're going to get exposed to something like until like you're going to it gets better. And I eventually got in with a good partner. Kind of my second or third year who gave me an awesome case. I basically flew to Hong Kong to appear before a tribunal. They had like English judges with the powered wigs, you know.
Yeah.
Stayed at a really nice hotel. It was as good as it gets for a lawyer. And I realized that I was my hotel room in Hong Kong the entire time.
You never even saw the city.
Never even saw the city. I got like every day I went to know it. But I thought looking at that really didn't get to see the city.
Yeah.
So that's like 2011, and that's when I realized I could not keep doing this because the dream of it getting better for being a junior associate, I just got the best assignment that I would probably ever get, and I hated it. So damn, there are no since I was 8 years old, I wanted to be a lawyer, and it's still a little bit all came crashing down, and I realized I cannot be a lawyer, at least at a firm of this size doing, but actually I just realized I could be a lawyer.
There's a certain type of person who can do that work and can tolerate it, but the reality is you're fighting your partner, and then the partner can realize it doesn't get better, you just get more pie.
It's amazing to know that saying, because they say it's a cake eating contest with a prize is more cake. That's exactly what lawyers say. Maybe it is pie, you might have more breaking than I do, but yeah, you're exactly right.
So what did you start to think about this 2011? You got this promising career, maybe a return back here as a lawyer, obviously you got student debt, but still, I mean, it's a very stable lifestyle if you can act it.
Well, that's actually the issue, because my student debt was so high at $300,000, even though I was making, you know, clearing $200,000 a year, I was still getting like a lawsuit. And so I kind of did the math and realized that I would have to crush and just keep grinding away at this job for like 8 years, just to finally get rid of my student loan debt, and I have no guarantee what will come after. So, you know, weirdly, that student loan debt actually propelled me into taking risks, as odd as that sounds, because I realized I could do that job to tread water.
Right. So I guess around 2010, you moved back to LA, you continue working at Watkins' office in LA as a lawyer, and I guess while you're in LA, you started dabbling in things that have nothing to do with being a lawyer, like stand-up comedy and writing screenplays. Now, it's not saying you can't do this, you're not lots of lawyers, but you're not lots of stuff. But you're thinking, this is a practical
did form this morning.
I love how you put it. Yeah, that's practical. You're absolutely right. So the plan was to go to coffee and get that a shot for a year or two while I was practicing law. I had ostensibly practicing law. So I was doing open mic nights, I was doing improv classes, and I was doing what they call spec scripts and send it to different comedy shows where you basically write an episode and see if they like it. I did about 10 stand-up gigs, and I never actually completed a spec script because ultimately Halo Top Gun fell in my lap, and I read that.
How was your stuff?
That. I always tell people that they should try to do a stand-up act just once, just because number one, you'll appreciate how much of art it is for really good guys, and number two, any cringe moment you have in your life is just washed away compared to the first stand-up show you do.
So you were not a movie thinker.
This episode is brought to you by Starbucks Double Shot Energy. They're perfect.
This soundtrack show episode is dedicated to the memory of my mother, Mary. Mom was here today. This show's for you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our show is about to begin.
In 1982, a perfect storm of talent and cultural timing gave us one of the greatest film scores of all time. This is the soundtrack show. Welcome back to the soundtrack show. I'm your host, David LeCun, and this episode is all about the score to E.T. the Extraterrestrial, a film from 1982 with a story by Steven Spielberg, written by Melissa Matheson, produced by Kathleen Kennedy, directed by Spielberg, with an Academy Award-winning film score by John Williams. Much has already been said about this score, considered one of the greatest of all time. Perfect operatic film music that accompanies a story about a lost alien, a suffering boy, and how they found and healed each other.
For many years, I wondered about the universal appeal of this movie. And one day it hit me. There are no two humans on Earth that are farther apart than those humans and that alien creature. And if Elliot and the mother and the little girl and the scientist could all love and empathize and make a rapprochement and a rapport with this creature, so too can any two humans on Earth. And I think that was a subtext that bubbled out from the film and must have touched something, because you don't get many films that are universally loved and appreciated 40 years later. But it spoke to something, some desire to be able to reach across boundaries and touch other people.
In their book, 100 Greatest Film Scores, authors Matt Lawson and Martin McDonald say of E.T.'s film score, quote, "There are few film music programs at colleges or universities that do not reference the main theme from E.T. at some point in the syllabus. It truly exemplifies Williams' neoclassical or neo-romantic style to such a degree of perfection that if film music were allowed one entry in a time capsule, this score would be one of the very top contenders," end quote. The American Film Institute listed as one of their 25 greatest film scores of all time, but there were Williams scores for Jaws and Star Wars, and E.T. won John Williams his 4th Academy Award for Best Original Score.
And here it is. John Williams released it.
Thank you. I feel very lucky to have been asked by Steven Spielberg to compose a score for this very optimistic and loving and beautiful film. During our look into E.T., we'll talk about E.T.'s multiple themes and their development, the emotions they evoke, the stories behind their creation, and why they work musically. We'll get into all of that. But before we do, I want to have a macro conversation about why. Why is the film score to E.T. such a masterpiece? What makes it one of the greatest? Doesn't John Williams always write great music? Spoiler, because he does. What is it about E.T.'s score in particular that is so evocative of emotion, so transformative in terms of what it does to the movie, to us? To summarize, why is E.T. as a whole so great? I'd like to propose several reasons. The first is this: E.T. is very cinematic in its storytelling, meaning it uses pure cinema in the silent film sense and cinematic techniques to get its ideas across. Long, wordless sections of the movie that only feature music and visuals, no dialogue, make up some of the most memorable parts of the film. In a sense, there are many parts of E.T. where the score is the movie. Reason number two: E.T. isn't a franchise, it isn't an adaptation, it's a bit of a sequel to Close Encounters, but one out later. It's a wholly original story and screenplay by Spielberg and Melissa Matheson, and it is deeply personal. It's a story about a young boy trying to make sense of his own loneliness, his own emotions, as his parents are dealing with divorce. Because of this, the whole story is about strong emotions, about dealing with emotional and very literal abandonment, about healing through emotional intimacy, about friendship, about love. I mean, strong emotions. This is where music lives. Reason number three: even though movies are typically a film director's medium, this is something we talk about a lot on the show, opera and even musicals nowadays, the main driving creative force behind those is the composer, the songwriter. Film is a director's medium, where the director controls everything, and music is applied after the fact based on the director's recommendations, which, by the way, wildly varying degrees of care or involvement depending on the director or the movie. E.T. feels more like a traditional opera, where the music seems to drive everything, and in one famous case, which we'll get to later, actually drove the timing and editing of a very famous climactic sequence. Reason number four: everything that came before created a window of perfect timing for both the talent behind E.T. and the culture surrounding it. In the La La Land record's 35th anniversary album of E.T., author and producer Michael Matheson says the following about the movie: E.T. the film and E.T. the score benefit from the concept of intertextuality, which is the identification of how new works like E.T. are affected by awareness on part of both the artist and spectator of what has come before. I'll say that again: intertextuality is the identification of how new works like E.T. are affected by awareness on part of both artist and spectator of what has come before. Sometimes intertextuality is instinctive, sometimes subconscious, sometimes intended, end quote. This last reason about intertextuality, about everything that has arrived at making a release of ET, is where I would like to begin our discussion. I want to approach this score in the context of larger cultural, musical, and artistic conversations that have taken place in our Western culture. Because the more I read about ET, the more I listen to it, the more I watch it, the more I realize that it is a perfect storm of multiple elements coming together to create lightning in a bottle, flashes of genius just exploding out onto the screen at an incredible speed, because the creators and the audience were ready.
In 1975, he directed Jaws. In 1978, he directed Close Encounters of the Third Kind. In 1981, he directed Bridges of the Lost Ark. And now, Steven Spielberg brings us E.T., the Extraterrestrial. The direction has been made. Universal Pictures presents Steven Spielberg's E.T., the Extraterrestrial.
Let's start with some context about the music. We've talked about this as well before. E.T. is a perfect example of a neoclassical or neo-romantic score, meaning that it is deeply rooted in the Western European orchestral tradition of the 18th and 19th centuries. We're talking about the music of Brahms, of Wagner, of Beethoven, or Mahler, or Richard Strauss. And while all those names and that style of music is centuries old in some cases, movies in their first half century or so of existence heavily utilized this style, particularly in the 1930s and 40s out of Hollywood. So, that effect made it become part of the world's cinematic language, using music to conjure emotion, to move the plot along. It's right up there with how films are edited and shot. We accept this music, this style of music, as a part of our understanding of the medium of moving pictures from the beginning. It is a fit that is practically as old as movies themselves. And while this style initially fell out of favor in the 1950s and 60s, it came roaring back with John Williams in the mid to late 1970s, first with Jaws, and most importantly, Star Wars. So, E.T.'s music is steeped in hundreds of years of orchestral tradition. 100 years of film music utilizing these styles. What's so striking about this fact, then, is that it should occur to us that the motion picture or movie is really a direct descendant of opera, of operetta, of musical theater, dramatic stories set almost entirely in music. And while I won't get into it too much here, you can learn more about opera in my episode titled Wagner, the First Lord of the Ring. It's important for our discussion about E.T. because of its operatic nature. We have, at the helm of this picture, arguably the most popular, most successful music-forward director to have made movies in the last half-century, Steven Spielberg, who is one of film music's most important champions, something that I spoke about in our movies episode. And you have his ever-so-important collaboration with composer John Williams. E.T. marked their 6th collaboration together. Here's a Spielberg quote from the original album liner notes from the E.T. soundtrack, quote, "In our 10-year and 6-picture association, John Williams has been an immeasurable creative force in all of my movies. This should be obvious to anyone who realized that John was the voice of Jaws, the soul of the mothership from Close Encounters of the Third Kind, and the furious heartbeat from which Raiders of the Lost Ark flowed. John's score to the movie E.T. is unlike any of his others. It is soothing and benign. It is scary and suspenseful, and, toward the climax, downright operatic. For me, this is John Williams' best work in movies. John Williams is E.T., end quote. So here, we have a creative discussion years in the making, with its strength brought to bear on this emotional operatic movie. Well, let's talk about the actual movie that they set about story, and a little about the history of movies themselves, particularly in the area of popular entertainment. This is where our cultural conversation becomes more immediately known to E.T., as we follow a thread from the decline of the Western genre, arguably the most popular movie genre of the 20th century, into an age of fantasy and science fiction movies taking over pop culture. Star Wars, Superman, Raiders, Dragon Slayer, etc. It's interesting to note that before Star Wars, science fiction was a relatively smaller genre. It turned into a huge box office success that happened with Star Wars and afterwards. Special effects before Star Wars had a couple of big breakthroughs, most notably 1968's 2001, Space Odyssey by Stanley Kubrick. But by 1982, that had all changed. Star Wars brought sci-fi fantasy to the very forefront of pop culture. It brought believable, credible images to the screen that captured our imaginations, all set to a score by Williams. Well, there's another movie that also did this in the late 70s. Another movie that brought us a credible, beautifully done story about aliens set to a Williams score. I'm talking about Spielberg's film Close Encounters of the Third Kind from Columbia Pictures. It's a movie that features terrifying sequences of alien encounters at first. But delivers a very believable experience that is awe-inspiring and filled with wonder by the end. As humans, we have musical context more about that bit. And as we see the mothership and the aliens themselves, we leave the film feeling uplifted, and back in 1977, feeling that we can now comfortably see aliens on the silver screen. It's a whole separate story that's been pretty well documented, but it's worth mentioning that E.T. in many ways is a sequel to Close Encounters, and we'll make those comparisons as we go along.
E.T. sort of came about in stages from the Close Encounters, which was made in the mid-70s. But the movie, really, it was really the original movie, and E.T., therefore, it's a sequel.
One of the things that really inspired me to want to work with Steven was Close Encounters of the Third Kind.
This all leads us to the story of E.T. While Spielberg had been considering making another movie about aliens like Close Encounters, or perhaps a sequel, he was also considering making a different movie that took place in the suburbs. One thought that continually stayed with him was a story about children and the trauma that they go through when their parents get divorced.
Originally, my idea for E.T. didn't include an extraterrestrial. It was going to be about how divorce affects childhood and how you're kind of traumatized children. So the overriding theme was going to be about how do you feel about a grown child?
Me, human, boy, alien.
An extraordinary event would it take to solve Elliot's heart as he loses his dad. It would take something as extraordinary as an extraterrestrial coming to his life.
These things started to gel together over conversations with Wilson and the screenplay for E.T. emerged, and Spielberg was rushing over to Kathleen Kennedy to begin production.
It took 8 weeks for us to get the first draft, just quite fast.
It was 107 page for a draft. I mean, I just found out, I was going to upload the shoot tomorrow. I didn't quite grow up that it was Fox, and it was quite from both of our hearts, but people's voice made a direct connection with my heart.
As he was running into the commissary with the screenplay, he said, "I just read Melissa's first draft, and we could shoot this tomorrow. It's the best first draft I've ever read." And I think in many respects, everyone said that's true even today.
And what a beautiful script it was. One that we weren't ready for. A story about how fantasy and science fiction was squarely in the minds of children. Check. A story about resilience in its family crisis, even though we secretly long for emotional connection. Check. And a story about an alien coming to Earth that we would immediately believe and even empathize with. Not sweat. Check. We were ready for this story.
It was about children world, through their eyes and about things that happen in contemporary world. So go ahead.
Science fiction characters were already rocking the suburbs. We were already playing their Star Wars stories, already dreaming about aliens and other planets, and friendly level fantasy characters. So it wasn't much of a stretch to see this very phenomenon play out in front of us in a movie with the same musical style, with the same composer that has fallen in love with it all in the first place. And now for a brief iteration.
This podcast is brought to you by AT&T Fiber.
It will be convenient to conversation with us. You were super kind to the AI.
Because it's not a person, it's a robot.
Oh, no.
Just in case it takes a little while to kind of get to be careful, but I think it's important to get the AI.
He's so kind.
This one's got the big succession.
So I'll show an example. The AI actually gave me some information about JSON's point system, the anti-thermal works that they use, and it was just in text. So I said, well, hey, can you spit that out as a table? And it did instantly. And I just screenshot that and I made it an exhibit.
Thank you. Well, that was delightful back to you. I mean, this is a conventional road to you. You know, I can't pay like all the money that you spend on therapy, just trying coaching to be nice to people. You're just nice naturally.
This is confirmed because David wants to live in a highly transactional relationships, ideally with a machine. Eventually, I'll be making money.
Did you working with your team of humans on this or working with ChatGPT? Which one was more enjoyable for you, just personally?
Well, I think they both were. I would say that the human contributions were essential. So basically, I saw that enjoyed it. This is a chopping it done, but definitely spent things on enormously. I personally find the hardest part of writing blog is when you're staring at that blank sheet of paper and just having to like spit out the first 1,000 words. And it's so time consuming to do that. But again, if you start with the first draft, even if it's not very good, then you can just edit it and it's kind of fun. But the time were important. I actually trusted it. I know you probably should fact check in a way because it can't really say, but this is we're saying it's assuming that I didn't think it was going to say.
It's a great opportunity to what OpenAI did with plugins. These came fast and furiously. A bunch of folks who had started verticalized ChatGPT-based projects MVPs were like, oh, maybe my project MVP is not dead. Because they started working with Shopify slides down here and having their copies of like that this and that is a very wide-ranging tool that allows you to connect APIs from a multitude of sources. And what it's all let you do at the end of the day is have ChatGPT ping one of these sources, just like an app might do or some custom software might do, ping the API and return data. So hey, web tables are open on OpenTable, maybe Shopify, finding things to buy in this category, et cetera. And so people have started building little scripts. We used to call these when Magic Leap was out, internet agents, and the concept of a software agent has existed for a long time actually in computer science. I'm sure people will give us some examples of that. But also ChatGPT can now use a browser. So that means you can around the dated nature of the content in the corpus. Somebody did things like, hey, go get a meal plan, book your reservation for Friday night, on the table, source other ingredients, and buy for Saturday night on Insta, card menu, something like Wolfram Alpha, to calculate the calories, et cetera. So when you saw all this drop, Sachs, what did you think in terms of the opportunity for startups and to build these intelligent agents, things that will give them, if this, then that, or just background tasks over time, and you can actually leave them running?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is the most important developer platform since the iPhone and the launch of iOS in the App Store, and I would argue maybe ever in our industry, certainly since the beginning of the internet. I think there's a question when ChatGPT launched on November 30th, it was sometime in December, what exactly OpenAI's product strategy was going to be. Was this just like a proof of concept or a demo? And they even kind of called it like a demo. And initially it looked like what the business model was going to be was providing an intelligence API that other websites and other applications could incorporate. It was also really cool demos like that Emergent demo of other applications incorporating AI capabilities. And so initially it looked like what OpenAI was going to be was more like Stripe, where in the same way that Stripe made image functionality available very easy through the developer platform, they were going to make AI capabilities available through their developer platform. And I think a funny thing happened on the way to this announcement, which is they became the fastest growing application of all time on ChatGPT. Over 100 million users in 2 months. Nobody else ever done that before. I think it's the iPhone, Computer Plus, Gmail, Google, those products also, I think well over a year. So this became the fastest growing site of all time. And I think with plugins, what they're indicating is that they will become a destination site. This is not just a developer platform, this is a destination site. And through plugins, they are now incorporating the ability to basically, anything you could do through an application, you will now be able to do through a plugin. You would tell ChatGPT what you want done. If you say, hey, go get a flight ticket on the state, go to kayak plugin and do that. You say, go get a flight ticket in an Airbnb.
So the process Siri and Alexa realized because those were very rigid and intelligent. I remember you wanted Siri to do something specific like use waves or to get to a table. It needed to be pretty specific and it didn't have any kind of natural language on the line. So this existing API had put a natural language layer in front of it, which makes it perform a little more naturally. Is that what we're taking right?
It provides access to a corpus of data and a suite of services that are not well integrated into a search or chat interface anywhere today. So, knowing what restaurants have what seats available isn't a closed service, it's a data warehouse operated by OpenTable. And now what they're able to do is provide an API into that data via an interface, and they can allow ChatGPT to make a request to figure that data out to give a response to a user, where they can ultimately benefit from transacting and allowing a service. This closes the loop between search and commerce in a way that Google does not do today. I think that's what makes it very powerful. We've seen this attempted in a number of important ways in the last couple of years with WhatsApp and Apple Home and Google Home kind of Emergent.
really chat services that they offer when you speak to the device. But the deep integration that's possible now, and the natural language way that you can go from the request all the way through to the transaction is what makes it so extremely powerful. And I think, the point I made a few weeks ago when we first talked about, search, having so many searches that are done where the human-computer interface presents a table or presents a chart or presents a shopping list or matrix. That's what makes it such a defensible product. I think it theoretically be completely obviated or destroyed with an interface like this, where you can write the ability for ChatGPT or whatever the core centralized services to actually present results in a table, in a matrix, in an interface, in a shopping list, and actually close the transaction with. It's really disruptive to things like commerce providers. It's really disruptive to these commerce platforms. It's really disruptive to a lot of different industries. But also, it produces a lot of real opportunity to build on top of that capability and functionality to rewrite and ultimately make things easier and better for consumers on the internet.
We're looking at this, and it seems to be moving at a very fast pace. Over 100 million users, they put a business model on a rate, $20 a month, and secondary business model of a use the API, and charge for usage. And then later on, what's Zapier fits in that category into the establishing model, which is APIs. But then we have a want to write scripts, so that seems to be the blocker. You go to Zapier, this and that. It's for 5% of people want to customize stuff, people want to tinker. But it seems to now have ChatGPT chat, and it's only enough to do a lot of people. So is this super significant, or is this a commodity product that 10 people have, which is their nature of all and social improvement? I think you are asking the exact right question. And we use the great term, like in poker, if there are 3 hearts on board, and you have the ace of hearts, you have what's called a nut blocker, right? Which means that nobody else, even if anybody else has a flush, they never have the best flush, and it flushes in that hand. There's a lot of ways you can manipulate the pot and eventually win the pot because you have that ace of hearts and nobody else has it. The concept of blocker, I think, is very important to understand here, which is what are the real blockers for this capability to not be broadly available. So I think you have to segregate. You have the end user destination, you have the language model, and then you have the third-party services. And so if you ask the question, what is the incentive of the third-party service? Well, the shareholders of a travel site, right? They're not interested in doing an exclusive deal with distribution, right? They want their services integrated as broadly as possible, right? So I think the answer for the service providers is just like they build an app for iOS and for Google, and if they could justify it, they would build an app for a gaming console. They can't make sure that's what they do, right? So that's going to get commoditized and broadly available. I think on the LLM side, I think we talked about this. Everybody's converging on each other. In fact, there was an interesting article that was released that said that there was a handful of Google engineers that quit because apparently Bard was actually learning on top of ChatGPT, which they felt was hygienical or unethical or something, right? So the point is, I think we talked about this for a lot, that all these models will converge in the absence of highly unique data, right? What I've been calling these white truffles. So if you can port white truffles, your model will be better. Otherwise, your model will be the same as everybody else's model. And then you have the distribution endpoints, of which there are many whose economic incentive is very high, right? So Facebook doesn't want to just sit around and have all this traffic go to ChatGPT. They want to be able to enable Instagram users and WhatsApp users and Facebook users to interact with Messenger, what have you. Obviously, Google has many hundreds of millions of reasons to defend their territory. So I think all of this to me just means that these are really important use cases. As an investor, I think it's important to just stay a little patient because it's not clear to me that there are any natural blockers. But I do think that David's right that it's demonstrating a use case that's important. But it's still so early. We are 6 weeks in. Yeah, I tell you, I think there's a great blocker here where there could be any bonanza for Silicon Valley. If you look at certain data sets, Reddit, Stack Overflow for programming, and Quora, these things are going to be worth a fortune. And to be able to buy those or get exclusive licenses to those, if you're a Google or if you're a ChatGPT, that could be a major difference in your data set, obviously. And then if you look at certain tools like Zapier and this and that, they spend a decade building this sort of an API. That would be an incredible blocker. I think it's going to be like a blocker limitation.
I'll just it's free. Exactly. I don't think these are not blockers. I don't think this is the ace of hearts. I don't think so. I think that these things are really interesting assets. They are definitely truffly in nature, but they may not be the 10-pound white truffle flower that we're looking for. Not be any psychology. It's be like incredible. But the only reason I say that again is just so early. In the text I mentioned this to you guys. I remember, and Sats and I were in the middle of this. We were both right at the beginning of social network. Sats started G, I was in the middle lane, and all of a sudden we saw Reed start SocialNet, and we saw Friendster get started, then we saw MySpace get started. And you have to remember, when you look back now 20 years later, the winner was the 7th company, which was Facebook. Not the first, not the second, it was the 7th, which started 2.5 years, probably after the entire Web 2.0 phenomenon started. You think search, by the way, where Google was probably 20 years after the scene. If you want to give your student the business history, I'll just say something that's more meta, which is, if there's something that I learned on the heels of this SVB fiasco, is that there's an enormous amount of negative perception of Silicon Valley, and frankly a lot of disdain for VCs and prognosticating technologists, right? And I think that we have to be very careful. Yeah, and I do think that we are an example of that because we are the bright shiny object of people that were successful. And the broad media of America thinks that we're not nearly as smart as we all think we are. And after all of this money that's been burned in crypto and NFTs and all this Web3 nonsense, to yet again whip up the next hype cycle, I think doesn't serve us well. So I do think there's something very important here, but I think if we want to maintain reputational capital through this cycle, because government will get involved much faster in this cycle, I think it's important to just be methodical and thoughtful, iterate, experiment, but it's too early to call it, I guess, what I would say. That's how much you want to call it, but Sats, you're saying explicitly you think this is bigger than internet itself, bigger than mobile as a platform.
It's definitely top 3 in my debates ever. I think things sort of play out the way that Jonathan is saying. However, I actually think that OpenAI has demonstrated now with these platform features that it has a lead, a substantial lead, and I actually think that lead is likely to grow in the next year. And let me tell you why. I think it's got a couple of assets here that are hard to replicate. So number one, user attention. I think they've now got, I would guess, hundreds of millions of users, and this thing is caught on like wildfire. It must have been beyond the wall street. I think you can surprise that. How much this has taken off. It's really captured the public's imagination. People are starting to use this for every day. If you are sort of the number 2 or number 3 of 7th large language model to basically get deployed and find a chatbot, I still hear to get that kind of distribution because it's not defectable word off, and people would already kind of learn to use ChatGPT. One is unexplained eyeballs. Number 2 is, where's the developer platform? I think we should start a couple of other features that one of the problems with ChatGPT, if you use it, is that the training data ends in 2021. And so you very rapidly, for many questions, get to a stopping point where it says, look, I don't know this or that because I don't have any information of the last 2 years. Well, one of the plugins that OpenAI uses is called browsing plugin. And it allows ChatGPT to go search the internet. And not just run internet searches, but run an internet search as if it were a human. So you ask ChatGPT a question, and it goes to find, it runs up the search, and then it scours through those 20 links, and it doesn't stop until it finds the answer. Then it comes back to you with the answer, so that actually saves you the time of clicking through all those loops, and it'll give you the problem history to show you what it did. That's my work. They also have a thing called
retrieval API, which allows developers to share proprietary knowledge bases with ChatGPT. If you have company knowledge or some other kind of context, you can share with ChatGPT so that ChatGPT can be aware of that. And there are some privacy concerns that companies that are going to say lots of data protect it. As an example, I'm planning on writing book concepts using ChatGPT, and I'm going to put together all the articles and talk that out of the database so I can then work with that in ChatGPT. So if you're going to have more and more developers sharing information with ChatGPT, you're going to have ChatGPT able to update its training based on sort of the last 2 years being search the internet. And I think that as those hundreds of millions of users use the product, and as well as keep sharing more and more of these data sets, the AI is getting smarter and smarter. And then what's going to happen is both consumers and developers are going to want to use or build on the smart city beyond.
Yeah, this is
right. It feeds on itself, right?
Yeah, I think there might be I agree with much of what you're saying, but I do think something like Facebook will is there when models are about to. It's not going to allow ChatGPT to have any access to the Facebook corpus data, and then LinkedIn will do the same. They'll want any access to ChatGPT to their data. And so then you might say, you know what, I'm doing something related to business and business context. I need to use LinkedIn. And there's going to block other people use ChatGPT. You have to come to our interface and have a phone account on LinkedIn, and this all becomes little islands of data. And so I'm not sure that
you might count to really time to their opinion on exactly when it becomes key. So it's actually plugs with a reputation of your idea.
Facebook does not have any literature offering yet. People who are smart success, Core doesn't let people use data. So I just picked 3. Those are 3 incredible data sets that people will criticize it. So people who are smart do not allow APIs to their data. They keep it for themselves.
I think there were a lot of people when the App Store rolled out that swore up and down they never really rolled out. So they wanted to Apple like how power the internet was open, whereas the App Store is closed and curated by Apple. And sure enough, they all at the end of the day had to roll out apps, even though in the case of Facebook, it definitely has made them vulnerable because they're downstream of Apple. I mean, Apple now has enormous influence over Facebook's advertising revenue because users have to go through Apple. They don't have to do that before the internet. Nonetheless, Facebook felt compelled to release a mobile app because they knew it was essential for them. If they did, and I believe that happening is.
How things right now would be Google search. Does Facebook, does Craigslist allow their data to be indexed inside Google search? No, right? They want that for a reason. And they will write cease and desist.
Fine, so you're one of those guys to say, I don't know how much content Google search already has. And I think that ChatGPT will start by eating a substantial portion of search because again, you want to go through the 20 links. This gives you the answer. It's going to eat a substantial portion of browser usage and app usage. It's just going to tell ChatGPT what you want to do. It will go book your phone ticket. It will go book your hotel room.
Yes, this is
and the apps that are playing this one. The apps that are playing this will benefit. So it'll be a powerful incentive for applications to get an advantage by participating. And then eventually, you'll be secure. I'm going to get an advantage because there's something that is disadvantage. They don't participate. You know,
I agree that they'll participate in it, but here's the thing. We're going to have Google, and on our bank card, A and Z, which have ChatGPT already, and then when they need a default, little snippet on your Google search page or until it's YouTube or Chrome or Android or Play Store, they don't roll around with ChatGPT because they have billions of users already. So this advantage that you see today, I see that getting rolled real quick because you'll be on YouTube, and on the top right hand side will be bar. When you do a search, it's going to say, here are other sentences you can do. You want to search Mr. Beast, when he's help people, or Mr. Beast when he's giving away more money, or people copying the inspired by Mr. Beast. All that's going to occur inside of YouTube, and ChatGPT is not going to have access to you before it's doing that. And when you do a search, it's going to be the same thing. It's going to go right hand side, and it's going to be fine. So as a thing, you turn your Android phone, then Google Assistant, go right into Live. And Google Assistant is already used by hundreds of these people. So I think that Google will, I think they're going to roll ChatGPT. I don't know who's going to win, but I'm looking at this besides to do it more reductively as a capitalist, which is what are people's incentives, because that's what they'll do. Google's incentive is to usurp ChatGPT's usage by inserting something inside their existing distribution channels to suppress the ability for you to want to go. So yeah, notice one thing. I think Facebook has that same incentive. Oddly, even though Microsoft is such a key partner, I think certain assets of Microsoft have that incentive. You're talking collectively about $5 or $6 trillion of market cap. Then when you add in Alexa, Amazon, and Siri, and Apple, what is their incentive? I don't think their incentive is to let this happen. And I think if you look at the Slack, Microsoft Teams example of even a beverage your product is excellent and widely deployed, even at hundreds of millions of users, doesn't much matter when it's more bluntly distributed and priced. And so those things, again, you may still be right. All I'm saying is it's just so early to know. And as slow and lumbering as some of these big companies are, they are not so stupid as to feel their own world use and or defend it. So I think you just have to let it see what happens.
I just want to move on to the concept of the music which is that I think it was talking to the footage review. They should have, because they published the original paper on Transformers in 2017. They should have seen where all this was going, but they didn't. OpenAI used that paper and commercialized it. And the truth of that is there was just a lawsuit a couple days ago, or at least a claim by a former employee of Google who quit because he said that they were using ChatGPT to train their AI. So their AI is so far behind. They were violating the terms of use. They were violating the terms of use of OpenAI to train their own AI on ChatGPT. That's not a good sign. That's not a good sign. I also think hold on. We're going to take counter here. Maybe we don't discuss that again. We just explain it. Moreover, ChatGPT 4, which was just released a few weeks ago, we know that OpenAI had that. They were using it training for 7 months. So the state of the art is not what we're using. It's what OpenAI has internally obviously working now on ChatGPT 5. And so if you're saying that bar is 80% of ChatGPT 4, well, then it's for you. It's probably 50% or 20% of ChatGPT 5. And who knows what kind of roadmap is inside OpenAI. I am sure that they've got 200 ideas for things they can do to make it better and learning for minimum regardless. I think the base of innovation and development is going to speed up massively. I mean, there is going to be a flurry of activity. I agree it's part of that to I think it's going to get a foregone conclusion. It's going to be friends and catch up OpenAI. I think that there's strong power in it.
I think it's not a foregone conclusion where all value is captured. Just like in any of these major tidal waves, if you make the bets too early, you typically don't make all of them. And it tends to be the case. It has been in the past with these transformative moves. It's sort of the early third of the cycle. It's where the real opportunity to make the tons of money emerge. And there's a lot of folks that show you a path and I just don't necessarily have to value. I'm not saying that that's going to be the case here. All I'm saying is if history is a guide, all of these other big waves have shown that's that pattern. And so I'm very excited and I'm paying attention, but I'm just being circumspect with this idea that, having been in the middle of these couple waves before it, I need all the money by waiting a couple years. So I don't know if that's going to be true this time around, but that's sort of my posture.
So absolutely, obviously, the point is what is happening is going to be in 5 years, so you could be right.
To your point, Sam, I think it's clear that this is pretty much the open energy. I think it will be one of the top 2 or 3 players. Absolutely, we're going to actively extraordinary themselves. And the top 4 players are for opportunity. Microsoft will be able to call that like rather than Google, Facebook, and then we have to talk about Apple, but obviously Apple is not going to take this exactly. We have the and Siri and things like that. If you really those 4, and particularly a year from now, who has the best product offering, who has access to user base, just to think about it, because you were at Google, and you all know when the word trade is return engaged, Larry and Sergey are super engaged all over the place. Everybody I talk to is saying that they're obsessed with Google's legacy now and these designs. So what do you tell us in terms of who you think that we are looking for now, where there's user base and people looking at that word, maybe the player.
The advantage that OpenAI has, which is the advantage that any emerging, advantage competitor has, is, outsider, is that the incumbents are handicapped by their current scale. Much of the considerations that Google has had in deciding what features and tools along with their AI over the last couple of years, it's for public policy and public reaction. And I know this from speaking to folks there that are close enough to kind of get away. Google has been so targeted, has been such a point of attack by governments around the world with respect to their scale and monopoly and monopolistic kind of behavior of some people think that privacy concerns, et cetera, fines in the EU, extraordinary, that so much of what goes on in Google today is can I get approval to do this? And so many people have felt so frustrated that they can't actually unleash the toolkit that Google has built. And so they've been harnessed and focused on these internal capabilities. Right? And just in the past, things like what's the right video to show on YouTube, which people engage, what's the right app to show, the increased click rate, et cetera, versus building a consumer product for fear of the backlash of rise and government trying to understand the revenue and the core revenue stream. And this is no different than any other kind of any other business of scale, any other industry historically ultimately gets disrupted because their job at that point is to protect their cash flow and the revenue stream and the balance of assets, not to disrupt themselves, especially as a public company, especially under true watch the last hour regulators. So I think Google has in aggregate probably good competitive talent, if not better talent, in OpenAI artists. Google has arguably the best corpus of data upon which to train, the best capabilities, the best toolkit, the best hardware, choose the lowest cost for running these sorts of models, the lowest cost for serving them, et cetera, et cetera. So frankly, they're way behind. The battle is theirs to lose if they're willing to disrupt themselves. And this is the moment that Larry and Sergey should wield those founder chairs they have. And they should wield the products that they really have found inside. But they will always make the right decision for the long term for this company, even if it means taking a cost in the short term and disrupting themselves. This is the moment to prove that those founder shares were worth, the negotiation to get there. And I think that it's going to require a real degree of scrutiny, a real degree of regulatory uncertainty, a real degree of challenge by governments and public policy people, and perhaps even regulation in your term to realize the opportunity. But I do think they're better equipped to win if it does get involved.
Well, really, I think founder shares and particularly interesting facts. The fact that, by the way, talk about this in customer production, and if they don't use it now, would it take it when? Yet another case of the emperor has no clothes. Just a power grab by Silicon Valley execs, which was meaningless because in this moment, you don't wield that power and break that company into bits as you need to. Well, something like that. They need to come in and say, we're going to give our results to 10% of users. Guys, we can ask them if you because who has more queries than just one point of food. And who has more reinforcement learning than Google? That search box is everywhere. And people write question after question in Gmail and Google Docs, et cetera. I mean, they have so many people asking questions. And YouTube might be the transcripts of YouTube video, and the comment under it. You know the comments under the video, the transcript of what happened in this video, and then what was the question and answer underneath it. Let me make a counterpoint to his point. Like, look at how they're starting up this up. So Zuck had his point of view. He strongly held beliefs that AR, VR was the future of the platform. That's what he wanted to get into. That's what he wanted to lead into. That's what he wanted to build a company against. He did it. And then the financial analysts and the investors came out and said, this is a waste of money. Focus on making money. You have responsibility to shareholders. That's those founder shares. You don't deserve that 10x value. Or whatever the framing might have been to get him to say, what, yes, I'm giving it up. And I think that we should also give it up as an apple. It's like Google is a $1 trillion+ market cap company. Their shares are owned by every public and public venture fund, institutional investor owns Google in their portfolio. So that blockchain is Google making hard and actually deploying billions of dollars of capital in the process every year will not be easy to do. But the same sorts of letters, the cursor at all, and obviously the cursor, you don't send it all along. That's is what might end up happening without that if it chooses those steps. You think here about founder shares, so the Google's chances of just working themselves and just putting this into every product and shutting down interest rates and catching up.
Well, I mean, with all due respect to Larry and Sergey, I mean, they're on the beach a long time. This reminds me of Olive Creek Canary time within Rocky Ford.
It could be a little shake.
This is one true character. He's one true character. I mean,
all he's been in the arena.
Yeah, he's multi-time founder. He's at YC and got to see everything that worked. Yep. And got to see all these factors. And he's been plugging away at this for years. So there's a big, I just think there's a big catch up on now. Google has all the resources in the world, and they've got a lot of proprietary assets too, and they've got all the incentive in the world. So I think that Google will be one of the top 4 players in AI, absolutely. But this idea that it's going to come and steamroll with AI.
The next year, Larry started taking the time to go CEOs, and then they do a demo day where 2 of them get on stage. So they actually do the demo day, not just happens. That's the implementation stuff. That's it. Listen, and Bezos and president doesn't like traditional stuff. I'm thinking, can you imagine if Larry, what the chances of Larry and started taking co-CEOs on stuff, Rachel 1 and Rachel 2, what are the chances of them running the next Google where they get on stage and they want people to look products that they shepherd and that they have the best interest in, and they want to demo.
There is an institutional problem at Google at the top level, which does need to be solved, which is this position of constantly being in defense against the scrutiny of regulators and public policy folks and all these different groups that are against Google. And so as a result, then the kind of cultural seasoning, particularly executive at board level, has been one of protectiveness, don't overreach, don't overstep. And it's a real, I think once the business school books or whatever, ultimately what they end up doing that, because now it's a time when that defensive posture is really putting the entire defense risk.
So since you have Microsoft number in the late 90s, right, where they got crushed by that antitrust lawsuit, it's very defensive.
Well, that essentially and followed by kind of innovative guy who can continue to build. And I think that there may be a moment here. I love Cigar, he's a great guy, great CEO. Consider I was going to try to Google today. We're both in the same Google class we were today now at the hot stage. Google product manager, now runs the company. I think the question is whether it's the CEO or the broader whole kind of executive board or the board, the degree of disruption necessary to shift that cultural seasoning is so necessary right now. And then that chocolate, so what you said, that's like you're going to our time moment to kind of really grow that business. But by the way,
I'll let you watch it go, I said that.
well, yeah, it's an important point. When Palmer took over during that period of days, when they were he basically just focused on revenue and paying dividends, it's not buybacks and it's not the sideways. And he missed mobile. And now you're saying that. And then one you're getting one big thing, which is that was also because he had operated under the consent decree of the DOJ. So Ron had used Microsoft for replacement lawyers in the Department of Justice, and they had sign up with like good shit. So things problems with Microsoft as well. And the great thing that Satya had was the blank slate and the removal of that consent decree. So he was able to do everything that just made a lot of sense, and he's executed flawlessly. I think the problem in Google is not Sundar or Larry observing. I think it's more in the deep bowels of middle management that have used that there's just far too many people that probably have an opinion. And their opinion is not shrouded in survival. Their opinion is shrouded in elite language around what is the moral and ethical implications of this, and where has it been properly tested on the diaspora of 19 different ethnic tribes of the Amazon. That's the kind of decision making that is nice to have when you are the second or third most valuable minority company in the world. But you have to be able to pause that kind of thinking and instead get to work on survival mode, and it's very hard. So it doesn't almost matter at this point what Sundar wants. The real question is, what is the capability of middle management to either do it or get out of the way? And I think that in all of these big companies that struggle, you can see it's ability for middle management to get out of the way, or frankly, just you need somebody to then fire. And if you look at folks who get their group back, let's see what Facebook does, what are they targeting? They're targeting middle management. If you look at what Elon does in the companies that he owns, there is virtually no middle management. It's like, get out of the way, build product and ship it. And what is the core truth? And so if failure is there in front of you and data is right, then you have 200 million users time nowhere, who are building every day with their time and attention to use an app. And that doesn't create a fire on fire where you get middle management out of the way and you are the senior most people talking to the people doing the work and shipping things every day. You're toast. A lot of people are starting to go a little bit too fast when it comes to open AI's incredible for GPT-4, plugins and all that. And so the Future of Life Institute, which is running 2015 is a nonprofit that's focused on developing new technology like AI. They did a good kind of pause giant AI experiment, an open letter, a bunch of computer scientists, a science letter, and the letter quote says, we must ask ourselves, should we let machines flood our information channels with propaganda and untruth? Should we automate away all the jobs, including the filling ones? Should we develop non-human that might eventually outnumber and start updating legislation, which lost control of our civilization? I don't know, notable leaders like Elon, Sebastian, and Philippine researchers have cited, what do you guys think about that? Are we going to slow down or not? I know we asked the question generally how folks can get engagement. It's never material. It's that these agents start working with each other in the background to do things that are against human interests. I know it sounds like science fiction, but there is theory that when these AIs start operating on their own, like we explained in the previous sort of segment here, with plugins and agents that are operating based on feedback from each other, could they get out of control and be mischievous and then work against humans? So what do you think?
There's a difference between what could happen in the short term and what could happen in the long term. I think in the short term, everything we're seeing right now is very positive. And let me give you an example. There was a really interesting piece about a guy who wrote about how ChatGPT saved his dog. Have you guys seen this? This was really mind-blowing one to use cases. So his dog would say, please go back, that first some medication 3 days later, dog still said, in fact, even works. So the owner of the pet just really copied and pasted the lab result for the blood test for the dog with all the lab values into ChatGPT and said, what could this be like? Like the diagnosis, ChatGPT gave 3 possible answers, 3 diagnoses. First one, he then went to a very exciting pet and something from the third one. And that first tried something, and sure enough, dog is cured safe. So that's really mind-blowing that even though ChatGPT has this specifically optimized, as far as we know, for lab results, it can figure this out. The reason I mention this is it gives you a sense of the potential here to cure disease, to, like I can see major medical breakthroughs based on the AI in the next 5 to 10 years. Now, the question is, like, what happens in the long term? As the AI gets smarter and smarter, and you're not going to get into the time to scenario if you're on ChatGPT 10 or 20 or whatever it is, the other companies AI. And the developers ask the AI, hey, how can you make yourself better? Not do it, which is a question we ask ChatGPT all the time in different contexts. And so ChatGPT will already have the ability to write perfectly by that point. I think code writing is one of the superpowers already. So it gives itself the ability to rewrite code, to auto-update it, to recursively make itself better. I mean, at that point, isn't that like the specification of that? Doesn't that frequently lead to singularity if the AI has the capability to rewrite its own code to make itself better? And it frequently like billions versions of itself. And what that future looks like. Now, I don't know how far away from that, 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, whatever. But I think it's a question worth asking for sure.
If it were slowing down on text, should we be pausing? Because based on what you said, if you frame it properly, when it's at a certain point, techniques are reinforcing their own learning with each other, we're thinking about infinite speed, right? This is not comparable to human speed. They could be firing off millions, billions of different accurate scenarios. We're definitely now on this fuck around find out curve. Yeah. And so there is only one way to really find out, which is somebody's going to push the boundaries. The competitive dynamics will get the better of some startup. They'll do something that people look back on and say, look, that was way too far. So yeah, we're just a matter of time.
Yeah, I think we're not going to slow down. I actually think it's going to go. I think it's going to speed up. And then the reason we're going to speed up is because the one thing Silicon Valley is really good at is taking advantage of platform shift. And so when you think about like all the VCs and all the founders, everyone accuses us of being lemmings. And so when there's like kind of like a fake platform shift or people kind of going on something that ends up not being real, it's kind of got egg on their faces. But the flip side of that is that when the platform shift is real, Silicon Valley we're really good at throwing money at it. The talent knows how to go after it, and it's better. And so that's the dynamic we're in right now. You look at 70% of the last Wall Street classes for the all AI startups. So that's probably 95%. So I think that we're on a path to where next generation actually is going to. I think they're going to see 2 different capabilities. And I think the results are going to all be incredibly positive for some period of time. Like, that example, we're going to build this, we're going to solve major problems.
Positive, then we invest more, we trust more. But the paradox of that is not slowing down figure. If we trust it more, we invest more, and some person in a free market is going to say, you know what, I need to be ChatGPT. Therefore, I'm going to take what else I'm going to say. I'm going to let it go faster and take awesome trends because I'm using it, and I'm so far behind. How do you feel about that scenario that Judge Murphy says?
I think there's like GPT-3, I think, ran on 700 gigs. Is that right? Do you know what GPT-4 is? It's got to be on some number that's, not many multiples of that.
Look at make a copy of this thing and look at and develop an entirely new model. I think that's what's incredible about software and digital technology, and also kind of, means it's very hard to contain. Similar to like what we've seen in biology versus biology got digitized through DNA sequencing and the ability to kind of express molecules through genetic. You can't control or contain the ability to do genetic work at all because everyone knows the code, everyone can make reference molecules, everyone can make genetic systems in any lab anywhere. Once it's out, it's out. And now there's hundreds of variants for genetic, many of which are much improved over Cas9. I use that as an analogy. Because with breakthrough technology allows precisely specifically at genomes and that allows us to do biology and these level things. So biology effectively became software. Breakthrough Cas9 gives us effectively that word processing factor finding a place. And you can get all from that is much better. So whatever is underlying, whatever the parameters are for GPT-4, whatever that model is, if you close enough replica to that model, it's going to copy that model same. And then you train data, which is done separately. You could see any variants and kind of work. I think it's a good echoing Josh point. We don't know what's ultimately going to win. Is there enough of a network effect of a model that's going out? Really just open AI and sustaining it. I'm sure. Well, 700 gigs. That's data that fits on my iPhone. So I could take that model and take parameters of that model, and I can create an entirely new version of 14. I can do something entirely new. So I don't think you can contain it. I don't think this idea that we can put in place some regulatory constraints to say it's illegal to do this, or try and write IQ around it, or protections around it, is realistic mistake. The power of the tool is so extraordinary, the extendability of the tool is so extraordinary. So the economic and various incentives are there for other models to emerge, and whether they're directly copied from someone hacking into OpenAI servers, they can copy that model, or whether they're open source, or whether it's not generally something that's 95% good and enforced in all new class of models emerge. I think this is it's as Alex pointed out, highlighting the kind of economic market operating, social operating potential, and many models will start to come to the market.
What are the impact of what jobs in highly defined technologies that impact?
I was actually going to say, look,
Well, we share a what your projects. Here's a Reddit post that I'll take over to. I looked at everything I've been doing on my job for midterm overnight. I employed as a video artist, so I get something, and people, our teams, 2 people, 6 things. Since this midterm version 5 came out, he's not an artist anymore. You're a 3D artist. All they do is copying, photoshopping, implementing, good looking pictures. And he basically says, this happened overnight, and had no choice. Lots also had no choice. He says, I now will create an animated character that sit out from NJ midterm in 2-3 days. Before different weeks, 3 differences, that he generates about his job, and first boss is just a huge time saver. He's no longer making art. And the person who was number 2 in the organization, didn't need to content him. He's now embracing this technology because it creates a with his boss. And he has saying, maybe job being true or anymore, but leaving a company in 19 because AI killed my job, feels very silly like that. It would be better if a different company walks up, I am losing grief and anger, and sorry for using my gosh, you are fellow artists.
This is yet another reason that big acquisition currently, apps are just getting cut. If you take a workflow management tool for things like design and imagery and you reduce it by an order of 90%, it's like, what is that app experience worth? How could you replicate it to a big company that already has distribution? That's one comment. But what I think recently actually like how much is I think there are a handful of companies you need to look at exclusively because they will be the first ones to really figure out how to display human labor. And that is DCS, so Tata Consulting Services, Accenture, Cognizant. These are all the folks that do coding for hire work at scale. I think Accenture had something like 750,000 employees. So the incentive to sort of squeeze OpEx to create better utilization rates to increase profitability is quite obvious. It always has been. They will be the first people to figure out how to use these tools at scale. Before the law firms or the accounting firms or any of those folks even sort of try to figure out how to displace my colleague, whether it's going to be coding jobs and it's going to be coding for hire jobs, that companies like Accenture and TCS.
So those business processing people, developer kind of folks, they're going to be half as many people, 25% as many people. We're going to find out the efficient function.
No, I see it a different way. I mean, this argument that virtually these job losses are made for hundreds of years, and it's always been refuted. More human beings, more productive, it leads to more prosperity, more wealth, more growth. And so, yeah, it's easy to think about the other ways jobs are going to be displacement, but why would that be? It's because you're giving leverage to other human beings to get more done. And so, human beings, it's not going to be a target performance. You're going to see a huge explosion in creativity, in start creation, new companies, new jobs. And actually, in the case of Zuckerberg founding Facebook at Harvard, he wrote the first version himself, maybe with a couple of friends. That project happened to turn into a company to be able to execute his idea without need to raise venture capital or even recruit employees. He really core forming a company. And we're going to do that. So they're going to use these AI tools. They truly will be code to be able to create an app or a website. So students, AI program and actually request.
So more flowers will totally more projects.
Now, it will create, I think, a lot of dislocation. But for every testimonial that is like the one that you showed, which I think is, I take a little bit overly dramatic, I have seen 10 or 100 testimonials from coders on Twitter or other blogs talking about the power of these new tools give them. They're like, this is the internet engineer. Right. And especially these like juniors right out of school. They don't have 20 years to go to industry. They get superpowers right away. The kids are so
Let me give you a response to that guy. So using Saxon's point, that kind of saying what used to take me weeks, I can now do it in 3 days. And I feel like my word is gone. That's because he's thinking in terms of his output needs. And he thinks about his output needs dynamic. He can now, in a matter of 3 weeks, instead of making one character, he can now make a character in 2 days. So he can make 30 characters in 3 weeks. That's an alternative way for him to think about what this code does for him and his business. The number of video games will go up by 10x or 100x or 1000x. The number of movies and videos that can be rendered in computers can go up by 10x or 100x or 1000x. Period of time, we will all have our own movie or our own video game ultimately generated for us on the fly based on our particular difference. It'll certainly be shared culture, shared themes, shared morality, shared things that tie all these things together, and that will become a shared experience. But in terms of like us all consuming the same content, it will really, like with YouTube and TikTok, we're all consuming different stuff all the time, and this will enable acceleration of that evolution and personalization. Also, I'm like, back in the day, one human had to farm a farm by hand, and we eventually got the tool of, we put it around, it's a faster plow, and then we got a tractor. And today, agricultural farm equipment allows one farmer to farm over 10,000 acres, no one can feel it, it's really 24 acres, and we can change the game.
number is now literally millions of times what it was just on our.
And in that case, the minority wants to be backbreaking and really feel. So that's the reason one quote that I did read the original meeting was because I want to be part that gives the results is great data have for just not else. And so I think that's part of it. Like so part of what we are. I do like that. One of the text was text we started the conversation saying this is different than anything because of efficiency and people this is I'm from the presentation this is like a step function more efficient. So the argument of hey efficiency has always resulted in more ideas and we've found something to do with time. Is this time different potentially because this is so much more powerful? This isn't just like spell checker.
I would say differently. I think I agree with what Michel's saying because I think that the thing that technology has never done is try to displace human judgment. It's allowed us to replace physical exertion of energy, but it's always preserved humans injecting power to it. And I think this is the first time where we are being challenged with autonomous systems that add some level of judgment. Now we can say, and it's true, and it's all on sin, that judgment isn't so great. But eventually, and because of the pace of innovation, eventually it's probably not that far away, the judgment will become perfect. I'll give you a totally different example. How many pilots are there in the world? Will we, at some point in the next 10 years, want folks to actually manually take off the planet, or will we want precision-guided instrumentation and computers and sensors that can guarantee a Victoria landing every single time in all kinds of other conditions so that now planes need to have 50x the number of sensors with a computer that can then process it and match accordingly? Just a random example that isn't even when we talk about sort of where AI is going to rear its head. I think that this judgment idea is an important one to figure out because this is the first time I've seen something that is bumping up against our ability to have judgment. And what this person was talking about in this Dietary example is his judgment has been neutral.
Yes. Yeah, I'm when you say one part of this, so an image is a matrix of data that's rendered on a screen. Pixels and those pixels in different colors, and that's what image is.
Is it or is it the judgment of the creator?
Well, no, I'm saying it's image in general. So when we Photoshop and digital photography are heroes, photographers are like, this is BS. Why digitizing photography was analog beautiful before? And then what digital photography allows the photographer to do editing and to do work that was creative beyond what was possible with just natural photograph taken through a camera. And there are arguably different art forms, but it's a new kind of art form that emerged through digital photography. And then in the early 90s, there was a plugin suite called High Power Tools that came out under Adobe Photoshop, and it was a third-party plugin that you would buy it and it would work on Photoshop.
Long ago, and so far away, I fell in love with you for the second show. And your guitar is so sweet and clear. But you're not already here on the radio. Don't you remember you told me?
And it worked on Photoshop and did things like motion blur, sharpening, pixelation, all these interesting kind of features. And prior to those tools coming out, the judgment of the digital artist, the digital photographer was to go in and you pixel by pixel changes on the image. To make that pixel, to make that image look blurry, or to make it look sharper, or to make it look like you have some really interesting motion feature. And the power tools created this instant toolkit where in a few seconds you create a blurry image. And that was an incredible toolkit. But a lot of the digital artists said, this is automating my work. What is my point now? Why am I here? And the same happened in animation when CGI came around and animators were no longer being solved by AI. And at every point in this evolution, there was a feeling of loss initially, but then the evolution of a whole new art form emerged, and evolution of a whole new area to creative expression emerged. And I think we don't yet know what that's going to look like.
Using the level of judgment that AI offers you is the same as the level of judgment that high power tools offer you.
Yeah, look, I think when the person became a judgment or the decision about which pixel to change and what color felt like, I have control. And I think it's ultimately because I just move. I think that this is not just different. It's more of the magnitude. It's high power tools. It's still level. It's on you. You and I have set spreadsheets like I have. I'm generally happy with this idea. So I'll give you a different example. Radiologists and pathologists to identify cancers. There are closed loop systems. We have it right now that's in front of the FDA. That is a total closed loop system that will not need any human input. So I don't know what those folks do. Except what I can tell you is that we can get cancer detection basically down to a 0% error rate. That is not possible with human intervention. That is judgment. Right. So I just think it's important to really acknowledge that this is happening at a level that has never happened before. You may be right that there's an amazing job for that radiologist or pathologist to do in the future. I don't know offhand what that is. But these are closed loop systems now that think for themselves and self-improve. I get it, but I think that there's an unfathomable set of things that emerged. We did not have the concept of Instagram influencers. We did not have the concept of personal trainers. We did not have the concept of all these new jobs that have emerged in the past couple of decades that people enjoy doing, that they can make money doing. There's a greater kind of experience and level of fulfillment for those that choose and have the freedom to do it than what they were having to do before when they had to work just to make money. What do you think that radiologist or pathologist wants to be a trainer or a Pilates instructor? No. Why do you think that's going to look like? Why exactly? Yeah, you can hear as we wrap this topic. It's obviously a lot of action coming out.
Yeah,
the definition of white collar jobs in a massive way.
I think that this is a short-term versus long-term thing. In the short term, I see the benefits of AI being very positive because I don't think it's in most cases wiping out human jobs is very productive. So the developer is that they're 500 times more productive, but I don't think we're at the point in the short term where we're going to eliminate that role entirely. And what I've seen in basically every startup that I'm a part of is a limiting factor on progress is always engineering bandwidth. That is always the thing that you wish you had more of. It's the roadmap is always the most competed on thing inside the organization. Everyone's trying to get their project prioritized because there's never enough engineering bandwidth. It's really the lifeblood of the company. So if you make the developers more productive, and it is always my roadmap. I don't think in the short term that what's going to happen is companies are going to look to cut all their developers because one of them can do tons of work. I think that they're going to try and accelerate their product roadmaps now. Again, you have this long-term concern that maybe when developers all, that's the point. But I think that the benefits of developing technology are so great.
it's going to pan out, what it looks like. And maybe in a long term, it will look very different. I mean, we're trying, I'm not saying that's short term. We need a different long term here.
I think it's vertical. I 100% agree with you. But I think that AI is going to eliminate unit testing. It already comes out to eliminate those forms of coding. The engineers that you have, all of them will now become TEDx engineers. So with fewer of them or the same number, you'll be able to do as much or more than beautiful. That's a wonderful thing. And all I'm saying on that specific narrow vertical is you'll see it first rear at companies like Accenture and TCS and Cognizant because they have an immediate incentive to use this tooling to drive efficiency and profitability that's rewarded by shareholders. It'll be less visible in other companies. So, but what I am saying though is that you have to think about the impact on the end market for a second. And I think that AI does something that other technology layers have never done before, which is supplant human judgment in a closed loop manner. And I just think it's worth appreciating that there are many systems and many jobs that rely on human judgment, where we deal with error bars and error rates that a computer will just destroy and blow out of the water, and we will have to ask ourselves, should this class of job exist with its inherent error rate, or should it be replaced fully by a computer who has no error rate? And I think that's an important question that's worth putting on the table.
Okay, so let's wrap your my final thought is you're going to see entire jobs, category jobs going. We've seen this before, phone operators, travel agents, copy editors, illustrators, web designers, accountants, sales reps. I'm seeing a lot of these job functions in the modern world. Like phone operators previously, I think these people will just go away, and they would just be done by AI, and it's going to happen in a very short period of time. So it's going to be a moving transition, and some people may not be able to make a transition. That's going to be something you're going to white collar ranks, and those people have more influence. So I think this is going to lead to some society. So I'm going to learn Pilates and be an influencer. That's it. But here we're talking about software development backlog because we're so great that I don't think software development right now either because there's so much software that's on YouTube. Right, that's talking about account. And this first part is you're in YouTube all the time. I think we're actually, I think framed correctly exactly how dangerous it is in my opinion, that company in the United States. And of course, then we got the great disappointment of the actual bill. There's Trade Act, there's prototypes that are not word on March 7th. The problem with it is it seems like it's already word that there will be civil penalties and criminal penalties to Americans for breaking the law and using software that's been banned. And many people said, this probably is just bad language. Yeah, doesn't apply to any kind of I think it's not and submit it back to them for them to approve because the quoting here that matters is the company that licensed it said we are in the business of making sure this body of music stays relevant. So obviously you want Whitney Houston songs, Michael Jackson songs, you want John Wayne, you want these people to live on in culture because it's part of our culture. Let it stuff that it's all been brushes off DJing. The better way to maximize it will be like this. Go and use it, create a driven work. Let's see it if we like it. So like Weta should be able to just give that back to them and then that's what you should be able to just do. But I'm sorry, I think you're not so anti-binary. So David's talking brushes off DJing, has a minor hobby, and has to do his work at night. What? It's activities they post, it's actual conflicts of interest. It's like really writing about it, not something more important than this. Do you think that David Talker, any CEO that you do like that culture would put their job at AdWords or running one of your 30 most important institutions in the financial architecture of the world to license something to use? It's not that they can play a job. Pass. It's not just no. And just for the record, I talked about David Solomon, you were going to the opening and DJ set for long sun trust. If the New York Times hates him, you got New York Times hates on, you got a slot. That's it. You got a lens here, page it up. It takes it out for sure, 1,000%. People tell me like somebody's life. So 5 minutes.
Yeah, that's just like, and then somehow just like offends other go to see other.
Well, I think I keep it this is all kind of revolutions happening. Probably here with my own stuff. Look at that first ChatGPT I gave you. It was about me and Saxon did our weekly mastermind group. Saxon page where we come to Georgia. Here was this was a ChatGPT. I did this one because I was trying to figure this out. How many of my spouse and kids live her? And ChatGPT gives them polarization. Number 2, that's really hard. They have attacks. They still have to do something. What public so that's obviously the aggregation synthesis of what the reference on the websites. How do you describe attribution of that answer to a particular content?
Fair use, derivative work.
I think it's really good.
You don't have such opportunity there. There's no opposition.
Yeah, you say everything comes from your action is publishing. I think you did the other day. It's not. They know who they got it from. This is lots of websites. It's a very smart system. The algorithm is all there. It's not pulling the results from websites like hundreds of websites. It's like average polls. You have to make your own things. Which is big and ingest this stuff. Okay, and then we can publish it. We publish and say, hey, we're going to start there's not. Because what you said is exactly what
Right.
post, and then they'll actually give you 10 different blog posts, and then you select the one that is the direction you want to go, and you keep doing 10 things like that.
But how does new intelligence get put back into the system? That's the problem.
No, you don't make corporate blogs, so you post it to your corporate blogs.
Like, if there is now some new information in the world, who is going to add that to the corpus if everybody's just stealing content and rewriting it?
Humans are always designed to create. Most people create for free. There's a hand of the long tail that actually compensated. Long tails to just not nothing, and they do it because they want to create. Content creation, the person takes blogs is so easy.
They go to look at the item, and then you go to a novel symphonies, and it's simply more incredible, and you build on the experience of listening to item. The team is true how content is to evolve, and it's to evolve in a faster way to become AI. And this content is not just being retrieved and reproduced. It's being, synthesized and aggregated, and represented in a novel way.
ChatGPT takes a Yelp review and a copy travel review, and they represent it based on the best content that's out there. Then they organize they have that out on the page, right, or page like and then they republish it, and then that generates those instances that's profoundly unfair and not what we want for society. And they are interfering with their ability to leverage their own content. It's profoundly unfair, and those actually do it's possible. YouTube is a great example. YouTube was getting shut down. Sequoia and the YouTube founders sold it to Google because they were so scared of the White lawsuit and how well it was working against them. They thought this is a level why we don't have a big partner like YouTube and Google to support the lawsuit. They won the lawsuit themselves because they were able to do content ID and allow content creators. Okay, YouTube exists. They told them it is because they let content creators watermark and find their stolen content and then claim it. And then claim stolen content, they were able to monetize it. That's what's going to happen. There is settlement. They are going to be able to claim their
Using as a generated images, right? Like say Fusion and like Poly, whatever. You literally just tell, I want this image in this style, and boom, it's done. And it would take artists weeks to produce that, and you can do it in 5 seconds. And you can tell the AI can deploy those, and then just keep iterating in 5 minutes. You got something mind blowing. So the fact that it's so much easier to create content, you can sync it with work. And people use the content engine now. If they don't know what they want, they need to go away. Only 10 times around, you have more people.
Here's how small you are. Thank you for bringing up examples of how you improve our getting images. It's stupid. Stable Diffusion at the moment. Here's one of the big shit that Stable Diffusion did. They trained their AI on getting images, put the watermarks on them, and they've been busted. And they're dead to rights now, and they're going to pay $100 million or more to get images for stealing their content and allowing you to put a commercial set. Stable Diffusion copy the Getty image watermark.
I think Stable Diffusion been wrong. It's going to noses and ears and eyelids.
Stable Diffusion for stealing your content.
There's a really interesting topic about AI that we don't have into this week, but I think we should put on the topic for next week, which is should AI do trains a lot? Because that's happening right now.
The last thing I'll say on this, for representative maybe a lot of this is the best thing that can happen for all the monopolists in technology, because Microsoft taking 5 to 600 basis points to share, and that's why you ensure that the FTC has zero credibility going on. All of those things I think are showing. So in some ways, actually, Google leaking 5 or 6% of the market share is a really good thing because the FTC is rendered toothless in making it.
I understand that. That's a good point. I mean, it's kind of a good bad news scenario with this whole thing. The good news is that Google monopoly is not going to crap. The bad news is that it's Microsoft who's going to monopoly. That's the one that's done it. But it just shows like how vulnerable all these companies are. It's and they all end up doing these jobs.
Everyone's got tactical input right now, and you don't know where it's going to get money. You're going to shit that off the air. That's what happens when you create it. Yeah, but
and here's the other lawsuit. I've been trying to teach people happen. You guys need to block what's happening right now. Copilot, GitHub, ChatGPT, and Microsoft are being sued by developers because Copilot was built off stolen content. These lawsuits are just beginning, and
Have a weight level blocks. The idea that you carry your bike, that seems to be cool.
That things like when you're going to carry stuff, you're always going to carry stuff even when you're 50, 60, 70 years old. Long jump your height doesn't mean jump up in vertically your height, but long jump your height, and then hang from a bar for 30 seconds. Let us in here.
perfect show. It's perfect recording every time. There's never any errors.
We're checking all the boxes. Nothing goes wrong in our show.
So not true. Well, we have a great guest today, Patrick Campbell, who is the co-founder and CEO of Rockwell, and he is now the chief strategy officer at Powell because he just sold his company Rockwell to Powell for $200 million.
So wild.
Very wild.
We're gonna get into all that.
We're gonna get into all that, yes, as we get into the interview. But first, it's basically, is it summer? No, it's late spring right now.
Late spring. What's the first day of summer?
I'm gonna go after the summer equinox, so June 21st.
All right.
That's right, I checked it. In the northern hemisphere, let's be clear. The southern hemisphere is completely different, but in the northern hemisphere, summer starts June 21st. You heard it here first.
You are clearly talking too loud about the equinox and being right about the equinox. Those two. I'm talking too loud about the lifeguard shortage. Have you read about this?
You know, I just heard that there was a lifeguard shortage in New York City.
No, across the country.
I didn't know it was a national issue. I thought it was a regional issue.
It's a national issue. I'm reading about Arizona, how temps are getting hotter, so people want to go to public pools.
Yeah.
They can't because there are no lifeguards.
That is an issue. That's a very big issue.
So, listeners, if you ask for
If you happen to be 15 years old and you're trying to figure out what to do this summer, go to some quick lifeguard training, demand double the normal rate, and you can be out there protecting the public at pools.
listen, there's no age limit on lifeguarding, okay? That's all I have to say.
Are you sure?
I don't know. Maybe you can't be a senior citizen on lifeguard, but who knows? Who knows?
Who knows? Well, Patrick Campbell probably knows. I mean, he's a data guy. He probably knows that.
He's a good guy.
He can probably Google things as well as we can.
Yeah. What happened there?
It's chaos today. But you know what? It's another episode. Nothing ever goes wrong.
That's right, bring it back.
So we got it. So it does seem like the time to get into the
Seems like a
Okay, here we go.
Patrick, congratulations, and welcome to the show.
Hey, happy man, good to see you. I feel like how we just reverted to a public person. That's how you understand how I'm calling the room. And what's up? I'm talking about it, so I'm going to do that. Hey, what's up? I'm going to do classic.
No, perfect. Just keep it real. Keep it real.
I like the high energy.
So I'm very excited to talk to you about, and I know you have some things to talk to you about. So I have to ask a question. What is that you talk to you about these days?
Can you truly talk too loud? That's a real question, but we shall really answer.
So according to my wife, yes.
I will say, I'm talking too loud. We just sold merch, however you want to put it, profitable. So we were, I'm going to say it, probably nice and confident. We were one of, if not the first BD brand to run BD strategy. We obviously have a product development computers that locked the BD strategy, but we now exited the company, and it's not a, hey, we're going to go into later. It's a, we're merging, already kind of Alex and Line, not so
So fresh.
yeah, we sold for $2 million. It's a fun there number. We're going to kind of moving forward on, kind of, now unicorn on board, a chief strategy officer, that you kind of move forward, like trying to do all the team, kind of listening to IPO and kind of here. So yeah, that's what I'm talking to you.
Well, congratulations. But I mean, I remember I was with it for a long time in the very early stages. There was a lot of crisis that you had to overcome.
Last time, that's true.
Yeah, for people who don't know, can you tell us like what is Rockwell? And also, like, how did we get started? How did you join?
Yeah, good question. So Rockwell, one of the businesses was called Revenue Automation for subscription businesses. That's a industry phrase where we plug a subscription business, doesn't matter if it's SaaS or consumer subscription, whatever it is, plug it business into Rockwell. You get a bunch of free financial reporting, about 30,000 different subscription companies using the free metrics reporting, and then the way you make money, because that product's free, you can send all that data, and you have a couple of different products that automatically reduce your churn and then optimize the pricing. And so that's kind of the revenue automation piece. And it's this kind of new wave of software about how to do it for you, based on how those are built. But instead of you having to become an expert in credit cards or how to get someone back whose credit card has failed, or how to get someone's churn back, you don't have to someone get more data, and then it will do it for you, and then like you don't set the product, just plug in this job. And so yeah, brands that use us, everyone from Canva to Autodesk and Lyft and Coffee, all kinds of subscription companies under this one. This is how we started. My background's in computer and math, code for having a lot of friends as a child. Fun. It's funny. I said that joke so many times. I need to like be honest with people. It's one of my favorite jokes that came out. It do need to retire at some point. That's why I was like, I'm good with you. I'll say about it. You know, you guys actually do. Like, talking about each other's, work for a reason. But yeah, so I started my career with business intelligence. Worked at the NSA, kind of fun. It sounds so much sexier than it actually was. It wasn't really a fulfilling job. It's the best training I've ever had. And worked at Google, and I definitely started seeing really specifically how I started is I was looking at a company in pricing and kind of was thinking about how pricing was like this thing that everyone knows is important. It has really high impact. So like all these smart people that can take on any problem in the business, as soon as you give them pricing, they all get kind of like original and I don't know, and then like no one ever does anything, right? And so I thought it was really interesting. I went to a couple of, really worked at family advisors from the best time with them, Boston scene, and I got around to tour and kind of jumped in, the rest is somewhat history. So yeah, that's kind of the start of the business.
There's a lot of interesting things I think there's a lot of lessons. Like one, you saw this opportunity in pricing, and you went after it, and you all did consulting for a long time. We worked with you, and you helped us figure out pricing a couple times. It was huge, and you're right, it is much before that was the main. And often you just copy it. If you're just like, see, some other price on it, they don't have it figured out. So like, I'll just do what they're doing. And then of course they don't have it figured out, but they're making decisions the same way. And it's such a lever, such a crazy one lever. And then you get back to the business model and product well. Which I remember thinking, how this big model, you had a bunch of competition, and you made the core product over free.
Yeah. So what's funny is like reason model. So back on a second, like the funny thing about pricing is the impact that you just said, and no one does the research. No one does it now. We think helps, 1,000 companies with pricing. Yeah. And like it's still only gangs in the great industry. And when you're really competitive with pricing, the problem is like one, you're over next to how competitive it actually is, and two, you're really copying the dungeon class. Like copying off the dungeon class because they didn't do homework here. So it's one of those things that I'm about to cover because it's such an important lever. You're trying to know the content also with that product, which is easy. So you can really easy, but it's so hard to make it a little bit easier. And I think that what I really appreciate in hindsight is it doesn't focus on rationalization. Is that I don't think we would have been successful, definitely from a financial standpoint, but also from like an knowledge standpoint, if we hadn't started that pricing product because we have this like idea of wanting to get to kind of mature software products, and pricing intelligence has the software with it, but it's not the way that we interface with our customers on service basis. So we want to get a better way to get it than we needed. And so we kind of came up with this idea, and I have talked about this all the time, but it's idea like we're really doing the application monitoring. We're really monitoring them and looking out there just like certain things in the business. Well, we can't do for all types of businesses because the search case is too wide. If it's just subscription businesses, like every subscription business, like we could probably create a unified theory of subscription growth, right? And that's one of it's very similar now to think about things like terms of like having this thing. So this is where this metric product came from. We were having a company on IPO with pricing, they were calculating our churn correctly. So we were like, we're gonna be rich, we're billionaires, like we're gonna get Ferraris and especially Monster, right? But like it was one of those things where we were like, oh, this is the idea. And then as you kind of alluded to, we like have like 10 people on products, it was terrible. I designed it, which is like that's how we ever figured out just in general. Yeah, it never should happen. We did a really cool game logo. It was one of those things where what's interesting is like you're about to kind of like, let's launch, like what the hell is launching, right? All of a sudden, like this company came out, this company mobile out, and like within like 6 months, there were like 30 different products. And it kind of made a long story short, I think we started pricing the actually these different things that we were preaching so much about like stop, don't guess and check, don't guess and check, stop, take 3-4 weeks to do some research. And then go, because it was faster, that's what we did, just stopped. We had, okay, let's take this about. Let's do some more research. What we discovered is that analytic products are important to terrible to sell, they don't because people are time to do them. And then on top of that, we discovered like, oh, like no one wants to pay like that much for this product. And what if it only has 150,000 addressable customers? Like it's a terrible business. And so we were going to market as well, that's going to do, or we were going to go, screw it, let's get on board to truly, build this thesis that happened from the beginning. So yeah, that was kind of way in there. That's interesting. It's just kind of
well, yeah, I think that he things that at the end there that I think one of the worst things, but the experience of customers actually understanding them, qualitatively working with them, realize that most of them do this research, they were just, I don't want that.
what's happening? And then doing your own research on the pricing for this opportunity, like, no one values this as highest. They don't believe that the metrics are they don't pay for it. Because I remember having that conversation with you, going free on this thing. I was like 40 miles, I'm like, well, we're gonna get adoption, and then we're gonna figure out things that we can build that are actually right. It's super, it seems obvious now, but it's not the obvious path. I think it's more just to jump into the space and make an analytics. I mean, especially you started, you had these founding advisors, you had this small team, like, you never raised money, bootstrapped the whole way. And then the opportunity came up recently to actually, join with Al, go after the thing. Let's look into that decision. Like, how did that decision come up? What made you actually take it seriously? Walk us through.
Yeah, honestly, this is yours and all of this is false. This is just doing this is false. All this. So we're playing it. This doesn't work out well. No, I'm just kidding. So I'm just remembering from the context. So for folks who know, it's Agile, I'm trying to run a day now. There's a little cohort of folks in the Boston system hang out with the Hell's crew. But it's us. It's really kind of funny. It's like early on. We were like dinner and you were there as well. Like just kind of the founders just like hanging out. And I was trying to call for an So the first time I met him, and I was like, so why do you raise money? And he just like, I didn't know that. And he did. And we started the company. And I was basically, I was venture started before Couple, and then I was just mediation and you guys themselves from the team. It's just like that's what you do, right? And then you guys were like, no, there's another route. It's bootstrapping. And bootstrapping, it's not a like better or worse thing, it's just a different thing. And I was like, oh, okay. And I think that I would influence things. But the issue was, as we were getting to 2022, as my group 2021, we were like, there's no way we keep going where we want to go in terms of like the values that we have and what we want to build. And meaning like we don't want to just a very profitable business and say profits out. We want like stability out time, right? And so there's no way to do that to fulfill those values once you're at this point. Because we're having so many $10,000 arguments, as I call them, right? We're having these 5 initiatives, they're all $10,000 more. Like we're arguing about it because yeah, we can do all of them, but it doesn't always feel like you can do all of them, you know, like cash flow so much. And so we were like, oh, I don't know, we're having these arguments. And so we were like, we were like,
two regimented work, two structured organization as well.
Oh yeah, look at you guys. So there was a mistake where you guys were like, I think the promise on money.
Oh yeah, it's happened multiple times, right? Like it's happened where we're like, well, I'll spend more, and then with a list of things you're trying to prioritize. You have 15 things and you're trying to get 3, and the truth is you do 10.
Yeah, that was the 2 things. It was we never really invested money. That was the first thing I discovered. And then the harder thing was, oh my gosh, we now know what the expected ROI would be because of our sales team, because of the organizing such things. And when you know those 2 things and you don't get all the resources, that is a value decision. Yes, I do have values, right? And it was against our values, so we wanted to go big our own kind of thing. And so we started basically like, okay, let's try the company to do that. It's more of a way of action, which is a fun lesson. But then also to do was, okay, we're starting going out. I know Christian, the CEO, had it for a while, and he kind of got flooded. Asking for advice, and he was like, well, what if you like go force it, what if you want me? And we were like, oh no, you can buy a baby, it's a baby, we need a baby, and teach it to things.
When you put it on a baby, you were just that was clear for those. Yeah, you were just like, that's just small, putting a baby onto his chest and helping.
Yeah, I was like, this is my child. Yeah. And so it was one of those things where we're just like, what are we doing? Like, this is a way, because I'm values on it, but it's just not a big gift. This is no way around, this is no way to get more resources. So that's kind of like this thing to do.
And then once you get, because it is a very personal decision, right? Also, I think to sell your company. For me, right, we had the opportunity to sell, decided not to right now. Like we have more towards that we want to do. We want to do ourselves. Honestly, it felt like failure to me at that moment. And I think it's all things we're trying to do. And honestly, this is a failure to you at all. That's evident. That's not on the radar. But this is like, oh, I'm doing more of the thing I want to do, right? But like, was that hard to clear? Has it been? How has that been?
Yeah. So to be frank, I think that we have other options. We have multiple options, I should say. I do feel like the failure that I did sound stories. The only can, basically, the founders can. I do feel like failure at some level because it's a very like, oh my god, I didn't create a $1 billion thing. It's like around, no, $10 million. But like, you kind of do that and be successful if you try to build things. If you just want like, great, I don't think lifestyle is for some reason. If you want like amazing lifestyle, like a lot of friends for a long time, that's what they want to build. One of the things that they do, we get money. But I think for me, it was like, okay, we kind of failed. But I think there are other choices that would make it feel more failure because we have a very rare opportunity in the sense of our cultural lines really well. By the way, everything's on in culture. Like we're very aligned on the aspects of those. Competition is not just the same in terms of functionality, but it's the same in terms of ethos, like what we want to build, how we want to build those things. And then like the media strategy is really important as well. They're like, yes, that's what we want to do. We have to do it. Like let's do it, right? And so those are like 2 things that are if we wouldn't have gotten anywhere else, I think I'm going to have post-honeymoon feelings. I know that's going to happen more and more. But I think it's one of those things where like there are options where you're like, oh, what do we want that to be? Or like I basically have a director local and everyone else would become ICs kind of thing. So it's like that would make it worse. I will say, kind of ties off your chat today. We're just going to have the podcast. I will say that like the moment we thought about like one, the monetary or financial impact for the team, right? Individuals in the team, and we could have gotten that, and you guys did that around, so that we could figure that out someone else. But the moment we thought about that, the moment we like got over, well, if it's more resources, doing products, I'm like doing my thing, all such stuff, and like we're just doing the same thing all year. So the moment those 2 things came into play, there was no emotional like defensiveness, there was no like even closer to the close, we started thinking like, well, my name is way too brands. I was like, well, what's my brands can happen or like why? We're just thinking like coming back to jokes, like okay, well, it's not about these stuff here, and also right? So in the power of those sides of how all these things work, I think it just becomes very pragmatic, if that makes sense.
I mean, it seems like when you play back when I started, you're saying once you knew that everyone's really taken care of on the team, and that you're actually going to just execute and do what you actually want to do faster, bigger, better, and you're not just an amplifier, but you are actually your teams are continuing, and you in fact are coming in and like really helping to drive all this stuff. Then actually, if you think it's special, it's just like logical, rational, and I do love that framing, which is very similar to the framing actually in the beginning of like, well, let's make this a big company, like what do we need to do? Right now, framing is not like, well, of course it's going to go, but it's interesting to hear because I think so it'll get attached to their brains. I think that's also bootstrap works. Like I'm honestly extremely attached to this, where that looks shirt again today. And like your personality, your identity is kind of in that. It's really hard to figure out how you transition and tool to you actually.
Yeah, but everyone was like, I love everyone. Everyone's like, wow, if my identity is not just from a spiritual perspective, but actually from a external side of my identity. It's like, I'm sure it is that and stuff. Like I'm one causes, right? And it's like it's one of those things where that's I don't know. It's I think that if I was like a one-person band or one-person app or something like that, I might actually have know that. But the way we built into some culture stuff was like on the timeline, like you're expecting the company should be able to live out. The company should be able to live. You should be able to have bus and fine, right? You're expecting. I'm a fan of expecting so like everyone contributes, right? And I think that's what we're working to like founders and expecting power. And it's like you just kind of capture the but also like they kind of get like one afraid of all just using and stuff. And so I was like because of those things started happening. I was like, oh, okay, we'll have to just have things in. But no, that was to there in terms of like visions. Like I don't know, I haven't had that like crisis of like, oh my gosh, it's just terrible. I cannot bring anything close to that. That's awesome.
So we closed 2 months ago.
Yeah,
and then you announced now, so later. And how did it bring the team on the term?
So we recorded everything. It's actually we did some hard right? So we were talking. I don't know if it's like we have a full document that we talked about. Yeah, it's 25 minutes. The whole team just saw time cut action today. So we did record the announcement, and what we did, which I think is a good like task that we should do. So I'm obviously running a lot of planning on these conversations with consumers, these types of things, and people to raise money, so we have to like hardware for Emergent, for example, hardware like transfer company and try to raise money. And so what ended up happening is it kind of came to a decision point. So we kind of set that line where I listen like. I wrote a piece of paper and all that kind of stuff, and we brought in like a whole 10 people.
And how many people on the team was that? Just
we got 95 total. And so we had 10 folks from, the guy who was a marketing intern 8.5 years ago is now director of engineering, which is that lifestyle, which is insane. All the way to like, the person who was finance ops is kind of aware of what's going on, those types of things. And so we brought them to remote Boston, and some of them didn't know all the details. We gave them all the details, and he said, we're going to work out what fuck you guys argue, figure out what we're going to do, and when we come back, they went to questions like, when we come back, we'll argue the other side of any option here, right? And so we went away, came back, all kinds of stuff, and so we spent probably 10 hours of talking through everything. And then that was like the day before the time term sheet, decided to sheet on Monday, and then we get diligence, then we get into the contract negotiation. So this is what close, which is we sign, and there's things you have to do before close within 2 weeks. So we signed like on Friday, and that Monday, we had everyone come to the office, and yeah, we said, listen, so here's why, kind of through everything, and then there were, I had basically 85 different one-on-ones for here's the offer, here's proceeds from sale, all that kind of stuff. So yeah, again, like a great day, and I was like, but at the time, it's like, all right, Excel spreadsheet, that's this, just another way to think about these things like that.
And what type of employees market?
So it was 10 folks. They just straw poll was pretty split first in terms of 2 options. So they basically said these are 2 options. And then it was tight. They did come out on the side of how. So we came in and we kind of argued about 2 options for a while and argued both sides much. And then it was a lot of information gaps. Like, a lot of there's trust about this. Like, we said, well, what about this? So we're like, well, we understand. If we go to this company, I know you're doing things normal. But we met them and talked to them and like, I don't know, like, it isn't like, do you want to be like an individual contributor there that's not running anything, or maybe in 2 years is, the 100th, director of engineering or something like that, or like, you want to hear and run stuff, right? You kind of learn that. So there's a lot of that, right? And they trusted us and came down on this decision. It was a really fascinating conversation,
I think that's real, man. I don't think from the starting with the Excel spreadsheet, like, because like, when we've done big videos like this, I would have you work recently, like, you get to that, I got all the stuff, like, it's a really exciting day, but actually it's not, because like, right now, it's meetings, it's checkboxes, and you imagine, like, a rousing speech, everyone walks out, and like, yes, here we go, the truth is, if I do a rousing speech, it's like, it feels like a bunch of hard work, and like, direct conversations, and I think people are going,
It was definitely like I think the whole thing, I had a vacation in a number of years, which I'm not saying soothing. I was supposed to take off the chamber off. This stuff all started in November, and I was very less than that. So it was interesting because we did that. So people signed paperwork, it was actually paperwork itself, say the rest of April, right? And everyone in London, just outside London, holdings, 350 people, us our 190 or so, and the rest of the house. So we just signed for the whole like on show, and then like afterwards, it's like, oh, we're you start working Friday, and so there's a bunch of things like changing practice hours with my company. So it's kind of crazy because what we did, what we were in, so we raised a couple $1 million, the acquisition went through, and we did all that in, but basically we started it, basically before the market decided to really start, and the board game, we were like, yeah, we should have decided that, but also kind of stop, we keep going. I'm saying all that to say, like, I didn't really felt together, I don't think, because there's just so much to do, and like, me enough to know that, like, I don't know, we just kind of screwed up, and I kind of worried about stuff a little bit, because one thing I was fascinating is, like, a couple of weeks ago, even Peter and I were talking, he's like, yeah, a lot of money in the bank, still writing emails, still keep on the and maybe kind of think about it in a way of like, oh, like, I'm not different, and that is what's scary, and like, awesome, like, with things, like, one money in the bank, I'm not the same person, which, is something to reflect on, and quick time reflection.
I think that's, it's really well put in terms of a lot of people believe that that's the thing that's going to change their life, right? And it doesn't, and it makes sense that you are the same person to me. I'm also just so excited for you. I'm so excited that you like did the way you want to do it. Man, I'm so excited that you time about perfectly. Like most people do.
Such a skill.
You understand.
I hate a beautiful Monday time. There's no way.
You have data. It's fascinating. You want to have all the data.
Yeah, I'm just constantly. I will say I'm obviously by doing trust me. I text 30 people. I think it's 30 people. It's basically like, I can't tell you all the details, but let's say, right, multi-dynamic data exit, and most of these people that have some exit, which not all of them had some exit, they had like built-in existence. And I was basically like, okay, right, you were cut to the decision, they all have this, and half of it's against. Now, half of them, half of them have one thing, because he just said, I'm like, oh, yeah. There's one of those things where one half was like, yeah, no, right, I do agree, obviously, on the bank, so it's going to take a little bit in context, the other half is like, okay, at all, right? And then out of 33 had become, basically, like, all of their guys, very short period of time, they're all getting down. And it was one of those things I realized in these conversations that, like, the purpose and being comfortable with the decisions is such a bigger thing that we like talk about, right? Recommendation, I think is such a big thing. And I know you and I have these conversations, right? Where it's like, amongst our friends, someone will be like, well, yeah, I'm savage, there's much more, but like, I don't know, risk, man, you should take someone off the table, which is the risk, that's why you should raise money, blah, 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 right? And it's one of the things, and this was much earlier than it is today, you always said, it's one of those things where like, you have to have a strong sense of what you want to do and be right. For me, I was going through this transaction. If everything I thought about how to have to be wrong, I need to confidence of like, I need to stop, or like, okay, stop, and I'm happy or use that's me, or really think about it. Other people, it's like, I don't work for anyone else, I don't work for anyone else, and so if my baby gets destroyed, that's fine, as long as I have this hour this way, right? And I think that's the has to be done for, I would be raising money, and I would be for some companies.
Yeah, so that's great advice. Is it how you work at a time, right? Like that's the one thing that you should be, like what brings you joy and like what keeps you up at night, like, optimize for the thing that like puts you on the path of, I think the Express is the right call, but it's really hard to kind of pin that. Because as you said, like of the 30 and you asked like half of them, right? Half of them. So it's pretty wild. You would think that selling company, it would be something like 90% of people would be happy with it.
Well, I think it's because we know our others being rational anything, but we know ourselves, like whether we agree with that, right? It will certainly be like, yeah, it's my decision, it's great, in terms of it's just terrible, right? It's fine, it'll be fine, but like, and for me, like the introspection point, like we have to have those cycles and things as around you because one thing I didn't realize, and I realized now, like, I'm all in, I'm never doing, I'm starting 6 things, I'm seeing the kids, like I don't want to be profitable swag, like, on like on how swag, I'm just like all in, I knew that balance stuff, but that was the thing I felt changed a little bit, like, oh, like I have this, like, just freedom, I have my cash, and it was like, no, it didn't change, I work, I ran emails, I was able tension last night, I was, trying to just do those things, just really end it. I'm not like really demanding on anything else, I just demand on myself. I think that's the introspection that actually look that work right here before like for some of these
what advice do you have based on where you are now, and what you've been through, going through the acquisition and all of that? Like, what advice do you have for people who are starting tech? Like, how should they think about their journey to make sure they're on a path of like, maximum recommendation?
Yeah. So it's a good question. I think the thing you have to do is you have to realize that some of the things you will learn is going to be like wisdom you can talk. But what I would do differently is I would put some milestones in my business right now. I would first start today, I would say, what do I want? I want a business that builds a cash flow on my career design. I want to get $20,000 a year so that I can be happy or restart or something like that, right? Or I want to be a talk about our career. I should do yourself. And I would put milestones every 6 months, just for years. I think that value in a lot of decision making, you can have to know like what the values is company, like I want values being like I want as little time as possible in the sense of business for growth. Maybe I'm spend a ton of time first year kind of moving and afterwards because that affects like hiring people. Well, if I don't want to spend much time, I'm not going to still takes a lot of time to do that. It's just always things a little bit. That's the thing. But what do I want? Coming back to that, take change because they were fun. And two, doing probably some introspection on yourself, like I would not start a business with funding. I think that in hindsight, we should raise money earlier than exit, but I would start always in the first 6 to 12 months, side projects, a lot of work ready, or like, if that's on the runway, so get everything savings, stuff like that, because I think that crucible of each other, or psychology, it forces you to be really thinking about what is it inclusive for, what does that look like, etc. And you don't want to use funding to run. I don't think you should do that unless you're building a fusion or something like that. You should use funding to accelerate, not to run, because these are the cost mistakes. And for the exposed to yourself, like you're making some mistakes, that's okay. Like it's never linear, it's always like, in hindsight, it's always like, you're going to do so even like, holding fruit, you struggle with it, you go back and forth, it's probably one of those things that people really try to find it, how you did it, like, right? I think what makes yourself is, you're hard on yourself, so yeah, those are 2 things.
Love that. Wow, what an answer.
Oh, 10 times and be like, wait, hold on, I actually don't want that. I don't want a company that's only going to be a potential 10 times return because it's not going to have that type of impact. It's funny because that sounds.
So many building for me as far as the parallels with consulting, that's traditionally like the market. When you think about kind of classic commodities, trend followers, where they talk about portfolio construction and the structure of these returns, where there's a lot of small losses and a handful of really big winners that really drive the overall portfolio returns. Just kind of interesting thing to me that seems to parallel so much.
This concept of long fall investing is the exact same thing where the trend followers, they may be trading cotton, which goes strong, but what they're doing is they're making a lot of bets and a lot of uncorrelated markets, and the same thing might in the portfolio. And they're doing it where they're all going to do wrong. So it's a lower batting average, not necessarily, but we'll call that very honest batting average, as opposed to people who want to have 80% positive returns on trades. This is probably lower than half, but it's a really big winner to drive everything. And so I talk about this very contrasting that often because a lot of the VCs, the trend followers, I know there's not a lot of room on the diagram. You'll see people who say, my portfolio is half quantitative trend following and half the trend chart investing, but they both do the same thing. And oddly enough, they're probably incredibly great diversifiers to each other because the trend followers will be short anytime there's new macro prices. I talked about Dave who were 500 startups because he was talking about investing in the VC. A lot of them want to talk about market environment, but on a whole tail risk piece, and they actually talk about financial advisors or 4 times out of the stock market, you know, 10 times out of the stock market. It's not like the stock market often, it's like, heck, So I was laughing because he said, well, most VCs don't have a whole lot of cash sitting around. I was like, well, that's either an unsuccessful VC or they just don't make too much money because they have their whole life leveraged on that. I was like, if you remember 2000, 2003, there's benefits to going through full cycle. Deals will be raised, the valuations go down, there's less exits. It's just like the circle of life of the VC world. So the fact that most VCs and startup investors don't hedge their portfolio or have some sort of trend following or quantitative zig and zag to it is crazy to me. When I posted how I was my money, it shows that a huge chunk in startup investing, but also a huge chunk in tailors too, for that reason alone. But the philosophy of both are very similar. The odd part is even the standard S&P 500 index investors too, because that's what drives all the returns of the S&P 500 or market cap weighted index, is that as the stock goes up, you have more and more and more Tesla, Walmart, Apple, Amazon, and as it goes down, Enron, Pets.com, CMGI, you have less and less. And over time, that's an amazing trend on portfolio. They were generate all the returns. So maybe we have some listen to both sides of this on the podcast, so adopt it, but yeah.
So you talked about looking at this happened before, but so what's the plan if one goes public? Are you letting it ride? Are you selling right away? Do you have one?
Ideally for me, and there's like having tiers, each person has a home life situation. Ideally for me, it would be a scenario where I don't ever sell any of them, and it becomes this just 500 company portfolio. It's like I think we made an analogy at one point, like a vineyard. You have lots of vintages each year producing wine. Some years the wine they suck, some years it may be really expensive, some years there's fire, whatever. Some years it's world class. But you also then have these companies that not only range in maturity, how old they are. So some of them I have now are 8 years old, but others are 2 years old, and also from market cap ranging from 2 million on to 10 million plus. But I think the question you asked is a lot more impactful than the simplicity of it, which is the good news on this side. And we talk about market investing, 90+% of people they spend all the time on the buy decision, and then they figure it out as they go along on when to sell. So that's crazy. You need to establish sell criteria, even if it's just rebalance, even if it's a scale stop, whatever it may be, on public market positions, because otherwise it's emotional and that creates huge problems. On the private market side, you can't sell them. They're illiquid, so they may just go to zero, which is fine. But often, even the ones that are in existence may just continue to operate for an indefinite amount of time. Usually, what happens is they go out of business, they M&A, their secondary liquidity, they acquire for IPO. There's been a handful of IPOs, and a lot that are acquired. There's a few that become bankrupt, there's a few that have secondary liquidity. A little bit of everything in between. Now, I'm at the point where I'm trying to recycle a lot of gains back into investments. That's what happened to a family. We bought a house, and so there's living house, and there's expenses moving around too. But I think an important point of your comment is, let's say you have an ounce in there. Let's say you have $2 or something, and let's say you got $100,000 portfolio, and all of a sudden you're making $1,000, $1,000, and all of a sudden you have one company that just goes moonshine, and now it's worth $100,000 or $200,000. Your portfolio is like 90% one company. How should you think about that? And different thoughts on that. One is you just let it ride because the 100 bagger was on 10 bagger, so it gets that 100 bagger. And the point you make with the maximizer is the solution isn't to settle. A lot of people always got to settle. You're not saying that. You don't need to settle. Just kind of just accept whatever. Just don't try to over-optimizing it, whatever finds money.
Yeah, that's said really well. It's not about settling. I feel like settling has become this toxic word in our society, whereas if you're somebody who cares, or someone who's passionate, or someone with goals, settling is the opposite of what you want to do. And no, I don't like settling either. So there's this really great word called satisficing. And this is also coined by Barry Schwartz, a professor that I mentioned before. And what I love about this word is I think it does something really smart to shift our mindset from, oh, settling equals bad to satisficing equals good. And so what satisficing is I set a bar, I set a benchmark, and it can be a high bar, but when I achieve that bar, I stop looking. And so for example, if you're looking for a car, you could say, I want to find a used hybrid with no more than 20,000 miles that doesn't cost more than $20,000, and I want to be able to get it in the next month. And then you look, and when you find that car, you say, great, I found it, now I'm going to buy it. You don't sit around maximizing and say, well, 20,000 miles might be too much, or well, should I just wait until the 2023 model after you said I had a standard, I met it, and I'm going to take this opportunity and move forward with it. And so satisficers do have high bars, but when they achieve that high bar, they commit to it, whereas maximizers, even when they make a choice, they're always wondering, what else could I have done? And so how this applies to dating is that you can have high standards, but when you meet someone like that, invest in a relationship, commit to them. Don't find that person and say, I really like trail running, and she's just not into it. Could I find someone just like her except not trail running?
Well, you also agree with this idea of optimal stopping theory to help you overcome maximizing.
There's a concept called the secretary problem, and I learned about this through the book Algorithm Solidify. The secretary problem is based on this line of mathematical inquiry called optimal stop theory. So basically, that's a fancy way of saying, when you're making a decision, what's the right point where you should actually choose and stop looking? And so the example that they give is, imagine that you're hiring the secretary, and you have 100 possible candidates, and you have to go through them one at a time, and after each one say yes or no. And you don't want to go through all 100 because what if the last person is very good and that's the only person you can hire? And it takes time. Every person you interview is you don't have an admin who starts working for you. But you also don't want to choose too early because you haven't seen what's out there. And so there is a mathematically correct answer to this, which is that you should interview 1/3 of the candidates, so 33 of the candidates. And then you say, who was the single best person from this first third? That person is now your benchmark. The next time that you find someone who's as good or better than that first best candidate from the first third, you hire that person. And so you go to the third, you see who's out there, create a benchmark, and then you hire the next person who's like that. And with dating, you can say, all right, well, I definitely don't know how many people in my life I'm going to date. There's something like 100 candidates. But you might say, I think I'm going to date from the age of 18 to 40. And so what would be a third of my way through that age range? And you would say, it's about 26.1 years old. So you say, by the time I'm 26, I would have already met someone who's my meaningful benchmark. The next time I find someone who's as good or better than that person in terms of how much I like them, I will commit to that person. But you might say, I think I'm going to date from the age of 18 to 40. And so what would be a third of my way through that age range? And you would say, it's about 26.1 years old. So you say, by the time I'm 26, I would have already met someone who's my meaningful benchmark. The next time I find someone who's as good or better than that person in terms of how much I like them, I will commit to that person. And so when people hear me say this, they get stressed because they say, I'm older than 26 and I missed out, and should I go tell my ex-girlfriend that I love her? And it's not so literal. It's a concept that says you've likely already met someone great, and the next time you find someone great, invest in them. Don't keep looking, because there's so many people that knock on my door at 43, 44, 45 who are like, I just kept looking and I thought the person would appear, but turns out I did date a lot of great people, I just didn't commit to them, and now it's even harder to find someone.
All right, so talk about romanticizer, maximizer, what's the third one?
Sure, the third one is a hesitator, and there are many hesitators right now during the pandemic. And hesitators are people who say, I'm just not ready to date. They have unrealistic expectations of themselves. They think, I'll be eligible to date, I'll be lovable when, I lose 10 pounds, I get a better job, I clean up my apartment, I finally move cities. So they're always creating this excuse why they're just not dateable yet. But the truth is that no one's ever 100% ready for anything, including dating. And so for the hesitator, it's about the idea of stop waiting and start dating. Set a deadline for when you're going to start dating, maybe 3 weeks from now, and hold yourself accountable to it, or get a friend to do that. Take some pictures for your online dating profile, get some feedback, get some good first date questions, some first date activities, and just get out there. And there's really 2 reasons why it's so critical to start this. One is the only way to get better at dating is by dating, and 2, the only way to figure out who you want to be with, what kind of person makes you happiest long term, is by actually dating different people and seeing what side of you they bring out.
And you also see hesitators within a relationship, like couples who've been dating for years and they're talking about marriage, and it's like, well, we gotta wait until we both have jobs and we can have a house, and they end up never being married, and that's what they want.
Yeah, I hadn't thought about it that way, but I think the concept of a hesitator can really apply in many places. And some of the interviews with entrepreneurs where I apply the 3 dating tendencies to a business, and the hesitator is the person who says, well, I want to start a clean energy startup, but first I have to get a master's degree in energy, then I have to interview 100 people who work in the space, then I have to network with this, and it's like, instead of just starting and learning by going and being willing to make mistakes, they create this perfect future scenario in which they'll be ready, and it's much better to be the person who's in the arena, practicing, making mistakes and learning, than the person who's always creating an excuse about why doing something in the future will be better.
So those are the 3 dating tendencies. Another thing you do with your clients is you help figure out their attachment style. This is from the world of psychology or social psychology. How can you understand your attachment style help you in your relationship?
So this is something that's really, really based in research. This is not something that somebody made up. This is based on years of developmental psychology research going back to a professor named John Bowlby. And the idea here is that in our childhood, we develop different attachment styles to our primary caregiver. And they've been able to trace those attachment styles to actually adult romantic relationships. And that's what I'll focus on right now. And so there's 3 styles. One of them is the anxiously attached dater. This is the person who fears that they're going to be abandoned. So they feel like if you go to a bar and you don't text them, you must have met someone else and you're not interested, and they get very triggered and they get very worried that you're going to leave them. And so they go into this kind of danger zone. And once they're in that danger zone, they do something called protest behavior. So they might call you 100 times, send you 15 angry texts, they might threaten to leave. They are basically acting out because they feel activated or triggered, and they want you to make them feel better and say, no, I was just, there was bad Wi-Fi, you're bad service at the bar, and This person always wants to be in touch because they're afraid that you're going to leave them. Then there's somebody called the avoidant attachment style. These are people who are afraid that they're going to be smothered. They feel like whenever they're dating someone, that person takes up all their free time, takes up their space, they don't have time to be an individual. And so the avoidant attached person is constantly concerned with pushing people away. This is the person who says, I just don't have time to date, I need to focus on work, and she's left over, but she would leave in the morning, and I just wanted her out of my apartment, right? It's like they're just feeling restricted and they want to push that person away. And then a securely attached person, there's sort of history for this, they are the best of both. So they're comfortable with intimacy, but they're also comfortable with independence. And they know how to have boundaries, and they also know how to get close to someone. And so when you look at the numbers, around 50% of daters are securely attached. But when you're out there dating, it doesn't feel like that. And the reason is that securely attached people are really good at getting into partnerships. And so they're actually out of the dating pool and they're in relationships. And what you have are the anxious and avoidant people dating each other. This is really problematic because they reinforce each other's worst habit. An anxiously attached person thinks, whenever I date someone, they pull away. And the avoidant attached person thinks, whenever I date someone, they tether me. And so they're actually doing those exact things to each other in what we call the anxious avoidant loop. And often the work that I do with people is help them understand, oh, you are anxiously attached. You are obsessed with the chase. You get angry when someone's not in touch, and you worry that they're going to abandon you. Once you decide to like someone, you put them on a pedestal, and you think that they're perfect, and you avoid red flags. And by helping them understand these habits, they can stop dating avoidant people, they can start looking for a securely attached partner, and they can work on their own triggers so that next time something like this happens, they can actually help themselves before they go into that danger zone and start with all that protest behavior.
Especially, it's going to be yourself, because then you figure out that when you go to therapy, you don't be less erotic about people I'm with, or be less avoidant and go along with.
Yeah, I'm talking about a lot of frameworks here, but the whole one is know who you are, know where you thrive, know where you tend to get caught up, understand the premise, it's helpful to have a term for it, and then do something about it.
Hello?
And then do something about it. So if you know that you're an anxiously attached dater who loves the chase, who tends to date avoidant people, then learn what an avoidant person looks like. The next time it happens, say, no, I'm not going down this path again. I'm not making the same decision. I know where this ends. I am going to make a different choice, which is hanging up that relationship and pursuing somebody who's more securely attached.
Right, so one of the problems that people have when they're dating is that they think they know what they want in a partner. I think it's a lot of evidence too. Like, honestly, think we know what we want in a job or even a car or a house. But when we find that partner that has those qualities that we think we want, so we still feel dissatisfied with the relationship. So the question is, do we really know what we want, and how do we figure out what we actually would like in a partner or a relationship?
Yeah, so let me explain that premise, which is that in general, people think that their preferences are consistent. So they think, if you showed me any number of menus that had the same items on them, even if they were displayed in different ways, I would choose the same thing. Or I would always get this bottle of wine, or I would always prefer this movie. And we just know from behavioral science research that that's not true. Our decisions are heavily impacted by the environment in which we make them. And so what that means is you could make a different choice about food if the menu presents it differently. You could make a different choice about wine if you're in a different type of grocery store. And when it comes to dating, you make different choices based on how the app presents the person, how the person presents themselves, etc. And so when people come to me for dating coaching, sometimes they say, oh, I actually don't need help figuring out what I want. I know exactly what I want. I just need your help finding this person. And then they tell me about their spreadsheets with all the different people they dated, and they figure out exactly what they want. And it's usually some combination of height, weight, certain type of graduate degree, certain income. It depends on who I'm talking to, but they have this very precise image of their head. And they feel like the only thing holding them back is that they haven't met that person yet. And so I really like to switch things up and say, it's possible that the kind of person who's going to make you happiest long term is not like this person. And you could meet somebody exactly like this and it wouldn't work out because they could bring out a sad side of you. They could not be that supportive. They could make you feel self-conscious because they're so accomplished. You have this image in your head of you to be with, but it doesn't mean that that's actually will make you happy long term. So I try to encourage people to really be more open-minded and be like a scientist. And that means seeing different types of people, seeing what side of you that person brings out, and actually be willing to embrace a different kind of person.
No, you make the point that, like I started, you want to look for a life partner, not a prom date. But when we ask, like, what do we want in a potential romantic partner, we describe a prom date. So they're good looking, they're popular, they got a lot of status, they all want money, but that might be some satisfaction in the short term, might be a great date, but it might not be a great long-term partner. Instead, you should be looking at things like, do you get along well? Are they kind? Are they emotionally stable? Can you have a discussion about hard things? Like, those are the things that will give you long-term satisfaction in a relationship.
Exactly. And I feel somebody listening to be like, yeah, that's obvious. Of course you should do that. But no, I'm telling you, when I work with people and they bring relationships to me or tell me about people they dated in the past, they really are prioritizing the wrong thing. And so this is the idea that a lot of us are dating, quote unquote, the prom date. And like, think back to who you went to prom with, or who you wanted to go to prom with. I can tell you for myself is, somebody who's attractive, would be fun, would get to night away with, and maybe you want to hook up with them at the end of the night. You're not thinking about, are they reliable? Are they going to pick our kids up from the dentist? Can I depend on them? No, you're just thinking about fun in the moment. And it's fine to go to the prom with someone like that. But when you're 35 years old and you're dating, you need to move past the prom date and you need to move to like all the life partner. And this is someone who's going to be reliable, who you can make hard decisions with, who you trust, who you can take turns having issues, and the other person is going to take care of you. And so if you are listening to this and you're still dating the prom date, it's time to make a conscious shift towards finding a long-term partner and not just a person who you want to get to night away with.
We're going to work for sponsors. And back to the show. It all this idea that you think you know what you want in a romantic partner in the abstract versus who you actually taking it up with. You highlight research report from Paul We've had on podcast before. And even in this study with students, from first day class, they all gave each other ratings as to attractiveness. And those scores were really consistent. I mean, pretty much everyone said the same people were the most attractive or the least attractive. But then we redid the survey at the end of the semester, and people's scores had changed, and it really varied all over the place. So someone thought one person was not attractive at the beginning of the semester, now they found them more attractive. And somebody thought it was attractive at the beginning of the semester, now they found them less attractive. So it's like the classmates' attractiveness had risen and fallen as they got to know them more throughout the semester.
Yeah, I'm so glad you brought up that research. And one way that I've explained it is one of my favorite ways to spend time, pre-pandemic, etc., is going to these retreat weekends. So one of my friends organizes 50 people who stay in this amazing house in Lake Tahoe. You cook meals together, you eat together, you have presentations. It's kind of a fun conference. And if you lined up all 50 people the first day of the conference and you had to rank them in order of attractiveness, people would probably have similar answers. We all would say, this type of person is more attractive than that. Luckily, we don't do anything like this, but theoretically, at the end of the weekend, if I said to you, who did you find the most attractive or who did you like the most, the answers would differ because it would be based on, did we cook a meal together and talk about how actually both of our fathers passed away and we have that in common, or did you lead a hike with that person and do you admire them? And so yes, there's generally agreement on attractiveness, but that's just based on first impressions of physical attractiveness. As you get to know people over time, different people stand out to you. And so the idea there is it's not consistent and it's super impacted by the experience of being around a person. And so this is a good thing to keep in mind. There's a concept called relationshiping, which is the process of dating and getting into a relationship. Unfortunately, many of us are now doing what's called relation shopping, which is shopping for someone as if they were a Bluetooth headset that you're getting on Amazon. But the truth is that humans are not searchable goods. They are not items that you can put into the specs and say, well, this Bluetooth speaker is a little lighter, but this one's a little cheaper, but this one has higher volume. No, humans are what's called experiential goods. You have to be around us to see what it's really like. And experiential goods are things like movies or wine, where one person could love and the other person could hate it. So if you actually think about, people are different, they have to be experienced to be understood, and I can't just look at one image of them and decide if I like them or not. I actually have to spend time with them and see what side of me they bring out.
And this is what the problem about dating apps. Because whenever you download a dating app, you first ask what are your preferences in digital matches, and it's typically focused on those really superficial things: height, weight, attractiveness, college degree, job, etc. And so as soon as you set those preferences, you are immediately just eliminating potentially thousands or tens of thousands of what could be great range of matches.
Yeah, so I work at Hinge. My title is the Director of Relationship Science, and I'm constantly doing research into dating trends, understanding what works, what doesn't, giving tips about dating to grads and to users. And it's so interesting that I get to do this work because, with my dating coaching license, I work with hundreds of people. Now in Hinge, I'm getting to look at millions of people's dating habits and really seeing what the trends are. And so one of the things that I push is expanding your filters. And so that might mean if you have really strict age filters, maybe you don't want to turn it off and have any age, but you make the maximum a little higher and the minimum a little bit lower. If your geography is set for 1 mile or 5 miles, could you make it a little broader? And it's sort of metaphorical, but it's also literal. It's can you be more open-minded, and can you also open up the gates a little bit so that more people will show up on your app?
And how can people use the apps more effectively? So we'll broaden your filters a little more, but how can you make sure you're not eternally swiping?
So my first tip is just to really invest in your profile. I know that sounds obvious, but you'd be surprised. People create a dating app profile and they're like, okay, I'm gonna do it, I'm finally doing the apps, and they just watch through your profile. And they might just use elastic photos on their phone, even though they're not very good. This is a huge mistake. Imagine that your profile is like a billboard in Times Square, and it's your first impression, and it's really what people are gonna judge you on. You would spend time on that. And so when people make changes and improve their profiles, they see immediate results. And so those are things like having a really good first photo, something that's clear, you can see your face, the lighting is good, you're not wearing sunglasses, or using filters, just a clear picture of your face. Having photos that show what your body is like, so some sort of full body photo, and then using your photos to tell a story. story. Oh, this is me with my family or me with my friends. I have an active social life. This is me cooking. I love it. This is me speaking in front of an audience. That's what I do for a living. Whatever it is, it's storytelling and having variety. And so really spending time investing in that's the first major tip I would give.
Okay, so you do your picks, you also give great advice, like get friends involved, you want to get their 6 best picks put on there, and then also write a thoughtful profile. Let's say you do get a match. How do you get the conversation going so you actually get on a date with this person? I know a lot of people, things I've heard, and this is all new because I met my wife in 2001. This is completely, this is all new. I'm trying to worry about this, like my kids, they're 11, 8, and so a couple, 10 years to be dating. I have no advice on them really, I mean, some, but let's get a conversation. I know a lot of people just get stuck in the apps talking to somebody. I've never actually on a date. How do you go from app to the in-person date?
Yeah, so one big thing that I want to leave your listeners with is this idea of asking questions. It sounds so obvious. It's like, yeah, of course, but so many people that I speak to about dating tell me about people who are ZQ, 0 questions. And so one person, oftentimes in a heterosexual coupling, the woman feels like she's asking all the questions. Oh, you have an interesting job. How did you choose it? Oh, how did you wind up living in Michigan? What did you do? And the guy's answering questions, but he's not asking them questions back. And they're just like, what is this? Like, this isn't therapy. This isn't a job interview. Like, why are you not asking questions back? And when I talk to guys who are ZQ, they say, oh, I just thought if she had something to say, she would say it. Or she must have found me so interesting because she just kept asking me questions. It's like, no, everybody wants to talk about themselves and everybody wants to be asked questions. And this is the #1 easiest thing you can do is whoever you are, whatever kind of person you're interested in, ask questions. And so on a dating app, I would say the goal of chatting is to gut check the person, make sure there's someone you want to meet, and actually get to the date as soon as possible. And so you don't want to get into what I call pen paling, which is when you're going back and forth, texting a bunch, but then when you're trying to meet up, the person is, it's not about the date, it's just about texting back and forth. And so you want to chat for a while, maybe you want to do a phone call or video chat just to get a sense of who they are, the sound of their voice, and you banter back and forth, then you want to move to a date. And so I would ask questions, I would say to them, hey, I'm really enjoying getting to know you, do you want to meet another person, or really enjoying getting to know you, do you want to talk on the phone tonight, something like that. You want to create momentum, escalate it, and move off of the app and onto texting and then onto in-person dating really as quickly as you can.
I want to talk to you, just great tips on how to craft a good date, first date based on data science. But you're also, besides, even with Hinge, you're a big fan of people meeting potential romantic partners in real life. In your research, what are the best places to meet potential mates in real life?
Yeah, I think that best combination is for people to be on app and also be looking for people out and about. There's no reason why doing one of those doesn't mean that you can't do the other. So one thing is my book is called the Events Decision Matrix. And this is basically a way of saying what events should you go to and how do you prioritize them? How do you figure out what to go use of your time? And so you basically think about any potential events and you plot them on 2 dimensions. So one dimension is how much would you enjoy this event, and the other one is how likely are you to interact with someone at this event. And so you want to really prioritize events that fall in this corner of high likelihood of interacting with someone and high likelihood you'll enjoy it. And here's why. If you really like horror movies and you go to a horror movie marathon, high likelihood you'll enjoy it, low likelihood of interaction. People don't usually talk at the movies or at least about what you're saying. If you think about a workshop of learning how to bake, but you don't like baking, low likelihood of enjoying it, but high likelihood of interaction. People just talk at workshops. Because you really want to find one that you'll enjoy it, because even if you don't meet someone, it won't feel like a waste. And interaction, because that's what these events are for. You either are meeting someone and talking to them or you're not. So that's my first big tip, is meeting people at events strategically. The next ones are getting people to set you up by asking them explicitly, making it easy for them, and maybe even offering an incentive. Like if they introduce you to someone and you go on a few dates with them, you're gonna take them out for dinner, whatever it is. And other ones are looking around your friend group. Is there someone that you're friends with who actually could be a great partner? How can you broach that topic? Just meeting people when you're out and about, meeting people at an airport, in a coffee shop, really just thinking about the world as having a lot of opportunities to interact and not just saying, oh, dating is something that only happens on my phone.
I think that's a good point, because when I talk to a lot of people, it seems like they only do dating on the phone. And you're in college, you're in a class, like there's got to be people in there you can talk to that, that potential date. Why don't you, I can't believe I would never do this. I should do that. But totally, just broaden your choices or broaden your potential romantic partners.
Yeah, totally. I mean, I like to read a lot of the dating subreddits, and I saw one this weekend that was talking about this guy went to a meetup, and it was a bonfire, and he met all these people, and he was like, it was amazing. Like, I could tell right away if someone was interested in me, if I like your smile, if I like the sound of your voice. I ended up making out with this girl at the end of the night, and like this person was talking as if he'd never been to an event in person where you could potentially meet someone. And people in the comments were like, where is this event? How do I do more meetups? Like, it was seen as so revelatory, and it's like, no, meeting in person is a great strategy because it's basically solving a lot of problems that you have to solve more slowly on the app, which is, do we have good chemistry? Do we feel attracted to each other? Can we make conversation? It's almost like that meeting is like the first date or the half of the first date. So I think strategically people should be doing a combination of everything. You should be on a dating app because it helps you meet more people, it helps you get practice, you can meet someone right there. You should also be looking around you and seeing who am I in the same room with, and how can I find a way to talk to them?
Okay, so let's say you meet someone, there's a spark, there's chemistry, you want to have on a date, like any tips on your experience as a coach, also behavioral science, to craft a really good first date?
Yes, so I will tell you that, and you also mentioned the spark, which I hope you'll ask me about.
Yeah, okay, sure.
Yeah, so a few quick tips for designing a great date. So one is you really want to show the person that you're putting effort in, so asking them, oh, where do you live? Is there a certain place you want to go, or finding a place here, and just showing that you're really prioritizing them and putting effort in. Another big one is giving them small talk. So people have these first date conversations that are like job interviews. Where are you from? Where did you go to school? What did you study? How many siblings do you have? It's like collecting information, but it's not really having an experience. And look, you have plenty of time to get that information from them later, but that's not actually what creates connection or helps you have a good time. Instead, you should be focusing on being in the moment with them, maybe being playful. Can you go to a certain part of your city and try 5 different taco stands and get a little silly and you have salsa dripping down your face? How can you actually just be more playful, more open, more intimate, present, and having an experience with them versus sitting across from somebody at a coffee shop just exchanging information? That's not what leads to connection. And then another tip is be interested, not interesting. So often my clients are like, oh, I need to tell this story on a date because it makes me look cool. I want them to know that I have this fancy job, blah, blah, blah. But having a fancy job is not what's going to make that person have fun with you. What's going to make that person have fun with you is you asking them questions, you being curious, you making them feel interesting. And so instead of focusing on being interesting and how you're coming across, focus on being a good listener and a good question asker and making them feel interesting.
No way for that, but it's interesting people are interested.
Ooh, I like that. That's really great. Yeah, interesting people are interested. I totally agree with that from my experience. And then the last one is this idea of ending on a high note. So there's really great research from the behavioral economist Daniel Kahneman that looks at people getting colonoscopies. And so of course a colonoscopy is an uncomfortable situation. But what he found is that people would actually rather have a colonoscopy that's slightly longer, but ends in a less painful way than a shorter colonoscopy that's consistently painful throughout. And that's because our brains disproportionately remember things based on the peak moment and based on the ending. This is called the peak end rule. And so you can take advantage of it by saving a bad or mediocre date by really ending on a high note. And so you can order dessert, you can give someone a meaningful compliment, you can say, oh, I actually have one more surprise for you, and take them to a cool secret bar that they've never heard about. Because people remember the ends of things more, you can save the moment with a great ending.
What happens is, let's say you go on a date and you didn't think it was great, so you just didn't match there for whatever reason. How do you handle that? Because the typical response a lot of people do is ghost. Even people think that I will never ghost lunch.
Yeah,
so why shouldn't people ghost? And like, what do you do? I think a lot of people ghost and just don't want to say when they think they're 21 days and go on and get matched.
Constant hinge, and I think there's a big disconnect around ghosting. So when you ask people who ghost why they ghost, they say it's really awkward to reject someone and I don't want to hurt their feelings. And when you ask people who ghost, they say I would rather that you tell me, I'll feel a moment of pain and rejection, but then I can move on. And so it's like somebody doesn't want to pull off the band-aid and hurt the person, but that person is saying, please do that. I want clarity. I don't want to swim in this ambiguous sea of not knowing if you're going to ever text me again. And so if two people on a date, they don't like each other, they never text each other again, I don't think that's a big deal. I call that a mutual opt-out. But if we go on a date and I text you and I say, hey, look, you when you want to hang out again, and you never respond, I think that's hurtful and unnecessary. Why not take 2 minutes to send a kind but firm text? And so that could sound like, hey, I also enjoyed meeting you. Thanks for introducing me to that cool place. I don't think we're a good romantic match, but I enjoy spending time with you and I wish you the best of luck with dating. You're not promising you're going to become friends. You're not saying, hey, let's hang out again. It's not you're just saying, like, I like to meet you, thank you, I'm not interested.
I think most people will accept that. Okay, yeah, fine. What happens if people continue to ask, like, what can I do? What can I change? Like, how can we make this work? Like, that's what people worry about with ghosting out. They might be able to do that initial text, but then they don't have to do the potentially awkward rate of follow-up.
Yeah, I have done studies on this, and I would just say, like, what you owe the person is clarity around how you feel about them. You don't owe them anything else. You don't owe them a phone call, you don't dated wrong, you don't owe them feedback. It's just likely not going to work out well. And I'm talking about early dating. Obviously, your relationship with someone that should be a more intense sort of decoupling. But I don't think you have to get into it with them. Like, if someone's like, what did I do wrong? Was it when I said this? Like, I just kind of think that's a no-win situation. And so in that case, I would just not write back, or I don't know the exact language, but just something about, like, I don't feel comfortable getting into it, but that's how I feel about seeing each other again, something like that. So I think the most important thing is to not leave them hanging, but I think beyond that, you don't owe them deep feedback or an explanation, and that usually doesn't work out well.
So you mentioned the spark thing. Well, what do you want to say about the spark thing?
My philosophy is that our society is way too anchored on initial chemistry, fireworks, feeling like you show up to a date and you're going to love this person and you feel like you've known them your whole life. And people say to me, oh, I went on a date, she was great, I really liked her, she was fun, she was interesting, I'm not going to see her again. I'm like, what are you talking about? And the person says, oh, I just didn't feel the spark. And so it's become this all-encompassing word that means I didn't feel instant chemistry. And so I have this concept of the 3 myths of the spark. And so the first one is the spark can't grow over time, and that's just absolutely not true. A lot of people develop feelings for each other after a while. That's why you might end up hearing someone you work with, someone who lives in your apartment building. The more you see someone, the more you appreciate them. And so the spark can grow over time. Second myth is that if you have the spark, it's definitely a good thing. That's also not true. Some people are just very sparky. They might be charismatic, are super good looking, magnetic, and so you think, oh, there's a special spark between the two of us. But the truth is that they give many people the spark, and it doesn't mean anything about the two of you. In fact, a lot of people who give the spark or a are actually sort of narcissistic. And then the third one is that if you have the spark, your relationship is viable. That's also not true. Many couples that are now divorced or not happily married want to have the spark. And so it's enough to maybe get into a relationship, but it's not enough to keep your relationship going.
Gotcha. Okay. So spark times that don't mean it's led by because you take down that path.
Exactly.
Or misguided paths. So we mentioned having a relationship like early on, right? It's like the first date, second date, decide it's not even interested. You mentioned if you're in a more intense relationship, a long-term relationship, that conversation you have in any of the relationship needs to be a little more intense. Any advice for behavioral science of having in a relationship that you just think's not going anywhere?
Yeah, it's been a very unexpected and surprising part of my job over the last few years to do what I call breakup consulting, which is just people come to me and say, I have a decision to make, something doesn't feel right, should I stay with this person or not? And I get to hear responsibility. It's advising someone to make a decision, and it's not just that, it's also the person that they're with, and I have an impact on that. And so I have a series of questions that I ask them. We have the same, are you a hitcher or a ditcher? A hitcher tends to stay in relationships too long, and a ditcher tends to stay in relationships too short. I ask people, if your partner were to use clothing in your closet, what would they be? And that helps me gauge, do you admire this person? Do you like being around them? Or are you actually sort of stay with them and taking them for granted? When it comes to actually breaking up, the part is just holding yourself accountable. And so setting a deadline, being clear about when and where you're going to do it, thinking in advance about what you're going to say, not having sex with that person because that can really make things progress and make it harder to leave, and then not communicating with them after the breakup because so many people try to be quote unquote the nice breakup guy, and it that actually makes it harder for you to move on.
But you can kind of sort of, you can sort of like a ghosting script, but you can continue to have that conversation with people, ask what's going on, what happened, and you let that person like some explanations, but it's going to be one but firm with breakup.
Absolutely, yes, and yeah, like how you call it a script, I think that's really true because so often we don't have our conversations because we don't know how to start, or we don't know how to end, or we don't know what to say. But if you can get some basic templates or practice with a friend or role play, it becomes way less scary. And I would really recommend that people keep a copy of that anti-ghosting, I'm not interested text on their phone. They're in a folder, they can just copy and paste it. Or in my book, I have something called the conversation planning document. This is something I use all the time, not just in relationship conversations. And so the more that we can demystify crucial conversations and instead of avoiding them, actually tackle them head on, the better.
In your experience working with people, is it good to get right back into the dating scene after a breakup?
It depends. So some people have actually been over their relationship for a long time while they were in it, and then the relationship ends, and they're like, I don't feel that sad. Am I a monster? Why am I not sadder? And it's like, no, you actually won the relationship while you were in it. And so you might be ready to get out there. Some people are not ready for a while. And so I'd say, give yourself some time to breathe, figure out how you feel, put yourself back out there, and you'll see how you feel on that first date, and that will give you a sense of whether or not you're ready.
Well, this has been a great conversation. Is there any place else you want to learn more about the work in your work?
Yes, absolutely. So I teach a class. It's a 6-week interactive workshop called Date Smarter, and people can find out about that on my website. I also send out a weekly newsletter with research tips on dating, and people can find that on my website. And people can follow me on Instagram and Twitter at Dietary.
Fantastic. Well, thanks for your time. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you so much.
My guest is Logan Ury. She's the author of the book How Not to Die Alone. It's available at Amazon.com. Books everywhere. Make sure to check out our website, loganury.com. You can more information on our work. Also check out today.com/dating for resources you can deeper into the topic. Well, that wraps up another edition of the Annual Podcast. Make sure to check out our website, rvmans.com. You can find our podcast archives, as well as thousands of articles and reviews about pretty much anything you think of. And if you'd like to join ad-free episodes of the Annual Podcast, you can do so on Stitcher Premium. And stitcherpremium.com. Sign up to Toad Family to check out for free trial. Or sign up, download this trial on Android OS, and you start doing ad-free episodes of the Annual Podcast. And if it does already, I appreciate you taking 1 minute to use a video on Apple Podcasts or Spotify. Helps out a lot. If you've done that already, thank you. Please consider sharing the show with friends or family members. As always, thank you for support plenty of times for every day. Remind you on this Annual Podcast.
Cool. Alan quickly showed his engineering talent.
The doorbell on Alice broke, and he repaired it at the age of 7.
For skating work, young Alan issued an invoice to his father.
He got a lot of engineering encouragement from his father.
Although he was brilliant with numbers and mechanical things, Alan sometimes struggled with words. Here's his wife Doreen in a BBC interview from the 90s.
He couldn't read properly code until he was about 12. So I said, but you couldn't read properly for your code. He said, no, I didn't love correct equations.
That's not for equations. So to college, where he managed to finish his degree in just 2 years. After that, Alan started working at a company called Standard Telephones and Cables. His first invention for them involved fixing the issue with telephone lines.
At the time, there could be crosstalk between the different circuits.
Crosstalk is where you could hear someone else's conversation when you were using the phone.
So he had to find a solution. And with clever engineering, he got rid of a lot of it.
So every Robert was good at so his greatest inventions were in the field of music. In the late 1920s, he joined a Columbia Gramophone Company, which later became EMI Records. His first task was to create an electronic recording system.
The electrical recording system was the thing of the moment, because before that, everybody had to speak into horns.
These were big megaphones that captured sound.
And it's very difficult getting a whole orchestra in front of a horn.
At the time, EMI didn't have their own electronic recording system. Instead, they used one created by RCA in the United States. That meant that they had to pay royalties on every single vinyl record they made. So to get around this, they reached out to Alan.
And he went into the interview and he heard all what was required.
And said, yes, I could do it, but I don't think you'll be able to afford my salary. So EMI doubled their offer. And within 2 months, Alan had created a new electronic recording system.
And therefore, they managed to stop paying the royalties.
Alan's electronic recording system was impressive, but his next invention would change music forever.
He took my mother one day to the cinema, and he said to her, you'll notice that as this person talking on the screen moves across the screen, the sound stays in one position.
That observation gave him an idea, and soon enough, he applied for a patent.
Binaural is what he called it, but we nowadays call it stereo.
Alan's idea was revolutionary. It allowed vinyl records, movies, and even radio to have 2 soundtracks rather than 1. In movies, Alan's system recorded sound information on either side of the film track, one side for the left audio channel and one side for the right. This created a more immersive experience. Suddenly, the character's voice and footsteps could follow them as they moved across the screen. Here's a recording of Alan touching a stereo system in his office at EMI. For vinyl records, Alan's system cut different patterns on each side of the roof. Then, one side of the picked up the left channel, while the other side picked up the right. Now, each instrument had its own space, creating much more clarity than that. To this day, vinyl records work the exact same way. Then came the biggest test yet, recording a full orchestra at EMI's brand new Abbey Road studio. For that, the London Philharmonic Orchestra performed Mozart's Jupiter Symphony. The improvement of the model was obvious. Here's a mono version they recorded at the same time. Now back to stereo. The fellow engineers were amazed, but the managers at EMI didn't recognize the potential. The company was selling tons of mono records, so why did they switch to stereo? On the other hand, there was a big idiot that they didn't believe in, television, and the BBC had just contracted them to make the first television system. So as their top engineer, EMI put Alan in charge of getting them into the televised age. To test this new equipment, he had a television installed in his home. Then he filmed himself in his office and broadcast the images to his family. Here's his wife Doreen.
He would ring me up and say, oh, the telephone dial, you're in the set. We'll tell you what you can see, which is early television. Right, so I just look for a pipe, or what you've never parted in time, except in bed.
After 3 years of research and testing, Alan and his colleagues were ready. The first ever BBC television broadcast took place in late 1936.
Everyone, it is little Carl introducing BBC television telephone at end on present. This afternoon, other than to eliminate show, video, and film.
Alan also invented the wire used for outdoor broadcasts. That got its first trial during the coronation of King George VI in 1937. Although he was only 1 year old at the time, Alan's son Simon got to watch on television at home.
I don't remember a thing about it, but I was there. There was only 3,000 sets in 1937, and they reckon 10,000 people saw it.
Alan kept on working on television technology until the beginning of World War II in 1939, but the BBC worried that the television transmitter could help aid the enemy's navigation systems. So as the war started, they shut down all television broadcasts. Not long after that, Alan joined the government's HUS radar project. That was a kind of radar that could carry outboard bomber planes.
Churchill demanded 200 sets of this H2S system. He could see through clouds, and the bomber could get a picture of the site that they want to bomb.
The project was top secret, and not even his family knew what he was working on. Here's the read one line.
And when the war started, he said to me, I shall not be telling you anything of what I'm doing, because I'm not allowed to speak about it.
Alan and his team spent 18 months developing the HUS radar system. By June 1942, they were ready for a test flight. Alan decided that he wanted to take part.
In the end, 11 people got on board, and my father was able to see the results.
The radar system worked just as they hoped. All of that hard work had paid off. But sadly,
on the way back, a starboard engine caught fire. The pilot was desperately looking for somewhere to land the plane before the fire got worse.
The pilot tried to land the plane safely, but it ended up crashing.
All 11 on board was killed.
Simon was only 6 at the time, but he still remembered that day.
Our house was at the end of the road. I walked on into the house, and there was Mama crying her eyes out.
Since the HUS project was top secret, Winston Churchill ordered that no one should be able to know about the crash. As a result, only Alan's family heard about his death, and that had a huge impact on his legacy.
Because nothing had been written, there was no recognition of the country.
Alan's tragic death meant that he never got the recognition he deserved during his lifetime. But over the next couple of decades, people slowly started to rediscover his inventions, including stereo. In the early 60s, a full 30 years after Alan had developed it, stereo sound was finally installed at Abbey Road Studios, and that system found its way to the hands of an exciting young band. Back to me after the break. Right now, you can only hear the podcast in stereo, so I can be in your left ear or over here in your right ear. If you want more than that, you'll need a lot more speakers. In my case, in my studio, I'm surrounded by 12 speakers. That means I can be If you know what that sound is, submit your guess at webcastmystery.20k.org. If you want to guess it right, you can win a super soft 20,000 t-shirt. By the way, we just launched a brand new online store featuring our classic super soft shirts, but also 20k hoodies, hats, and more. We have lots of ideas for more designs coming in the near future. Just see the new store at 20k.org/shop or tap the link in the show notes. That's 20k.org/shop. The first sound recording machine that can also play back that sound was invented in 1877 by Thomas Edison. In his first recording, Edison chose to read Mary Had a Little Lamb. Unfortunately, it was. Here's one from just a year later, featuring that same nursery rhyme. That recording was in mono, which meant it only had a single channel of audio.
Mono was actually how everything started. My name is Robin Rivers. I'm mainly a mixing engineer based out of Miami.
Robin worked with all kinds of artists, including Spanish pop icon Alejandro Sanz, Canadian singer-songwriter Valencia Tierra, as well as Queen's legendary guitarist Brian May. Robin also lectures at the Abbey Road Institute, a school for music producers. There, he teaches students how to work with all kinds of audio, including mono recordings.
So one of the things to make sounds. What the sounds like, for example, your guitar, your bass, your drums, your vocals. Would all come from a single speaker, so you would put everything in one place. You would balance the instruments. When you mix in mono, it really forces you to focus on making sure that your mix translates and does what it needs to do.
The downside is that everything can start to sound crowded. It's like all the instruments are trying to squeeze through one door, and they end up being squashed. Alan Bloodline's stereo system was one solution to the problem, but he wasn't the only person trying alternatives. Walt Disney also thought that audio could be recorded on multiple channels, so for the 1940 film Fantasia, his team created a system they called Fantasound. First, Disney engineers placed 30 microphones around the orchestra. The audio was then recorded onto tape machines in the basement below. The result was a recording that could have up to 7 channels. Fantasound was incredible, but it was also expensive, complicated, and unreliable. As a result, Fantasound was only featured at special screenings of Fantasia, and it wasn't used on any other Disney films. Then, in the late 1950s, engineers at Bell Labs invented their own stereo system, or at least they thought they had. They didn't realize that Alan Bloodline had invented stereo almost 30 years before. Here's one of Alan's colleagues recalling how he broke the news to the team at Bell Labs.
And then you try to think about that's impossible because you say, we've got patents on all this. I didn't make good enough patent on the title. It's hard to 5 minutes thinking you had existed.
But once stereo caught on, it started to be installed in studios. One of the first to have it was Abbey Road in London. And one of the first bands to record with it was a little group called the Beatles. The Beatles were known for being innovative in the studio, but this new technology confused them at first. The Beatles were Apple, and initially thought, okay, we have two speakers, so let's the drums in one and the bass in the other, and the vocals in the left one again. As a result, the original stereo mixes of their albums sound a little strange to modern ears. For example, here's what their song Girl originally sounded like in stereo. The vocals are panned all the way to the right, and the instruments all the way to the left.
The very famous story about Paul McCartney, I mean, I have to kind of paraphrase, but he said that basically they had to hit their mix that they had done where they had half of the instruments in one speaker and half in the other. And he went to a party and they basically had two speakers, and one was in one room and one was in the other. And when he was listening to the music, he was like, hey, I don't need to when you realize that maybe it's not such a good idea to do like that because you don't know how people are going to end up purchasing the music. Perhaps this approach isn't surprising, because mixing in stereo is different from mixing mono. When you open it up stereo, of course, you have to think about more possibilities because they all now have left, right, what do I place where, and makes you think differently about the mix process. But over time, people learn to make a mix of stereo. In general, people like to use the full stereo spectrum. Most of the key lead instruments are typically kind of in the middle, like vocal, kick, snare, and bass, and then all the other instruments like piano could be on the left, guitar on the right, or vice versa. So, for example, you might start a song off as very intimate and very like narrow, as in most things in the middle. But then when the chorus hits, you want to open up the sounds, and that's when you get more instruments and left or right. You start having a lot more possibilities.
Eventually, the Beatles remixed their early stereo albums in a more conventional way. Here's that recording of Girl in its original stereo format.
Is there anybody going to listen to my story? All about the girl that came to stay.
And here's the remix.
You're the kind of girl you want so much it makes you sorry. Still you don't regret a single day.
Now, from here on out, all the examples we played use stereo. That's because even if you're listening on a multi-speaker system, the MP3 format used by podcasts only has 2 channels of audio, 4 long. But stereo wasn't the end of the story, because in the early 70s came quadraphonic, which features 4 sound channels. You have rear left, front right, and rear right. Early artists to use quadraphonic include the Byrds with Bird Phoenix. Pink Floyd also released a quadraphonic version of Dark Side of the Moon. The quadraphonic albums were expensive to make and were designed to be played on a special turntable. If you played them on a normal deck, the quadraphonic was a key. The music stayed in stereo, but in the late 70s, the movie industry was experimenting with something new. So round.
That was really like a major push. All the movie theaters converted to having surround sounds.
Although different studios used different systems, they were all based on having 5 audio channels.
They would be left, center, right, left surround, which would be the back, and the right surround. So those are your 5 main channels. That kind of change in the infrastructure would come from the movie theater owners, and it was a consensus of like we want to up the quality of the experience.
One of the first records to use surround sound was Francis Ford Coppola with Apocalypse Now. Coppola went his epic war story to have an equally epic soundtrack. We started the project in 1974. Movie theaters didn't have surround sound yet, but Coppola has a solution for that. Here's the film sound designer Walter Murch in a 2006 documentary.
At a certain point, Francis decided that the film was only going to be shown in one theater. To be a specially built, constructed theater that would be directed in the geographic center of the United States, somewhere in Kansas. And we just showed this film, made the film for over 10 years, and it would be a fantastic cinematic experience. So I went out much more to go see this film.
In the end, the film took so long to make that movie theaters caught up with Coppola's ideas. In 1979, Apocalypse Now was released in surround sound. In the United States, the following year, it won the Oscar for Best Sound. Audiences loved the immersive feel of surround sound, and before long, it was everywhere. Almost every blockbuster in the 1980s used it, from The Empire Strikes Back to Batman.
Batman. Can you hear me? Just the two of us, mono, e-mono.
While surround sound was impressive, it's actually not what we associate with movie theaters today.
The next thing that really caught on was
5.1 came along in the early 90s, and it had 6 channels of audio rather than 5. That might not sound like a big change, but that 0.1 makes a huge difference.
The way it works is that the first number is your main speakers, and then the 0.1 is your LFE, your low frequency effects.
That extra channel of bass audio created a punch that we now associate with the big cinematic experience.
There was a part of the first movie where they incorporated that low frequency channel to basically have a rumble of the dinosaurs and make that comfortable in cinema.
This low frequency channel also made it possible to create our old friend, the king of modern movie trailers, the Booge. That was a test of the block. But there were still more channels of audio to come. We had speakers all around us, but not above us. That all changed in the early 2010s.
The next evolution is object-based audio, where you're no longer limited by a set number of speakers, but instead what you do is you create objects. So every object is a mono audio file, and it comes with location information. So for example, I can have a lead vocal, and it has X, Y, and Z coordinates. So you can place it in the 3D sphere, and then let it translate by render to the amount of figures that your system has. So if you have a figure system that has 128 figures, it will render differently than when you have a figure system that has 500 figures. So you have a lot more creative freedom when it comes to mixing.
There are several object-based audio systems, but the most famous one is Dolby Atmos, and the first movie to use it was Pixar's Brave in 2012. Until recently, it seemed like immersive audio was everywhere except in music.
When it comes to music, there wasn't really that like global consensus of, oh, we should all consume music in 5.1 or 7.1 or whatever format it is. I think most people were happy with what they had in stereo.
Part of the problem was that spatial audio was expensive, but it had multiple speakers, as well as lights for that audio. But then, headphones were developed that recreated the effect of having 128 speakers with just 2. The science behind this is a little complicated, but let's demonstrate. Normally, with old-fashioned stereo headphones, the sound arrives in your left ear. But with spatial audio headphones, the sound arrives in your left ear, and then, with a slight delay, in your right ear. This simulates how we actually hear audio in real life. By using this and a few other clever tricks, spatial audio headphones manage to overcome having just 2 channels. As a result, musicians are now experimenting with object-based spatial audio. For example, Disney star Olivia Rodrigo's 2021 album Sour was mixed in spatial audio. And Hollywood legend Hans Zimmer remixed his track Lost But One from the movie Rush for this new technology. Spatial audio has already revolutionized the way we experience movies, games, and now music, but we've only scratched the surface of what's possible.
I think the possibility of this endless. I told you earlier on the story of Paul McCartney when they were just discovering stereo and adding something left and adding something right. I feel like when it comes to immersive audio, it's still kind of at that stage. Like everybody's still exploring, experimenting, finding out what works, what doesn't work. So I think it's a very exciting time to be doing this.
But none of it would be possible without that first step taken by Alan Blumlein back in the 1930s.
He said that he was so lucky to be where he was because there were so many things that needed solving. He just loved getting the solution.
And for Simon, restoring his dad's legacy has been his lifelong project.
It's been my aim in life ever since I lost my father. Looking back on his life, I know my father so well now.
In 2017, something totally unexpected happened. The Recording Academy of the United States gave Alan a posthumous ring for his work, and Simon was there to collect the prize.
It was a wonderful occasion, and I held it up and said, I've waited 75 years for this recognition of my father. Daddy, this is yours. It was the shortest speech, and it got the biggest applause.
Hertz is produced at the Sound Design Studios, De Facto Sound. Find out more at defactosound.com. This episode was written and produced by Andronis. It was story edited by Casey Franklin. It's the emotional impact.
500 different people serving as clients in my book, and all of them are represented in every episode of my book. And so just like not keep saying, I only see this sort of, and I end up serving all sorts of people. So I watch it sort of a rule of estimation like you.
This is amazing. I know that you can help to distinguish between Hugo and County. This is a relationship which we've been speculating about on this show quite a bit. But Emily, this is the episode that you loved, right? And it's also the episode where we get a new product actual CEO or co-CEOs.
Yes, this episode first of all takes place the day after Logan dies, and they're all out looking more angles in Logan's house. It's all about it's over. There's a little bit of mourning. In the beginning of the episode, they show that the kid kind of like laying around. Oh, and drop the bomb news that shit is pregnant, by the way.
Before the titles.
Yes, and it's the coordination that legendary, as she says. So the whole episode is vying for power in this aftermath. Like the king is dead. Who's going to be the next king? It's totally unclear. There's a wonderful scene in the kitchen where Jerry, Frank, and Carl are kind of like trying to work their magic. And Tom, he's heavily dismissed. But yes, the whole episode is about this board meeting. Who's gonna be up to be the CEO? And it is delicious in all the ways we love Succession to be.
In terms of continuity, it is fascinating what they show and what they don't show. But we never actually see the board meeting, right? We just kind of see Stewie budging in quasi-invited to the pre-board meeting and effectively single-handedly just coordinating Roman and Kendall as co-CEOs at that point. It's not the only need to see the actual board meeting.
Right, that's like so many things. The pre-meeting is where everything gets decided before the meeting, where you just pro forma say what you're gonna say. It's all happening already. That's how it works, right, Michael?
Well, I think actually when I'm going to these high-stakes meetings, almost the criteria for success is that everything is decided beforehand, and nothing, no surprises, nothing for your input, everything brought together. Sometimes it's a little expensive meetings, so there's a sort of simple thing that has a preordained outcome. And not only is that not frustrating or boring for people, it's sort of seen as just as it should be in a way. So.
I'm reminded actually of my cousin Thomas, we had on the show a few years ago, when we had a company that we controlled, so still got the company in the board meetings. There would always be a meeting of the Salmon family the day before the meeting of the board meeting of the company, where everyone was actually decided to be in the Salmon family. And it's interesting that at various points in the episode, Shiv talks about having a message from her mum, Greg talks about how he's talked to Uncle Ewan, clearly there are other members of the family who would like to be involved in those discussions, but they're just not there. Physically, even that doesn't really actually happens.
That's the most important conversations, obviously the conversation between Kendall, Roman, and Jib, but also between Kendall and Stewie. That was basically the pivotal conversation where, and let's unpack that real if we want.
You want, this is like money succession, you want.
Yeah, we want to unpack. So Kendall basically, they have this interesting conversation where at first it's personal and they're talking and exchanging insults. And then, he makes this play for Stewie's support, and then Stewie says, what's in it for me? And Kendall just says, helping out an old friend. And that seems to have worked. Thoughts? Elizabeth?
Yeah, it's not a character for Stewie to say, okay, but you have to really have it, but it seems to you that seems to be enough. And for me, they haven't established in Stewie for that clip, so it's a little confusing.
Well, I mean, we've had, their relationship has been tumultuous over the course of this show, and they've been very close, and they've been very far apart at various different points over the seasons, but it has always been clear that they go back a long way, and so on some level, there's that one line where, is it Frank or Carl, basically turns to Stewie, looking at this face completely, he's implemented basically, as he just wants to be the puppet master. And I think, if one answers your question, really that's the answer, right? That Stewie reckons he's going to have more control over Ken than he would over, say, Jerry, which is probably true.
Right, I think simultaneously behaving as if this is a really crucial consequential decision that we want, like, all simultaneously saying, this is just different with the deal down now, and every sort of says, well, you can't think that you that long, and that going on. It's like, Stewie, like, everyone else is sort of thinking, this is just one move on a chessboard and not the final one, and, I never just trying to figure out what gives them the most favorable the terms for future moves, like, after all, there are already 6 months of
Right, and the old guard is basically like, Penny's car says like, I almost bought this house on Greek Island or something, like Kendall's just gonna screw it up, but he's not gonna land this deal, and like it's all gonna fall apart, which I share that concern.
Yeah, I mean, if I was Stewie and purely motivated by money, and I really wanted the deal to happen, I would put in someone whose job was clearly to sell the company and who was answerable to the non-family shareholders who didn't have any emotional, shit tied up in the company. I mean, Stewie knows, because he's not done, that all 3 of the kids were violently opposed to doing this deal, not so long ago at the end of season 3, right? They were paying themselves the idea that they changed their mind and they want to do the deal. But like, if your main thing is I want to do the deal, then you don't put in charge 2 people who are violently opposed to it as 2 weeks ago.
And who have like an interest and who have had an interest over the past 4 years, not obviously longer, in running your father's company. Like it's just too tempting. And by the end of the episode, you have Kendall, going behind Roman's back and like doing his head dirty, and to set up this like PR campaign to basically smear him after he's dead. Like it's just, even if they're telling the truth and they want to do this deal, like they don't. Let's see if they can do that job.
We also assume that the error of information is not real, that once they're at sea, they stay there if they make great moves.
So are you saying that Roman and Kendall clearly don't want to do the deal?
No, I think the deal is kind of ancillary to what their ambitions are. I think now that they're in the COC, the COCs, their priority is to stay there. So whatever allows them to do that, I think is,
So when you say that, like, do you mean beyond staying there as head of like AT&T and doing the, running that media company that they said they want to run?
Yeah, I don't think they have any intention of just being interim CEOs.
Yeah, but they would, like, if they do the deal, they become the permanent CEOs of AT&T, right? That's the plan. The question is, like, what I'm asking you is, when you say they don't have any intention of being interim CEOs, do you mean they don't have any intention of being interim CEOs of Waystar, Roco, theme parks and cruises and film studios and everything else? It's just, the point is, if they want to actually settle the deal on.
I don't think they do now. I think it makes a difference that Logan's actually gone, but if they could always do that they had trouble wrapping their heads around the idea that Logan was ever going to leave. And so now all of them are interested in their own way. All of them are going to be in charge of the company at some point. So for me, it just makes sense that now that Kendall and Roman are in that seat, they'll do whatever it takes to steer.
Mike, what do you think?
I was wondering, my favorite scenes, which is the when they call back to me and they have a conference call and talking into assistant Wolfstar. And just that choreography of expressions, faces, and everything. It's a weird moment where it's comes through when they actually know that that Logan died. You're getting sort of cues from this is like, oh man, not how it's all these movies. And I hadn't gone through what were they going to say? I guess what they're going to say is we're going to turn around and you'll up and we'll get back to the week how it ended. But I think they know I think the kids really do sort of all see that that's a contrary where they're unable to see anything until the next step. And the next step now is sort of making sure they're charged the next accounting.
They definitely made it clear that the original timeline, which is basically that the deal gets signed tomorrow, is off. And like, never very real. And it seems that Lucas Nelson has understood that very well because he's going to schedule this annual retreat that when we're going to be signing the deal. So, yeah, but like, clearly, I think as of episode 1 of this show, the annual retreat is not scheduled for this time. Because episode 1 was they would be signing the deal at it. It's wild that kind of how it's not obvious how the degree to which kids actually like go off that and understand how much of a play it is. But he's doing some kind of a play, and it's not obvious what play he's making, right? It's not obvious, like, is he changing his mind, or is he like just preserving optionality? Like, he's waiting to see, he's seen obviously what's over to check rights, or is he waiting to see whether he can get a better deal, or is he waiting a little bit and watching things further along?
I don't think he'd rather deal with anyone that's also Logan, who I think was at least not formidable and too pretty sure force will in the situation, even though it seemed like, they're separated in style by generations and mutual lack of understanding that after that. I think my guess is that he sort of would think that the longer he waits, it's just get more and more favorable for him correct and
I mean, you have 2 options to do the deal that I agree on, or do the deal at 3 options to do the deal at low rates and not do it all. And things are in play, so it makes sense that you would not pay that original price because the company is now worth less than it was before the fact.
Presumably that alone, it suffices to explain white Sandy is Stewie, become very quiet about their idea of trying to get closer.
Yeah, that's like off the table, right? I know what I'm talking about. That's
Which is weird, right? Because like in principle, nothing has changed in terms of the assets that Nancy is buying.
yeah, it doesn't really make a lot of sense because like collateralize almost because now it's like everything depends on Kendall and Norman's ability to land a plane. What does he say would be a feather in my chest? Would be a feather in my hat if I can make this deal? Like,
And actually, you know, there was that one scene between Shiv and Tom where she was like, it's my fault that Dad died, basically. That I think probably she speaks on some like emotional level for all three of them when she clearly deeply regrets having pushed him to try and renegotiate the deal and get better price. And his death has just kind of placed us all over that entire idea, and no one is still pissing into it anymore, not even, you know, Sandy.
yeah.
I didn't see it all last season, now he doesn't have a real definitely lines.
He's told me about what you're doing, what's your
My party like sad and stuff like that. That's actually good. That's a question.
Because you know that's a bit of an actor, or something better.
Yes, a lot of sex parties. And it's something that's
I don't know, it's not yet, it'll take about it, yeah.
I mean, it's like whenever that was, like I said, it's a week where presidential candidate was coming in and people were making speeches and what kind of crazy was that? That would make it like
Yeah, that like really guy who I always think of being like Roman Morris, just standing up and trying to, I don't know, gather the troops and getting my back over everyone thinks we wrong there, right?
something like you're trying to find center, yeah.
But there was a whole episode, there was this people kind of see me characterize someone else in their specific terms, and that was an example I can go and say, you know, Polaroid was a nine figuring to the movement and everything like that. So then when you have, who is it that says, I don't know, it gives you the cover of their source and digits, and then I think Frank says, well, you must say that this isn't constitutional, not prepared at this moment to accept whatever, you know, and then there's I think Frank is talking to Tom and says something like, well, let's see if I could attempt that out there, how you might be viewed, and you go to that long speech about, you know, you're hanging around and you say, well, you know, you're like you're dead, you're married, and you're all, you know, from the dark, you know, like anyway, and you know, it's always like, people just kind of thing where, you know, Cortez is very happy, with the ultimate sort of, you know, the plot device that's unleashed, by Kendall, which you know, sort of tweaking or respinning, you know, that's about the late father, and it's just saying, well, you know, I'm going to too, but I'm going to send out, you know, it's actually doing, you know, on character testing, basically.
That's really good point. There is a few more people episode of like Logan's life is being written right now in real time, and there's a great scene with the kids where they're looking at obituaries, and they do translation. So it says he was a complicated man, and it says responsive staff, shopping with the national mood, very racist, man is terrible, lots of racist, so good. Yeah, that does run through the whole thing. Like this is, and I think comedy really says it like history is being written right now.
Yeah, well, that's that wonderful line before he wasn't near it, he was a libertarian.
Then you only want to lose, and you go with taxes. I don't understand what earlier.
It was practically another capital. He made like, you know, obviously kind of ridiculous, but he's hard to like now, you know, at some point we should like write Logan's victory a little bit. Logan definitely has the Murdochian ability to let the winds blow in where they're moving, like to be able to support both Blair and both Trump. You know, like he wasn't an ideal, but he's very sort of belief in that thing. I do think that sort of libertarian practically another capitalist, right? Like he's just like Lord of the Jungle, right? And I am going to just go out there and war more loudly than anyone else, and I'm going to take over, and I have the most money, and therefore I get to. And be about as far as his sort of ideology went. So the money is what you make progressive insurance, which is putting power back in your hands. You choose what podcast you listen to. I thank you very much for listening to Slick Money. I really appreciate it. You already listen to others as well. Tell me what you choose to listen to. You choose to listen to. You are following the shots now.
I'm not usually going to get like something that feels anything fiber knows that straightforward and so well. Because when you become a billionaire, you don't just get crazy fast. It's straightforward, no taxes. So you know that good enough. And I'll let you get back to that podcast. Straightforward, no good fees, no big tax, no price increase in 12 months. Live like a billionaire, with AT&T fiber. Live it up, it's like everything to you can have every tax.
I think we need to talk about Marshall.
Last month, Cascade and Denmark released a new album, and the track from that album you just heard right now is Bright Lights, featuring Arco. Great start. As you can tell, put live live yet though. I got some great music for you this week. From individuals, durability, review, and a few meetings. My track for go. But first, I go up. This is faster.
As a route to marketing, you're making out multiple find genuine connection. There can be a lot to navigate with online dating, like encountering profiles that seem too generic or maybe a little too much. eHarmony helps you create a profile that shows the real you, and your well-rounded personality quiz helps you find someone who will really get you. eHarmony wants to help you show up online as the truest version of yourself. Join the dating app and helps users find those authentic, happy relationships and see for yourself. eHarmony, get someone who gets you. Start free today. Okay, you're welcome to another edition of the Art of Manliness podcast. You're really excited about our idea to start an exercise program or become a better partner for people guys. Then you do nothing. Absolutely nothing. Instead of the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Even if they don't seem straight 80s, good intentions that go unfulfilled can lead to real suffering. When you fail to act on your career plans of progress, you end up feeling frustrated, demoralized, and stuck. My guest is a clinical psychologist who spends his career obsessed with how to tackle the stubborn issue of human existence. His name is Steve Levinson, and he's a co-author of Following Through, the revolutionary model for finishing whatever you start. Steve first explains the unhelpful idea that you have to follow through, and at its real cost comes down to introducing two different systems within us. Convince you the aha we have as how to reconcile systems. Follow through our intentions and offer strategies on how to put involved in method and practice. We have a conversation with the idea that the greatest strategy for increasing the follow through is treating your intentions with a seriousness that borders on the sacred. After shows over, check out our shows today with the /follow through. Steve Levinson, welcome to the show.
Well, thank you.
So you co-authored a book called Following Through, and it's about a problem that a lot of people have. You have good intentions, but then you just don't follow through with it. You're a clinical psychologist, and you spent all your time and career researching and writing about the problem or follow through, and helping people show that. What about you on that path?
Well, when I began my career, I worked at a medical center and spent day after day after day working with and observing patients who didn't get better fast enough without sick in the first place because they failed to do things that they knew they should do and actually told themselves that they would do. And I was just struck by how much of the problems that people have in the realm of health are caused by poor follow through, by just not doing what they intend to do. And as I got fascinated with this topic and I saw that there was relatively little research done on it, I became interested in the fact that people don't follow through in all areas of their life. It's not just with regard to healthcare. That may be especially consequential, but people don't follow through with their good intentions when it comes to relationships. They tend to be a better partner, a parent, a better child, a better anything, and they often don't do it despite the fact that they sincerely intend to do it. And I was frankly puzzled and perplexed by why this topic, which seems to affect just about everyone in various ways, didn't get more attention than it did get. So I decided that I was going to make this my life's work. This is going to be my contribution, if you will, to somehow shed some light on why it is that we humans do such a lousy job of following through on our own good intentions.
These are some of the problems that poor follow through can have. So in the healthcare world, and you can see it all the time. They go to the doctor says, hey, you lose some weight, but they're start exercising, watch my diet, but they don't do it. Then we've seen in other parts of our life. I mean, New Year's resolutions are a perfect example of poor follow through. We intend to do all these things, but we don't. And it's hurting us in the short term and long term.
Exactly. Yeah, it's just unbelievable the kind of chaos and havoc that poor follow through wreaks on our lives in every respect. When you just think about relationships, people all the time make promises to themselves that they're going to be a better partner, they're going to do this thing that will help their partner in some way, and they just don't do it. They decide to improve their posture, and they just don't do it. They start off with a bang, but they fizzle out very quickly before the job is done. In every sphere of life, finances, people intend to save, they intend to curb their spending to achieve various financial goals, and often they just don't do it. So if in fact there was a pill that one could take that would enable them to immediately and consistently follow through on all their good intentions, it would have an amazing result on the quality of that person's life.
So you start off your book following through by unpacking unhelpful ideas about why we don't follow through with our intentions. Sometimes when you have a failure to follow through, well, why did it happen? And you, in your research, is working with people as well, you found some common explanations people tell themselves as to why they didn't follow through. And the first one we talk about is the follow through fairy tale. Explain that myth.
Well, the follow-through fairy tale has to do with the fact that we believe something that just isn't true about follow-through. We believe that if we have a good intention, if we're truly motivated to make some kind of change, to make some kind of improvement, to make some kind of adjustment, and if we're motivated enough, we'll do it. That's all it takes. It's just automatic. If we're convinced that we should do it, we'll do it. And that's very appealing, and it's very logical. Unfortunately, it's a fairy tale. It's just not true. It doesn't work that way. We have a very complicated, frankly, messed up system for dealing with intentions that just doesn't produce that kind of result. It isn't automatic. It's not automatic that if you intend to do something, even if you're highly motivated, then you won't necessarily do it. So we are suckers for logic, frankly. Humans always assume that things will be logical. And it makes perfectly good sense, frankly, to assume that if we use our intelligence to figure out what we should do, we will just do it. I mean, why wouldn't we? But unfortunately, logic does not prevail in this case. We don't do what we intend to do. We often do more what we feel like doing.
Okay, so the truth tell is, just because we think something's good, we intend to do something good, we just naturally want to do it. And even when those good things are easy, doesn't mean you're gonna follow through. Like flossing is a perfect example. Like, what's so hard about flossing? We know it's good for your teeth, but people intend that they don't do it, they still do it.
They don't do it, and it is amazing. It's been amazing to me, and I'm no exception to the rule, how easy something can be to do, and we still won't do it. We still won't follow through. There's something about the way the mind is designed, the way the human mind is designed, and I'm going to get into more of that later, that makes it very, very difficult to do even the easiest thing consistently and enough to actually create a self-sustaining habit.
So the next unhelpful theory that people fall to when they fail on their intention, putting into action their intentions, so they think, well, okay, I intend this good thing, it's easy to do, I didn't do it, therefore it means that I have no willpower. And you call this the it must be me theory. Walk us through that theory.
Well, it must be me theory. It just follows from the follow-through fairy tale. If in fact it's logical that if you intend to do something, you'll do it. If you don't do it, it's obviously your own fault. And that's what people do. They blame themselves for poor follow-through. And from my own research, study, immersion, obsession with making sense of why people do such a lousy job of following through, I came to the conclusion, and I'm utterly convinced of this, that it's not our fault, that it's actually the fault of the way the mind is designed to treat good intentions. We have a very mixed up system.
Well, so let's talk about the system, and then we'll move to it. So what is it about the system in our mind that often prevents us from following through the good intentions that we have?
Well, it's somewhat complicated, but if you look at us from an evolutionary standpoint, we are the crowning achievement of evolution. We have a system, an extremely sophisticated system, which is based on intelligence to guide us through life, to make decisions, big decisions, little decisions, and all kinds of decisions in between big and little, as to what's in our best interest. Should we do this? Should we do that? Should we do the other thing? We figure things out. We know what we should do. We hear from other people what we should do. We can collect advice from others who are collecting advice themselves. And so we're very good at figuring out what we should do and knowing what we should do. But there's still a primitive system in place that is shared by many other living things on this planet, including single-cell organisms, that causes us to automatically move in the direction of the least amount of pain and the most amount of pleasure. That's what we do. We're kind of automatically inclined to do what we feel like doing and not do what we don't feel like doing, even though at the same time we're intellectually capable, in fact incredibly talented at figuring out what we should do. The problem is that when we figure out what we should do, it's often at odds with what we feel like doing. And what we feel like doing has an advantage because it's automatic, whereas figuring things out is manual.
And you call these two systems. The system that guides us by a reason, we call it the intelligence guidance system. In evolution, we call it primitive guidance system, correct?
Correct, yes. And the primitive guidance system